Chapter 151, Purple Flame. Chapter 151, Purple Flame. Inside the isolated small valley, Xiao Yan and the fairy doctor peacefully lived their lives. One trained hard in Dou Qi while the other intently studied the poison book. The two did not disturb each other, and these tranquil days were relaxing and fulfilling. Promoting to Dou Qi was much harder than Xiao Yan had imagined. After training in the valley for close to half a month, although the Dou Qi inside the body became stronger and more cohesive, the feeling of breaking through to the next stage still didn't appear. To this, all Yao Lao said was to calmly wait, all according to fate's will. To Yao Lao's secretive and deceptive words, Xiao Yan felt helpless. However, afterwards, he also gradually stopped training Dou Qi all of the time and would occasionally train his Dou techniques or learn how to recognize the different strange medicinal plants in the valley under the guidance of Yao Lao. Due to the temptation of being in a place flush with rare and precious medicinal plants, Xiao Yan started to desire to practice his alchemy. And so, Xiao Yan set aside a small section of time every day just for practicing alchemy. Because he didn't want to expose his status of being an alchemist, Xiao Yan chose a cave in the valley that left the ground about 6 to 7 meters, and every day when the sun was hot, he would jump into the cave and quietly practice crafting several kinds of beginner stage pills. During alchemy, Xiao Yan was somewhat surprised to find out that the yellow flames he funneled into the cauldron were much hotter when compared to before. Following Xiao Yan's careful observation, he realized that the yellow flames inside the cauldron had a faint streak of purple. Staring blankly at the faintly appearing and disappearing purple flames, Xiao Yan's heart moved and asked in shock, "This is that amethyst-winged lion's purple flame? How did it get into my body?" Blinking his eyes in confusion, Xiao Yan's brow furrowed, muttering, "Is it because of that amethyst lion birth essence?" After arriving to that conclusion, Xiao Yan gradually calmed down. The amethyst essence was extremely similar to the small amethyst-winged lion. If there were a little of the latter's flame inside the former, it wouldn't be too odd a thing. Xiao Yan's guess was pretty much correct. The amethyst birth essence was the same as the small amethyst-winged lion in the sense that both were kept inside the mother beast's body for many years, and after such a long time, it would naturally absorb some purple flames. Under a sheer coincidence, Xiao Yan blindly consumed the amethyst essence, and the flames which were brought about with the help of the cauldron naturally had some purple flames. Although these purple flames were small in quantity, they were far superior to Xiao Yan's normal Dou Qi flames in quality. Xiao Yan having the chance to acquire it could be considered as a significant opportunity. With his spiritual perception gradually extended into the cauldron, Xiao Yan slowly packaged the small purple flame and separated it from the surrounding yellow flames. Looking at that lonely flickering purple flame inside the cauldron, Xiao Yan licked his lips with excitement and continued to increase the strength of the spiritual perception, intending to control the temperature of the flame. Just as Xiao Yan tried to control the flame, the small little purple flame sent out a sentient will of resistance. The failure to control the flame left Xiao Yan stunned, and then he tightly knitted his brow while staring deadly at the small little purple flame. He slowly increased the strength of his spiritual perception and tried to test the baseline of the resistance of the purple flame. Although purple flame was tyrannically strong and stubborn, Xiao Yan was not worried. No matter how one puts it, it was currently an object without an owner. Xiao Yan had confidence in slowly dominating it. Inside the cauldron, Xiao Yan wrestled with the purple flame, both unwilling to become the first to be defeated. This stalemate lasted for nearly 10 minutes, and as Xiao Yan was about to give way to exhaustion, the purple flame surrounded by his perception suddenly trembled, then surged inside the flame like a rolling river of water, quickly being able to control all of it. As Xiao Yan funneled his spirit perception into the purple flame, Xiao Yan's whole body lightly shook. This trembling was as if it came from deep within the soul, quickly diffusing into his entire body. At that moment, Xiao Yan felt as if his soul was promoted. The pores on his whole body, almost all opened at this moment. That feeling was very mysterious and comfortable. This intense pleasure caused Xiao Yan to tremble once again. His eyes that had mysteriously closed slowly opened. A light purple flashed across his pitch-black eyes before fading, and as Xiao Yan shifted his attention to the cauldron once again, due to the spiritual perception strength scattering, the yellow flames inside completely vanished while the small purple flame remained, lightly flickering. Staring at the purple flame, Xiao Yan gave it a quick command, and it immediately flew through the mouth of the cauldron and entered Xiao Yan's body from the center of his palm. His palm slowly leaving the cauldron, Xiao Yan exhaled in relief. His right hand gradually curled before Xiao Yan stretched out his middle finger, lightly saying, "Appear." Following Xiao Yan's voice, the middle finger lightly trembled. A moment after, a small purple flame quietly sprouted out from the fingertip and flickered lightly. TL, best way to flick someone off. Real fire. An actual flame. With Xiao Yan's current rank 1 alchemist capability, he was actually able to create real fire from his palm, which required being at least a rank 4 alchemist to do. Alchemists under rank 4 were normally required to use the cauldron's strange changes to bring out the fire-natured Dou Qi inside their bodies and transform it into actual flames. Upon reaching rank 4 and above, the alchemists were then able to save the step of using the cauldron and immediately summon out real flames. And many alchemists that reached this stage, when battling with another person, would basically summon out real fire to attack. Also, due to alchemists' elemental nature, they were born to a fire with wood nature, and due to that wood nature, flames which alchemists summoned were way above what similar tiered practitioners could do, much hotter and stronger. So, being able to summon real fire with or without aid from an external object was one of the key points in differentiating whether the person entered rank 4 of alchemy or not. Of course, there are no absolutes. The information mentioned above was all built under the assumption of being a normal alchemist. If someone were able to luckily acquire a heavenly flame, then even without achieving rank 4 alchemy, one would still be able to summon out real fire. In addition, the fire that was summoned out would be way superior to normal flames summoned by normal alchemists. After all, what they controlled was the most destructive strength under the heavens, a heavenly flame. And so, heavenly flames would eternally be every alchemist's sacred divine object without a replacement. Of course, the destructive strength of heavenly flames has caused countless gifted alchemists, like moths to a flame, to perish. Similarly, a little shocked while looking at the slender purple flame at the fingertip, after a long while, Xiao Yan inhaled a breath of cold air, his voice trembling a little. "Teacher, quickly come out and see." "MH?" From within the ring carried out Yao Lao's doubtful voice, and after a moment of silence, a figure of light suddenly flashed out from the ring and lastly floated in front of Xiao Yan, staring blankly at that purple flame. "Heavenly flame? No, it's way weaker. This is, alright, amethyst-winged lion's purple flame?" With doubt and shock in his eyes, Yao Lao strangely spoke out, so that amethyst essence had such an effect, even being able to form the amethyst-winged lion's fire origin in a human's body. "Can this be considered a heavenly flame?" Staring intensely and agitatedly at that purple flame which looked as if it could snuff out any time, Xiao Yan urgently asked. It's not." First being stunned, Yao Lao then shook his head, said, "Although this is also a kind of strange unique flame, compared to heavenly flames, it is inferior by a huge margin. Perhaps calling it a beast flame would be more appropriate." Wordlessly shaking his head, Xiao Yan spoke, ignoring whether it's a heavenly flame or a beast flame. "I would like to ask, is it stronger than the Dou Qi flame that I summoned using the cauldron?" "Yes, that is an undisputable fact." "Then, I can be considered its owner now, right? I won't be devoured by it?" Xiao Yan inquired again carefully. "This purple flame is too small, not enough to attack you." "Then, if I were to devour it, my flame mantra, would it be able to evolve?" Deeply sucking in a breath, Xiao Yan inquired again urgently. Stumped once again, Yao Lao's brow knitted, hesitating for quite a while, before speaking out uncertainly, "Perhaps yes, but even if it were able to evolve, it would not evolve to too high a stage. After all, this purple flame is far from being able to compete with a real heavenly flame. Also, this purple flame now is too small. Even if you were to devour it now, I think, it wouldn't be much use." Xiao Yan lightly nodded his head, frustration appearing on his face. Although the flame mantra was quite mysterious, its starting point was simply too trash. This type of Dou Qi creation and storing capability was far from being able to satisfy Xiao Yan's usage. Also, the Dou techniques that Xiao Yan were familiar with, most were Xian tier, so after using a skill, he had to quickly swallow an energy recovering pill. Or else just depending on the recovery speed of Dou Qi with a low-tier Huang-ranked Qi method, would make him enter the awkward situation of having insufficient Dou Qi. If the current Flame Mantra's tier were able to evolve to the Xian tier, Xiao Yan wouldn't have needed the fairy doctor's help going to the Wolf's Head mercenary group. He alone would be able to neutralize the entire 100-man strong group easily. This was the biggest difference between a Xian tier Qi method and a Huang tier 1. And so, the current Xiao Yan very urgently hoped for his Qi method to quickly evolve, but not only were heavenly flames rare, their destructive strengths would mean that Xiao Yan might not be able to successfully devour it. So the purple flame that appeared was definitely a well in a desert, causing huge delight in Xiao Yan. If you really want to devour this purple flame and let it help the flame mantra evolve, there is actually a method. Pausing for a while, Yao Lao suddenly spoke out. What is it? Hearing this, Xiao Yan perked up and urgently asked. Gazing at that small tiny purple flame, Yao Lao smiled. Refine it into a flame seed, slowly nurture it, and after it reached a certain stage, use the flame mantra to devour it and achieve the effect of evolution. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 152, Refining the Flame Seed. Chapter 152, Refining the Flame Seed. Flame seed? Xiao Yan was slightly stunned upon hearing Yao Lao's words. He was torn between laughing and crying as he said, "Why do I have the feeling that your words suggest something like rearing an animal at home, waiting for it to grow fat and then slaughtering it?" It shares the same principle. Yao Lao nodded as he smiled. Xiao Yan nodded his head and his gaze stared at the writhing small purple flame on his finger, which was his only hope of evolving his qi methods. The heavenly flames were a little too distant for him, while this purple flame from the amethyst essence was just suitable for his current condition and strength. How do I refine it? Xiao Yan sighed, raised his head and asked. Relax, this purple flame does not have an owner, so it will not put up much resistance against you. Refining it into a flame seed should not involve too much danger. Yao Lao said as he extended his finger and placed it on Xiao Yan's head. Follow my instructions. Feeling the large amount of information that was poured into his mind, Xiao Yan carefully savored it before nodding his head. He gradually closed his eyes and crossed his legs, adopting his training position. He observed his eyes, nose then heart as his mind gradually entered deep into his body. His mind circulated through his qi paths and finally arrived at the vortex in his lower abdomen. The appearance of the Dou Qi vortex was strangely much smaller than what it was before. However, if one carefully observed it, the vortex contains was much more dense and agglomerated better than before. Xiao Yan's mind rotated around the vortex once. When he did not observe any problems, Xiao Yan followed Yao Lao's instructions and began to act. Xiao Yan's mind went around the vortex and slowly entered it. At the same time, his spiritual perception repeatedly searched for the purple flame that he was controlling. Xiao Yan carefully scanned the interior of the vortex. A long while later, numerous threads of extremely small purple-colored energy began gradually appearing. When the purple-colored energy appeared, Xiao Yan hurriedly controlled his spiritual perception and encompassed them in a lightning-fast manner. Open a small hole in the vortex that can contain the purple flame. Recalling Yao Lao's words in his mind, Xiao Yan swiftly surrounded the vortex with his spiritual perception. After a brief silence, his spiritual perception drove the vortex into spinning at a very fast speed. Following the vortex rotating at a fast speed, the Dou Qi that was flowing in his qi paths also surged quickly and ferociously. However, Xiao Yan did not have the leisure to bother about them. His mind was entirely focused on the small empty space at the middle of the vortex that was formed from the fast rotation. Seeing that his actions were effective, Xiao Yan increased the strength of his spiritual perception that was surrounding the vortex. Following the increase in strength of the spiritual awareness, the speed that the vortex was spinning it grew increasingly fast. In the end, the orbit of the pale yellow-colored vortex could no longer be seen, while the sound of a shapeless wind reverberated outside of the vortex. Xiao Yan's mind continued to observe the middle of the vortex where the empty space was growing wider. When it was approximately the size of a fist, Xiao Yan finally gave a relieved sigh and slowly withdrew his spiritual perception from the vortex. After the spiritual perception was entirely withdrawn, the rotation speed of the vortex also began to gradually become weaker. As for the hole in the middle of the vortex, it was able to form a strange equilibrium with its surroundings under the control of Xiao Yan's mind and did not disappear with the slower rotation speed of the vortex. Seeing that the empty space did not disappear, Xiao Yan let out another sigh in his heart. His mind slowly surrounded a thread of the purple-colored energy and guided it through the blockade of the surrounding Dou Qi before inserting it into that small empty space. Immediately after the purple-colored energy entered the empty hole, Xiao Yan felt the entire vortex shake and he hurriedly used his spiritual perception to stabilize the vortex. With Xiao Yan's spiritual perception putting in great effort to maintain the situation, the vortex finally became steady. From within the center hole of the vortex, Xiao Yan could see that numerous threads of fire-type Dou Qi were continuously escaping from the vortex and pouring into the purple-colored energy occupying the empty hole. Xiao Yan's mind anxiously observed the small purple-colored energy. As more and more fire-type Dou Qi was poured into it, the purple-colored energy let out a soft cry. A moment later, it began to transform under the observation of Xiao Yan's mind. The color of the purple-colored energy became darker. When it darkened to a certain stage, the purple-colored energy suddenly trembled and a faint flame rose from the purple-colored energy. Instantly, the purple-colored energy was consumed by the tiny purple flame. In the dark empty hole, the purple-colored flame flickered alone. Its faint warmth spewed and entered the Dou Qi vortex outside. When the faint heat entered the Dou Qi vortex, Xiao Yan could feel that the rotation of the vortex became much faster. Xiao Yan's initial reaction to this occurrence was shock and was instantly replaced by an uncontrolled joy. If the vortex could spin faster on its own, it meant that Xiao Yan did not need to manually control it. The Dou Qi from the surrounding environment would also automatically and continuously be poured into his body, allowing him to constantly be washed by Dou Qi. This kind of benefit was undoubtedly extremely useful for his training. After the purple-colored flame appeared in the empty hole, it was as though it had started a huge circulating machine that was slowly beginning to spin. The purple-colored flame needed to absorb the fire-type Dou Qi from within the vortex in order to grow, while the heat that it emitted increased the Dou Qi absorption rate of the vortex. This ever-repeating relationship significantly benefited both the purple flame and the vortex. Xiao Yan's mind observed the vortex once again. When he was certain that there were no problems, Xiao Yan finally withdrew his mind from within his body. He gradually opened his eyes and a purple light flashed across his pitch-black eyes. A moment later, his pair of eyes gradually recovered their original deep black color. How is it? Successful? Seeing that Xiao Yan opened his eyes, Yao Lao, who was waiting patiently, asked. Yes, I've refined it into a flame seed. Xiao Yan nodded his head and extended his palm. He rubbed his fingers gently. After a clear sound, a tiny purple-colored flame rose from the tip of Xiao Yan's finger. With a gaze that was full of curiosity, Xiao Yan played with the purple fire that belonged to him. A moment later, his finger gently touched a mountain wall beside him. Instantly, the wall was charred. This thing appears to be much weaker than teacher's bone-chilling flame. Xiao Yan bitterly smiled as he eyed the mark created by the flame. Of course. My bone-chilling flame is a heavenly flame and is ranked 11th on the heavenly flames ranking list. If this broken thing of yours can be compared with it, why would I have bothered taking the risk of being burnt into ashes to search for it? When he heard Xiao Yan's comment, Yao Lao immediately rolled his eyes and scolded him with a smile. Xiao Yan helplessly shook his head. Those words of Yao Lao's were a significant blow to him. Something that he had luckily obtained after going through so much effort was described as a broken thing by Yao Lao. Alright, stop looking so downtrodden. This purple flame of yours has just been born, how much strength can it have? After you raise it, it should not be too weak. Didn't you see the strength of the purple flame attacked by the amethyst-winged lion? Even that woman called Yunji with her Dou Huang strength did not dare to simply block it. From this, it can be seen that this flame is not ordinary. Seeing Xiao Yan's disappointed expression, Yao Lao comfortingly said. Xiao Yan sighed and nodded. With a bitter smile, he said, if I want to raise this little purple flame to the strength similar to that of the amethyst-winged lion, I'm afraid it would take at least a few decades. This is true if we use normal reasoning. Yao Lao nodded. When he saw Xiao Yan's depressed expression, he helplessly said, but don't you have the amethyst birth essence? That thing is the best catalyst in raising the purple flame. As long as you can withstand the slight pain that it brings you, your purple flame should be able to grow at an extreme pace. Amethyst lion birth essence? Hearing this, Xiao Yan was momentarily stunned. Unrestrained happiness quickly filled his face as he clumsily took out a small jade bottle from the storage ring. He opened the cap and a warm, unusual fragrance was emitted from it. After taking in a deep breath of this scent that was filled with dense fire energy, Xiao Yan abruptly realized that the purple flame on his finger also became stronger under the scent. What a dense fire energy! Xiao Yan involuntarily gasped as he felt the purple flame's movement. When you train in the future, it will be best if you choose to do so under the hot sun. Additionally, you cannot consume too much of the amethyst lion birth essence. Of course, if you want to repeat the painful experience like the last time, you can ignore my words. Yao Lao jokingly said. Recalling the pain of his burning body the last time, Xiao Yan's body shuddered. That feeling was not something he wanted to experience a second time. With your current strength, you should only use your finger to dip a little of it and swallow it into your body when you train. If you use too much, you might end up burning yourself again. Yao Lao seriously reminded. Ah. Xiao Yan quickly nodded his head. He did not dare make a joke out of this, it was more than enough to experience that kind of pain once. Using the amethyst lion birth essence to speed up the growth of the purple flame, how long will it take before it can be swallowed? Xiao Yan tightly held the jade bottle in his hand, lifted his head and bitterly asked, a few years? If I had that kind of time, I might as well go and search for the heavenly flame. With the amethyst essence, you don't need so much time. On top of that, it is not necessary for the purple flame to reach the strength of that the amethyst-winged lion achieved. With your current strength, if you really groom the purple flame to that extent, you might end up being burnt to ashes by it. If you don't have sufficient strength, playing with fire will result in you being burnt. Yao Lao shook his head and voiced his thoughts. Perhaps, a month from now, you should be able to use flame mantra to try and swallow the purple flame. A month? Xiao Yan licked his lips and softly mumbled. Before quickly nodding his head seriously. Alright, a month from now, I'll swallow the purple flame and evolve my flame mantra. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 153, Strange Musings. Chapter 153, Strange Musings. Packing all of his things, Xiao Yan left the cave. At this moment, it was noon outside. The blazing sunlight glared, smothering the entire mountain with blistering heat. After jumping down from the cave and walking a few steps, he coincidentally met the little fairy doctor, who was carrying a flower basket and had just returned from harvesting medicine. At the moment, she wore a green cloth over her head, like a pretty little village girl. Xiao Yan was a little amused, shaking his head and smiled as he greeted her. The fairy doctor smiled sweetly at Xiao Yan, her eyes sweeping across the mountain cave. She was smart enough to not ask any questions. Everyone had their own secrets and she was no exception. So, she did not delve deeper into what Xiao Yan did in the cave and pretended she hadn't seen anything. Xiao Yan did not comment about her reaction, but rather he was instead happy and liked the way she reacted. Hungry? I'll make lunch. While strolling to the house along with Xiao Yan, the fairy doctor turned her head, smiled cheekily at Xiao Yan when she spoke. Then, she bent down, rolled up her sleeves and started a fire in the stone kitchen, methodically arranging all of the ingredients. Sitting on a rock to the side, Xiao Yan watched the fairy doctor who was lightly humming a song while working busily, causing him to smile. She was definitely a resourceful and ingenious girl, but of course, Xiao Yan wouldn't forget that this beautiful and pure girl who was cooking currently with her white as jade hands, was similarly deft and devious when using poison. Poison masters, the reputation of this occupation on Dou Qi continent wasn't great. A lot of people were scared to build relationships with poison masters since the latter could use poisoning methods that were impossible to guard against and would leave enemies, even friends, uneasy. Similarly, if it wasn't for the help of Yao Lao, a grandmaster-level alchemist protecting him, Xiao Yan wouldn't dare to eat the food that the fairy doctor gave him. After all, when one was outside, one had to be very careful because no matter what, each person only had one life. And perhaps because Xiao Yan didn't reject any of the food that the fairy doctor prepared, after living together for half a month, the fairy doctor was friendlier and gentler towards Xiao Yan. Of course, this warmth didn't have any hint of romance. Xiao Yan was able to recognize straight away that the fairy doctor treated him as a really close male friend. And to this girl's sensitive heart, what she really needed was not a lot. Only a little bit of trust was able to produce a beautiful smile on her pretty face, but alas, her occupation made her fated to receive little of this. To this, Xiao Yan was slightly ashamed. If it wasn't for the help of Yao Lao, he definitely wouldn't have been able to attain the fairy doctor's friendship. Sitting on the rock, Xiao Yan looked at the beautiful figure who was busily making lunch for two. Lightly exhaling, he suddenly asked, "When are you planning to leave here?" "Huh?" Hearing Xiao Yan's question, the fairy doctor turned her head back. Her hands pushed aside her bangs and staring doubtfully at Xiao Yan with her beautiful eyes, she lightly asked, "Why?" "Don't misunderstand, this is your place, I wouldn't dare to chase you out." Wringing his hands, Xiao Yan teased. "Due to several reasons, I might be staying at this place for roughly a half month to a whole month. I was thinking, if you had any urgent matters, you could. It's okay, you can stay however long you like. I really don't have any urgent matters to attend to. I was thinking that if I had time, I could adventure in the Dou Qi continent for a while, but it's not an urgent matter. My time isn't rushed." Sighing in her heart, the fairy doctor turned and laughed unconcernedly. "Adventuring in the Dou Qi continent? That's not a bad idea." Xiao Yan nodded his head in agreement. Adventuring in the Dou Qi continent was also one of his dreams. "You are interested? Then we could travel together." Adding a little wood into the fire, the fairy doctor laughed and said, "Ah, I still have some matters that I have to complete, so in the short term, I don't have that mindset or the free time to do so." Xiao Yan shook his head and laughed. "That's regrettable. It was so hard to find a likable companion." Shaking her head with a little regret, fairy doctor spoke grudgingly. "Going out to adventure, just some friendly advice, you should try your best to conceal your identity as a poison master. If not, your trip will be quite lonely." Brooding for a while, Xiao Yan suddenly spoke out seriously. Her body trembling, the fairy doctor threw a few non-poisonous mushrooms into the pot, then stared at the boiling pot. Lightly sighing, she was clear about her own status, it would incite the fear in many. Actually, you can't be considered a poison master yet. You can use your identity as a doctor to adventure. At least a doctor would gain people's respect easily." Gazing at the fairy doctor's suddenly mute profile, Xiao Yan forced out a laugh. "I will become a poison master sooner or later, and also, I might be the kind that incites the most hatred and fear." Sighing faintly, fairy doctor softly spoke. "Whether you become a poison master, it depends on yourself. This kind of thing, at least no one would force you?" Hearing this, Xiao Yan was a little befuddled. You wouldn't understand." Her hair fell down and covered her pretty face. The fairy doctor muttered softly, "If we meet in the future, I hope you are still able to treat me as a friend." Scratching his head in bafflement, Xiao Yan was totally confused by the little fairy doctor's mysterious words. It's done." Shaking her head, the fairy doctor looked at the boiling pot, and suddenly smiled. Stretching out to take a small bowl from the side, she ladled a bowl of mushroom soup and served it carefully to Xiao Yan. Reaching over and taking it, Xiao Yan smelled a delicious fragrance, his mouth started to salivate and swallowing his saliva, he gave the fairy doctor a thumbs up, then ignoring the heat of the soup, he started drinking it. Staring at Xiao Yan who was holding the bowl of mushroom soup and eating without any hesitation, a happy smile appeared on the little fairy doctor's pretty face. She really liked how Xiao Yan trusted her. Squatting on the rock, Xiao Yan drank quite a few bowls of mushroom soup then returned the bowl to the fairy doctor in satisfaction. Patting his round stomach, smiling happily and said, "Good skills. Whoever marries you will be very fortunate." "Marry me?" Hearing Xiao Yan's words, the fairy doctor couldn't help but smile and said, "You have to know that a poison master is one of the Dou Qi continent's least married occupation because not many people would be brave enough to share a bed with a wife that can release a deadly poison in a split second." Shaking his head helplessly, Xiao Yan felt that the fairy doctor was really a little too pessimistic. Even if being a poison master made people a little scared and fearful, her current ability was far from reaching that stage, right? But those grandmaster-level poison masters that were infamous, able to make everyone fearful and not dare to step anywhere near, wasn't something that anyone could become. Remember, if we are to meet again on the Dou Qi continent in the future, you cannot detest me. Because if so, I think I would be really sad. Organizing the utensils, the fairy doctor walked towards the house and just as she was about to enter, her footsteps stalled and quickly turned around to speak with a slight smile. Upon finishing speaking, she entered the house, leaving a totally baffled Xiao Yan on the rock alone. Staring blankly at the small house for a long while, Xiao Yan smiled helplessly. Even if she were to become a poison master in the future, why did that matter? Just based on her occupation, he would hate her? After entertaining wild thoughts and crazy conjectures for a while, Xiao Yan lazily stood up. Arriving at an area under a mountain, he lifted his head and looked at the scorching sun in the sky. His legs slightly moved then stepped heavily on the ground. Following that was a crisp explosion sound. Xiao Yan's body was like a cannon bullet, charging up the cliff, and as that strength was expiring, his feet once again heavily stepped on the rock wall. Amidst the explosion noises, Xiao Yan's body charged straight up the rock wall unendingly. Upon the fifth explosion, Xiao Yan's body volleyed in the air, landing firmly on one of the mountain peaks inside the valley. From here, the small house down in the valley was not even as large as half a fist. As it was noon currently, the glaring sun in the sky gave out burning hot rays of light unrelentlessly. The exposed rocks outside, under this baking sun, was so hot that people wouldn't dare to touch it. Xiao Yan's landing location was just a nice protruding rock slab. This was the best place to enjoy the hottest sunbathing. Wiping the sweat on his forehead, Xiao Yan smiled bitterly and shook his head. After complaining about how tough training was to himself, he sat down on the sweltering stone slab. A moment later, the heat from his butt caused Xiao Yan to grit his teeth. Sitting upright, Xiao Yan ignored the constant sweat that kept rolling down from his face, both hands forming the training seal, and started to still his mind. Just as he finished completing his training posture, Xiao Yan found that the fire-natured elemental energy from the surroundings started to funnel into his body. His mind routinely and familiarly refined the energy that just entered in his chi paths, lastly channeling it into his chi vortex. After circulating it into the chi vortex, it was then channeled into the purple flame in the middle of the chi vortex. Absorbing this fire-natured Dou Qi with hints of the hot sun, the purple flame started to flare up, and after devouring, the small purple flame seemed as if it grew a little bit. Under the attention of his mind, every bit of the slow growth of the small purple flame was noticed by Xiao Yan. Looking at the decent results of training, he was quite delighted, and after absorbing the energy from the outer environment for a while, Xiao Yan slowly opened his eyes. He then took out the jade bottle which contained the amethyst essence from the ring. His fingertip lightly and carefully dabbed a little, then put it into his mouth and lightly tasted it. Following his saliva, it was swallowed into his stomach. Just as the amethyst essence was swallowed into his stomach, Xiao Yan's face flared red. The originally normal skin, at this moment, started to have hints of red. Feeling the change in his body, Xiao Yan quickly focused, then circulated the Dou Qi in his body and started to neutralize this intense and tyrannical energy. On the mountain rock, under the glaring sun, the youth was sweating heavily and gritting his teeth while he endured the trial of the intense heat inside his body, like a silkworm enduring the pain before breaking out from the cocoon and becoming a butterfly. After the pain, it was like a rebirth. Only, this journey of change required painful and harsh trials to nurture. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 154, Woeful Poison Body. Chapter 154, Woeful Poison Body. Day after day gradually passed as Xiao Yan quietly trained in the isolated valley. Since Xiao Yan had begun refining the purple flame, half a month had passed. During this half a month, Xiao Yan had basically gave up on training his Dou Qi and transferred all of the energy that his body had absorbed from the surroundings into the purple flame that was similar to a bottomless pit. As this craziness was prolonged, Xiao Yan's achievement was also very obvious. The purple flame, which used to be approximately the size of one's pinky, had now been enlarged by 10 times. Each time Xiao Yan looked into himself and saw the growing purple flame, a satisfied feeling would appear within him. At this pace, he would at the very most need another half a month before the purple flame would achieve the requirement necessary for him to evolve his Qi method. It was another day training under the hot sun. Xiao Yan was seated on the rocks. His clothes had already been drenched by his sweat. After enduring the training under the hot sun for around 2 hours, Xiao Yan finally exited from his training mode when the temperature in the air was slowly declining. He lowered his head, saw his drenched clothes and helplessly shook his head. Xiao Yan stretched his body and then closed his eyes to look inside him. When he observed that the purple flame has grown a little again, he gave a satisfied smile, got to his feet and lightly hopped. After half a month of being under the sun, Xiao Yan's skin had turned darker. His delicate and handsome face also appeared a little more mature from his perseverance in training. When his slightly numbed legs recovered to their original state, Xiao Yan extended his arm and lightly flicked his finger. Following a soft sound, a huge ball of purple-colored flame suddenly rose from Xiao Yan's palm and instantly covered his entire hand. After half a month of tough training, the tiny purple flame that erupted from his finger could now cover his entire hand. Xiao Yan grinned as he watched his hand that was encompassed within the purple flame. He slowly tightened his fist and suddenly threw a punch out. Instantly, the high temperature grilled the air in front of him till it became slightly distorted and blurry. TSK. If this was hit onto someone's body, the effect should not be too bad. Xiao Yan smiled and said softly while allowing the purple flame on his hand to slowly rise. Xiao Yan played with the purple flame on the mountain rock before he reluctantly kept it in his body. His body shook slightly and the purple cloud wings shot out from his back. He tilted his head and smiled at the black wings that held a glowing purple color, then leaped back down into the valley. The intense sound from the wind blew past Xiao Yan's ears. When he was around 20 meters from the ground, Xiao Yan's wings flapped and his quick descent slowed down. He extended his palm, aimed at the ground and unleashed an explosive pushing force. With the force, Xiao Yan's body was lifted slightly, allowing him to flip in the air. Meanwhile, the purple cloud wings on Xiao Yan's back transformed back into the tattoos on his back with a shrinking sound. Xiao Yan's legs steadied landed on the ground and his body shook slightly, eliminating all the forces on his body. A moment later, he straightened his body and headed to the small cottage with a smile. As he slowly approached the small cottage, Xiao Yan frowned. Normally, the fairy doctor would have returned from picking herbs by now. Yet, why was it so quiet today? A suspicion flashed in his mind. Xiao Yan gradually arrived at the front of the small cottage and knocked on the wooden door, but there was not the slightest sound in it. He knocked again for a few times, obtaining the same result. Pressing his eyebrows together, an uneasiness flashed across Xiao Yan's heart. He stood at the door and hesitated for a while. Finally, he clenched his teeth and violently kicked open the wooden door. After roughly kicking open the door, Xiao Yan hurried in, only to find that the room was filled with smoke, causing him to cough a few times. His right palm was hurriedly extended and a ferocious force was unleashed from his palm, instantly sweeping all of the smoke out of the straw house. As the smoke inside slowly dissipated, Xiao Yan saw the fairy doctor on the bed with her eyes closed. Her originally red and moist face was now strangely covered with 7 different colors. Seeing that the fairy doctor did not appear to be breathing, Xiao Yan panicked. He was about to hurry over when a light figure suddenly rushed out from the black-colored ring in his hand and shouted, "Don't go over, Yao Lao's shout shocked Xiao Yan into pausing at the same spot. It was a long while later when he recovered from this deafening scream. He looked at Yao Lao curiously, his face filled with confusion. "If you want to die, you can touch her," Yao Lao said in a deep voice as he stared at the fairy doctor's 7-colored face with a serious face. "Why?" Seeing Yao Lao display such an expression for the first time, Xiao Yan suffered a great shock. His gaze swept across the fairy doctor once more as he asked in a perturbed voice. Yao Lao did not answer. His floating body circled the unconscious fairy doctor for a few times. A moment later, he shook his head and sighed softly, "It really is." Seeing Yao Lao's downcast face, Xiao Yan's heart tightened. He carefully asked, "What exactly is wrong with her?" "Look at her hand." Yao Lao pointed at the open jade bottle in the fairy doctor's hand. Hearing this, Xiao Yan hurriedly moved his gaze towards the fairy doctor's hand. On it, he saw that she was holding a small bag of black medicinal powder. Xiao Yan's eyes blinked doubtfully. He stepped forward, stopped a few feet from the fairy doctor's hand and lightly sniffed the smell unleashed by the medicinal powder. Instantly, his head felt giddy and his chest felt like everything was being overturned. He felt weak and was forced to sit on the ground while gagging for a long while. Finally, he stood up and said in a stunned voice, "What a powerful poison. That thing should even be able to kill a dosher if they are not careful." Yes, even I have to admit that this little girl is extremely gifted in making poison. Yao Lao nodded with a smile, his voice containing a praise or some other feeling. Xiao Yan smiled bitterly and nodded. He also felt that the fairy doctor was a natural expert poison manipulator. Maybe calling her a poison fairy was more accurate. Look at the corner of her mouth, Yao Lao pointed out as he floated in the cottage. Xiao Yan's gaze moved from the fairy doctor's hand to her red lips that was dripping with beauty. His eyes narrowed. Beside the red moistness, there were remnants of the black powder. From its color and scent, it was obviously the black-colored poison the fairy doctor held in her hand. She took the poison and committed suicide? How is that possible? For no reason, why did she kill herself? Staring stupidly at the black remnants, Xiao Yan muttered in a perplexed manner. Who said that she committed suicide? Have you seen any dead person who looks so beautiful? Yao Lao rolled his eyes and curled his lips as he said. Her strength is only that of a one-star doja, how can she withstand something that could even kill a dosher? Xiao Yan wanted to pounce forward and check for the fairy doctor's breathing, but after Yao Lao's yell from before, he could only pace around anxiously. If she was an ordinary person, she would certainly die. But, Yao Lao's eyes stared at the beautiful sleeping posture of the fairy doctor on the bed and softly said, but she won't. What do you mean? Xiao Yan paused his footsteps and asked in a stunned voice. Where is she different? Is it because of her identity as a poison master? But even if it was a poison master, being poisoned to death by their own poison is not something unusual. It is not as though they are invulnerable to poison. Correct. Even highly skilled poison masters have the possibility of being killed by their poisons. Yao Lao nodded and said in a grave voice, but there are always exceptions. In the Dou Qi continent, there is a kind of special physique. This kind of physique is given the name natural poison body or woeful poison body, as the appearance of such a poison body would usually bring woe to others. Natural poison body? Woeful poison body? The foreign names held no significance in Xiao Yan's mind. You have stayed in Wutan City for most of your life, and it is only natural that you are unaware of some of the secrets of the Dou Qi continent. Back when I still had my physical body, a woman with the woeful poison body appeared on the Dou Qi continent. In a moment of anger, this woman poisoned the grounds of an entire empire. On the poisoned grounds, hundreds of thousands died. Hearing those words, Xiao Yan quickly inhaled cold air. Was that woman not overly vicious? Hundreds of thousands of lives were just mercilessly taken? Was she simply killing chickens? You should know that there are laws amongst the strong in the Dou Qi continent. The woman's actions were undoubtedly breaking these unofficial rules. After all, there were many strong people who originated from that empire, thus, the situation was erupted from this. One by one, many strong people went to find that woman to seek revenge, but each of them in turn were defeated. Oh yes, amongst those strong people, the weakest was at least a Dou Ling and the strongest was a 9-star Dou Huang who was about to step into the Douzong stage. As Yao Lao recounted, he suddenly waved his hand. Unfortunately, they were all killed in the woman's hands. Gulp, Xiao Yan swallowed his saliva with difficulty as he wiped the cold perspiration off his face. Wasn't that woman too strong? She really killed people like killing chickens and dogs. At the end of the entire mess, a couple of the old farts were pulled into the mess. After an intense fight that outsiders were unaware of, this woman who was a mere 5-star Dou Huang escaped after being injured while among the old farts. A Douzong level practitioner took 10 years to expel the poison before he managed to fully recover. Incredible. Xiao Yan's throat rolled for a moment. With just the strength of a Dou Huang, she dared to confront a Douzong and actually managed to leave behind a severe wound? With regards to this type of person, Xiao Yan could only use the word incredible to describe them. After this woman fled afar for 20 years, she once again appeared. By that time, she had already been promoted to the Douzong class. At this time, those old fools which had secretly suffered in her hands did not dare come out and randomly judge her. Thus they could only pretend to be deaf and ignored all news about her. 20 years. Rising from a 5-star Dou Huang to a Douzong. This speed can be considered to be abnormal. Xiao Yan said as he shook his head. Ah, this woman does indeed possess that kind of frightening talent. Yao Lao nodded his head as he shifted his gaze to the fairy doctor on the bed and softly said, after that, I bumped into that woman once when I found a spiritual herb and a conflict started. Finally, we ended up fighting. Xiao Yan's eyes gradually widened. This was the first time he heard Yao Lao leak some of his old deeds. Immediately, he hurriedly asked, what was the result? The result? Yao Lao smiled and raised his head. His muddy eyes appeared to sigh over the memories. A long while later, he gave a faint smile and said, the result can be considered that I beat her by a little. Xiao Yan took in a deep breath. His face was filled with shock. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 155, The Terrifying Condition. Chapter 155, The Terrifying Condition. A tiny victory, although Yao Lao had been very vague about it, Xiao Yan still managed to sense the meaning within. When the woman was at the Dou Huang level, she had already dared to put her strength against Dou Zone level practitioners. And at the time when she fought with Yao Lao, she had already reached the Dou Zone level, yet it still ended in Yao Lao taking the upper hand. Looks like, it would not be an exaggeration to say that the Yao Lao at that time stood at the apex of the Dou Qi continent. Gazing at Xiao Yan's stunned face, Yao Lao could not help but chide, "What's there to be surprised about? In the future, you can also reach such a stage." "Maybe." Xiao Yan shrugged, declining to comment. That kind of level was already beyond the reach of just talent alone, both chance and luck were indispensable for it to happen. The current him merely wished for the purple flame to be quickly nurtured before gobbling it up to evolve his Qi method and also allow himself to quickly become a Doushi. As for Dou Huangs, Dou Zones, these were just super existences that could easily suffocate Xiao Yan with just their names. He truly did not want to bite off more than he could chew. According to the teacher's explanation, the fairy doctor, could she possibly have a woeful poison body? Xiao Yan asked as his gaze once again swept across the 7 colors on the fairy doctor's good-looking face while she laid on the bed. Yes. Slightly nodding his head, the smiling expression on Yao Lao's face slowly receded. He stared at the fairy doctor for a good while before lightly sighing, "I had once fought that woman, thus my rather deep impression of the woeful poison body. This kind of poison training method is rather unique. They do not need long years Dou Qi training. Rather, for them to become stronger, they only need," as he spoke till this point, Yao Lao's eyes turned towards the traces of powder at the corner of the fairy doctor's mouth with a slightly odd expression. "Consume poison?" As he saw where Yao Lao was looking at, Xiao Yan was firstly stunned, though his expression quickly changed as he said in shock. "Ah, correct, it's as consuming poison. Once they consume poison, their woeful poison body will use a Stang technique to convert the energy contained in the poison into a special poison Dou Qi." Yao Lao smacked his lips in amazement as he continued, "The more acute the poison is, the more effective it is in raising their strength. Thus, they don't need to go through any tough training. As long as they continue eating poison, their strength would rapidly rise. It truly is a terrifying physique." Sighing gently, Xiao Yan bitterly laughed. Naturally, there is nothing perfect in this world. This woeful poison body may be able to swiftly raise one's strength through the consumption of poison, but poison at the end of the day is still poison. By relying on the woeful poison body, one can stop the poison from devouring his or her bodies. However, when more poison accumulates over time to the point when the woeful poison body cannot suppress the poison Dou Qi, then, tens of thousands of poisons will devour the body, causing the owner to slowly die under the most painful torture. Yao Lao shook his head and sighed. Recalling pain makes one prefer death over life. Xiao Yan's body gently shivered. With some pity, he looked at the fairy doctor on the bed who appeared like Sleeping Beauty and dejectedly asked, "Is there no solution to this? It is only natural to pay the price for gaining the ability to train quickly. In this world, there is no such thing as a free lunch." Yao Lao said faintly. "Then if she were to give up consuming poison to gain strength, is it possible to avoid such an end?" Xiao Yan's pupils spun around as he asked. "In theory, it is possible." Nodding his head, Yao Lao saw the happiness on Xiao Yan's face and sighed. "Unfortunately, you need to know that for those who own a woeful poison body, the more potent the poison, the greater the attraction to them. It can even go to the extent of killing and stealing just to get their hands on an acute poison. In their eyes, acute poisons possess a lure similar to the lure that the heavenly flames has to an alchemist. They will use all kind of methods to get it, even if they have to become like moths leaping into a fire, they will not hesitate to leap into it. Do you think it is possible for you to get her to give up consuming poison? If she had never consumed poison, then the woeful poison body would never kick in. However, once she consumed poison, even if it is by mistake, then the woeful poison body will really be activated. Once that happens, the conditions that I have just described will occur and there's no longer a chance to reverse it. In summary, we have discovered it too late, otherwise," Yao Lao sighed regretfully. With his mouth opened, Xiao Yan's expression continued to change irregularly. A long while later, it dispiritedly softened. According to Yao Lao, those acute poisons had the same attraction as drugs to a drug addict. Getting her to give it up may not be possible. Her current woeful poison body is at its initial stage, so it is alright for her to come into contact with you when she's conscious. However, when she's unconscious or when the poison body matures in the future, that will be, whatever she touches, will die." The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth twitched. He finally understood why the fairy doctor had told him those strange words not so long ago. It looks like she had already known that she possessed this strange woeful poison body. How does she know? She has been staying in that small town, so how would she know about this secret information that not many people in the entirety of the Jiama Empire knew? Xiao Yan mumbled suspiciously. Yao Lao quietly mused before his gaze swept towards the 7-colored scroll on the fairy doctor's chest. His palm beckoned it and sucked it into his palm. He then slowly opened it and scanned the different kinds of poison formulas on it before stopping at the last paragraph. Instantly, he shook his head helplessly and handed it over to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan received the 7-colored scroll and swept his gaze over it. His face was also filled with a bitter smile. Woeful poison body, a strange type of poison body that can swallow poison in order to swiftly increase one's strength. The method to recognize a woeful poison body: at the lower abdomen region, there will be a very tiny 7-colored line. This 7-colored line will grow with the increase in the intensity of the body's poison strength. When the 7-colored line extends towards the heart, it is the time when the woeful poison body is at its strongest. At the same time, the owner will also feel the pain of tens of thousands of poisons devouring the body. Below this line, there was a detailed explanation on the damage that the woeful poison body can cause. Amongst them were the things the Yao Lao had described earlier. It looks like she already knows about it. If she continues like this, she will sooner or later be a vessel for potent poison. Xiao Yan waved the 7-colored scroll and laughed bitterly. Yes. Nodding his head and sighing, Xiao Yan returned the scroll to Yao Lao. His eyes stared at the fairy doctor and said softly, "Isn't the woeful poison body immune to all poison? Why is she like that now? The poison strength is too intense. She has only temporarily fainted and should wake up very soon." Yao Lao carelessly said. Oh. Nodding his head, Xiao Yan sat down beside a table in the small house and waited for the fairy doctor to wake. Yao Lao simply gave another reminder before he disappeared back into the ring. Seated by the side of the table, Xiao Yan stared at the fairy doctor, shook his head and sighed. Her original aspiration was to become an alchemist. Unfortunately, due to her inborn attributes, she had to take a step back and become a physician. However, with the development of her constitution, she will likely end up becoming a grandmaster-level poison master that many in the Dou Qi continent would fear. When she reached that stage, it may well be like what she had described that day. There would no longer be anyone who dared to come into contact with her, much less become a friend whom she can have a cordial conversation with. She had originally wanted to be a physician who could save lives, but the heavens did not seem to want it. Instead, it allowed this kind young lady to have a woeful poison body that everyone feared. Ugh. Taking in another breath, Xiao Yan lifted his eyes and found the 7 colors on the fairy doctor's face slowly diminishing. Is she waking up? Xiao Yan muttered before he once again sat quietly for another short moment. The fairy doctor, who was tightly closing her eyes on the bed, finally opened them slowly. Her hand moved slightly as the corner of her eyes looked at the black poison. The corner of her mouth gradually curled bitterly. A moment later, the bitterness spread as the fairy doctor pulled the quilt over her face. On and off, some sobbing noises were emitted from within the quilt. I failed to control myself again. I should really die. Seated on the chair and listening to the weak and gentle sobbing sound, Xiao Yan's feelings became heavier. He slowly stood up and sat beside the bed. His hand gently patting the fairy doctor's body that was hiding behind the quilt. Feeling that someone was touching her, the quilt was abruptly pulled down. The fairy doctor's eyes widened when she saw the young man sitting by her bedside. Quickly, she rubbed away her tears and softly asked, "When did you come in?" "I entered when you were still unconscious." Xiao Yan gently smiled. Hearing this, the fairy doctor's pretty face slightly changed. She secretly hid the black-colored poison that she held tightly in her hand into the quilt. A moment later, she appeared to have suddenly remembered something and hurriedly asked, "Did you touch me? After knowing me for so long, do I look like the type who would take advantage of you when you're in a predicament?" Xiao Yan laughed dryly. "No, I'm not talking about this. I mean, you didn't touch any part of my body, did you?" The fairy doctor waved her hands as she asked. No, Xiao Yan shook his head. Seeing Xiao Yan shake his head, the fairy doctor finally sighed in relief. She tugged her legs into her chest and lowered her snow-white chin onto her knee as she said softly, "I'm fine. There was some problem with the poison I was making." Xiao Yan did not speak. His eyes simply stared at the fairy doctor. A long while later, he suddenly said softly, "Really, you cannot abandon that thing?" Hearing the words, the fairy doctor initially reacted blankly. Following which, her beautiful body tensed and looked at Xiao Yan with an ugly expression. What do you know? I've read the 7-colored poison book. At the same time, I know that you consumed poison." Xiao Yan stared at the pair of vivid eyes as he said. Then, you also know about the woeful poison body described in it? Seeing Xiao Yan nodding his head, the fairy doctor gave a sad smile and bit down hard on her red moist lips. She asked, "Then you are also afraid of me, aren't you?" Staring at the fairy doctor who had a tear sliding down her pretty face, Xiao Yan felt emotions stir in his heart. He shook his head and gently patted her head with a warm smile on the corner of his mouth. He said tenderly, "If I was afraid, I would have ran just now. No matter how you put it, we've been through thick and thin together." When she heard this, the tears in the fairy doctor's bright eyes paused as she looked at Xiao Yan with a wide mouth. "Are you really not afraid of me? Will you still dare to eat the food that I cook for you?" "Any time," Xiao Yan said with a face that was full of smiles. Watching Xiao Yan's face that held a smile full of warmth, a warm feeling flowed into the fairy doctor's heart. She wiped away the tears from her face, inhaled through her stuffy nose and mumbled in her heart, "Thank you, Xiao Yan. Perhaps, you will be my only friend in the future. Regardless of what happens in the future, as long as you still consider me as your friend, I will always be the fairy doctor from Qingshan Town in front of you, even if I end up becoming a grand poison master that everyone fears. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 156, The Preparations Before Swallowing the Purple Flame. Chapter 156, The Preparations Before Swallowing the Purple Flame. Since the day when the fairy doctor fell unconscious after consuming poison, the days in the valley once again returned to leisurely and peaceful days. It was likely that the fairy doctor was extremely moved because Xiao Yan did not distance himself after knowing about her condition. Now, she had reached the point where there was nothing she would not talk to Xiao Yan about. From the looks of it, Xiao Yan's actions, which originated from his pity, had somehow won the complete trust of the fairy doctor. With regards to this, even Xiao Yan felt surprised. Day by day, the peaceful days in the valley slowly passed by. The purple flame in Xiao Yan's body grew increasingly strong as Xiao Yan persevered through the tough training under the hot sun. Of course, this speed was in large part due to the support given by the amethyst essence. Were it not for this magical item, Xiao Yan would require many years before the purple flame would be able to grow to this extent. It was another tough training session under the hot sun when Xiao Yan slowly opened his eyes. The strong purple flame persisted in his black eyes for a long while before gradually disappearing. At the end of this training, Xiao Yan did not stand up and hide from the hot sun like he usually did. Instead, he lifted his head and narrowed his eyes as he stared at the distant huge hot sun. He slowly lifted his hand and softly cried, "Appear." As his voice died down, a purple-colored flame violently rose on Xiao Yan's hand. The current purple flame not only covered his hand but his forearm as well, extending until his elbow before it gradually stopped. Lowering his head and seeing his arm covered in purple-colored flame, joy rushed onto Xiao Yan's face. He tightened his fist and ferociously struck against the ground. Following an explosion, numerous crack lines originated from where Xiao Yan's fist came in contact with the ground and continued to spread out until they reached the mountain wall. What a strong force! Eyeing the damage caused by one punch, Xiao Yan could not help but gasp. It's barely passable, but the current strength of the purple flame has reached the limit of your control. If you continue training like this, a backlash may soon occur. Yao Lao floated out of the ring, glanced at the arm which was half covered by the purple flame and said, "Indeed, it will soon reach the limit. My control of the purple flame in the vortex is obviously not as easy as before. If it is allowed to continue growing, it might try to take over me." Xiao Yan nodded and said, "Since it's like this," Yao Lao smiled and whispered, "then, you will swallow it before it has the chance to bite you." Lowering his head and looking at the withering flame on his hand, Xiao Yan grinned widely, tilted his head and asked, "When will we do it?" "Tomorrow afternoon. Today, you will need to prepare some things." Yao Lao replied with a smile. "What do we need to prepare?" "Swallowing the purple flame and evolving the Qi method is not as easy as you think. This purple flame may be far inferior to a heavenly flame, but with your current strength as a 9-star doja, it is a little difficult to successfully swallow it. Thus, you need to prepare 2 different medicinal pills in order to be ready for the unexpected." Yao Lao laughed. "Path Protecting Pill and Icy Heart Pill. These 2 types of pills are Tier 2 medicinal pills. Under normal circumstances, it would be difficult for you to succeed refining them with your strength as a Tier 1 alchemist. But now that you own the purple flame, which is much stronger than an ordinary Dou Qi flame, you have an increased chance of succeeding. Path Protecting Pill, as the name suggests, has the effect of protecting your Qi paths. When you are swallowing the purple flame, you will need to move the purple flame along the Qi paths of the flame mantra. However, this kind of essence flame is unlike the gentle Dou Qi. It will cause tremendous amounts of damage wherever it passes, and since Qi paths are the most important things in training, which means they cannot receive even the slightest bit of damage. Hence, this path-protecting pill is something you must make," Yao Lao said in his serious tone. "Moreover, the nature of the purple flame is overbearing and wild. When you swallow it, the wild nature contained in the purple flame will begin to influence your mind as you swallow it. If your mind is encroached upon, then your intention of swallowing the flame would naturally be destroyed. Additionally, it might leave you with a phobia that is difficult to overcome. Hence, these two pills are a must when you swallow the purple flame." Seeing Yao Lao's serious manner, Xiao Yan did not dare slight him and hurriedly nodded. "These are the two formulas for the medicinal pills. The medicinal ingredients that are needed could be gathered in this small valley. On top of it, you will also need 1 rank 2 wood-type monster core and 1 rank 2 ice-type monster core." Yao Lao's finger lightly touched Xiao Yan's forehead and transmitted the necessary information into it while he told him the other information. 1 wood and 1 ice-type rank 2 monster core. Xiao Yan stilled upon hearing this but quickly nodded his head helplessly. His current stock only had 1 rank 2 wood-type monster core. He had to put in a lot of effort to kill a rank 2 magic beast the last time he was trying to gauge his strength. As for a rank 2 ice-type monster core, he did not have one. In the remaining time, it looked like he may need to enter the Magic Beast mountain range to hunt for a magic beast with this kind of monster core. Xiao Yan closed his eyes and recalled the medicinal ingredients needed for the 2 types of medicinal pills. After that, he took another look at the sky before leaping down from the cliff. He found the fairy doctor in the valley quietly studying the 7-colored poison book and explained the motive for him leaving the valley. When she heard that Xiao Yan was going out to hunt a rank 2 magic beast, the fairy doctor became worried and wanted to go with him. However, she was stopped by Xiao Yan. After all, with his current strength, he could not ensure her safety when facing a rank 2 magic beast. The fairy doctor could only helplessly give up her decision to accompany him when Xiao Yan stopped her. However, she was still worried, prompting her to hand a poison pill that she had meticulously made. Being very clear of the fairy doctor's ability to manufacture poison, Xiao Yan did not decline and carefully kept the black pill. He voiced his thanks and rushed to the mountain wall. Under the fairy doctor's watch, his feet released an explosive sound as they stomped on the ground. Like a rock, his body shot up toward the peak of the valley. Standing on the peak, Xiao Yan waved at the fairy doctor who was at the bottom of the valley. After that, his body shook and the purple cloud wings comfortably opened behind him, spreading bits of purple light under the hot sun. As Xiao Yan stood at the top of the valley, he lifted his eyes and saw a small outline of the Magic Beast mountain range. In the regions that were visible, dark green trees occupied most of his sight. Occasionally, a violent wind would blow from the mountain range, causing the trees to form a green-colored wave, presenting a majestic sight. Xiao Yan lifted his head to glance at the blazing sun and wiped his perspiration. The pair of wings on his back flapped and he leaped over the cliff. As the pair of wings flapped, Xiao Yan borrowed the lift and swiftly flew inside the Magic Beast mountain range. The Magic Beast mountain range was extremely vast. Trying to search for a rank 2 ice-type magic beast in this huge expanse of space was still a little difficult. After searching for nearly an hour to no avail, Xiao Yan could only helplessly get Yao Lao to help. Because of his abnormally strong spiritual perception, the ranks of the magic beasts within a radius of a kilometer would have a difficult time escaping from his search. Although Yao Lao had repeated that Xiao Yan would have to rely on himself for everything once he entered the Magic Beast mountain range, Yao Lao did not find an excuse to reject him for this current situation. He closed his eyes for a moment before slowly opening them and pointed south saying, "There's a rank 2 ice-type magic beast there, but there appears to be some problem. Are you going? If you are not, we can change our location and search again, but this will mean we will have to spend some time searching again." Seeing the direction Yao Lao pointed toward, Xiao Yan flapped his wings and swiftly flew over. At the same time, he threw an energy recovery pill into his mouth and vaguely muttered, "Let's take a look first." Xiao Yan quickly flew across the ground. He frowned just as he was about to arrive at his destination. Frightened yells were being emitted from the forest below. From the different volumes, it appeared that there were quite a number of people. "Teacher, is this the place?" Xiao Yan asked uncertainly. "Ah. There are mercenaries below hunting magic beasts, but when they were attracting the magic beast, it appeared that they mistakenly attracted an extra rank 2 ice-type magic beast, which in turn caused them to fall into their current state of disorder." Yao Lao's laughter escaped from the ring. Xiao Yan helplessly shook his head and slowly recalled the pair of wings on his back, turning them into tattoos on his back. He somersaulted in the air and his legs slowly passed through the dense leaves before landing on the branch of one of the large trees. He then swept his gaze below him. Under Xiao Yan was a somewhat spacious piece of empty land. On it were tens of harried-looking mercenaries who were fleeing. Behind these mercenaries were 2 rank 2 magic beasts which were persistently chasing after them. These mercenaries merely had the strength of a dojo and naturally could not hold their own against 2 rank 2 magic beasts. Hence, the situation below was basically them trying to escape from death. After carefully scanning these mercenaries, Xiao Yan abruptly noticed that these people all belonged to a single mercenary company. Moreover, the company badge appeared somewhat familiar. It seemed to belong to the mercenary company Ka Gang and the others that Xiao Yan had met back then, which was the Bloody Battle Mercenary Company. Just as Xiao Yan was scanning the place, a familiar frightened sharp cry suddenly sounded from the battered group of people below. Xiao Yan stilled and shifted his gaze below. There, he found a young girl among the group who appeared to have tripped over a rock and fell. At that moment, a rank 2 magic beast behind her opened its large mouth and revealed its fangs, viciously pouncing towards her. Xiao Yan pressed his eyebrows together as he stared at the young girl who gave the loud screech. This young girl was the one called Xun Er, who was part of Ka Gang's small group back then. With Xiao Yan's current distance, even if he wanted to save her, he would be too late. Thus, he could only bitterly smile as he shook his head. Just as the magic beast was about to kill Xun Er, an angry yell sounded out, "Beast, get lost!" Following the yell, a sturdy human figure suddenly shot out from the forested area. His hand carried a huge broadsword and together with the rising dense Dou Qi, violently hacked at the claw of the rank 2 magic beast. Instantly, both of them hurriedly took a step back. What? Seeing that the person who suddenly appeared did not lose in a direct confrontation with a rank 2 magic beast, Xiao Yan immediately let out a shocked gasp. "Uncle Fei Lei!" The young girl hurriedly called. Upon seeing the man at his prime, a happiness from escaping a close encounter with death surfaced on the young girl's originally terribly pale face. "Xun Er, step back." The man in his prime called Fei Lei did not turn around. He simply gave an order while he swept his gaze toward the 2 magic beasts that were gathering together because of his presence and involuntarily felt a bitterness in his mouth. With his strength as a 2-star dosher, he could at the very most handle one rank 2 magic beast. "Company leader, what do we do?" A middle-aged man walked out from the group of mercenaries and asked. He understood Fei Lei's level of strength. "Ka Gang, first reform the formation. Do not panic. Otherwise, we will be separated and conquered by them." Fei Lei's deep voice said. "Uncle Fei Lei, you won't be able to beat 2 rank 2 magic beasts on your own," Xun Er said with panic evident in her voice. She was about to step forward when a long hand grabbed her from behind. At the same time, a lady's cold voice sounded, "Don't disturb the company leader." Being caught by the lady, Xun Er pitifully turned her head and looked at the lady with an incredibly good figure and said, "Xing Jejia, we can go and help Uncle Fei Lei temporarily hold them off." The lady who was being addressed as Xing Jejia had a tall, lovely body. Her skin was not a jade-white color but was more inclined toward the sexier bronze color. A black tight and short leather blouse revealed the protrusion of her chest at a seductive angle. Since the skin-tight blouse was short, it only reached her belly button, displaying the smooth and narrow waist, presenting a sight that others yearned for. The lower body of the woman was similarly covered by a short tight black-colored leather skirt. Her long tight legs had a long dagger attached to one of them. The image she presented was like a female leopard in the forest that was filled with the wild characteristics of being strong and vicious. When men first see this kind of woman who was filled with wild characteristics, their first thought was to tame her, letting this woman who was like a female leopard creep tactfully under them. Of course, this was also a thought that Xiao Yan had when he first saw her. However, the thought was immediately thrown aside when it was formed. After all, he did not have a sperm-filled brain. This long period of tough training had resulted in his restraint reaching a superior level. With the current people we have here, we would be killed off, one by a rank 2 magic beast if we do not reform our formation. Now, we should listen to the common leader's order and reform our formation. You should stop adding to the trouble. If you had not caused a mess before, why would we end up attracting 2 magic beasts? Our friends had almost lost our lives earlier because of this. The woman who was addressed as Xing Jejia frowned and softly chided at Xun Er. Xun Er felt some grievances from being scolded like this but did not dare to say anything as she obediently stood beside the woman. "Xing Yi, if anything were to happen later, bring Xun Er along and leave first. We will hold them here." A young man wearing white clothes went over and said. A pair of wavy eyes glanced at the young man as the woman who was called Xing Yi said faintly, "I won't leave first without the company leader's order. And if we compare our strengths, you are nowhere near me." Hearing this, the young man in white rubbed his nose in embarrassment as he waved at Xun Er, who was purposefully displaying a grimace on her face. Seeing Mulan receiving a cold response, Xun Er secretly laughed. If she saw Mulan try to curry favor with Xing Yi in the past, she would definitely be secretly unhappy in her heart. However, for some reason, the Mulan de Ji that she worshipped in the past could no longer give her the same feeling as before. Instead, occasionally, when she let her imagination run wild, the black figure of a young man would appear for no reason. A young man who was carrying a large black ruler on his back. Rumors says that he actually killed Mu Shi of the Wolf Head Mercenary Company, a strong doja that even Uncle Fei Lei would have a hard time over. What a liar, to actually say that he's only a 2-star doja. As her small hand held the hand of Qing Yi, who was by her side, Xun Er recalled the hot news that had spread around Qingshan town for a whole month. An unknown feeling surfaced within the young girl's heart. Bloody Battle Mercenary Company, in formation. We will help the company leader hold off that ice-type rank 2 magic beast. When Xun Er was lost in her daydream, Ka Gang had managed to swiftly reorganize the mercenaries. He waved his hand and over 10 mercenaries immediately rushed out with great coordination and headed for one of the rank 2 magic beasts that were attacking Fei Lei. Being surrounded and blocked by a group of weaker mercenaries, the fairly large-sized magic beast immediately let out a furious roar. Its huge sharp claws violently slashed down, ferociously shooting out an icy force. This force knocked against the shields that the mercenaries held in their hands, forming a thin layer of ice on them. The bone-pricking cold caused a few mercenaries to quickly abandon the shields that had turned into ice shields. Hold it back. Ground-type doja to the front, fire-type doja attack its weak points. Watching the company that had fallen into a disadvantaged position on the first exchange, Ka Gang hurriedly ordered. After Ka Gang gave the order, the ice-type magic beast impatiently faced the sky and let out a loud roar. Immediately, a snow-white layer of ice quickly spread from under its legs and a white gas would flow up the body of any mercenary who came into contact with the ice layer. The icy temperature almost froze the blood in their bodies. The formation that took a lot of effort to reorganize was easily weakened to a vulnerable state under this attack by the rank 2 magic beast. After breaking through the formation, the eyes of the ice-type magic beast turned red as it began its killing spree. A few mercenaries who could not dodge in time were immediately smashed by it and threw up blood as they frantically retreated. Company leader, we cannot hold it off any longer. Seeing the tyrannical massacre of the rank 2 magic beast, Ka Gang's face turned utterly white as he shouted to Fei Lei, who was having a difficult fight with the other rank 2 magic beast. The large sword in Fei Lei's hand ferociously forced the rank 2 magic beast to pull back before he also took a couple of steps back. Under everyone's gaze, he suddenly lifted his head, faced a tall tree and cried, "Friend! All of us make a living in the magic beast mountain range. If it is convenient, I hope that you can extend your help. The Bloody Battle Mercenary Company will be eternally grateful." Seeing Fei Lei's action, the surrounding Bloody Battle mercenaries looked at each other in shock. Then they shifted their gaze to the spot where Fei Lei was looking at. Not long after Fei Lei's voice was sent out, a response came from the dense woods: "I can help you kill that rank 2 ice-type magic beast. But if there is a monster core in its body, it belongs to you." Hearing this, joy struck Fei Lei as he called out without any hesitation. "Hee, company leader is really forthright. Some time ago, I was helped by some members of your company. Today, I shall repay the favor." Following a light laugh, the leaves in the forest swayed. A black shadow swiftly pounced down like an eagle. Ding! Qing Yi clenched her silver teeth as she clashed against the ice-type magic beast that was coming after them. The enormous strength immediately caused her pretty face to turn white as she hurriedly retreated. After pushing Qing Yi back, the magic beast let out a menacing loud roar and once again violently pounced forward. Just as Qing Yi was planning to once again stake her life and clash with the beast, a black shadow suddenly shot over from midair and landed heavily on the ground. A violent sound rang out, scattering dust throughout the area. As the dust slowly settled, a skinny young man carrying a strange-looking huge black-colored ruler on his back appeared in front of everyone's eyes. "Xiao Yan?" Ka Gang let out an involuntary gasp. With the unique huge ruler as a symbol, Xiao Yan was recognizable anywhere. "Ha, Uncle Ka Gang, I hope that you have been well." Xiao Yan slowly turned his head. His gaze first swept across Qing Yi behind him and then smiled at Ka Gang by her side. "All right, we'll reminisce later. First, we need to get rid of this beast." Xiao Yan waved to Ka Gang, whose face was filled with an unrestrained joy. Turning around, he faced the huge rank 2 magic beast in front of him and let out an involuntary smile. He slowly lifted his leg and then stomped it on the ground. Following an explosion, Xiao Yan's body turned into a black shadow and appeared on the left side of the magic beast like lightning. His hand tightly held the hilt of the ruler and drew it in a sudden motion. The heavy Xian ruler left his back and carried an intense wind pressure as it smashed heavily on top of the head of the magic beast. Instantly, the huge force threw the huge body of the magic beast up. It smashed through quite a few trees before coming to a slow stop. "Bravo!" Fei Lei, whose eyes had been looking over, saw Xiao Yan's frightening move and could not help but praise him. Standing behind Xiao Yan, Qing Yi involuntarily covered her moist red small mouth with her hand when she saw Xiao Yan knock the rank 2 magic beast over 10 meters away, much like how one would hit a rubber ball. Her face was filled with shock. It was difficult to imagine that this skinny young man actually possessed such incredible strength. Really, a person cannot be judged by his appearance. Not far away, Ling Er's gaze was entirely focused on Xiao Yan ever since his appearance. Seeing his incredible strength, a strange glint immediately flashed in her charming eyes. Roar! In the distance, the ice magic beast that was sent flying once again got up. The humiliation of being sent flying caused it to roar angrily. All over its body, an icy air began to shroud it. It opened its huge mouth and 10 sharp icicles shot toward Xiao Yan. Seeing the icicles shooting toward him, Xiao Yan stabbed the heavy Xian ruler in front of him. Following numerous clanging sound, it managed to completely block the wave of icicles. Xiao Yan held the heavy Xian ruler tightly as he glanced at the ruler's body where a layer of ice was being formed. He smiled faintly and a purple-colored flame gradually rose on his palm. He lightly rubbed the ruler's surface and melted all the thin ice on it. Roar! Seeing that the icicle attack was useless, the magic beast once again faced the sky and roared angrily. All of its hair straightened while an icy white vapor surrounded its entire body. A moment later, the mist solidified into a layer of snow-white ice armor. The ice armor covered the entirety of the magic beast, giving it the appearance of an ice carving under sunlight. After being covered by the ice armor, the magic beast widened its 4 legs and charged at Xiao Yan like a tank. Xiao Yan slowly steadied his breath as he lifted his eye to watch the magic beast charging over with an explosive force. His hands released the heavy ruler and tightened into a fist. A purple-colored flame rose from it and encompassed half of his arm. After lowering his head and glancing at the ascending flame in his hand, Xiao Yan raised his head and observed the magic beast approaching. At this moment, a gust of cold wind, caused by the ice armor on the beast's body, carried forth a large amount of pressure as it charged toward Xiao Yan. Letting out his breath, Xiao Yan stomped heavily on the ground and his body shot out like an arrow released from a bow. Under everyone's stunned gaze, he chose to meet the magic beast head-on. This guy, is he crazy? Seeing Xiao Yan's action, everyone present mumbled in shock. Octane blast. Just as the two sides were about to crash into each other, Xiao Yan lightly called out in his heart. The fist that was covered in the purple flame suddenly emitted a sharp explosive sound. A moment later, it carried a frightening force and smashed viciously into the magic beast's head. Almost instantly after they made contact, the ice armor on the magic beast was melted away by Xiao Yan's purple flame, allowing a large hole that exposed the magic beast's head inside. Bang! Accompanied by the purple flame, the fist smashed heavily onto the magic beast head. A brief silence later, Xiao Yan's fist borrowed the heat from the purple flame and together with a muffled sound, created a hole in the magic beast's head. A depressing noise sounded in the vast forest. Half of Xiao Yan's arm appeared to have entered the magic beast's head and fresh blood trailed along his arm as it dripped down, finally landing in the somewhat quiet forest to make a strange soft sound. Indifferently watching the magic beast, whose bloody red eyes were still open, Xiao Yan let out a soft sigh. He slowly withdrew his arm, took out a cloth and wiped the blood off his hand. As Xiao Yan's hand withdrew, the rank 2 magic beast which had forced tens of the members of the Bloody Battle Mercenary Company to flee in all directions, finally fell to the ground under everyone's stunned gaze. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 157, Getting the Monster Core. Chapter 157, Getting the Monster Core. As he eyed the fallen magic beast beside him, Xiao Yan threw aside the cloth in his hand that was filled with blood. After which, he flipped his hand and a dagger appeared. Squatting down, he cut open the magic beast's head while ignoring everyone and slowly began searching within it. After a few more cuts, Xiao Yan's eyebrows began to be pressed together and he shook his head helplessly. He wiped off the blood on the dagger and kept it. Finally, he stood up and shrugged his shoulders at those who was watching him. It looks like I'm unlucky. There's nothing at all. Hearing Xiao Yan's words, everyone gradually began to recover from their shock. Staring at Xiao Yan's empty hands, Ka Gang could only shake his head regretfully. He then waved his hand and shouted, "Everyone, let's first help the company leader finish off the other magic beast." Upon hearing Ka Gang's shout, all the members of the Bloody Battle Mercenary Company quickly gripped the weapon in their hands and began swarming toward Fei Lei's battlefield and began to attack the magic beast as a group under Fei Lei's command. Carrying the heavy ruler, Xiao Yan leaned against a tree trunk. He chewed grass in his mouth and lowered his head to see the abrasions on his fist. His eyes were full of excitement. Although he only managed to defeat the rank 2 magic beast in one blow because of his elemental advantage, the strength of the purple flame had far exceeded Xiao Yan's expectation. If this happened during another time, he could at the very most only injure a rank 2 magic beast after he used Octane Blast. Killing it would still be impossible. Xiao Yan slid his finger over the storage ring and retrieved an energy recovery pill. He threw it in his mouth without anyone noticing and swallowed with a slight tremble of his throat. Ugh, if this lousy Qi method still doesn't evolve, I won't even be able to afford consuming energy recovery pills. Xiao Yan helplessly whispered as he felt his body gradually recover its Dou Qi. While the bored Xiao Yan was leaning against the tree trunk, two beautiful shadows were slowly headed at him from a short distance away. Hey, Xiao Yan, are you alright? A young lady's lovely and clear voice caused Xiao Yan to lift his head lazily. He carelessly glanced at Xun Er before resting it on the other lady with the demon-like figure for a while. Finally, he withdrew his gaze lazily. When faced with this young lady who had given him the impression of being unruly, Xiao Yan had little intention of paying any attention to her. Hence he said in an indifferent voice, "I'm fine." Being treated indifferently by Xiao Yan, Xun Er's face became somewhat bright red. She opened her moist and small red mouth, looking as though she wanted to speak but was unable to. She was unable to find any words to ease the atmosphere. It appeared that she knew what kind of impression she left on him. "Your palm is bleeding. Do you need to bandage it?" Seeing the gloomy atmosphere, the female with the devilish figure could only helplessly open her mouth to speak. Instantly, the cool and crisp voice sounded beside Xiao Yan's ears. Xiao Yan lifted his gaze and scrutinized this lady with quite a good appearance. He swept his gaze over her body and slightly shook his head. In a similarly helpless voice, he said, "There's no need. I'm fine." The similar indifferent manner Xiao Yan displayed much like he did before caused Qingyi to be slightly shocked. It was not that she was vain, but with her stunning appearance, she had seldom received such treatment. However, she was also a proud person. When she saw Xiao Yan shake his head, rejecting, she did not continue to inquire. Thus, the atmosphere between the three of them once again returned to its depressing state. The gloomy atmosphere continued for a while before it was finally interrupted by the celebratory cry from within the forest. The three of them raised their heads and found that the magic beast that was originally putting up a tough fight with Fei Lei was finally defeated by the combined strength of everyone. No wonder they were so excited. Leaving the magic beast carcass aside, Fei Lei instructed a few mercenaries to search for the monster core and led Ka Gang and the others, who were laughing together, toward Xiao Yan. The unrestrained laughter frightened the birds away from the forest. "Ha ha! Brother Xiao Yan, I've heard about you, but never had the luck to see you in person. Thank you very much for today." Xiao Yan nodded his head with a smile. He greeted Ka Gang first before smiling at this strong middle-aged man who appeared to be a forthright person. "How can I have any good reputation in Qingshan town? Ha ha! Despite being so young, you were able to kill that crafty Mushi with your own hands. Your reputation is far from being inferior. At the very least, no one in my bloody battle mercenary company could be compared to you." Fei Lei sized up Xiao Yan and could not help but sigh to himself as he shook his head. After seeing Xiao Yan fight just now, it appeared that the rumors of him killing Mushi were true. He could not figure out just how this person trained. How could he be so ridiculously strong in spite of being younger than 20 years of age? Smiling carelessly, Xiao Yan raised his head and looked at the sky as he helplessly said, "I'm sorry. There was no rank 2 ice-type monster core in the body of that magic beast. Therefore, I'll have to continue searching and won't be able to chat with all of you." As he spoke, Xiao Yan replaced the heavy Xian ruler which was in his hand onto his back as he prepared to once again enter the forest to search for a target. "I'm really sorry that you gained nothing for your effort. If you do not mind, why don't you take the monster core of the other magic beast? It's a ground-type one." Fei Lei waved his hand and expressed his apologies. "Forget it. I only need an ice-type rank 2 magic core. You can keep that thing." Waving his hand with a smile, Xiao Yan turned around and headed toward the interior of the dense forest. "Wait, dot." A cool sweet voice of a woman suddenly sounded from behind him, causing Xiao Yan to halt his footsteps and turn around doubtfully to face Qingyi. "Do you have a great need for a rank 2 ice-type magic core?" Qingyi asked with her eyebrows slightly standing. "Yes, I need it soon." Hearing this, Qingyi hesitated for a moment before reaching out her hand and gradually retrieving the pendant from her long neck. One end of the pendant was hidden within Qingyi's skin-tight clothing, and as she gently pulled, the pendant was pulled out in its entirety. At the end of the pendant hung a round white-colored ice pearl. "This is a monster core from a rank 2 magic beast icy snow snail. Since you helped our bloody battle mercenary company once, treat it as a reward." Qingyi touched the beautiful white-colored magic core, seemingly unwilling to part with it. Then she threw it towards Xiao Yan and out of instinct, Xiao Yan reached his hand out and caught the milk-colored monster core. The part of his hand that caught it felt both warm and cool. Moreover, the pendant had a faint body fragrance remaining, perhaps a result of having remained on the skin of a woman for a long time. Changyi, seeing Qingyi's action, Fei Lei could not help but shout. After musing, he could only helplessly say, "Since you are willing, then do as you please. But this is your personal item. Once we return, I will find something to compensate you. After all, these are the company rules. There's no need. If he had not intervened and helped, we would at least have lost half of our members here. Xing Er said with a smile as she shook her head. It really is a rank 2 ice-type monster core. After sensing the energy of the monster core in his hand, a joyful smile appeared on Xiao Yan's face. He blatantly kept the monster core and lifted his head to Wei Qingye's exquisite and pretty face. He smiled and said, "Thank you very much. But this is yours and I should not let you lose out." How about, after thinking with a frown for a moment, Xiao Yan flipped his hand and a jade bottle appeared in his hand. He then tossed it to Qingye and said with a bright smile, "There are 5 energy recovery pills in there which can help you quickly recover your Dou Qi in times of danger. If we were to compare prices, it should not lose to your rank 2 monster core. Consider it a fair trade." Qingye did not originally intend to accept anything from the other party, but when the words energy recovery pill entered her ear, her pretty face became blank. She quickly reached out her hand and carefully caught the jade bottle. When she opened it, surprise filled her face. It is a medicinal pill. Hearing this, Fei Lei and the others around her were also moved. In this kind of place, they could seldom see a medicinal pill that originated from an alchemist. Thus, when they saw that Xiao Yan could take out 5 energy recovery pills, they were all shocked. This young man seems to have an impressive background. Seeing this style of spending money, it appeared that he was a young master that had left home to come out and gain experience. That Mu Shi was indeed quite unlucky. Upon seeing the jade bottle in Qingye's hand, Fei Lei could not help but quietly say in his heart, "Everyone, thank you very much. I still have some urgent matters, so I won't be able to stay any longer. Goodbye." With the monster core in his hand, Xiao Yan was anxious to return back and refine the 2 medicinal pills needed for him to swallow the purple flame. He immediately faced Fei Lei and cupped his hands together before stomping off the ground and swiftly shooting into the dense forest. Gradually, he disappeared from everyone's sight. Watching Xiao Yan slowly disappearing into the dense and dark forest, Fei Lei could not help but let out a sigh. He laughed bitterly. "I had wanted to ask Xiao Yan to join our bloody battle mercenary company, but seeing his generous trade, I did not have the face to open my mouth. Let's go." Stop thinking such ridiculous thoughts. With his talent, he would not stay in our small mercenary company. If I guess correctly, it is likely that he has come to the Magic Beast Mountain range to train. With his training talent and calculating mind, the vast world is the stage where he can display his talent. For us, we should just focus on being insignificant mercenaries. Maybe in 20 years' time, when he returns to Qingshan town, he might have become a Didosher or Douling. Xing Er kept the jade bottle, turned around and said in a faint voice, "Ah, that's true." Fei Lei shook his head in a manner that appeared to mock himself. He waved his hand and led everyone into loudly singing the song of triumphant return as they carried the carcass of the 2 magic beasts back to Qingshan town. Although they did not possess the talent Xiao Yan had, they as small flies, also had their comfortable lives. After entering the dense forest and hurriedly dashing for some time, Xiao Yan finally came to a stop. His back trembled slightly and the purple cloud wings gradually opened. The Dou Qi in his body circulated for a few times before finally pouring into the pair of wings on his back. Instantly, Xiao Yan's body slowly floated up. The pair of wings flapped once again and his body broke free of the bounds of the forest and flew into the blue sky. He took a moment to locate his bearings before he extended his wings and hurriedly flew toward the direction of the small valley. During the flight journey, Xiao Yan consumed 3 energy recovery pills before he gradually found the small valley that was covered by a dense fog. He braced himself and broke through the thick fog and flew into the small valley. When he was about to land on the ground, the pair of wings trembled and transformed into tattoos on Xiao Yan's shoulders. After having been through a tough battle, Xiao Yan involuntarily let out a sigh as he once again returned to this peaceful valley. He quickly strode toward the straw house in the valley and found the anxiously waiting fairy doctor. When she saw Xiao Yan came back in one piece, the weight in the fairy doctor's heart was similarly relieved. After greeting the fairy doctor, Xiao Yan hurriedly gathered all the necessary medicinal ingredients for the 2 types of pills. Once finished, he carried the medicinal ingredients and leaped into the cave on the mountain wall, preparing to refine the 2 important medicinal pills for the swallowing of the purple flame. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 158, Refine Pills. Qi Method Evolution. Chapter 158, Refine Pills. Qi Method Evolution. Seated with his legs crossed in the cave, Xiao Yan extracted the medicinal cauldron from within the storage ring and placed it gently in front of him. He then placed all the necessary medicinal ingredients needed to refine the path-protecting pill and that icy heart pill beside him. After he carefully checked everything again, he finally let out a relaxed breath. Seeing that Xiao Yan was about to start the fire to refine the medicinal pills, Yao Lao slowly and unsteadily floated out from the ring. He landed on a huge rock, folded his arms and watched Xiao Yan work with a smile. Xiao Yan glanced once at Yao Lao before slowly closing his eyes. Once again, his mind brought forth the 2 medicinal formulas Yao Lao had imparted him with and rechecked the quantity of each ingredient needed and the overall fire temperature. After revising them once, he began to open his eyes slowly as he gently rubbed his hands together. He then placed his palm on the fire outlet and his mind began to slowly sink into his body, carefully retrieving the purple-colored flame from within the center of the vortex. The purple-colored flame was surrounded by Dou Qi as it swiftly passed through his qi paths and palm before entering the medicinal cauldron. When the purple flame rushed into the medicinal cauldron, a soft bang sounded. The purple-colored flame rose within the medicinal cauldron and began to burn. Through the glass on the surface of the medicinal cauldron, Xiao Yan's eyes could see the randomly leaping purple-colored flame. When the ice-cold medicinal cauldron's temperature slowly rose, Xiao Yan tilted his head and smiled at Yao Lao. His expression once again became serious as his spiritual perception exited his body, entering the medicinal cauldron through his hand and successfully controlled the untamed purple flame. You can begin. Seeing the increasingly calm purple flame in the medicinal cauldron, Yao Lao nodded his head with a smile on his face as he quietly commented in his heart, "This brat is becoming familiar with the use of spiritual perception." He was actually able to suppress the flame's temperature so quickly. Nodding his head slightly, Xiao Yan's hand habitually grabbed a dark green plant from beside him. This plant was called evergreen flower. The warm energy contained within the leaves would make it very suitable to protect his qi paths. Xiao Yan's eyes glanced at the evergreen flower in his hand. His hand paused for a moment before throwing it into the interior of the medicinal cauldron. Just as the evergreen flower entered the medicinal cauldron, the surging purple flame pounced on it. In an instant, its dark green leaves swiftly became brown. At this stage, Xiao Yan's spiritual perception slowly suppressed the purple flame's temperature with quite a bit of effort. The faint flame seed carried a temperature that was neither cold nor hot as it gradually grilled the evergreen flower that was floating in it. As this method of grilling continued, drops of green-colored liquid began to form on the surface of the evergreen flower leaves. Following the increase in the amount of liquid that formed, the leaf quickly shrunk. When the last drop of green-colored liquid from the evergreen flower was forced out, the body of the evergreen flower turned into black soot and sank to the bottom of the medicinal cauldron. Ah, not bad. With your outstanding spiritual perception, even some Tier 2 alchemists cannot compare to you. Seeing that Xiao Yan succeeded on his first step, Yao Lao could not help but praise with a smile. Smiling, Xiao Yan beckoned with his hand, sucking out the green-colored liquid from within the medicinal cauldron. Finally, he carefully poured it into a jade bottle, storing it as it awaited to be merged with the other ingredients. After obtaining the energy liquid from the evergreen flower, Xiao Yan refined 3 other different colored liquids and a pale green powder that was obtained from grilling the dark cloud spirit fruit. When refining these few types of medicinal powders, Xiao Yan destroyed 12 rare medicinal herbs despite his outstanding spiritual perception. This was because it was his first time creating this kind of medicinal pill and trying to grasp the necessary flame control and ingredient quantity. If the valley did not possess a large supply of medicinal ingredients, he might have faced the embarrassing situation of exhausting his medicinal ingredients. Seated on a rock, Yao Lao quietly watched Xiao Yan refine medicine. When the latter managed to refine all the necessary medicinal ingredients, he nodded his head. Xiao Yan may have damaged quite a number of medicinal ingredients during this period of time, but this number of failures was quite good considering that he was refining these medicines for the first time. After refining all the ingredients, Xiao Yan let out a long breath. He took an energy recovery pill from the storage ring, threw it in his mouth and crossed his legs as he recovered the Dou Qi in his body. Observing Xiao Yan's manner, Yao Lao could only helplessly shake his head. No wonder Xiao Yan was going crazy with his desire to evolve his qi method. After only refining for a short while, the Dou Qi in his body was already extremely exhausted. The current medicinal pill that he was refining was only Tier 2. If he was to refine a Tier 3 or even Tier 4 medicine, Xiao Yan might have to put a handful of energy recovery pills in his mouth in order to avoid failing due to his Dou Qi being exhausted. After crossing his legs and recovering for a long while, Xiao Yao finally opened his eyes. He watched Yao Lao's helpless expression and could only smile bitterly. He then placed all the different refined ingredients beside him and flicked his palm. A snow-white monster core that was emitting cold air appeared in his hand. Watching the rank 2 ice-type monster core, Xiao Yan slowly let out a breath. He flicked his finger and accurately shot the monster core into the medicinal cauldron. At the same time, Xiao Yan's palm quickly touched the fire outlet of the medicinal cauldron. He used his spiritual perception to suddenly release the suppressed temperature of the purple flame. Immediately, the purple flame began to rise with a crying sound and spread throughout the interior of the cauldron. Within the soaring purple flame, the rank 2 ice-type monster core began to release an icy cold stream as it did its best to struggle against the heat, hoping to avoid being destroyed. The purple flame and the icy fog started to be locked in a stalemate within the medicinal cauldron. Sheets of white-colored fog began to seep through the cover of the medicinal cauldron and continued to spread throughout the surrounding area. Lifting his eyes to see the increasingly thick white gas, Xiao Lao lightly waved his sleeves. A ferocious force swept the white gas out. Immediately, the cave returned to its clear state. However, the current Xiao Yan did not have the luxury of noticing all this. All of his attention was placed on the stalemate between the purple flame and the ice-type monster core. The purple flame in him continued to be poured into the medicinal cauldron while the ice-type monster core did not wish to be outdone. It continued releasing cold air, struggling to escape its fate of being destroyed. The stalemate continued until Xiao Yan swallowed another energy recovery pill. Although the ice-type monster core contained a vast amount of ice energy, there was no reinforcement for the energy. Hence, under the relentless grilling of the purple flame, the ice-type monster core's cold air barrier was finally broken. Following the breaking of the ice air barrier, the purple flame released an excited writhing sound. It pounced from all directions and surrounded the ice-type monster core before beginning to calcine it. As the flame calcined it for a long time, numerous crack lines gradually appeared on the ice-type monster core's hard surface. After a while, a clear cracking noise sounded and the surface of the monster core turned into ashes and sunk. When the ashes settled at the bottom of the cauldron, a small ball of snow-white paste-like energy appeared and drifted within the medicinal cauldron. When he saw this white-colored energy paste ball appear, joy finally surfaced on Xiao Yan's tensed face. After using the purple flame to grill for a little longer, he finally sucked it out and stored it properly within a jade bottle. After refining the energy from within the monster core, Xiao Yan swiftly grabbed the few refined ingredients in front of him and poured all of them into the medicinal cauldron. The purple flame surrounded the few ingredients in the cauldron and began to calcine them in a very intense manner. As the intense flame continued to burn, the different colored medicinal ingredients began to slowly fuse. The liquid and powder began to merge and slowly rolled around in the flame. As time went on, an initial medicinal pill shape began to slowly and faintly appear within the medicinal cauldron. The current medicinal pill's surface was extremely uneven. On its surface, the luster was made up of patches of green and purple. When one looked at it, it appeared to be a strange-looking object that was covered with edges, totally unlike the roundness and the luster of a fully formed medicinal pill. Seeing this initial medicinal pill, the heavy weight in Xiao Yan's heart was finally lifted. At this stage, he had completed 90% of the refining process. The remaining step was to condense the pill. Carrying the refined monster core energy in his hand, Xiao Yan tilted his head and eyed Xiao Lao. Seeing that he nodded his head with a smile, Xiao Yan took in a gentle breath and poured the monster core energy into the medicinal cauldron without any hesitation. Just as the white-colored paste-like energy entered the medicinal cauldron, it was controlled by Xiao Yan into covering the initial medicinal pill. After which, the mix of pill and energy began to slowly rotate. At the same time, Xiao Yan's spiritual perception hurriedly suppressed the temperature of the purple flame, containing it to a point where it was neither too mild nor too hot as it gradually broiled the medicinal pill that was covered by the energy from the monster core. The final step of condensing the pill took nearly half an hour. The energy from the monster core was grilled into the medicinal pill slowly by the flame. At this moment, Xiao Yan suddenly recalled his spiritual perception that he was using to suppress the purple flame. Immediately, the purple flame turbulently poured forth and carried a wild temperature as it surrounded the medicinal pill in an instant. The purple flame was suppressed again soon after it was given full freedom and was quickly brought back down to its lowest temperature. As the purple flame slowly retreated, a jade-white round pill appeared in an attention-grabbing manner within the medicinal cauldron. Seeing this jade-white medicinal pill, Xiao Yan involuntarily opened his mouth and grinned. He beckoned with his hand and sucked it from the medicinal cauldron. Following which, he quickly took out a jade bottle by his side and stored the pill in it. Xiao Yan's hand pulled away from the medicinal cauldron and the purple flame within it quickly disappeared. A moment later, the hot medicinal cauldron quieted down. Shaking the medicinal pill within the bottle, Xiao Yan gently inhaled the fragrance released from the mouth of the bottle. His face could not help but revel in it. A long while later, he finally laughed to Xiao Lao by his side. The path protection pill is a success. Yes, not bad. Although there were some small errors during the process, your performance was quite good, Xiao Lao praised Xiao Yan with a nod. He glanced at the medicinal ingredients meant for the icy heart pill on the floor and smiled. Rest for a little while. Next, you will need to refine that icy heart pill. With that success, I believe you should be able to damage fewer medicinal ingredients this time. Nodding his head, Xiao Yan carefully put away the path protecting pill. Once again, he took out another energy recovery pill and swallowed it. Afterwards, he closed his eyes and waited for the Dou Qi in his body to recover. Half an hour later, Xiao Yan slowly opened his eyes. He had finally recovered to his peak condition. Seeing the medicinal cauldron in front of him, he took in a deep breath and extended his hand. Once again he began to refine a pill. Things went according to what Yao Lao had said. With the prior success from refining the path-protecting pill, the refining process for the icy heart pill had become much smoother. Other than the choppiness originating from the different flame intensities for the different medicinal ingredients, the remaining steps were extremely natural and unforced. The refining process satisfied even the extremely picky Yao Lao. From this, it could be seen just how outstanding Xiao Yan's performance was. 2 hours after the start of the refining process. At that moment, Xiao Yan's face appeared slightly exhausted. However, there was an even greater feeling of excitement and joy. This was due to the 2 jade bottles he tightly held in his hands. Contained within these transparent jade bottles were white and green round sleep pills that were naughtily rolling around. Seeing Xiao Yan's tired expression, Yao Lao glanced at the already dark sky outside and smiled. The time taken to refine the pills was approximately what I anticipated. Due to the strong sun during daytime, the purple flame would have increased strength. If you were to swallow the purple flame during that time, it would increase the difficulty of doing so. Hence, now is the most suitable time to swallow the purple flame. So, can you still persevere? Xiao Yan rubbed his temples and smiled. Of course. I'm only slightly tired. Staying up for the entire night should not be a problem. Hee, that's good. Yao Lao smilingly nodded. Voicing his thoughts, he asked, how many energy recovery pills do you have with you? 18. Xiao Yan's finger probed the ring before replying. That should be sufficient. After the swallowing process begins later, you should immediately consume one whenever you feel your Dou Qi is insufficient. It would not be anything fun if you suddenly find your Dou Qi exhausted at any time. Yao Lao seriously said. Yes. Xiao Yan nodded his head heavily. Naturally, he did not dare fool around with his life. Alright, we'll now see the result. To be honest, I am also interested in seeing how much flame mantra can evolve with this purple flame. Yao Lao released his breath as he said in a manner that suggested he was looking forward to the result. In any case, it cannot directly leap to the Xian class. Regarding this, Xiao Yan still understood his limits. Although the strength of the purple flame was good, there was still a huge gap between it and a heavenly flame. Naturally, I know that it is impossible to reach the Xian class. The jump between each class for a Qi method is like the distance between the earth and sky. The purple flame may be able to evolve mantra to a different level within the same class, but if it wants to evolve it to a different class, difficult. Yao Lao rolled his eyes and scolded with a smile. Xiao Yan bitterly laughed but did not continue speaking. He sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. After he deepened his spirit and quietly sat for a moment, his eyes suddenly opened. Within his black eyes, a brilliant light flashed past. When the brilliant light in his eyes to diminish, Xiao Yan tilted his head and faced Yao Lao. Yes, begin. It's time. Noticing Xiao Yan looking over, Yao Lao smiled and gently nodded. Nodding his head with great force, Xiao Yan's gaze swept across the 2 jade bottles in front of him. After which, he closed his eyes and his mind sunk into his body. Under the control of his mind, the vortex in his lower abdomen suddenly began spinning at a high speed. Following its increased rotation speed, clusters of purple flame in the vortex were thrown out. The purple flame that was thrown out seemed to be puzzled. Why had the partner that was working with it days before suddenly chasing it out? The purple flame that was thrown outside slowly gathered all the purple flame that had been thrown out of the vortex, finally forming an intense ball of purple flame. Just as the purple flame attempted to charge into the vortex without thought, the surging pale yellow Dou Qi within the vortex came gushing outwards from the vortex and encompassed the purple flame within it. Under the control of Xiao Yan's mind, the surrounding pale yellow Dou Qi pulled the purple flame and began to move along the fixed Qi paths dictated by flame mantra. When the Dou Qi surrounded the purple flame, the latter felt danger. Instantly, it began to angrily attempt to shoot out of the surrounding Dou Qi energy. Each time they struck, they would burn a large amount of Dou Qi energy into nothing. However, an unceasing supply of Dou Qi from the vortex continued to be emitted. Regardless of how the purple flame burned, it could not escape being trapped by the Dou Qi. When Xiao Yan's Dou Qi surrounded the purple flame, he completely lost control of it. However, it did not bother him. He focused all his attention into controlling the Dou Qi, pulling the purple flame into becoming a long and thin flame before swiftly moving it into the Qi pathways for training flame mantra. Just as the purple flame that was encompassed by Dou Qi entered the Qi paths that was predetermined, Xiao Yan's body trembled violently. Numerous small drops of cold perspiration continued to appear on his forehead. Like dripping water, it flowed along Xiao Yan's face and smashed against the mountain rock with a tapping noise. Xiao Yan clenched his teeth. The chi paths in his body emitted a twitching like terrible pain that almost caused his face to grimace. He did not expect that even with Dou Qi as the initial protection, the pain caused by the purple flame would be this intense. Consume the path protecting pill. When Xiao Yan was clenching his teeth and enduring, Yao Lao's soft order suddenly sounded in his ears. Hearing the order, Xiao Yan's hand did not hesitate as he grabbed a small jade bottle in front of him, poured out the jade white pill and threw it into his mouth. Once the path protecting pill entered into his mouth, it began transforming into a warm and smooth current. It swiftly rolled into his throat and entered his body. Finally, under the control of Xiao Yan's mind, it swiftly covered all the veins that the flame must pass through when using flame mantra with a layer of faint white-colored energy membrane. Although this layer of white-colored energy membrane was extremely thin, the effect that it brought was very notable. Not long after he swallowed the path protecting pill, Xiao Yan's tensed muscles began to gradually relax. His distorted face was also slowly becoming normal. There was still some occasional searing pain that was emitted from his chi paths, but this was entirely within the parameters that he could endure. The gradual relief from the intense pain caused Xiao Yan to sigh in his heart. He could not imagine whether the chi paths in his body could continue to absorb and contain Dou Qi if he did not have the help from the path protecting pill. It might be that after the purple flame had completely passed through his chi paths, he would become a real cripple. It is indeed true that having an elder at home is like having a treasure. Xiao Yan happily mumbled in his heart. The position Yao Lao held in Xiao Yan's heart instantly sped higher. With the help from the path protecting pill, Xiao Yan was much more relaxed. Although his Dou Qi was consumed at an incredible rate under the burning of the purple flame, the help given from his uninterrupted swallowing of energy recovery pills allowed him to barely maintain an equilibrium. Everything in his body proceeded in an orderly manner under the tense atmosphere. Until now, Xiao Yan did not find anything wrong, but he continued to remain alert. As Yao Lao had said before, other than the danger of one's chi paths being burnt during the swallowing process, one's mind would also be slowly corrupted by the wild instincts of the purple flame, causing one to lose control. Bearing in mind Yao Lao's words in his heart, Xiao Yan solemnly kept guard of his mind, not daring to allow even the slightest mistake. After Xiao Yan slowly moved the purple flame encompassed by Dou Qi for half the chi path route of the flame mantra, Xiao Yan's expression gradually became serious. He had begun to vaguely feel that as the swallowing process became more intense while threads of faint agitation were slowly climbing into his mind. Feeling that his mind was changing, Xiao Yan's heart immediately grew fearful. He did not require Yao Lao's reminder as he retrieved the icy heart pill from in front of him and threw it into his mouth. Once the icy heart pill entered his body, an icy bone-cutting feeling slowly penetrated from his throat region. His mind felt this icy cold feeling and shivered slightly. That gradually increased agitation in his heart was like a remnant snow meeting a flame, swiftly melting away and vanishing. With the icy heart pill to protect his mind, Xiao Yan was finally no longer afraid of losing guard of his mind. Immediately, he used all his strength to crazily circulate the purple flame encompassed in Dou Qi through his chi paths. Following the purple flame circulating through the designated chi paths for flame mantra, Xiao Yan suddenly realized that a thread of Dou Qi and purple flame began to strangely merge together. No, rather than say that they were merging, it was more appropriate to say that the purple flame was being gradually consumed by flame mantra Dou Qi. Looking at this scene, Xiao Yan's heart felt both shocked and happy. From this situation, he could confirm one thing. This flame mantra chi method did indeed possess the miraculous ability to evolve. As the pale yellow Dou Qi and the purple flame were about to pass through the last chi path for the flame mantra, the two of them had almost entirely become one. That originally pale yellow colored Dou Qi had at that moment completely transformed into a pale, purple color. Moreover, on the surface of this pale purple Dou Qi, there was a rising faint purple flame. However, this purple flame did not cause the chi paths any harm. Seeing that the Dou Qi had entirely changed color, Xiao Yan's heart was filled with unrestrained happiness. He put in a greater amount of effort to direct the Dou Qi into completing the final portion of the circulation. The circulation of the Dou Qi grew increasingly fast and finally, the Dou Qi with its color already changed, finally rushed out of the last chi path. Completing one perfect and complete cycle, the new Dou Qi stream returned to the lower abdomen. After rushing out of the chi paths, the purple-colored Dou Qi directly and unceasingly charged into the continuously spinning pale yellow vortex. As more and more Dou Qi which had consumed the purple flame rushed out of the chi path, the vortex color was also slowly beginning to change from a pale yellow color into a pale purple color. When the final thread of purple-colored Dou Qi came out of the vein, the vortex had almost completely changed into a pale purple color. At Xiao Yan's lower abdomen, the rotating vortex suddenly stopped and stood quietly. At the same time, in the cave, the closed-eyed Xiao Yan suddenly opened them. A glaring purple light shot out from his eyes for about half an inch, much like a real substance. A moment later, Xiao Yan slowly tilted his head and eyed Yao Lao. Stupidly, he opened his mouth and grinned. Did I succeed? You've succeeded. Yao Lao sighed heavily as he smiled and nodded. He could already feel that Xiao Yan contained a Dou Qi that was many times more powerful than what it had been before. Seeing Yao Lao nodding his head in confirmation, the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth opened, releasing an untamed laughter that announced his unrestrained happiness in his heart. However, his face abruptly changed as he suddenly felt the energy from all around him unexpectedly flow uncontrollably into him. Teacher? What's happening? Tilting his head, Xiao Yan asked in a frightened voice. The unexpected change also caused Yao Lao to be a little shocked. He frowned, then moved to Xiao Yan's front and touched the latter's body with his palm. A moment later, a smile surfaced on the aged face. Good things really don't come alone. When one comes, a second and third follows. Congratulations, the time for you to break through a dojo and become a dosher has arrived. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 159, Advancing to Dosher. Chapter 159, Advancing to Dosher. About to break through? Xiao Yan looked at Yao Lao, stunned. It was a while before he gradually recovered his wits after the shock from these words. He proceeded to say, half in disbelief, half in happiness. Yes. Feeling the energy in the surroundings rush about, Yao Lao smiled. Prepare to break through, this is your chance. If you miss it, you'll never know how long you will have to wait until your next opportunity. Emotionally nodding his head, Xiao Yan had no time to determine what level his chi method had evolved to as he hurriedly once again sat down. Both his hands came together to form a training seal before his thoughts submerged into his body. As Xiao Yan entered into a training state, the surrounding energy that was rushing about became increasingly wild and violent. Until finally, Xiao Yan's body seemed to become a black hole as it continuously devoured the violent energy. Xiao Yan's mind entered into his body and hastily started directing the incoming energy that was flooding in through his pores. Although there was a large quantity of this energy, there were too many impurities within it. Thus the energy needed to be refined by passing through the chi paths before it could be completely absorbed. If not, the Dou Qi he had so painstakingly trained might be contaminated. However, although Xiao Yan was already doing his best to control the vast amounts of incoming energy, he was eventually unable to gain complete control of suppressing it. After all, the scope of the energy was truly too terrifying. With no other way out, Xiao Yan could only try to control a small portion while the rest of the energy was left to freely flow around his body. Of course, Xiao Yan had already proper protection in place for the key areas, thus even though the energy was free to flow recklessly within his body, it only caused Xiao Yan some pain but was currently unable to do too much damage. Under Xiao Yan's careful control, a portion of the natural energy that had flooded into his body circulated for a cycle in his chi paths before being refined into pure Dou Qi energy that he poured into the pale purple vortex. The pouring of this forceful Dou Qi was like throwing a huge rock into a calm lake, creating huge waves. The originally leisurely spinning vortex suddenly began spinning at an increased speed with the pouring of this wave of Dou Qi energy. As the rotation became more and more intense, a ferocious suction force exploded forth. At that moment, Xiao Yan was horrified to realize that his mind was actually unable to control the natural energy that had entered his body. Without the suppression from Xiao Yan's mind, the natural energy that was scattered throughout Xiao Yan's body and the unceasing absorption of the natural energy from his surroundings were madly being sucked into the vortex. Following the fast rotation of the vortex in Xiao Yan's body, the suction that his body emitted in the cave also grew increasingly frightening. In the end, the modeled natural energy formed an energy curtain around Xiao Yan's body, giving the surroundings a dazzling appearance. Yao Lao floated in mid-air and observed the situation Xiao Yan had caused. He frowned. What is this guy doing? How does he dare to directly put such impure energy into his vortex? Yao Lao slowly let out a breath as he frowned tensely. He suppressed the anxiety in him and quietly watched Xiao Yan. In his mind, he was prepared to reach out and save Xiao Yan. From the looks of the situation, Xiao Yan should not be able to hold out much longer. As Yao Lao was feeling both uncertain and anxious in the outside world, Xiao Yan, with his eyes tightly shut, was also beginning to feel a little panicky in his heart. He realized that because the unrestrained flooding of energy from his surroundings and his mind failing to control and ease it, his chi paths were starting to feel a faint swelling sensation and some pain. If he continued to absorb the energy in such a crazy manner, he might face the danger of having his chi path swell and explode. Bastard! Stop right now! Without any strength to stop it, Xiao Yan could only use his mind to repeatedly roar at the fast-rotating purple-colored vortex. Xiao Yan was uncertain if the roar was effective, but the fast-spinning vortex suddenly became a little sluggish. However, before Xiao Yan could express his surprise, the vortex once again madly spun with an even more ferocious speed. Damn it! Seeing the action of the vortex, Xiao Yan was so angry that he immediately cursed at it. However, just as his scolding died off, he abruptly realized that following the fast rotation, the surface of the purple-colored vortex was gradually starting to be shrouded by a layer of purple-colored flame. The rotation of the vortex grew increasingly fast and the purple flame also grew increasingly rich. At this moment, the natural energy that was scattered all around his body quickly and randomly passed through some chi paths and rushed into his lower abdomen. They then swarmed into the vortex from all directions. Xiao Yan's mind blankly observed the surging natural energy as he wailed in his heart. If the energy that was filled with impurities was to rush into the interior of the vortex, all of the Dou Qi that he had taken great pains to train would instantly be destroyed. Under Xiao Yan's forlorn observation, the surging natural energy finally began touching the vortex. However, when it touched the purple-colored flame, something strange happened. That originally mild purple-colored flame appeared to have its dignity provoked at that moment. In an instant, it rose into a purple flame that was half a foot large. Upon touching the purple flame, the swarming natural energy swiftly shrunk. In the blink of an eye, groups of enormous natural energy was calcined into droplets of small liquid energy around the size of a fingernail. After the purple flame burnt off all the impurities in the energy, it appeared to have an intelligence of its own as it avoided these droplets of pure liquid energy, allowing them to directly break into the vortex. When the liquid energy shot into the fast-spinning purple-colored vortex, it immediately created circles of energy ripples. Under the observation of Xiao Yan's mind, he abruptly realized that following the input of the drops of liquid energy, the size of the purple-colored vortex was strangely shrinking slowly. The size of the purple-colored vortex grew increasingly small, but Xiao Yan did not worry. He could feel that although the size of the vortex was shrinking, the Dou Qi that was contained within the vortex was growing increasingly richer. Feeling the increasingly dense Dou Qi vortex, Xiao Yan began to gradually ease his frightened feeling as he quietly watched the vortex's action. After the first wave of natural energy was refined by the purple flame, the remaining natural energy did not disappear because of this. Instead, the vortex's ferocious suction strength caused waves of mottled natural energy to violently rush into Xiao Yan's inner body, much like water sucked into a whirlpool. Faced with this seemingly never-ending pouring of natural energy, the purple-colored vortex directly widened its embrace and did not reject anything that came. However, when the energy entered the boundary of the purple flame, it was quickly refined by the ferocious purple flame into drops of pure liquid energy. Finally, like a drizzle in Xiao Yan's body, the energy would drip into the vortex. With the support from the extremely pure liquid energy, the suction emitted from the vortex was stronger with each wave. Finally, even Yao Lao in the outside world was slightly affected by this crazy suction force. Under the scour of this natural energy, Xiao Yan suddenly realized that the chi paths and bones in his body became tougher and more spacious. With the situation progressing to this stage, Xiao Yan could no longer get involved. Everything was controlled by the purple-colored vortex. Luckily, this strange thing did not really mess around indiscriminately. Otherwise, Xiao Yan may have ended up being badly wounded. As his mind roamed about in his body, Xiao Yan could clearly feel that his body was slowly strengthening under the scouring from the continuous waves of natural energy. This kind of sublime feeling almost caused Xiao Yan to moan in comfort. Within the cave, Yao Lao watched the comfortable smile on Xiao Yan's face and finally let out a gradual sigh. He shook his head and smiled. From the looks of the situation, something unknown and mysterious had occurred in the young boy's inner body. Otherwise, he would not display such a lewd expression. Of course, Xiao Yan naturally did not know that his expression of comfort had become something exclusively lewd in Yao Lao's heart. This was because all of his attention was attracted to the purple-colored vortex that was spinning at an increasingly fast speed. After absorbing an unknown amount of pure liquid energy, the current purple-colored vortex was no bigger than Xiao Yan palm. However, the purple-colored flame on its surface grew increasingly rich, showing no sign of weakening. Under the careful study of Xiao Yan's mind, he could vaguely discover that there seemed to be some liquid-like thing within the vortex. The greedy absorption continued for a long while until the fast-spinning purple-colored vortex suddenly stagnated. A moment after it came to a standstill before beginning to spin in the reverse direction. Seeing that the vortex had suddenly spun in reverse, Xiao Yan was more than stunned. He could only pray in his heart that the vortex would not act recklessly. Perhaps the vortex heard Xiao Yan's prayer. The purple-colored vortex that was spinning in reverse did not possess any destructive strength. However, the pure liquid energy that originally was flowing into the vortex was shot out in all directions with the force from the reverse spin. The liquid energy was thrown to every part of his body by the purple-colored vortex. Each time the liquid energy touched a chi path, bone, blood or flesh, Xiao Yan found that the liquid energy was assimilated into them. Xiao Yan's mind let out a gentle breath of non-existent air, and unrestrained happiness surged within his heart. Xiao Yan could feel that following the assimilation of the liquid energy, all of his bones, blood and flesh seemed to have been transformed as they felt as if they were flooded with abundant energy. The reversed vortex continued to shoot out energy for over 10 minutes before it came to a gradual stop. Following its slow stop, the ferocious suction within Xiao Yan's body was also weakened until it disappeared. At the moment when the suction disappeared, Xiao Yan, who was seated cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. Instantly, the black hair on his back blew back and the clothes drummed without any wind. A wave of ferocious force that was many times stronger than what it was a few hours ago was awakened in his body and was released from it. Sensing the vigor from Xiao Yan's body, Yao Lao smiled and chuckled, "Congratulations, from today onwards, you are a true Dou Qi. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 160, The Difference Between a Dou Qi and a Dou Qi. Chapter 160, The Difference Between a Dou Qi and a Dou Qi. The clothes on Xiao Yan's body continued to bulge outward for a long time before finally returning to rest on Xiao Yan's skin. Xiao Yan released a breath-foul air before standing up and turning towards the smiling Yao Lao at his side. Opening his mouth and letting out a grin, Xiao Yan could not hide the joy on his face. With a year's time, he had finally been promoted to a true Dou Qi. During this time, he had put in so much effort and perspiration in order to achieve the success that was like a butterfly breaking from his cocoon. Becoming a Dou Qi meant that Xiao Yan had left the class that the majority of people belonged to. Although the class of Dou Qi was still considered to be on a lower level in the Dou Qi continent, it was considered to be much stronger and of a much higher class compared to a Dou Qi which was of the lowest class. Most importantly, Xiao Yan was still young with a lot of time to strengthen himself. Xiao Yan tightened his fist. A strength that he had never felt before was flowing in every part of his body. Only until today, when he personally stepped into the Dou Qi class, did Xiao Yan truly understand just how big the difference between Dou Qi and Dou Qi was. Recalling the battle he had with Mu Xi back then, the current Xiao Yan could not help but rejoice in his heart. If Yao Lao had not taught him the D-class Dou technique, he would have experienced great difficulty in defeating Mu Xi regardless of how he leapt around, much less being able to kill him. Standing in place, Xiao Yan suddenly raised out his right hand and curled it into a fist. Immediately, a purple-colored Dou Qi abruptly surfaced on his body. After the Dou Qi appeared, it suddenly withdrew a little. A moment later, it gradually accumulated just outside Xiao Yan's clothes, seemingly forming a layer of defensive Dou Qi. It was perhaps due to Xiao Yan swallowing the purple flame that faint rising purple flames could be seen on top of the defensive Dou Qi. A Dou Qi cloak, the symbol of a Dou Qi, was one of the most practical skills of a Dou Qi. In the fight with Mu Xi, Xiao Yan had witnessed its immense usage. In the past, Xiao Yan might have been able to bring out a Dou Qi cloak, but he could not cover all of his body with it like he did now. Moreover, the Dou Qi cloaks that Xiao Yan had summoned out in the past did not have any effect on his speed, defense, attack, etc. Only after becoming a Dou Qi would the cloak that was summoned out be equipped with these ability to aid in battle, something that all Dou Qis coveted. Seeing the mighty-looking and beautiful purple-colored fire cloak, Xiao Yan's face filled with joy as he threw a few quick punches that created a fierce wind. After the cleansing and strengthening of the natural energy from before, the current him could actually cause his fist to carry a sharp piercing sound with just his own strength. Eyeing the excited Xiao Yan who was continuously testing the strength of a Dou Qi, Yao Lao shook his head with a smile. He waited for Xiao Yan to calm down before asking, "See if the flame mantra had evolved. What level is it? Middle or high level?" Yao Lao's question prompted Xiao Yan to stop his rapid punches. He nodded his head and once again slowly closed his eyes, allowing his mind to descend into his body. After Xiao Yan's mind descended into his body, it quickly came to the lower abdomen where his dantian was at. At this moment, the originally large pale yellow vortex here was completely transformed into a purple-colored vortex that was smaller than Xiao Yan's palm. His mind swept across the small purple-colored vortex and abruptly realized that there were over 10 drops of purple-colored liquid slowly flowing within that vortex. These drops of purple-colored liquid followed the spiraling of the vortex, like small fish in a lake. Xiao Yan's mind curiously entered the purple-colored vortex and stealthily encompassed a small drop of purple-colored liquid. After feeling it for a moment, an unrestrained happiness surfaced in Xiao Yan's heart. He realized that within these small drops of purple-colored liquid was an extremely forceful energy. Realizing the secret of the purple-colored liquid, Xiao Yan's heart was once again able to better understand the huge difference between a Dou Qi and a Dou Qi. He instantly let out an emotional sigh. The vortex of a Dou Qi was like a balloon while the Dou Qi was like the air that was contained within the balloon. This balloon had a critical point that belonged to it, and once the Dou Qi it contained reached the point where it was full, it would no longer be able to contain any excess Dou Qi. If one wanted to forcefully push more in, the vortex would pop like a balloon and explode with a bang. When promoting from a doja to a dosher, the biggest benefit was that the filled Dou Qi in the balloon would undergo a transformation, changing into droplets of liquid energy with far denser, more complex, and purer energy than just simple Dou Qi. Once the Dou Qi underwent the transformation, the quality and quantity of Dou Qi contained within the balloon would instantly expand tremendously. Hence, by having this enormous Dou Qi storage, a dosher was naturally far superior. A doja could just not compare. In addition, with regards to the class and purity of their Dou Qi, they were entirely different. Xiao Yan's mind slowly exited the vortex. After the earlier probe, Xiao Yan could understand that despite these liquid drops appearing to be only the size of a fingernail, a third of his pale yellow Dou Qi before becoming a dosher would be needed in order to create one of these tiny drops of liquid energy. From this, it was obvious just what kind of energy was contained in this one tiny drop. As he watched the slowly spinning vortex, Xiao Yan's mind moved slightly. Threads of purple-colored Dou Qi promptly flowed out and began to rush through the Qi paths determined by the flame mantra Qi method. Following the flow of the Dou Qi in the predetermined Qi paths, Xiao Yan could feel numerous threads of fire-type energy seeping in from the surrounding air in the outside world, penetrating Xiao Yan's skin and entering his Qi paths. The purple-colored Dou Qi would then carry them and complete a perfect cycle of the Qi method. After completing a cycle of the Qi method, Xiao Yan could feel that the threads of Dou Qi that were released from the vortex were much more powerful and much richer than they were a few minutes before. Upon completion of a cycle, the Dou Qi which had become more powerful once again entered the vortex. At the moment it did, Xiao Yan's body trembled slightly. Finally, he opened his eyes slowly and watched Yao Lao's face that was filled with anticipation. He involuntarily shrugged his shoulders and helplessly said, "Huang class middle level. It only evolved by one level." Huang class middle level? Haha, it was expected. Hearing Xiao Yan's words, Yao Lao did not feel any disappointment. He had the depressed face in front of him and could not help but laugh. The evolution of this Qi method requires the enormous energy of the heavenly flame. From the start, this purple flame did not meet the requirement. It is already quite good that it caused the Qi method to barely evolve by one level. Moreover, by relying on the uniqueness of flame mantra, the Qi method of only middle Huang level does not lose to other high Huang Qi methods. You should be satisfied. Hearing this, Xiao Yan could only nod his head with a bitter smile. Although he knew it was impossible, his heart continued to wait for a miracle to happen. Maybe the Qi method could directly jump to a Xian class Qi method. However, from the looks of it, this miracle was a little imaginary. Ugh, heavenly flame, swallowing the purple flame has already given me tremendous suffering, but the effect isn't very notable. If I really met a heavenly flame, it would be difficult to know who would swallow who. Xiao Yan shook his head helplessly. Although Xiao Yan had never personally experienced the strength of a heavenly flame, he could faintly feel just how frightening that ghastly white-colored flame of Yao Lao's was when the latter was refining medicine. Shaking his head with all his might, Xiao Yan threw aside the little listlessness in his heart. No matter what was said, his Qi method had evolved. Moreover, he still had plenty of time. By taking things a step at a time, Xiao Yan believed that one day, he would be able to swallow a real heavenly flame and evolve the flame mantra into the Tian class Qi method that only existed in legends. Seeing that Xiao Yan was gradually recovering from his depressed state, Yao Lao smiled. Since you have already become a dosher, our training in the Magic Beast Mountain range will be over soon. Then let's go. I am a little irritated looking at these broken mountains. Yes, tomorrow we'll leave. Yao Lao nodded his head as he mused out loud. If we count the time we spent here, there is only 8 more months of time before we need to go to the Misty Cloud sect for the 3-year agreement. Hearing this, Xiao Yan's body trembled and his gaze swept across the space outside the cave. A long while later, he frowned and said, I wonder what level she is at now. He. You can relax. In the remaining time, I may not be able to help you become a dosher, but being promoted by a few stars within the dosher level should not be too difficult. Yao Lao said blandly. When his words reached this point, there was a slight pause before he continued with a smile. Moreover, even if there was some unexpected reason that caused her strength to rise so much that it far exceeds you, you should believe that this old body of mine would not brag. Within this Jiama Empire, there hasn't been many people whom I hold in regard, even if it was that Misty Cloud sect leader Yun whose strength is ranked among the top 3 in the Jiama Empire. I've never doubted teacher's strength. If you say it is possible, then I'll naturally believe it. Being given a reassurance to calm him, Xiao Yan felt much more relaxed as he curried favor with Yao Lao. Giving the fawning smile on Xiao Yan's face a supercilious look, Yao Lao waved his hand and said, Tomorrow, we will leave the Magic Beast Mountain range. Our next stop is the vast Tager Desert at the border of the Jiama Empire. I'll warn you first, the training there will be much tougher and more dangerous than in the Magic Beast Mountain range. You should prepare yourself for it. Tager Desert. My 2 elder brothers seem to be around that area. If I get the time, I can take a look on my way. Opening his mouth and grinning, Xiao Yan patted his chest and said to Yao Lao, "As long as I can swiftly strengthen myself without any adverse side effect, you can just throw any difficult training at me." "Ha ha. What a strong will." Yao Lao laughed as the corner of his eyes harbored ill intentions as they glanced at Xiao Yan. "I hope that you will not beat a retreat when that time comes. But by that time, even if you wanted to, I would forcefully kick you back." Smiling awkwardly, Xiao Yan smartly remained silent. "All right. Go back and rest. Tomorrow morning we will leave." Just as Yao Lao was about to return into the ring, his body suddenly shook. After musing for a while, he suddenly said, "Back then, I had visited the Tager Desert because I heard that a type of heavenly flame was hidden in the vast desert. Unfortunately, I did not manage to find it. If you are lucky, you might have the chance to. After saying to this point, Yao Lao did not bother to look at the brightened eyes of Xiao Yan. His body swayed and entered into the ring. Heavenly flame. With his fist tightened in a somewhat agitated manner, Xiao Yan turned around and walked out of the cave. After testing the strength of the purple flame, his hunger for the even more ferocious and frightening heavenly flame had also increased. "I must have it." The young man's firm soft voice that carried a little greed reverberated throughout the interior of the cave. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 161, Parting. Chapter 161, Parting. After leaping out from the mountain cave, Xiao Yan's gaze swept around the valley. At the moment, the lamp within the small straw house was still lit. Outside the straw house, a gentle and beautiful figure who was wearing a white dress was seated on a small chair. Leaning against the door and borrowing the light from the fire behind her, the figure's head was lowered, engrossed in the 7-colored scroll in her hand. Appearing to have heard the sound of footsteps a short distance away, the fairy doctor knitted her eyebrows together and removed her gaze from the scroll. She watched the young man slowly walk over under the moonlight and could not help but smile. "Have you succeeded in your training? There's still some warm food in the house." Hearing this warm and soft voice, Xiao Yan's heart was a little moved. These words and this scenery made the fairy doctor seem like a young wife that had waited for her husband to return after a long day. The soft and gentle voice contained concern and expectation. The expression on his face grew increasingly gentle as Xiao Yan approached. He sat beside the fairy doctor, glanced at the 7-colored poison book in her hand and swept his gaze across her pretty face. A moment later, he appeared to have discovered something and frowned. With a helpless and gentle sigh, he extended his hand and rubbed off a little black powder that was difficult to discover from the side of the fairy doctor's moist small red mouth. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. Looking at the fairy doctor's appearance, it was obvious that she had consumed poison during the time he was training. Eyeing Xiao Yan's action, the fairy doctor's pretty face was first flushed. Soon after, she noticed the little bit of black powder on Xiao Yan's hand and immediately turned her eyes away in a cowardly manner. After a while, she hurriedly took out a white-colored kerchief and carefully wiped off all the black powder on Xiao Yan's finger. "I may have to go tomorrow," Xiao Yan suddenly said as he watched the fairy doctor wipe off the poison powder. The hand that was rubbing stilled for a short while. A moment later, the gentleness returned to the fairy doctor as she slightly nodded. In a soft voice, she said, "After stopping here for such a long time, it should be time to leave." "After leaving here, where do you plan to go?" The silent atmosphere persisted for a while before it was broken by Xiao Yan's question. "I think that maybe I will go to Chu Yun Empire and take a look there after leaving the Jiama Empire. Then I will roam around the Dou Qi continent," the fairy doctor said with a forceful smile. "Chu Yun Empire." Xiao Yan whispered in his heart and once again laughed bitterly. Even though he had never been to that empire, he had heard some information about the Chu Yun Empire. Within that empire, the number of poison masters exceeded any other empire. "I will go to the Tager Desert to train. That place is in the east of the Jiama Empire border while Chu Yun Empire is located to the west of the Jiama Empire. Therefore, after we leave tomorrow, we will have to part ways," Xiao Yan said as he rubbed his forehead and raised his head to stare at the stars. "Oh." The fairy doctor nodded her head slightly, obviously in low spirits. She said softly, "I hope you will take care of yourself. After we part ways tomorrow, I don't know when we will see each other again. Perhaps, in the future, I may never return, but that is not certain. If I manage to reach the stage where everyone is furious and scared of me, I will return to this small valley and await for the end of this woeful poison body." Facing the fairy doctor's somewhat despondent smooth face, Xiao Yan parted his mouth slightly, wanting to say something. However, no words came out. After all, according to Yao Lao, the lady who possessed the woeful poison body back then had done such shocking and disastrous things. After being silent for a long while, Xiao Yan could only lightly pat her shoulders and comfort her by saying that won't happen. A mature woeful poison body is indeed scary, but as long as you can control yourself and don't kill hundreds of thousands of people in a moment of anger, there should be anyone who would foolishly come and provoke you. The fairy doctor laughed bitterly and shook her head slightly. However, she remained quiet. She did not inform Xiao Yan that once the woeful poison body matures, the poison accumulated in the body would occasionally cause the owner to go insane. When she was in that kind of state, the fairy doctor did not dare guarantee that she would not do any terrifying things. Gently shaking her head, the fairy doctor thought quietly for a while before she suddenly stood up and walked into the straw house under Xiao Yan's puzzled gaze. A moment later, she carefully took out a meticulously packaged sachet and a small jade bottle. The thing in here is known as falling soul powder. Its name may be a little frightening, but it is not purely a poison. This is something that I found in the 7-colored poison book and is the highest grade medicinal powder that I am currently able to make. Shaking the sachet, the fairy doctor smiled and said, "This falling soul powder emits a smell that irritates the eyes. Moreover, I have also added some special things in it. If you meet any strong person whom you cannot handle in the future, you can scatter it on the other party. If he or she is caught off guard, even if the other person is a Dou Qi, the piercing smell released by it would cause them to temporarily close their eyes. During this time, there would be an opportunity to flee." Curiously receiving the sachet, Xiao Yan had intended to open it when the fairy doctor hurriedly stopped him. At the same time, she handed over the jade bottle in her hand and said angrily, "This poison does not differentiate between the enemy and the user. When you use it, it would be best to consume the antidote that I have created. Otherwise, your sense of sight would also be temporarily sealed, turning you into a blind person for a while." Embarrassingly withdrawing his hand, Xiao Yan carefully kept both things. In the future, he might really have to use them. After handing the things to Xiao Yan, the fairy doctor took out another jade bottle, threw it towards Xiao Yan and said, "Tager Desert is the territory of the Medusa snake people. They are experts in using snake poison. This is an antidote pill that I have created. It may not be able to completely resist snake poison, but it can smoothly dispel the snake poison of weaker snake people." Fondling the jade bottle that was still carrying a little warmth, Xiao Yan smiled faintly. Although this antidote pill was not really useful to an alchemist like him, the fairy doctor's thought caused him to be a little touched. "Alright, these are all the things I have. I've given you everything, so don't try to exploit me." Waving her hand, the fairy doctor naughtily said to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan smiled and nodded. He reached his hand and rubbed it on the ring, and a small jade bottle appeared in his palm. The jade bottle contained 7 energy recovery pills, which were left over from his training. Raising the jade bottle in his hand, Xiao Yan waved at the fairy doctor and smiled. "I think you have not seen a real medicinal pill in Qingshan town, have you?" Hearing this, the fairy doctor's vivid eyes brightened slightly. She stared intently at the jade bottle in Xiao Yan's hand and asked in a shocked voice, "There's medicinal pills in it?" "Ah, yes. It's yours now." Xiao Yan nodded with a smile and threw it to the fairy doctor. The latter quickly and carefully caught it. "Be a little more careful. What if you break it?" After catching the small jade bottle, the fairy doctor angrily gave Xiao Yan a disdainful look. After which, she quickly opened the bottle and poured out a somewhat dark green round and sleek pill. Putting it under her pretty nose and sniffing it, the fresh medicinal fragrance caused the fairy doctor to both be intoxicated and sad. This kind of smell was something that she had chased after for many years. Unfortunately, she was only able to smell the shady scent of poison. "Is this a medicinal pill?" "Indeed, the medicine that I make by using a normal flame to mix the medicinal ingredients together cannot be compared with it." Seeing the round and sleek surface as well as its luster, the fairy doctor sighed and helplessly said, "All right. It is not my intention to dishearten you by giving you the medicinal pill. The name of the medicinal pill is Energy Recovery Pill. It can swiftly recover the expended Dou Qi in your body. With the help of the Energy Recovery Pill, during a fight with others, you can save quite a bit of strength." Seeing the fairy doctor's self-pitying manner, Xiao Yan shook his head as he said, "No wonder you were able to last so long during your battle with Mu Shi. It was because of this treasure," the fairy doctor said with a smile as she bluntly kept the jade bottle. Xiao Yan smiled but did not start an argument over this issue. He leaned against the door and quietly raised his head to stare at the star-filled sky. Being infected by the quiet atmosphere, the fairy doctor had also become quiet. Her arm wrapped around her long pair of legs and her vivid eyes stealthily blinked with the stars in the sky. Under the enchanting moonlight, a man and a woman quietly watched the night sky until the moon in the sky slowly dimmed. The sleepy pair cuddled together and leaned against the doorframe as they gradually fell into a deep sleep. When Xiao Yan slowly woke up from his sleep the next morning, he found himself unknowingly lying on the bed. Tilting his head, he swept it across the empty room. He shook his head, expelling the sleepiness from his mind, and sat up before walking out of the small house. Once he was out of the house, Xiao Yan discovered that Blue Eagle was slowly floating in the sky of the small valley. Its loud and clear eagle cry continued to resound as though the Blue Eagle was announcing that it was leaving this place today. "Are you awake?" Just as Xiao Yan was about to look around expectantly, a clear female voice suddenly sounded from his left side. Turning his head around, Xiao Yan eyed the fairy doctor, who was carrying a full basket of medicinal ingredients, and could not help but shake his head. He reached his hand into his pocket and took out a storage ring he obtained from his Wu-Tan city. He took 2 steps forward, grabbed the fairy doctor's hand and put it on her. With a smile, he said, "Consider this a parting gift. With it, it should be convenient for you to store your medicinal ingredients." Playing with the storage ring on her hand, the fairy doctor smiled. Although she knew that this thing was somewhat expensive, she did not reject it. She carefully placed the medicinal ingredients one at a time into the storage ring before placing the 7-colored poison book and other things into it. Raising her head, she spoke to Xiao Yan in a faint, gentle voice, "Aren't you going to prepare some medicinal ingredients? After you leave this place, it is going to be difficult to find such a good place." "Haha, I prepared what I needed 2 days ago." Xiao Yan proudly waved his hand and smiled. The fairy doctor's pretty eyes stared at Xiao Yan's brilliant smile and raised her nose. With a sigh, she placed the bamboo whistle beside her small moist red mouth and gently blew, releasing a faint sound that reached the sky. Hearing this sound, the Blue Eagle in the sky immediately circled downwards. It flapped its wings, putting such pressure on the plants that they were forced to creep on the ground. "Let's go. This is the final time we'll ride together," the fairy doctor said with a smile as she took a step forward and gracefully placed her gentle pretty body on Xiao Yan. Nodding his head with a smile, Xiao Yan extended his arm and held her extremely fragile-looking willow waist. He pushed off the ground, lifting their bodies up from the ground, and finally, firmly and steadily landed on the back of the Blue Eagle. Standing on the back of the eagle, Xiao Yan watched the shrinking straw house in the valley and sighed gently. He mumbled, "Goodbye." If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 162, The 3 Things Necessary to Refine the Heavenly Flame. Chapter 162, The 3 Things Necessary to Refine the Heavenly Flame. On one of the mountain ranges at the eastern border of the Magic Beast Mountain Range. Standing on the peak of a mountain, Xiao Yan lifted his head and watched the Blue Eagle circling in the sky. He waved to the white-dressed lady gracefully standing on the eagle's back and shouted with a smile, "Fairy doctor, we'll part here. We'll meet again if we are destined to. Take care, Xiao Yan." The fairy doctor lowered her head and stared at the young man on the mountain with a smile. The smile contained some sorrow, but after she waved her hand, she did not linger. She directed the Blue Eagle and adjusted her body before flying toward the western sky amidst a clear eagle cry. Standing at the mountain peak, Xiao Yan's gaze continued to send that faint blue shadow off until it disappeared into the horizon. After which, he took in a gradual breath. After this parting of ways, it was difficult to tell just how long they needed to wait before they would see each other again. Moreover, when they did see each other again, maybe everything between them had changed drastically. Xiao Yan's face was a little lonely. A moment later, however, Xiao Yan shook his head and abandoned his thoughts. Xiao Yan stood on the peak for a long time, waiting for his emotions to calm down before he turned around and walked towards the base of the mountain with the large heavy Shan ruler on his back. The place where Xiao Yan was currently at was not within the boundary of Qingshan town. After all, these small towns were not rare near the Magic Beast Mountain Range. The city that was currently located closest to Xiao Yan was a huge city situated in the eastern province of the Jiama Empire. Its size was much more majestic compared to Wu-Tan City. If one were to discuss its military strength, this city was among the strongest when compared with all of the large cities within the Jiama Empire. Xiao Yan currently planned to first hurry to Black Rock City. This was because only such large-sized cities would be allocated a flying transportation fleet by the Empire for the commoners' use. After all, the Magic Beast Mountain Range and the eastern border were too far apart. If Xiao Yan were to walk over, he might need at least 4 to 5 months. However, Xiao Yan currently did not have time to squander. Thus, he must head to Black Rock City to take one of the flying transportation fleets toward the border of the Empire. Of course, Xiao Yan could also directly use the purple cloud wings to fly there. However, even with his recent promotion to the Dou Qi level, it was a little impossible for him to pass through over half of the Jiama Empire. Moreover, it would be far too easy to be noticed by people if he used the purple cloud wings to fly. With the Jiama Empire being so vast, there were many strong people hiding within it. He did not want to get himself into unnecessary trouble. The reason for avoiding trouble was that it was far too time-consuming. As he had said earlier, the thing that he was in need of the most was time. After descending from the peak, Xiao Yan arrived at a small town. He rested for a while before hiring the fastest carriage available and at the fastest speed, rushed toward Black Rock City without stopping. Although this town was the closest to Black Rock City, the horse carriage took most of the afternoon before Xiao Yan could faintly see the city's huge outline. Standing on the horse carriage, Xiao Yan watched the huge city that was reflecting a dim reddish light under the setting sun and let out a faint sigh. As the horse carriage grew closer, Xiao Yan realized that the enormous city walls were actually built from numerous blocks of neatly arranged black rock. According to the old driver of the horse carriage, the city walls had withstood the smashing attack from the combined strength of 2 Dou Yuan without shaking. From this, it could be understood just how strong the defense of the walls were. After paying the taxes for the horse carriage at the city's gate, it was successfully let in. The horse carriage passed through a dark tunnel through the city wall. A moment later, Xiao Yan's sight was open and clear while the noisy sound of people's voices came pouring into Xiao Yan's ears from all directions. Being unprepared, Xiao Yan's head swelled slightly. Xiao Yan's head was a little giddy as he walked out of the carriage under the smiling gaze of the old man. He paid the fare and watched the horse carriage scattering about as it left. Standing blankly on a street, Xiao Yan observed the surrounding jumble of the crowd. Having been used to the quietness of the valley, Xiao Yan suddenly found that he did not know what to do. First, find a place for the night. I'm not sure if this Black Rock City has any alchemist association. If there is, it would be best to go and take the test and see if you can achieve a tier 2 grade. Yao Lao voice suddenly sounded in Xiao Yan's heart. Go to the Alchemist Association? Xiao Yan stilled as he asked in a stunned voice, won't that mean that I would expose my identity as an alchemist? Hearing this, Yao Lao was a little speechless. After a long while, he said in a manner that suggested he did not know whether to laugh or cry, I never told you to hide your identity as an alchemist, right? You're the one who's been trying to hide. I know that you like to keep a low profile, but you should know that the most frightening thing of an alchemist is not just that they can make medicinal pills. Rather, it is that they have and create an enormous network. After all, there are many strong people who required medicinal pills. When they need these pills, they need to get an alchemist to help them. Once the strong people owe the alchemists favors, won't these strong people be the best fighters when the alchemists meet any trouble in the future? Back then, there was a time where someone came to seek revenge on me. The other side had a dojong, 3 Dou Huangs and 5 Dou Wangs. Do you want to know what happened next? Yao Lao said with a smile as he suddenly paused at this point. With the most important portion being severed off, Xiao Yan could only helplessly shake his head and ask, what happened next? After that I used spiritual communication. This is something you will know in the future. What happened next? 3 dozhongs, 8 Dou Huangs, 12 Dou Wangs and 18 Dou Lings along with others that I cannot remember came. The result, I believe, you should be able to imagine. Yao Lao, who was full of smiles, replied. Xiao Yan's steps suddenly froze. He slowly lifted his head and took in a breath of cool air. 3 dozhongs, 8 Dou Huangs, 12 Dou Wangs, this kind of frightening lineup should have no problem destroying even an entire empire. Did alchemists really possess such an enormous power? So, it does not hurt if you occasionally reveal your identity as an alchemist. It seems that there's some logic to it. Tomorrow, I'll go to the Alchemist Association to test if I can be promoted to a Tier 2 alchemist. Xiao Yan was still a little dazzled as he scratched his head. However, he soon nodded his head and accepted it. Xiao Yan was not the type to be begging for favors, so if he had the opportunity to let a strong person owe him a favor, he would naturally grab the chance. If there was no such chance, it was not something to be anxious about. Additionally, if you have the time, go and take a look at the auction house here. If there's a rank 3 monster core, try your best to purchase it. Yao Lao voiced his thoughts once more. Although we have not found any type of heavenly flame, we still ought to perform all of the preparation steps. Otherwise, if you luckily found one, you might well have to abandon the extremely rare chance of consuming it. A rank 3 monster core? That is the last ingredient needed for refining the blood lotus pill, isn't it? Xiao Yan asked as he slowly walked down the street. His gaze was randomly sweeping over the surrounding shops. Yes. If you want to swallow the heavenly flame, you will need the help of at least 3 indispensable things. The blood lotus pill is one of them. The blood lotus pill is an essential thing that allows you to come into close contact with a heavenly flame. Without its protection, even a Dou Huang would not dare to simply come into contact with a heavenly flame, much less a small dosher like you. Ice Spirit Cold Fountain. If the blood lotus pill is meant to protect the exterior of your body, then this Ice Spirit Cold Fountain is meant to protect the inside of your body. It can protect you from the destructive temperature of a heavenly flame when you are refining it, preventing you from being burnt till nothing remains. The last item is known as Acceptance Soul. This thing can create a special space in your body which is used to store a heavenly flame. After all, if you have not completely refined the flame, the kind of destructive ability of a heavenly flame would incinerate everything, including your vortex and body, except this kind of space of nothingness. However, an acceptance soul is very rare. I heard that it also has some relationship with the storage rings. An acceptance soul can only be found at the center of the highest grade storage stone which makes storage rings. You should know that the highest grade storage stone is the essential raw material in smelting a high grade storage ring, so its rarity can be imagined. The presence of an acceptance soul in a high grade acceptance stone is not very high. Ah, now you should know the extent of the rarity of an acceptance soul. Xiao Yan opened his mouth, his face was lifeless. A long while later, he bitterly laughed and shook his head. The ice spirit cold fountain and the acceptance soul are two things that I have never even heard of. Where do you want me to go to look for it? You need not worry too much about the acceptance soul. Back then, when I was searching for a heavenly flame, I coincidentally prepared a little bit extra. Hence, the only thing that you lack is the ice spirit cold fountain and the rank 3 monster core. Yao Lao replied with a smile. Where can I find the ice spirit cold fountain? Xiao Yan asked while laughing drilly. An extremely cold place or an extremely hot place, Yao Lao answered with a smile. It is also present in an extremely hot place? Things go into reverse when pushed to the extreme. Xiao Yan blinked his eyes and asked in a surprised voice. It is precisely this theory. Yao Lao nodded his head. He then continued while smiling, of course, if you are lucky enough, you may be able to get it from someone else's hands or the auction house. But I think that the chances aren't that great. After all, as long as someone has a bit of a decent knowledge, they would know that that thing is extremely rare. Normally, they would not easily take it out. If we fail to prepare all these, but we luckily meet a heavenly flame, what do we do? Xiao Yan rolled his eyes as he asked. Then we run. Abandon the chance, regardless of how hard it is to come by. Without these 3 essential things, you will die if you touch the heavenly flame. Yao Lao said blandly without the slightest hesitation in his voice. Aren't there any substitutes? Xiao Yan asked in a dissatisfied voice. There are. However, these 3 things are selected by me as the most suitable support items when refining the heavenly flame after countless of experiments. To bluntly put it, if you were to say that you have a preparation method that would greatly increase the chances of success in refining a heavenly flame, numerous alchemists would spend a shocking sum in order to obtain it. Yao Lao's voice contained a little pride. It appeared that these 3 items had really involved a lot of effort on his part. Shaking his head as he smiled bitterly, Xiao Yan's footsteps paused outside a spacious and luxurious hotel. He sighed, alright, I will try my best to get the rank 3 monster core and the ice spirit cold fountain. However, whether I can get hold of them is something I'm not certain of. Now, we should go and rest for the night. After visiting the Alchemist Association tomorrow, we should go and stop by at the auction house. Hopefully, we will not be disappointed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 163, Grandmaster Ao Tua. Chapter 163, Grandmaster Ao Tua. On the second day, right as the first morning light shone on the land, Xiao Yan left the inn. As he left, he inquired about the location of the Alchemist Association in the city. Walking on the street in the early morning, Xiao Yan recalled the shock and adulation that appeared on the innkeeper's face when Xiao Yan was inquiring about the location of the Alchemist Association. He secretly found it funny and quietly sighed. It looked like the noble identity that alchemists had was something that was entrenched into the heart of everyone in the Dou Qi continent. Otherwise, these people would not display an expression of reverence when talking about the Alchemist Association. Black Rock City indeed lived up to its name as one of the biggest cities in the Jiama Empire. Although it was extremely early in the morning, the streets were already bustling, full of the sounds and people. Moreover, there was the occasional soldier orderly passing by. The orderly armor clangings clearly rang out in the early morning air, as if they were the morning bell. Following the direction that the innkeeper had told him, Xiao Yan slowly passed by a couple of very long streets. He roamed for quite a while before he finally slowed his footsteps to a stop. Raising his head, he gazed at the majestic building that had appeared in front of his eyes. This building was uniquely designed. Looking at the outline from outside, it appeared like a medicinal cauldron, while the windows that surrounded the building appeared like the fire outlets of a medicinal cauldron. From at the top of the building, there was an enormous cover that creeped downwards, covering all the rooms below it. Xiao Yan's gaze fell onto a pale purple-colored sandalwood inscription board outside of the building. There were 2 words in an ancient-looking script that appeared slightly blurry in its flickering faint glow. Alchemist Association. Mumbling the words to himself, Xiao Yan turned his head and took a glance around him. He realized that most of those who passed by this unique building would throw a gaze filled with awe toward the inscription board. Of course, there were also some people who threw a surprised gaze toward Xiao Yan, who was standing foolishly outside the Alchemist Association. Ignoring the surrounding gazes, Xiao Yan gently touched the heavy Shen ruler on his back before striding into the Alchemist Association. When he entered the building, two fully armed big men that had already noticed him for a while extended their hands to block him. In a slightly unclear voice, one of them asked, "Little boy, this is the Alchemist Association. You want to enter? Do you have a recommendation letter from your teacher?" Recommendation letter? Hearing this, Xiao Yan's heart stopped for a beat. In his mind, he gently but doubtfully asked, "Teacher, what exactly is this recommendation letter?" I'm not sure either. Each country in the Dou Qi continent has their own alchemist association and their rules are also different. In the past, I seldom came to the Jiama Empire, so I don't know what is it. From within the ring, Yao Lao said in a similarly stunned voice. Xiao Yan helplessly shook his head. Just as Xiao Yan was worrying about what to say, a nice-smelling wind suddenly blew from behind him. From his senses, the owner of this fragrance did not have any intention of stepping aside. Frowning slightly, Xiao Yan could only give way by moving his body, that was blocking the entrance, aside. Almost immediately after Xiao Yan gave way, a petite figure hurriedly stopped at the spot he was occupying. Ignoring Xiao Yan, who was by the side, the figure turned around and called sweetly, "Teacher, hurry up." Ugh. Girl, why are you rushing so early in the morning? That old man Frank may not have even risen yet. An old voice helplessly sounded from behind. Yes, it's actually Frank, Fu Lan Ku. Xiao Yan tilted his head and his gaze swept across the old man who was slowly walking over with lazy footsteps. His eyes roamed around, finally landing on the badge on the old man's chest. On the ancient-looking medicinal cauldron were 4 meticulously drawn silver-colored waves. Tier 4 Alchemist. After mumbling with a surprised voice in his heart, Xiao Yan once again tilted his head and watched the purple-dressed girl standing close to him. The girl's age was around 20 and she had a delicate and pretty face which was enchanting. Her figure was a little petite but her body was shockingly well developed. The protrusion and depressions on her body were all in the right places. On her extremely matured delicate body, she wore purple-colored tight alchemist apparel. At a glance, the apparel had a noble flavor. After all, an alchemist's apparel was not something that could be carelessly worn. While she was wearing an alchemist's apparel, however, the girl did not have any badge that represented her alchemy tier on her chest area. The long black hair of the girl was tied with a purple ribbon and so long that it rested on her pretty butt. When it moved, it lightly tapped on the round and raised, pretty buttocks. The light soft noise was like the claw of a cat, continuously scratching the hearts of the men with inappropriate gazes around her. Appearing to have discovered Xiao Yan's gaze sizing her up, the girl turned around and eyed Xiao Yan with his ordinary garbs. Her eyebrows involuntarily pressed together. After throwing a disdainful look to him, she faced the 2 big men blocking the entrance and snorted, "Move aside. Is it fun to block the way? Haha, Lin Fei Xiaojie should be coming here to take the test for a Tier 1 alchemist, right? Grandmaster Ao Tuo lives up to his reputation as one of the best alchemists in Black Rock City. In just 3 short years, he's able to let Miss become a true alchemist." The girl's voice was impolite but the 2 large men hurriedly gave an apologetic smile. They quickly moved their bodies aside and created a pathway. "Be reassured that once I become an alchemist, none of you will be treated shabbily." As the lady laughed, her gaze carelessly drifted toward the ordinarily dressed Xiao Yan. Although her teacher and father had frequently taught her not to judge a book by its appearance, after sizing Xiao Yan up carefully, she could not find anything special about him. If one were to talk about appearance, there were many in Black Rock City who were more handsome than him. Even if Xiao Yan was stronger than a 7-star doja, it was nothing special in her eyes. In this Black Rock City, even a dosher would have to respectfully call her Lin Fei Xiaojie when they saw her. Gradually withdrawing her gaze, Lin Fei shook her head slightly and finally removed all her attention from Xiao Yan. During this first encounter, she may not have had any disdain in her heart towards him, but she did not bother to remember him either. She simply treated him as an ordinary passerby. "Ugh, let's go. Girl, you better not cause me to lose face today. Otherwise that old man Frank would definitely not give up the chance to laugh at me." At that moment, the old man behind the girl lazily arrived and teased her. "Grandmaster Ao Tuo." Seeing the old man, the 2 large guards hurriedly and respectfully bowed and greeted the old man. He. The old man who was addressed as Grandmaster Ao Tuo smiled and nodded to the 2. He took a step forward and swept his gaze around. Suddenly, he stopped on Xiao Yan, who was bored from waiting. He could not help but still slightly. For some unknown reason, he could vaguely feel that the young man in front of him was different. As for what exactly it was, he was unable to explain it. Relax, teacher. Isn't it simply just refining a medicinal pill that has taken shape? Do you think that this would pose a challenge to your disciple? Lin Fei smiled lovingly as she pulled Grandmaster Ao2O's arm, acting like a spoilt child. Pills that don't take shape aren't counted as pills, and thus those who refine those are known as physicians. Patting Lin Fei's head in a pampering manner, Ao2O gave Xiao Yan beside him a kind smile before pulling Lin Fei and headed into the interior of the Alchemist Association. Teacher, why are you so nice to that person? This isn't usual style. After walking into the association, Lin Fei asked in a surprised voice. I somehow feel that the guy has something different about him, but I can't describe it. Maybe it is just a hallucination, Ao2O smiled and carelessly said. Hearing this, Lin Fei helplessly shook her head as she followed Ao2O and quickly walked toward the inside of the building. Little boy, have you found the recommendation letter from your teacher? After sending off Ao2O with his gaze, one of the large guards once again smiled and asked Xiao Yan. However, there was suspicion in his expression that belied his thoughts that Xiao Yan would not be able to take it out. Naturally, the truth was as he suspected. I'm sorry. I don't possess such a thing. Xiao Yan waved his hand helplessly and then scratched his chin. That young girl just now did not appear to give you any recommendation letter to check. Lin Fei Xiaojia's teacher is the Tier 4 alchemist, Grandmaster Ao2O. Don't tell me you have not heard of this name? Hearing Xiao Yan's question, the gaze that the large man used on Xiao Yan was the one that was reserved for fools. Sighing helplessly, Xiao Yan suddenly extended his hand in a gradual manner. What do you plan to do? Seeing Xiao Yan's action, the two large men's expression immediately changed. They instantly grabbed their weapon from their waist and shouted. Ignoring the two of them, Xiao Yan gaze focused on his palm. A moment later, a tempestuous purple-colored flame suddenly rose from his palm. The high temperature from the purple flame caused the two men's expressions to change drastically. Real agglomerated fire? Tier 4 alchemist? The startled voices disbelievingly escaped from the mouths of the two of them. With their experience from frequently guarding the Alchemist Association, they naturally knew that a real agglomerated fire was something that required being a Tier 4 alchemist to create. However, if the one who summoned a real fire was an extremely old man, they would still be somewhat calm. Except, the person in front of them was obviously a young man who had yet to reach 20. Sorry, but I'm not a Tier 4 alchemist. For some reason, however, I am able to summon it, that's all. Xiao Yan's gaze glanced around and realized that there were many people who were attracted by the two guards' shout. Some of them who had sharp eyes clearly saw the purple flame on Xiao Yan's hand. Outside the Alchemist Association, there were a few who were so shocked that their intake of cold air was clearly heard. Observing this scene, Xiao Yan shook his head helplessly. He could only shake his hand and quickly extinguish the purple flame as he faced the two guards and asked, "Now, can I go in?" "Yes, of course." "Little B, oh, sir, please enter." After exchanging a glance, the two guards quickly bowed their bodies and respectfully said. Seeing that he had to use such a troublesome manner just to enter the building, Xiao Yan could only laugh bitterly in his heart. His inclination to keep a low profile was coming back to bite him. Not only did he not have an alchemist badge, he also never had a rank badge from the rank association. TL, for Doja/Dou Qi and other ranks. Sighing, Xiao Yan flicked his sleeves with his finger before gradually stepping forward and entering this building, which housed those that had the highest status among all who lived in this Black Rock City. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 164, The Alchemist Association. Chapter 164, The Alchemist Association. Entering the Alchemist Association, a faint medicinal scent pounced out, giving people a refreshed feeling. The interior of the hall did not have many people, with only a few people quietly performing their own work. Appearing to have heard the sound of footsteps, some of them lifted their head and swept their gazes toward the young man who was carrying a huge black ruler on his back that seemed to be almost dragging him to the ground. After confusion flashed in their eyes, they began to once again bury themselves in their work. They did not think that anyone had the courage to create a disturbance in the Alchemist Association. Standing in the somewhat deserted large hall, Xiao Yan helplessly shook his head. He was about to find someone to inquire about the procedure for obtaining an alchemist tier badge when a young lady in a pale green dress hurriedly came from behind a counter and swiftly strided toward Xiao Yan. "This, mister, seeing your unfamiliar face, this should be your first time coming to our Black Rock City's Alchemist Association, no?" She quickly walked to the front of Xiao Yan with a smile. The green-clad lady's eyes completely scanned Xiao Yan before she asked with a smile. "Yes." Xiao Yan sized up the lady in green. Her beautiful bright eyes and white teeth were quite lovable. Xiao Yan smiled and said, "It is indeed my first time. I hope to obtain an alchemist tier badge." "Oh? You are also an alchemist?" Hearing Xiao Yan's words, the green-clad lady was obviously startled. Her beautiful eyes swept over Xiao Yan as she spoke in a stunned voice. "Yes, can you please tell me what procedures there are?" Without taking the shock in the lady's eyes to heart, Xiao Yan smiled and nodded. "This way please." Seeing Xiao Yan nod his head in acknowledgement, the lady in green appeared slightly discomposed. Her pretty face was clearly more respectful as she took a few steps back and came to the front of a counter while smiling at Xiao Yan. From the counter, green-clad lady took out a pale yellow ancient-looking parchment made of goatskin. Then her hand elegantly held a pen brush and raised her head. She gave Xiao Yan a full smile. "Sir, please tell me your name, age and teacher's name. I need to register for you." "Xiao Yan, 19, teacher." "Yao Lao." Xiao Yan thought quietly for a while before replying with a smile. "Mr. is really young and promising." When she heard Xiao Yan's age, Yahan could not help but sigh with shock in her heart. She smiled as she flattered him. Her eyebrows suddenly creased together as she paused the pen brush in her hands. After thinking for a long time, she embarrassingly said, "Sir, your teacher's name does not appear to be in the records of our Alchemist Association. He likes to live in isolation, so he has never come to register." "Why? Do I need him to be in the record for me to get the badge? If that's the case, then let's forget about it." Xiao Yan frowned and shook his head. He turned around and prepared to leave. It was unexpected to him that the process was so troublesome. "Sir, please wait." Seeing that Xiao Yan was about to leave, Yahan hurriedly said, "Although your teacher isn't in the record, if you manage to pass the test, you can still obtain a tier badge." Hearing this, Xiao Yan finally paused his footsteps and let out a sigh of relief in his heart. He turned around and smiled at Yahan. After quickly tidying up the things on the table, Yahan held Xiao Yan's registration form in her hand and gestured with her other hand to lead the way as she said, "Sir, please follow me. If you pass the test for a tier, you will be able to successfully obtain a badge for that tier." "Ah, you should be here to take the test for the first tier alchemist, aren't you?" Yahan's delicate hand flipped through the information that Xiao Yan gave as she randomly asked with a smile. "No. Tier 2. Xiao Yan shook his head and softly replied with a smile. Yahan's footsteps suddenly paused, causing Xiao Yan to nearly knock into her body, which had come to an abrupt stop. However, it was fortunate that he stopped in time. Immediately, he doubtfully eyed the gentle and beautiful figure of Yahan in front of him. "You said you are here to take the test for a tier 2 alchemist?" Turning her head, Yahan widened her small, moist, red mouth. She stared at Xiao Yan with shock. 19 years old and he wants to take the test for a tier 2 alchemist? This was a first in the Alchemist Association of the Jiama Empire. "Yes, are there any problems?" Xiao Yan nodded as he asked faintly. "No, not at all." Recovering, Yahan quickly shook her head. The respectfulness in the gaze she gave Xiao Yan grew as she softly said, "Mr. Xiao Yan. Just call me Xiao Yan." Xiao Yan shook his head as he interrupted with a smile. "Ha, all right." After working in the Alchemist Association for some time and coming across quite a number of big shots, Yahan wasn't one to use extra courtesies. Hence, hearing Xiao Yan's words, she also saved the mouthful of an address. With a smile she inquired, "You have never received an alchemist badge before, have you?" "Yes. Since it is like this, you must first take the test for the Tier 1 alchemist. Only if you are successfully promoted, can you continue to take the test for a Tier 2 alchemist." Yahan smiled as she explained the procedure of the test to Xiao Yan. "Oh, then I'll take them one at a time." Hearing the explanation, Xiao Yan was a little startled before he helplessly nodded. The smiling Yafei gradually slowed. A moment later, she stopped in front of a huge door. Outside there were 4 large and fierce men who were fully armed and guarding it. When Xiao Yan's eyes swept across the chest of the 4 burly men, he felt a slight awe in his heart. He realized that these 4 men were all 9-star dojas. Moreover, from the long and steady breathing of one of them, it was obvious that he had stayed at the level for a long time. Seeing the occasional glint that appeared in his eyes, it appeared that he would soon enter the grade of a dosher. "Uncle Taya, has the examination inside started?" Yahan handed over Xiao Yan's information in her hand to the strongest man as she smiled and asked. "Hee, not yet, but it would soon start. Have you brought another new person here? Looks like he's quite good." The one who was addressed as Taya swept his gaze on Xiao Yan's body and felt a surprise rise in his heart. With his strength, he actually failed to see the true strength of the young man in front of him. "Oh, all right. Let's go in." After carefully studying the information and stamp on the registration form, Taya finally took out a black armband. On the armband was the number 5 written in a large font. This is your testing number. Don't lose it. After receiving the armband, Xiao Yan wrapped it around his arm and smiled as he thanked Taya. Xiao Yan, you will have to go in by yourself. According to regulations, we cannot carelessly walk into the room. Seeing that the administrative procedure had completed, Yahan said softly. Ah, thank you very much. Xiao Yan nodded his head while smiling. He then cupped his hands together before stepping up to open the large door. The spacious large hall was so brightly lit that it appeared like it was daytime. There were quite a number of people clustered in the hall, and many whispers and laughter would occasionally appear in the hall. Xiao Yan's gaze swept across the chest area of these people and was surprised to find that most of them were true alchemists. Among the crowd, Xiao Yan had also found 2 Tier 4 alchemists. One of them was Grandmaster Aotua, whom Xiao Yan had seen earlier. The other was also an elderly person. Hearing the way the surrounding people addressed him, Xiao Yan realized that this old man was the chairman of the Black Rock City Alchemist Association, Vol04. At the center of the hall, there were over 10 meticulously arranged stone tables that were separated from each other. On the stone tables, many different instruments for refining medicine were neatly placed. At this moment, around 7 or 8 anxious young people were at these stone tables. The girl called Lin Fei was incidentally among them. Fulan-ku, where is Xue Mei? Why has she not appeared? The examination is about to start. Aotua swept his eyes toward the hourglass on the table before tilting his head as he asked Fulan-ku beside him, who was chatting with someone else. Don't worry. This is Xue Mei's first test. Naturally, she wants to be completely prepared. Waving his hand, Fulan-ku eyed the impatiently waiting Aotua, a smile appearing on his old face. Hearing this, Aotua curled his lips and snorted, there's still 10 minutes. If she's still not here, you cannot delay the start of the examination for her, even if you are the chairman. With a smile, Fulan-ku turned his head and swept his gaze across the large hall. Finally, he paused and stared at the young man who had unknowingly arrived. After glancing at the armband on his arm, Fulan-ku involuntarily asked in a surprised voice, Kid, are you also here to take the alchemist test? Seeing so many people in the same occupation for the first time, Xiao Yan was a little excited. When he heard Fulan-ku's question, he was a little surprised, but he quickly nodded his head. When he saw Xiao Yan nodding his head, Fulan-ku's eyes were filled with even greater amazement. He asked with a smile, how old are you? 19. Not understanding what this person, who obviously held a high position, was thinking, Xiao Yan could only answer honestly. Oh? Having heard Xiao Yan's answer, not only did Fulan-ku let out a shocked sound, even Aotua also turned his gaze over. When he noticed Xiao Yan, he was momentarily stunned. An instant later, he laughed, I said that I felt something different from this kid before. So you're actually an alchemist. But why did I not feel it just now? Normally, it should be very difficult for someone who was weaker than me to hide their identity. Hearing Aotua words, Xiao Yan could only display a loose face and shook his head pretending not to understand. With Yao Lao's protection, how could a Tier 4 alchemist discover the true extent of Xiao Yan's alchemy abilities? Luckily, Aotua did not attempt to get to the bottom of the matter. When he saw Xiao Yan's ignorant manner, he ceased his questioning. TSK. 19? Old Aotua, this young man's age is quite a bit younger than both of our disciples. Fulan-ku praised while clicking his tongue. You should praise him after he successfully passes. Although these words may sound mocking, but 2 years ago didn't Lin Fei come and take the test when she was 19? Aotua said as he shook his head. He did not have any intention of looking down on Xiao Yan, but attempting to get an alchemist badge at the age of 19 was something that had never happened in the Alchemist Association of Black Rock City. That girl of yours was here to purely create trouble. Her then nearly caused the medicinal furnace to explode. Fulan-ku shook his head as he scolded with a smile. Although he had said those words just now, he also understood that taking the alchemist test at 19 was difficult. After all, in order to become a true alchemist, other than having innate spiritual perception, one must become a true doja. Additionally, after becoming a doja, one must begin to learn about the art of alchemy under the close guidance of a teacher. This step would require at least a year of time. In summary, for a 19-year-old to become a Tier 1 alchemist, he must become a doja at 18 or even 17. This kind of terrifying training talent may be even more rare when compared to the uncommon spiritual perception that an alchemist required. Hence, even though Fulan-ku had vast experience, it was difficult for him to imagine the young man in front of him would successfully pass the test. Please. Don't think that I don't know about the time that you privately gave Xue Mei an alchemy test where she also blew up the medicinal cauldron. Seeing the two old men who were exposing each other's secrets, Xiao Yan could only helplessly shake his head. He was about to open his mouth to inquire when a faint voice that was slightly icy suddenly sounded from behind him. "Teacher, I'm sorry that I'm late." The sudden icy but lovely voice was like the clear sound of snow rocks on a snow mountain tapping on one another, unleashing an extremely moving sound. At the very least, after the voice sounded, Xiao Yan found that over half of the young men in the hall turned their slightly heated gazes toward the area behind Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan pursed his lips as he slowly turned around curiously to watch a lady in a silver dress elegantly walk in from the huge doorway. His eyebrows straightened as an obscure amazement flashed across his gaze. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 165, The Test for a Tier 1 Alchemist. Chapter 165, The Test for a Tier 1 Alchemist. At the doorway, there was a tall figure with transparent eyes like the cold clear spring on top of a snowy mountain, an exquisite face, and long eyebrows. On her tall and nimble body was a tight silver-colored dress. The silver-colored clothing and her warm jade-like skin complemented each other, giving the girl a special icy metallic beauty. What caused others to be most amazed about was that this girl in a silver dress actually possessed long silver hair that extended to her waist. This silver color was not the pale silver color of illness. Rather, it was like soft and gentle silver threads. As it drifted, it gave the silver-clad girl a strange attraction. After his gaze carefully sized her up, Xiao Yan could not stop praising in his heart. No wonder this girl was able to cause most of the gazes in the hall to heat up. This kind of loveliness and demeanor was considered to be excellent. When compared to her, the one known as Lin Fei lacked this kind of spiritual demeanor. The soft and gentle silvery hair with full luster was easy to cause other females to feel a little jealous in their hearts. After sweeping his gaze around, Xiao Yan slowly withdrew it. He moved his body slightly and consciously opened up a small path. The silver-clad girl slowly walked forward. She ignored Xiao Yan as she passed him and directly headed for Frank. Standing by the side, Xiao Yan sniffed the faint body fragrance she left behind as she passed and praised with a smile in his heart. "Excellent quality. Teacher." As she arrived in front of Frank, a faint smile surfaced on the exquisite face of the silver-clad girl. In an instant, that smile was like a snow lotus that bloomed on an icy mountain, giving everyone a feeling of beauty. "Ha, you are finally here." Ao-Tua old man had already become impatient. With a gentle gaze, Frank stared at the student he was most proud of as he said in a pleased voice, "Grandmaster Ao-Tua." The silver-clad girl tilted her head and greeted Ao-Tua, who was rolling his eyes. "Xue Mei really knows her manners. Compared to my cough. All right. Since you are here, let's quickly start." As Ao-Tua smiled and nodded, he turned around and noticed his student pursing her small mouth. Involuntarily he shook his head and quickly changed his words. Nodding slightly, Xue Mei also walked toward the stone table under everyone's gaze. Between her and Lin Fei was an empty table. When the two's eyes met, there were some sparks. It appeared that the two of them were not harmonious. Please do not cause the cauldron to explode later. It is all right if you fail, but don't disturb me." Lin Fei raised her pretty nose and softly snorted as her hand tapped lightly on a medicinal cauldron of the same model. "I think that even if you are not distracted, your chances of failure would not be small." Xue Mei smiled faintly. Although she appeared icy on the surface, it was difficult for her to remain calm in the face of her rival of a few years. Alright, noticing that the smell of gunpowder was already becoming increasingly dense between the two despite the fact that the examination had yet to begin, Frank could only helplessly shake his head. After which, he faced Xiao Yan who was in a corner. "Young man, why don't you go there? I am looking forward to your performance, ha. Even if you were to fail, it is alright. You have a lot of time ahead of you." Listening to the meaning in his words, it appeared that Frank did not hold much hope for Xiao Yan successfully passing the test. Shrugging his shoulders, Xiao Yan looked toward the place where Frank pointed to. He could not help but shake his head helplessly. This was because he realized that the spot was right between the two girls who were in a belligerent mood. When the two girls who were giving a tit for a tat with each other heard Frank's arrangement, they involuntarily glanced at Xiao Yan. Although Xiao Yan could not be considered as the kind of extremely handsome man who would cause women to throw themselves at him upon first glance, he would at the very least not cause those who saw him to feel disgusted. Thus, neither of them voiced their rejection. After randomly taking a glance, they withdrew their gaze and started to check the tools needed to refine medicine on the stone table. Helplessly shaking his head, Xiao Yan ignored the jealous gaze of the few young people of the same occupation as he slowly walked toward the stone table. The corner of his eyes swept across his two sides. The two different beautiful auras of the girls allowed him to comfort himself before he started to check the tools on the stone table. The basic requirement for a Tier 1 alchemist was that the person must be able to successfully refine a medicinal pill that had been shaped. The type of medicinal pill was something that was randomly decided by the Alchemist Association. Xiao Yan grabbed a parchment made of goatskin from the stone table and took a glance. This was a medicinal formula, one that was for a medicinal pill known as the Amassing Strength Pill. This Amassing Strength Pill had the effect of causing the user to gain some strength for a short while after consuming it. Among the Tier 1 medicinal pills, this kind of medicinal pill might only be barely considered as middle grade, but for a newcomer who was taking the test for the first time, this was undoubtedly a challenge. Holding the Amassing Strength Pill medicinal formula in his hand, Xiao Yan's gaze drifted left and right. He realized that everyone seemed to have obtained a different medicinal formula. From the expressions of the two girls beside him, it appeared that they were confident in the medicinal pill that they were required to make. Don't tell me that these two old men were trying to make things difficult? Xiao Yan mumbled in his heart. He glanced at Frank, whose face was filled with smiles, and helplessly shook his head. Once again, he turned his gaze onto the stone table. On the stone table were the ingredients needed for the Amassing Strength Pill. Only 3 sets of ingredients were prepared. In other words, whoever completely used up these 3 sets of medicinal ingredients during the refinement process and did not produce anything, would be considered to have failed the test. Beside the medicinal ingredients, a few jade bottles of quite good color were placed nearby. It appeared that they were meant to be used to store the final pill. After taking a brief glance at most of the things on the stone table, Xiao Yan's heart gradually calmed. With his current alchemist ability, successfully refining this Amassing Strength Pill should not require too much energy. Moreover, with the help from the purple flame, his current alchemist skill had been strengthened even further. A mere medicinal pill that was barely considered a Tier 1 medicinal pill did not possess the ability to trouble him. As no one had announced the start of the examination, Xiao Yan's gaze randomly swept across his two sides. After a rough glance at the medicinal ingredients placed on the two girls' stone table, Xiao Yan pursed up his lips. After being influenced by Yao Lao, Xiao Yan could now roughly guess the type of medicinal pill the other two were attempting to refine by briefly glancing at the medicinal ingredients prepared. Wound healing pill, congeal flame pill, damn it. Why is it that my medicinal formula is harder? Xiao Yan muttered in an unsatisfied voice in his heart. His Amassing Strength Pill was undoubtedly the hardest when compared with both Shui Mei and Lin Fei's medicinal formulas. Damn it. These two old men are abusing their power. Being helpless to change the situation, Xiao Yan could only viciously slander Frank and Aotuo in his heart. Are all of you done checking? If there's no problem, then, the examination has started. Upon noticing that no one had spoken up after sweeping his gaze across the stone tables, Frank waved his hand. A force escaped from his hand and smashed down on an ancient metal bell in the hall. Immediately, a clear chime floated within the hall. Hearing the clock chime, all the examination candidates at the stone table other than Xiao Yan quickly placed their hands on the fire outlet of the medicinal cauldron. The Dou Qi in their bodies surged out and instantly a flame began rising within their medicinal cauldrons after a muffled puff sound. After the flame rose within the medicinal cauldrons, a transparent light curtain slowly began to appear on the outside. The light curtain formed a square shape which completely surrounded the examinee within it. Following the appearance of the light curtain cover, the whisperings in the hall completely became quiet. Everyone was entirely focused as they stared at the examinee's actions. Occasionally, when they noticed new faces who were quite good with their ability, they would secretly nod their heads. Standing in front of the stone table, Xiao Yan turned his head and looked at his surroundings. He realized that other than Shui Mei and Lin Fei, whose Dou Qi flames were a little darker, the flame in everyone's cauldron were all a pale yellow color. Obviously, their strengths were below that of a 4-star doja. Within the stone tables, everyone was beginning to refine their own medicine. Only Xiao Yan continued to foolishly look at his surroundings. His manner was like a crane among a group of chickens, and it was difficult for anyone to not notice him. That kid, what is he doing? With a frown, Frank uncertainly asked as he looked at Xiao Yan. This? I don't know. Waving his hand, Aotuo was also a little puzzled. Was it possible that this kid did not even know how to start a fire? If it was like this, wouldn't it be too much of a comedy? Asterisk cough asterisk, does he have a recommendation letter from a teacher? Let me see who taught this student. Frank waved his hand and called one of his subordinate over and said. Chairman, he does not seem to have a recommendation letter. However, on his record, there is someone called Yao Lao who is his alchemist teacher. That subordinate smiled bitterly after flipping through Xiao Yan's information. Yao Lao? Blinking his eyes in ignorance, Frank tilted his head and eyed Aotuo. Have you heard of this name? I have muddled along in the Jiama Empire for decades, but I have never heard of any alchemist teacher who has the qualification to accept students called Yao Lao. Regarding this foreign name, Ao20's head was similarly filled with fog. Forget it. We will ask in greater detail when the time's up. From the looks of things, I feel that we have been tricked by that kid. After irritably throwing the information in his hand toward his subordinate, Frank's expression was a little ugly. After all, if a joke like this actually happened in the branch that he was in charge of and news were to spread, he would likely be mocked by the Alchemist Association branches of other cities. Just as Frank and others outside were irritated at Xiao Yan's action, Shui Mei and Lin Fei from within the light curtains also glanced at this far too odd young man with stunned expressions. Did this guy think that it was time to be fooling around? Xiao Yan naturally did not know that his hesitation had attracted the attention of so many people. After musing for a long while, he let out a light sigh and slowly placed his hand on the fire outlet. In his heart, he helplessly said, "Whatever, it's just a slightly unique flame. They won't possibly jail me and slice me apart to study it." After comforting himself in his heart, the Dou Qi in Xiao Yan's body began to rush forth, swiftly passing through his qi paths and moving along his palms. With a soft sound, it entered the medicinal cauldron. Bang! Following a muted sound, a tempestuous purple-colored flame suddenly rose within the medicinal cauldron. At the same time outside the light curtain, Frank was irritably grabbing a cup of tea from his subordinate. He was just about to take a sip when the corner of his eye suddenly noticed the purple-colored flame that rose in Xiao Yan's medicinal cauldron. Instantly, his eyes abruptly widened. With a puff sound, the tea in his mouth was spat out in a rough manner. The tea wetted his clothes, but Frank ignored it. His finger was shaking as he pointed to Xiao Yan within the light curtain. In a shocked voice, he cried out involuntarily, "Purple-colored flame? Heavenly flame?" Hearing this, the entire hall was instantly dead quiet. Numerous gazes suddenly turned toward Xiao Yan behind the light curtain. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 166, Passing the Test. Chapter 166, Passing the Test. That guy actually summoned a purple-colored flame? Don't tell me, it's a heavenly flame. How can it be? All the alchemists within the hall stared at the soaring and burning purple flame in the medicinal cauldron with shock. Since there was a light curtain separating them, they could not be certain of the exact details of the flame. However, the color of the flame was definitely not an ordinary Dou Qi flame created from condensed Dou Qi. Heavenly flame? Frank and Ao20 exchanged glances and immediately shook their heads. Does it look like it? Moreover, with that kid's strength, he should not be able to control the intense heavenly flame with such ease. Ao20 stared intently at the purple flame that was rising under the control of Xiao Yan's spiritual perception as he said in a deep voice. There is indeed some difference. A heavenly flame isn't so easy to control. Frank wiped the water stains on his beard. The expression on his face was extremely serious. But why is his flame purple in color? Frank and Ao20 frowned. They felt a little ignorant. Neither had heard of any flame other than a flame that was refined from a heavenly flame that was entirely purple in color. This kid isn't simple. No wonder he dares to take the test for a Tier 1 alchemist at such a young age. He actually has some background. Looking at the richness of the purple flame, this kid's strength is at least that of a 5-star doja. What frightening training talent! Frank sighed after he gradually calmed down. I was saying that I had a strange feeling when I met him for the first time. It was really unexpected that he could actually hide his ability under my nose. This kid is quite mysterious. Ao20 pulled on his long beard as he gave Frank a smile. I suddenly have a desire to meet his teacher. I want to know just who could actually teach such an outstanding student. Ugh, compared to him, Shui Mei and Lin Fei are a grade lower. Yes. Frank nodded his head slightly and said with a smile, to think that after these two girls fought for so long, they both ended up receiving a surprise blow from this young man called Xiao Yan. It is also just as well to let them learn the meaning of the two phrases, there is no limit to one's ability, and there is always someone stronger than you. Circulate a message to the other cities' Alchemist Association and seek their help in finding out whether there is a high-tier alchemist known as Yao Lao. Being able to groom such a student, he should not be someone unknown. Frank waved his hand and called an alchemist over before he whispered his order. The alchemist respectfully nodded his head before he stealthily left the hall. In the corner, Ao20 simply smiled as he watched what happened. After which, he once again shifted his gaze toward the interior of the light curtain. In a soft voice, he said, although he may be able to control this unique purple flame, refining pills does not simply involve on the flame. One's spiritual awareness, control of the flame, the quantity of the different medicinal ingredients needed, etc., are all very important points. Now, we should just continue watching. Frank nodded his head. As a Tier 4 alchemist, he naturally knew all this already. Therefore, he did not continue speaking. Instead, he silently looked at the young man behind the light curtain who was entirely focused on refining the medicinal pill. Following their quietness, the hall once again fell into silence. This time around, however, most of the gazes were placed on Xiao Yan. Many people wanted to know whether this young man who could control a flame that appeared similar to a heavenly flame would still be able to maintain an outstanding performance in the other criterias. Xiao Yan, who was behind the light curtain, naturally did not have the leisure of observing the commotion in the hall caused by the purple flame. His gaze roughly swept across the stone table. Then he picked up a few types of medicinal ingredients at a speed that was neither fast nor slow before throwing them into the medicinal cauldron in an orderly and continuous manner. Under the suppression of his spiritual awareness, the ferocious purple flame was as docile as a sheep as it gently surrounded the medicinal ingredients that were thrown into the medicinal cauldron. After which, he began refining the essences of the different medicinal ingredients needed for the amassing strength pill. Under Xiao Yan's gentle refining, the initial shape of the amassing strength pill was gradually formed within the medicinal cauldron. Every stone table within the light curtain was separated by a smaller square-shaped light curtain. However, Xiao Yan's purple flame was far too unique, causing the two beside him, Xuemei and Lin Fei, to notice something not long after the purple flame was released. They tilted their heads over and their beautiful eyes widened when the soaring purple flame appeared in their sight. After a faint muffled sound, the medicinal ingredients they were refining in their medicinal cauldrons were burnt to ashes by their flame due to their attention being diverted. Ignoring the medicinal ingredients that had turned to ashes, the two girls opened their red sleek small mouths and blankly stared at the purple flame that was cool, hot, and warm under Xiao Yan's control. A moment later, they could not help but inhale a cool breath in his heart. Although they did not know what the purple flame that Xiao Yan had was, they knew it was definitely harder to control compared to their dark yellow Dou Qi flame after looking at the extent of turbulence within the flame. However, from the leisurely manner of the young man in front of them, it appeared that he was very proficient in the control of this purple flame. This extent of control was something that caused even the proud Xuemei and Lin Fei to feel inferior to. The gazes of the two girls shifted away from the medicinal cauldron. Finally, as though they had a tacit understanding, they placed their gazes onto the young man whose entire attention was focused on what was happening within the medicinal cauldron. At that moment, the delicate and handsome face of the young man did not reveal the slightest bit of anxiety. A faint purple color was imprinted on his face due to the soaring purple flame. However, the exceedingly calm and leisurely demeanor almost caused the two young girls to think that the person in front of them was not an immature young man who was younger than 20. Instead, he appeared as though he was a high-tier alchemist with a wealth of refining experience. This kind of calm and leisurely demeanor was something that Xuemei and Lin Fei could only see when their teachers were refining medicine. At this moment, however, the young man in front of them had once again let them experience it. The gazes of the two girls met briefly in midair and both of them witnessed a bitter smile in defeat. Their gazes once again circled to Xiao Yan's body and Xuemei sighed gently. Her hand gently combed the silver hair on her forehead before she withdrew her attention and once again focused on her medicinal cauldron. This guy hid everything so well. I was actually mistaken by his appearance. Once again, Lin Fei glanced at Xiao Yan as she muttered. The Xiao Yan who had been a simple passerby in her heart just a moment ago had risen to someone of high status who possessed a frightening talent and should be treated with the utmost respect. Shaking her head, Lin Fei bitterly smiled and sighed again as she thought of the swiftness and the change of their positions. After which, she threw the second set of medicinal ingredients into the medicinal cauldron and began the refinement. Xiao Yan, who had placed all his attention within the medicinal cauldron, naturally did not realize that the two girls were watching him a moment ago. His eyes were simply staring intently at the interior of the medicinal cauldron. Under Xiao Yan's concentration, time flew by quickly. After the medicinal pill in the medicinal cauldron flipped and rolled for an unknown number of times, it finally began to become round. Seeing the luster on the surface of the medicinal pill, Xiao Yan smiled. His palm slowly moved away from the medicinal cauldron. As his hand left, the purple-colored flame in the medicinal cauldron also gradually disappeared. Xiao Yan's finger lightly flicked and the cover of the medicinal cauldron was flipped open by a gentle wind. Xiao Yan's hand then beckoned, prompting a pale yellow-colored medicinal pill to shoot out of the medicinal cauldron and fly toward him. Swiftly grabbing a jade bottle with his palm, Xiao Yan quickly waved it in front of him. The pale yellow medicinal pill was then precisely stored within it. Xiao Yan raised his head after gradually putting the bottle down. He realized that the sheet of light around him had unknowingly been removed and that the surrounding gazes were all staring intently at him. Is the test time up? Turning his head to look around, Xiao Yan found that Xuemei and Lin Fei beside him were also staring at him and could not help but speak in an embarrassed voice. Seeing Xiao Yan's embarrassed expression, Xuemei stilled slightly. She immediately nodded her head with a smile. Her cool voice was slightly gentler than it had been before. The test was over a few minutes ago. However, teacher saw that you did not seem to have finished, so he waited for a while. Relax, you will not lose your qualification to take the test because of this. Xiao Yan smiled at Xue Mei gratefully before raising his head and watched the smiling Frank and Aotua who were walking over. Slowly walking to the front of the stone tables, Frank glanced at Xiao Yan with a deeper meaning. He then smiled and laughed. Little kid, you hide things very well. Xiao Yan waved his hand but did not say anything. Frank and Aotua first alternated to retrieve the medicinal pills. Xue Mei and Ling Fei refined and carefully observed the medicinal pills' color, luster, etc. They nodded to each other and smiled. Not bad. Although there was some shortcoming in the flame's strength, these still meet the standard to pass the test. Hearing this, Xue Mei and Lin Fei gently let out a relaxed sigh. After checking the two ladies' medicinal pills, Frank and Aotua did not immediately check Xiao Yan's. Instead, they bypassed him and lifted the medicinal pills of the other 6 behind Xiao Yan to judge. Among these 6, only 2 met the requirement. The other 4 lowered their heads in a crestfallen manner. Haha, all of you need not feel dejected. If you cannot do it this year, then do it the next year. Young people may not have much else, but they do have lots of time. Seeing the manner of the 4, Frank smiled and encouraged them before exchanging a glance with Aotua. The 2 of them once again arrived in front of Xiao Yan. Seeing Frank and Aotua's action, the gazes in the hall gradually stopped on Xiao Yan. Beside him, Xue Mei and Lin Fei were also curiously staring at Xiao Yan. They also wanted to know the standard of the medicinal pill that the guy who could control a mysterious flame managed to refine. Lifting the goatskin parchment from Xiao Yan's table, Frank glanced at it. His old face changed slightly as he said in an astonished manner, amassing strength pill? Hearing this, Aotua also slightly stilled. Appearing as though he realized something, Aotua immediately said with a smile, no wonder this little boy took a little more time. You actually got this medicinal formula. Hearing the name amassing strength pill, Xue Mei and Lin Fei helplessly shook their head. Just by comparing the level of difficulty of the medicinal formula, they were already inferior. TSK, the little kid does indeed have some ability to successfully refine the amassing strength pill. This medicinal pill is something that even some real tier 1 alchemists would have difficulty refining. Smacking his lips in amazement, Frank poured out the medicinal pill from the jade bottle. Instantly, a pale yellow-colored round medicinal pill around the size of a thumb playfully rolled out. It was entirely pale yellow with some faint dark green ripples that was mixed within, appearing like a spreading ripple and giving it a strange appearance. Pill lines. Seeing the circular dark green ripples, Frank and Aotua once again smacked their lips in amazement. When refining medicinal pills, these pill lines would usually only appear on the refined medicinal pill that had peak color and luster. Hearing the words pill lines, Xue Mei and Lin Fei knew that during this examination, the both of them could not be compared with this young man beside them. Congratulations, Xiao Yan. You have passed the test for a tier 1 alchemist. After replacing the medicinal pill into the jade bottle, Frank gradually sighed and told the young man with a smile. Hearing this, everyone in the hall looked at the lucky young man behind the stone table with both envy and surprise. That. Hearing these words, Xiao Yan blinked his eyes. He rubbed his head and softly said, that, can I continue to take the test for a tier 2 alchemist? Immediately after Xiao Yan spoke, the faces of both Frank and Aotua, which were full of smiles just a moment ago, became lifeless. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 167, The Youngest Tier 2 Alchemist. Chapter 167, The Youngest Tier 2 Alchemist. Continue to take the test for a tier 2 alchemist? Xiao Yan's words not only caused Frank and Aotua to display a dull expression but also caused the two ladies, Xue Mei and Lin Fei, beside him to suddenly pause what they were doing and lift their heads. Their faces were filled with astonishment as they blankly stared at the young man by the stone table. Within the hall, everyone's gazes were foolishly staring at the young man. If Xiao Yan's success in passing a tier 1 alchemist test just a moment ago caused them to feel amazement in their hearts, then this next question actually caused everyone to feel stunned. A 19-year-old tier 1 alchemist was uncommon, but there were still many in the Jiama Empire. However, a 19-year-old tier 2 alchemist was truly rare. It should be known that even the piquing Guhi within the Jiama Empire had only just become a tier 1 alchemist at this age. If Xiao Yan managed to pass the test for the tier 2 alchemist today, would it not mean that his achievements in the future would be even greater than piquing Guhi? Oh god, we might be witnessing a monster rising from the Alchemist Association at Blackrock City. Everyone in the large hall exchanged glances with one another and immediately said with a soft, bitter laugh. You should not underestimate the requirements for the test for a tier 2 alchemist. If you want to pass the test for a Tier 2 alchemist, you must not only refine a Tier 2 medicinal pill, but your strength must also reach the Dou Qi level. Dou Qi. Have you achieved it? Tilting her head, Lin Fei eyed the smiling face of the young man and could not help but knit her eyebrows together as she spoke. Dou Qi, smiling gently, Xiao Yan watched Lin Fei's beautiful and moving face and laughed. I only want to try. Whether I pass or not doesn't make much of a difference. You really wish to take another test, this one being the Tier 2 alchemist test? Looking at Xiao Yan, who did not display any expression of giving up after hearing Lin Fei's words, Frank and Ao2O exchanged glances before asking seriously. There should not be any problems, is there? Xiao Yan rubbed his head as he asked with a smile. How confident are you? Ao2O's expression was slightly serious at the moment. If the young man in front of him really passed the Tier 2 alchemist test, then he was someone with incredible talent. In the future, this person might be a new star in the alchemist scene for Jama Empire who was more overbearing than the Pill King Dou Qi. For the alchemist scene in the Empire, this was undoubtedly great news that would cause an uproar. Around 50%. Xiao Yan tightly closed his lips and analyzed his success rate for refining a Tier 2 medicinal pill before reporting a number. Since he was afraid of appearing too confident, Xiao Yan reported a somewhat conservative number. The number may have been considered conservative in Xiao Yan's here, but after he reported it, Ao2O and Frank trembled slightly. Some of the expressions on the other people's faces also changed. There was quite a significant rate of failure when refining a Tier 2 medicinal pill. Even some of the alchemists present did not dare guarantee that they would be able to achieve 50% success rate when refining a Tier 2 medicinal pill. However, the young man in front of them actually wore a smile on his face as he said these words. Instantly, the few Tier 2 alchemists in the hall began to call into question this figure in their hearts. Evidently, they did not quite believe what Xiao Yan had said even if he did own a strange type of flame. 50%, after mumbling in her heart, Xuemei tilted her head and stared at the tall figure of the young man by the stone table. In her heart, she involuntarily whispered, isn't this guy a little arrogant? So? Can I continue taking the test? If it is really not possible, then forget it. After all, I am only making a temporary stop at Black Rock City. If I have the chance, I will go test somewhere else when I have time. Seeing that Frank and Ao2O did not reply, Xiao Yan helplessly shook his head before speaking. Wait. Hearing Xiao Yan's words, Frank quickly spoke. What a joke. This was an insane opportunity for the Alchemist Association in Black Rock City to show face among those of the same occupation. Thus, he would not allow Xiao Yan to run to other cities to take the test. If that were the case, it would be like giving the opportunity to others for no reason, but... Someone, immediately prepare the Tier 2 alchemist test. When Frank exchanged another glance with Ao2O, the two of them found excitement in each other's eyes. After which, he waved his hand and gave the order. Hearing this, a few alchemists behind him hurriedly moved and swiftly walked toward a side door in the hall. On the side door were the words Tier 2 alchemist test venue. Alright, I will let you take the test. Little boy, you better not be deceiving us two old men. Frank clapped his hands as he turned around and said with a laugh to Xiao Yan. I will do my best. Oh yes, I heard that registering with the Alchemist Association after the test will let one receive some special privileges from the association? Xiao Yan walked from the stone table and asked with a smile. Hee, correct. When an alchemist refines medicinal pills, they usually require some extremely unique and rare plants. A person, however, cannot run all over the place to gather all these things. Hence, after you have registered at our Jama Empire Alchemist Association, you will be able to enjoy the right of exchanges. For example, when you are refining a certain medicinal pill and you lack one of the medicinal ingredients which another alchemist happens to possess, under the consensus of both parties, our association will help you complete this transaction. Of course, the prerequisite is that you must be able to take out something that the other party is satisfied with to complete the transaction. Frank nodded his head as he said with a smile, naturally, if your tier is higher, you would be able to enjoy even more rights. Thus, in order to exchange something which you need from others without many obstructions, you will need to work hard to raise your tier. It really is something good. A little bit of joy appeared on Xiao Yan's face as he nodded his head. This measure taken by the Alchemist Association would undoubtedly save the time required by an alchemist to roam around to find ingredients. Moreover, it just so happened that Xiao Yan liked some things right now. After he passed the test, he would definitely get Frank to help him check. If someone else really had the ingredients he needed, he would put in the utmost effort to exchange for them. Alright, the preparations for the test for a Tier 2 alchemist have been completed. Follow me. Tilting his head, Frank watched the few alchemists taking turns to exit the small room. After he saw them nod their heads, he then spoke the words with a smile. Okay. Xiao Yan nodded and subsequently followed Frank into that small room. Aotuo, who was behind him, also followed closely. When he was about to enter the door, he turned around and he said with a smile to everyone outside who were extending their necks, the examination for a Tier 2 alchemist is different from a Tier 1 alchemist. Thus, all of you cannot just carelessly enter. Just wait outside. There will soon be an answer. Teacher, please let me go in and take a look. Hearing Aotuo's words, Lin Fei's face became anxious as she rushed forward and tugged on Aotuo's sleeve while speaking like a spoiled child. This has always been the rule of the Alchemist Association. Even I cannot do anything about it. You should just wait outside. Helplessly shaking his head, Aotuo gently shook his sleeves, shaking Lin Fei off and forcing her to take a small step backwards. After that, he quickly went behind the door and closed it tightly with a loud slamming noise. Poof. What's the big deal? If you don't let me take a look, then so be it. Eyeing the door that was tightly shut, Lin Fei snorted arrogantly and mumbled with dissatisfaction. Turning around, Lin Fei looked at the pretty and impassive face of Xue Mei and approached her. After which, she softly whispered beside the latter, "Do you think the guy will succeed?" "How would I know? Didn't he say earlier that he is 50% confident?" "That seemed to be quite good," Xue Mei said indifferently after glancing at Lin Fei beside her. Lin Fei curled her lips as her pretty figure jumped to sit on top of the stone table. Her long legs that were revealed under the purple-colored dress created a mesmerizing snow-white angle, causing the gazes of some of the men in the hall to be unable to resist the temptation and glance over. Ugh, I thought that it was already very impressive for us to be able to become a Tier 1 alchemist within 2 years. Unexpectedly, this abnormal guy suddenly appeared. It is still alright that he is a little younger than us, but he actually possesses the qualification to take the test for a Tier 2 alchemist. Isn't this too much of a blow to others? Tilting her head, Lin Fei faced her rival for a number of years and helplessly said. Hearing this, a different undertone surfaced on Xue Mei's pale expression. She sighed quietly and whispered, "It is indeed quite a blow to others." "Back then, didn't you say that no one among the younger generation in Black Rock City could surpass you? Now that someone has appeared, I recall that you said back then, it was something like accompanying." Lin Fei's crow-black eyes rotated as she suddenly spoke. "I'm sorry, but he isn't someone from Black Rock City." A faint crimson color surfaced on Xiao Mei's pretty face as a cunningness flashed across her pretty eyes before she told Lin Fei with a sweet smile. "You win," Lin Fei softly snorted as she combed through the black hair on her forehead as she laughed, "but with that guy's talent, you would not lose out. Although your teacher is one of the key figures in Black Rock City, you should also know that to be able to teach such an abnormal student, just think how strong his teacher must be." "Not interested. If you like him, take him for yourself. Isn't Grandmaster Aotuo's reputation as an alchemist on par with my teacher? Moreover, your father is also the governor of Black Rock City." Xue Mei smiled and said. Her indifferent tone, however, caused Lin Fei beside her to clench her teeth. "Che, the people who are chasing me can form a queue up to 15 kilometers outside the city. I don't have the leisure to throw myself at him." Lin Fei prettily rolled her eyes as she laughed in a spoiled voice. The faint laughter caused Xue Mei to raise her eyebrow. Her gaze turned toward the door and her fist secretly tightened. She whispered, "They're coming out. The examination has already ended?" Hearing this, Lin Fei's mind was shaken as she hurriedly turned her gaze toward the door. Following a crunching sound from the door, it was gradually pulled open. Frank and Aotuo were first to exit. They exchanged a glance with each other before sighing softly and shaking their heads. Seeing their actions, Lin Fei and Xue Mei frowned. Did he fail? This young boy's talent in refining medicine is really frighteningly outstanding. Ugh, it's not possible not to be impressed. Lifting his head, Frank waved his hand and smiled. Looks like our Black Rock City Alchemist Association has given rise to the youngest Tier 2 alchemist in 100 years. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 168, The Incredible Treatment for Alchemists. Chapter 168, The Incredible Treatment for Alchemists. Seeing the faces of Frank and Aotuo which were filled with amazement, all the throats of those in the hall could not help but roll gently. Looking at the manner of these two, the young man had obviously passed the Tier 2 test. What a frightening person, everyone looked at each other as they sighed gently in their hearts. A 19-years-old Tier 2 alchemist. This could be considered as a new record in the Jiama Empire. This guy actually managed to succeed? At 19, he has actually reached the Dou Qi level? How is this possible? Opening her red lips, Lin Fei softly mumbled with astonishment. Beside her, Xue Mei also nodded her head slightly. Wasn't this guy far too monstrous? Seeing the shocked expressions of everyone in the hall, Frank and Ao2 also faced each other and smiled bitterly. After observing Xiao Yan refining a medicinal pill at close proximity, both of them could not help but feel amazed at the talent in refining pills that Xiao Yan had demonstrated. Although it was Xiao Yan's first refinement using the medicinal formula provided for the test, his outstanding control of the flame was not inferior to any true Tier 2 alchemist. Moreover, when he was refining the medicine, he was extremely accurate in refining the essence of the medicinal ingredients. If this was a very experienced Tier 2 alchemist, Frank and Ao2 would not feel much surprise. However, the guy in front of them was merely 19 years old. When they were at his age back then, they were still just beginning to learn how to differentiate medicinal ingredients under the guidance of their teachers. He really is a guy who makes others feel inferior. Now, I am more and more curious as to which Grandmaster actually managed to teach such an outstanding student. Frank bitterly laughed. Ah, this young boy's talent for refining medicine may be outstanding, but an outstanding unpolished gem will not become something great without meticulous cutting and polishing. That mysterious teacher of his must be very great. At the very least, if Xiao Yan was to be taught by both of us, he would not be able to achieve this effect. Ao2 acknowledged his inferiority. But that purple flame of his, it is indeed not a heavenly flame. Although it is much stronger compared to a normal flame, it is not that potent or exotic, Frank said doubtfully as he frowned and recalled the way Xiao Yan refined medicine from earlier. Ha ha. Indeed, it doesn't seem like a heavenly flame, but that doesn't really matter. There are many strange people and occurrences in the Dou Qi continent. There will always be some mysterious things that are not discovered by others. Although the purple flame is strong, it is only slightly stronger than the Dou Qi flame belonging to alchemists of a similar tier. It is undoubtedly much weaker when compared to a heavenly flame. Ao2 said with a smile. Yes. Nodding his head, Frank tilted his head, faced the interior of the room and said, "Young boy, once you've packed up your things, you can come out." Following Frank's voice, the figure of Xiao Yan slowly walked out of the room. He lightly brushed away some of the medicinal powder that had landed on his ordinary garments before his gaze swept across the faces of everyone in the hall and smiled. Seeing Xiao Yan looking over, all the alchemists in the hall also returned a friendly smile. Although their identity meant that they held top statuses in Black Rock City and that anyone who saw them during an ordinary day would respectfully greet them, the medicinal refining talent the young man in front of them displayed caused them to be afraid of slighting him. After all, this young man might well become an alchemist grandmaster greater than Frank or Ao2 in the future. When he saw Xiao Yan coming out, Frank waved his hand toward one of his subordinates. The latter hurriedly walked out of the hall. A moment later, he returned with a jade plate that was carrying an exquisitely made black-colored long robe. This is the special apparel for a Tier 2 alchemist. Before the material was used to make this long robe, it was first soaked in a medicinal pool that was cultivated by the Alchemist Association. Thus, you should not look down on it. After wearing it, the cloth material that was soaked in the medicinal liquid will come into contact with the air and release a strange scent. This strange scent will help the wearer maintain an alert state at all times. Additionally, under its stimulation, the skin of a person will become somewhat sensitive. When this happens, it will help the alchemist to have slightly better control of their flame when refining medicine. Frank received the jade plate and proudly announced in detail the effect of the long robe. At the same time, it also possesses immunity to some poisons. Moreover, after being specially made by the Alchemist Association, the defensive ability of this alchemist's long robe is even stronger than ordinary armors. If it were not for the costliness of making it, resulting in the impossibility of making it in bulk, the Empire would have already snatched it and used it to equip its soldiers. Hearing the introduction by Frank, Xiao Yan was also a little amazed. He did not expect that this magnificent-looking long robe would have so many coveted abilities. No wonder so many alchemists joined the Alchemist Association. This kind of treatment really attracts people. Xiao Yan received the long robe and swept his eyes over it. He noticed an alchemist badge was placed near the chest region. On the badge was an ancient-looking medicinal cauldron with two mercury-like ripples on it that continued to twist slightly, like they were something alive. Panning his palm over the pitch-black robe, Xiao Yan felt a gentle sensation that was like the tender skin of a lady. It was extremely beautiful. TSK, an alchemist is undoubtedly the most prestigious job in the Dou Qi continent. Just this long robe would likely have cost over 100,000 gold coins to manufacture. Xiao Yan flipped the black-colored long robe around and looked at it in a very attached manner. After which, he removed his ordinary rough outer garment and pulled it over his body. Instantly, the black robe touched his skin, causing him to feel refreshed and comfortable, much like he was dipped in a mist of water. A strange fragrance also stealthily entered his nose and his exhausted mind was suddenly much more active. After a year of tough training, Xiao Yan's figure had also gradually grew. Although his face still appeared thin, it had a faint elegant feeling now that he had put on this appropriate black long robe. The last bit of tenderness on his face was also perfectly concealed. Seeing that Xiao Yan had appeared as though he had completely changed into a new person after putting on the alchemist's long robe, Frank and Aotua smiled and nodded. Clearly, they were quite pleased with Xiao Yan's current image. Within the hall, Shuemei and Lin Fei who were staring at Xiao Yan and noticed the change in him and surprise flashed across their faces. In their examination, they paused longer on Xiao Yan's smiling face a while longer without anyone noticing. Excellent. After personally experiencing the benefit the alchemist robe brought, Xiao Yan nodded and let out repeated praises. Seeing Xiao Yan's satisfied manner, Frank smiled. The influence that an alchemist could create was really too big. In order to gather those with great ability to this prestigious occupation, the Alchemist Association had really put in a great amount of effort. Alright, the examination is already over. Everyone, please disperse. Frank faced the hall and waved his hand. After which, he turned to Xiao Yan and said with a smile, "Do you have time? If you do, I would like to chat with you." Hearing this, Xiao Yan smiled and nodded his head as he said, "It's just as well. Chairman, I have some things that I also need to ask for. I hope you'll be able to help." Ha ha. Shuemei, Lin Fei, the both of you should follow the others who passed the test to go and take the Tier 1 Alchemist badge and long robe. We still have some things to do so we cannot accompany you. After smiling to Shuemei, Frank exchanged a glance with Aotua before the two of them led the way out of the hall. Watching this obvious inferior treatment, Lin Fei could only helplessly nod her head. With dissatisfaction, she grimaced at Frank's back and muttered, "Bias. Let's go. Stop complaining. He has the qualifications to make teacher biased. If you are dissatisfied, you can immediately go and take the test for a Tier 2 alchemist." Shuemei said with a smile as she got up and walked toward the exit of the hall. "Humph, what's so great?" Lin Fei softly snorted. Her footsteps followed Shuemei but her voice obviously lacked the confidence. She was barely adequate to take the test for a Tier 1 alchemist. A Tier 2 test, it was not as though she was as full of herself as she appeared. "Xiao Yan, please take a seat," in a tidy study, Frank told Xiao Yan with a smile. Randomly taking a seat on a chair, Xiao Yan did not beat around the bush as he said, "Grandmasters, if you have any questions, please ask. If the questions are not too intrusive, I will not hide anything." As he said this, a cunningness flashed across Xiao Yan's eyes. What was or wasn't too intrusive was determined by him. Hee, what a crafty and alert young man. Frank shook his head and laughed. After living for quite a few decades, Frank naturally understood the meaning behind Xiao Yan's words. Since you have already registered with the association, we naturally needed to perform some administrative work. Regarding the part of your teacher in the registration information from earlier, it seems somewhat incorrect. In my memory, there doesn't seem to be an alchemist grandmaster in the Jiama Empire called Yao Lao. Frank asked with a smile as his hand waved at the information that Xiao Yan had registered with earlier. I'm sorry, but before I left, my teacher had told me not to reveal any information about him. However, he has never registered with the association. Xiao Yan spread his hands out as he replied. Hearing this, Frank and Aotua shook their heads helplessly. It appeared that trying to get information of his teacher from this kid's mouth appeared nearly impossible. Alright, since you are unwilling to say, we will not make things difficult for you. There are indeed some strong people within the Jiama Empire who do not like others knowing about them. Letting out a sigh, Aotua mused for a moment before asking the last question. About the purple-colored flame that you were controlling, you may also know that flame of yours isn't a heavenly flame, is it? It would be good if it was. Shaking his head with a smile, Xiao Yan half-truthfully said, that purple flame is something that I coincidentally managed to obtain from the amethyst-winged lion. Don't ask me in detail on how I obtained it. When I met it in the Magic Beast mountain range, it spit flame at me for no reason. If I did not possess something that protected my life, I might have been incinerated by it on the spot. After the incident, I realized that there was an additional purple flame in my body. Amethyst-winged lion? Hearing this, both Frank and Aotua momentarily stilled. They then quickly nodded their head as though they had realized something. No wonder, it is the purple flame from an amethyst-winged lion. I was just wondering why it had a faint violent and wild character. You are really fortunate to be able to get a hold of this thing. Back then there were also quite a number of alchemists who were planning on getting hold of its flame. Sadly, they all failed in the end. Ugh, forget it. Basically, we didn't get you to reveal any information. Frank waved his hand and helplessly said, just tell us your problem. Ha. Xiao Yan opened his mouth and laughed. He then closed his lips tightly and stared intently at the two of them. He said softly, I need something. I'm not sure if you grandmasters can help me check if any other alchemist possesses it? What thing? Ice Spirit Cold Fountain. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 169, Gute. Chapter 169, Gute. Ice Spirit Cold Fountain? Hearing the name that Xiao Yan spat out, Frank and Ao2A clearly stilled for a moment. An instant later, they said in a surprised voice, "Little boy, the Ice Spirit Cold Fountain is an extremely rare and precious spiritual ingredient. With your current ability, it seems like you should not need this kind of thing." With a smile, Xiao Yan vaguely said, "I really need this thing. Grandmasters, do you know anyone in the Alchemist Association who possesses it? If you do, I can pay a large sum in exchange for it." A large sum? Xiao Yan, you should know that this Ice Spirit Cold Fountain is something extremely rare that cannot be measured with gold coins. Moreover, even if someone had this thing, you would be hard-pressed to take something out to exchange for it. Frank shook his head and said, Of course I know this. Can you grandmasters please help me check? If there is really someone who possesses it, I may be able to take out something that would satisfy him." Xiao Yan politely said as he smiled and nodded. Seeing Xiao Yan's insistence, Frank pressed his old eyebrows together. He then exchanged a glance with Ao2A before helplessly nodding his head. "Please wait for a moment." Ao2A got up and told Xiao Yan before he turned around and walked into the inner part of the study. This old man is the deputy chairman of Black Rock City's Alchemist Association. Although he is often extremely lazy and seldom bothers to do the work at the association, he's usually the one in charge of things like business deals. Frank smiled at Xiao Yan as his gaze followed the Ao2O's departing figure. Xiao Yan nodded his head with a grin and gently rested his hand on the armrest of the chair. His finger could not help but lightly drum on it. His calm face had a faint trace of urgent expectation. Slowly lifting his teacup and taking a sip, Frank casually lifted his eyes and watched Xiao Yan pretending to be calm. He could not help but be curious, is that Ice Spirit Cold Fountain really so important to him? Xiao Yan waited for a long while before Ao2A hugged a thick, ancient-looking book and walked out from the inner room. He gently placed it on the table, turned around and shook his head as he faced Xiao Yan. With a helpless voice, he said, "I'm sorry. I've searched all the most recent records of the exchanges, but I did not find anyone with that Ice Spirit Cold Fountain. This thing is really very rare and the requirements needed to preserve it are extremely strict. I remember that there was once a Tier 4 alchemist that luckily found some Ice Spirit Cold Fountain from an extremely cold place. However, due to the inappropriate preservation method, it turned into a white vapor and disappeared." Ao2A felt a little pity as he spoke. Hearing this, Xiao Yan sighed again, his face filled with disappointment. After lightly shaking his head, he lifted it and smiled bitterly. "If there really isn't any, then forget it. I have troubled the two of you." Upon noticing the disappointed expression on Xiao Yan's face, Frank helplessly waved his hand. He turned around and softly asked Ao2A, "There really isn't any?" Ao2A patted the thick book in his hand and shook his head. "There really isn't any. If it isn't here, I suggest that you go to the auction house to take a look. If you are lucky, you might coincidentally find it," Frank said in an attempt to comfort Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan bitterly smiled and nodded. In his heart, he was very certain that if it was something the Alchemist Association did not have, he would be hard-pressed to find such a rare treasure at the auction house. "Ugh, since there isn't anything that I need, I will be taking my leave." Standing up in a disappointed manner, Xiao Yan cupped his hands together and gestured at the two before turning around and walking out of the study. Seeing Xiao Yan's disappointed appearance, Ao2A helplessly shook his head. He mused for a while before he suddenly called, "Wait." "Yes?" Xiao Yan was stilled for a moment before he turned around and watched the Ao2A who was deep in thought. "Do you really need that Ice Spirit Cold Fountain?" Ao2A asked with a frown. "Yes, I really need it." Xiao Yan nodded gravely. Looking at Ao2A who was deep in thought, his heart pounded slightly. His voice carried a little joy as he said, "Grandmaster Ao2A, do you have the Ice Spirit Cold Fountain?" Beside Ao2A, Frank was also staring in a puzzled manner at the former. Clearly, he was also out of the loop. "I really don't have that thing." Ao2A smiled and shook his head. When he saw that Xiao Yan was once again disappointed, he could not help but laugh, "But I seem to have seen that thing before at the home of some strange man." "Oh?" Hearing this, Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly brightened. He hurriedly asked, "Who is he? Where is he?" I must remind you first that if you are not prepared to pay an extremely heavy price, it is not likely that you'll get what you need from that guy," Ao2A said with a smile. "Oh. I'll try my best," Xiao Yan replied hesitantly. Without knowing what kind of conditions might be imposed, he naturally did not dare to appear too confident. Old man, you aren't talking about Gute, that old man who values treasure like his life, are you? Frank, who was pressing his eyebrows tightly together, suddenly said with astonishment. Yes, it is that weird old man. The last time I went over to his place, I think I heard him mention the ice spirit cold fountain. But that old man is really too petty, he was not even willing to let me take a look, Otua said with a face full of smiles. If he really does have the ice spirit cold fountain, I don't think that Xiao Yan would be able to successfully exchange for it from his hands. Frank helplessly shook his head. The gaze he used to look at Xiao Yan carried some pity. Who is this Gute? Feeling a little uneasy after being stared at by Frank with that gaze, Xiao Yan asked in a perturbed voice. That guy is also an alchemist. Although he is only tier 3, his exuberant collection is sufficient to attract jealousy from any alchemist in the Jama Empire. Ao2 shook his head and clicked his tongue as he praised. He isn't a member of the Alchemist Association? Xiao Yan asked with surprise. No, that guy's character is far too weird. His talent for refining medicine is quite good, but he prefers to indulge in collecting various rare and strange ingredients, causing him to remain as a tier 3 alchemist. The extent of his indulgence has somewhat reached a mentally unsound level. Once he discovers that someone has something good, Gute will repeatedly pester the owner, resulting in others becoming very frustrated and getting a terrible headache. Frank bitterly laughed. From his manner, it appeared that he had personally experienced this. He. Back then, it was your fault for being so bored and actually taking out the purple blood Ganoderma that took you so much effort to obtain, and bragged to others about it. TSK, but that old man Gute is really patient. He actually spent an entire year pestering you. Haha, seeming to have remembered something interesting from the past, Ao2 gloated at Frank's misfortune. Ugh. Frank's head was filled with gloomy thoughts as he helplessly shook it. Your tier is higher than him but he dares to be so insolent? Looking at the helpless expressions on their faces, Xiao Yan asked in a doubtful manner. Our tier is indeed slightly higher than his, but that guy has an incredible brother. In the whole of the Jama Empire, who would dare offend him? Frank bitterly laughed. Brother? Who? Hearing Frank's explanation, Xiao Yan felt very curious. Who in the Jama Empire possessed such an ability that even 2 tier 4 alchemists did not dare provoke his brother? Who else? Piquing Guhi. Rolling his eyes, Aotua curled his lips and said, if he did not have his brother to support him, all the treasures of Gute would have been stolen by people countless times over. Oh. Guhi? No wonder. After being stilled momentarily, Xiao Yan nodded his head as realization struck him. In the Jama Empire, Piquing Guhi did indeed possess such an enormous ability. Luckily, although that old man may be very irritating, his character isn't bad. It is only that he is extremely stubborn and he hates people who mention Guhi in front of him the most. Although he knows that the reason he is able to survive till now is related to Guhi's help, if someone mentions Guhi in front of him, he will immediately chase that person away. Thus, you must be very careful not to infuriate him. Otherwise, even if you take out an extremely rare and unique ingredient, you would have a difficult time exchanging it for the ice spirit cold fountain. Frank warned. Is he in Black Rock City? Xiao Yan anxiously asked. Yes. Nodding his head and smiling, Ao2 glanced at Xiao Yan and asked, you really intend to visit him? No choice. I really need the ice spirit cold fountain. Even if he is going to ask for an exorbitant price, if it is something that I can take out, I'm afraid I will have to be cheated by him. Xiao Yan helplessly nodded his head and smiled bitterly. What a pitiful fellow. Other people want to avoid him like the plague but you are going to his front door. After patting Xiao Yan's shoulder with sympathy, Ao2 turned his head, faced Frank and said, then I will bring Xiao Yan to visit that old man. I doubt you're very willing to see him. Go. Just go. When you see him, please pass along a message, it would be best that he does not come to our Alchemist Association. I don't want the branch under my charge to lose every single person because of his habits. If that happens, I will find fault with him, even if he is protected by Gui. Waving his hand, Frank mumbled. Obviously, he was still a little afraid of that irritating guy. He. Ao2 smiled in a gloating manner before he said, let's go. Follow me, I will lead you to that guy. However, whether you can succeed or not depends on you. Hearing this, Xiao Yan hurriedly nodded. He rejoiced in his heart. Luckily, he had conveniently come to take the test for an alchemist. Otherwise, he may have ended up searching all over the place for the ice spirit cold fountain. Who knows how long that would have taken? After Ao Tuo left the Alchemist Association, there were many people who respectfully greeted the indifferent-looking Grandmaster Ao Tuo along the way. When their gazes reached Xiao Yan, who was following closely behind, they slightly stilled. Their gazes swept across the black robe that represented a Tier 2 alchemist, before finally becoming a little shocked as they landed on the young face of Xiao Yan. Clearly, their hearts were stunned when they saw such a young, Tier 2 alchemist. Ignoring the shocked gazes along the way, Xiao Yan followed Ao Tuo as they took over 10 turns on the confusing streets of Black Rock City. Eventually, they arrived at one isolated corner in the southern part of the city where a strange-looking building stood. Ao Tuo raised his head to face the strange building in front of him before sighing. He turned his head around and said to Xiao Yan, "This is the place where Gu Te lives. Before we enter, I will remind you again, you'd better be prepared to pay an exorbitant price." Hearing this, Xiao Yan could only smile bitterly and nod his head. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 170, Exchange. Chapter 170, Exchange. Ao Tuo beckoned Xiao Yan toward him. He took 2 steps forward and pushed open the door to the house. However, before he entered, a vicious force sent black-colored powder spewing out from all directions from within the house. The sudden unforeseen event caused Xiao Yan to be slightly shocked. He cautiously took a few steps back with his right hand quickly holding on to the heavy Xian ruler as he arched his body. Before the black-colored powder could spew out from within the room, Ao Tuo rubbed his lips together and waved his sleeve fiercely. An even more vicious force appeared and lifted all the black powder, returning it all back from where it came from. As the black powder gradually scattered, it revealed a dirty and messy room behind it. Ao Tuo patted his hand, tilted his head and said cautiously to Xiao Yan, "This old man likes to do things like this to trick people. The black-colored powder just now may not poison people, but if one's skin were to even come into the slightest contact with it, they would get a terrible itch." Gradually releasing his palm from the ruler's hilt, Xiao Yan bitterly smiled and shook his head. This old man was indeed abnormal. "Let's go. Follow me. Don't touch anything." With a smile, Ao Tuo led the way into the room with Xiao Yan closely following after a brief hesitation. After they entered the dark room, the door automatically slammed shut. The clear sound caused Xiao Yan to once again shake his head helplessly. His gaze swept across the room, which was like a garbage dump, as he followed Ao Tuo and climbed a few rotten wooden stairs that shook in a manner that suggested they were about to collapse. Finally, they arrived at the highest story after experiencing another few weird attacks. When they completed the climb, Xiao Yan let out a light breath. He raised his head and looked at a wooden door at the end of the corridor. Tilting his head to Ao Tuo, he asked, "It should be here, shouldn't it?" Ao Tuo nodded his head. He then lowered it to observe his clothes. A few small holes had been formed from the corrosive liquid from the staircase. Twitching the corner of his mouth, he clenched his teeth together and said, "This old bastard. Instead of learning to refine proper medicine, he just likes to play with these things that are not fit to be seen by others." Hearing the complaint, the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth parted and laughed stuffily in his heart. "What nonsense about refining proper medicine? In what way are these things of mine not proper? You old rascal, don't think that just because you are the vice-chairman of the Alchemist Association, I will not dare to chase you out." While Xiao Yan was laughing stuffily, an old voice suddenly scolded from within the room at the end of the corridor. "You are the old rascal." Rolling his eyes, Ao Tuo resentfully waved his sleeves and led Xiao Yan into the corridor. Finally, they reached a spot outside the room. He then violently kicked the room's door, which seemed to be made of wood. Clang! When the kick made contact with the room's door, a clear metal sound suddenly sounded from the door. Xiao Yan's eyes twitched when he heard this and quickly turned his head to watch Ao Tuo's distorted old face. Tactfully, he quickly took a few steps back. "Haha, old man. After the last time you kicked down one of my doors, I replaced it with a steel one. Ha ha. Is it fun?" From within the room, an old exploding laughter once again sounded in a gloating manner. Old bastard, Ao Tuo's face was distorted as he inhaled a mouthful of cold air. The expression on his face slowly turned livid. From his body, an extremely fierce Dou Qi began to slowly rise and began to wrap around Ao Tuo like he was a person made of flames. What a strong Dou Qi! His strength is at least at the Dou Ling level. Seeing the writhing dark yellow Dou Qi on Ao Tuo's body, Xiao Yan hurriedly took 2 steps back as he sighed in his heart. With his body covered with Dou Qi, Ao Tuo once again violently kicked at the steel door. Bang! Following a deep muffled noise that sounded in the corridor, the door was sent flying into the room. "Ah! Old bastard, you really did it." Once the door flew into the room, a strange yell immediately came from the interior. "Poof!" Snorting with a vivid expression, Ao Tuo walked into the room with his legs lacking some coordination. His gaze swept the room, finally landing on an old man dressed in drab. He coldly smiled. Gute, do you believe that I will put all the names of the things you hide here onto slips of paper and announce all of them to the outside world? Don't. I was just joking. Hearing the threat, the old man in the grey drabs hurriedly waved his hand and smiled apologetically. Humph, waving his sleeves, Aotua turned around and faced outside the door. Come in, Xiao Yan. Ha, you brought someone along? What are you planning to do? Seeing Aotuo's manner, Guti's eyes widened as he said with a face filled with caution. Rubbing his lips, Aotuo was too lazy to bother about this crazy person. Slowly walking into the room, Xiao Yan's gaze habitually swept across the interior. When his sight glanced across a crystal counter in the room, an expression of amazement swiftly surfaced on his face. Fire heart 7-leaf flower? Blood crystal grass? Blue heart rock? Seeing that all of these seldom seen, rare and precious things were actually all aggregated here, Xiao Yan's mouth could not help but slowly widen. The collection here was a little too rich, wasn't it? Hey, boy, what are you looking at? Are you having any thoughts on my treasures? Seeing Xiao Yan's expression, Gute hurriedly jumped over and stared at Xiao Yan angrily with a fierce expression. Giving an embarrassed smile, Xiao Yan withdrew his gaze and his eyes stared at the old man in drab. It was difficult for him to imagine in his heart that this thin and weak-looking old man would actually be the elder brother of Gemma Empire's well-known piquing Gui. Sorry. Grandmaster Gute, I have never seen so many strange and precious things in all my life. Looking at this lavish collection, I think that there is no one in the Gemma Empire that can be compared to you. Xiao Yan said with a smile. Boy, you do know how to talk. However, what you said is quite true. Hearing these faintly sucking up words of Xiao Yan, the fierce expression on Guti's old face became a little gentler. He nodded his head and bluntly acknowledged those words. What are you here for? Hurry up and say, I'm very busy. Turning around and sitting at a table that was piled up with broken things, Gute raised his legs as he asked. This kid has come here to find you for something. Aotua rolled his eyes and glanced at the chair by the side which was filled with dust. He could only helplessly shake his head and remain standing as he spoke. Oh. It's not like I know him. Why is he looking for me? Don't tell me that he has some strange treasure that he wishes to sell to me. Good. As long as you can satisfy me, I will give you a satisfactory price. A glint appeared in Guti's eyes as he said with a smile while staring intently at the storage ring on Xiao Yan's finger. No, Grandmaster Gute, I'm not here to sell my treasure, I'm here to inquire about. Xiao Yan shook his head as his eyes locked onto Guti's face. He softly asked, I want to inquire if you are keeping some ice spirit cold fountain in your hands? Hearing this, Gute was momentarily stilled. Next, he shook his head like a windmill. I don't have it. You have found the wrong person. I don't have that thing. Seeing that Gute was acting childishly, Xiao Yan could only smile bitterly and shook his head. When he mentioned that ice spirit cold fountain earlier, he had clearly noticed a surprised look flash across Guti's face. Perhaps, Gute was surprised about how Xiao Yan obtained the news that he had the ice spirit cold fountain. Old man, stop lying. Didn't you tell me about it the last time? You managed to get for a small bottle of ice spirit cold fountain from someone else. I still remember it clearly. Aotua said with a smile. Get lost. You old bastard. You better not come and find me here in the future. Having his lie exposed, Gute was instantly angry from being humiliated as he scolded. Aotua waved his hand and said to Xiao Yan, I have already brought you to see him. How you get him to hand you that ice spirit cold fountain is entirely up to you. I'll be waiting for you outside. Once he said those words, Aotua headed out of the room. As he was about to exit, he lightly tapped his palm on a part of the wall. Immediately, a wooden door gradually rose from the doorway and covered the interior of the room after he walked out. Seeing that Aotua had left, Xiao Yan helplessly nodded. He waved his hand and blew away the dust on the chair before sitting opposite Gute. Gute's old eyes glanced at the tightly shut door before taking a look at Xiao Yan. He snorted, Boy, forget it. I will never hand the ice spirit cold fountain to you. Grandmaster Gute, I believe there isn't any transaction in this world that cannot be completed. If a transaction is unsuccessful, it simply means that one has not taken out something that the other party is interested in exchanging something for. Xiao Yan said with a smile. Oh? Since you know this, then why are you still here? Don't tell me that you need the ice spirit cold fountain to save lives or whatever. I don't possess those pointless feelings of sympathy. Raising his dark black eyebrows, Gute glanced at Xiao Yan. His smile had a teasing feel. It appeared that he did not think that Xiao Yan could take out something that he would be interested in. Xiao Yan's palm slowly rubbed his chin as his mouth was closed tightly. He looked like he was considering what kind of thing could move Dou Qi in front of him. Boy, do you really possess something? But I will say this up front. Don't take out Qi methods or Dou techniques. Although they are very precious, I'm not interested in them. What I like the most are rare ingredients. Seeing Xiao Yan's manner, Dou Qi was also a little interested. His finger pointed at the many rare ingredients in the room, laughing as he spoke. Xiao Yan's finger lightly tapped on the table. He was silent for a long while before his finger gently rubbed the storage ring. After flicking his finger, a small jade bottle appeared in his palm. Seeing the emerald jade bottle in Xiao Yan's hand, Dou Qi raised his eyebrows. A faint curiosity surfaced in his eyes. Xiao Yan rubbed the small bottle, unwilling to part with it. He then slowly opened the cap of the bottle and gently placed it on the table. Immediately, a purple vapor rose from within. At that moment, the temperature of the small room also seemed to rise significantly. Dou Qi's eyes slightly shrank as he felt the surrounding air becoming hotter and stared at the threads of purple flame vapor in the room. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 171, Successfully Obtaining the Ice Spirit Cold Fountain. Chapter 171, Successfully Obtaining the Ice Spirit Cold Fountain. With his turbid old eyes were intently locked onto the small jade bottle on the table, a long while later, Dou Qi licked his lips, carefully extended his hand and grabbed the jade bottle into his hand. He put it under his nose and took a gentle sniff of the dense purple vapor. Instantly, he felt the fire-type Dou Qi in his body, which was originally circulating at a tortoise-like speed, become much more active. Tisk. An excellent thing. Feeling the change in his body, an expression of surprise appeared on Dou Qi's old face. He sighed in amazement as he smacked his lips. Musing for a while, he suddenly turned his body around and began searching through the garbage pile beside him. Finally, he took out a small crystal dish and a narrow hollow needle. He placed the narrow needle into the jade bottle and gently pinched it, sucking up and filling the hollow needle with the purple-colored liquid. After which, he carefully dropped it in the middle of the crystal dish. As the purple-colored liquid was dropped onto the crystal dish, Xiao Yan and Dou Qi could faintly see a purple-colored flame dancing within that drop of the purple-colored liquid. This thing, pressing his eyebrows together, Dou Qi thought deeply for a moment. He then suddenly turned around and took out a very thick book from behind the cover of a rock slab. After which, he flipped it open and quickly looked through it, appearing like he was looking for something. Seeing Dou Qi action, Xiao Yan could not help but feel a little puzzled in his heart. Could this old man with unkempt appearance really be able to recognize the amethyst lion birth essence? Sweeping his gaze onto the small jade bottle on the table, Xiao Yan's face twitched a little painfully. If the ice spirit cold fountain was not so important to him, he would definitely be unwilling to take out his amethyst lion birth essence to exchange for it. This thing was the best aid when training fire-type Qi methods. When training with it, one could save a lot of time needed for tough training. Back then in the Magic Beast Mountain Rage, Xiao Yan had managed to obtain 6 bottles of amethyst lion birth essence. After consuming it drop by drop during his training, he had consumed slightly less than half a bottle. Thus, Xiao Yan only had slightly more than 5 bottles of amethyst lion birth essence remaining. However, he had to take one out now in order to obtain the ice spirit cold fountain. Each of these 5 bottles of amethyst lion birth essence could be considered to be priceless treasures. If one were to compare the value based on rarity and uniqueness, it would not lose to the ice spirit cold fountain. After all, obtaining the amethyst lion birth essence was not easier than entering any dangerous place. Just that Dou Huang level amethyst winged lion would mean that many would not have the strength to carry out their desire. Found it! Dou Qi, who was repeatedly flipping through the book, suddenly shouted while Xiao Yan was feeling the pain in his heart. Curiously shifting his gaze onto a page of the ancient-looking book, Xiao Yan could vaguely observe that the page it was opened to had a drawing of a huge animal with a body entirely covered in amethyst with its mouth opened. This huge beast was the amethyst-winged lion. Amethyst lion birth essence, birthed from the amethyst-winged lion and is born with a baby beast. The chances of this happening are low and one may rarely appear in 100 years. For those training fire-type Qi methods, this is a treasure that may not be found even with lots of gold. TSK, boy, I really could not imagine that you actually got a hold of such a unique item like the amethyst lion birth essence. After reading out loud the information on the amethyst lion birth essence, Dou Qi could not help but exclaim. I obtained it by chance. Xiao Yan smiled faintly. He lifted his eyes, looked at Dou Qi whose gaze never left the small bottle and whispered, So how is it? Grandmaster Dou Qi, are you satisfied with the thing that I have taken out? Hearing this, Dou Qi rotated his eyes and laughed toward the sky. The narrow needle in his hand gently tapped on the crystal dish as he said with a smile, "Little boy, I still don't know your name." "Xiao Yan." Xiao Yan replied with a smile. "Hee, little brother Xiao Yan, since you are searching for the ice spirit cold fountain, you should be clear of its rarity, aren't you?" Gu Tei laughed. "Ha ha. I naturally know about it. If I don't, why would I take a unique thing like the amethyst lion birth essence out?" Xiao Yan smiled, but he skimmed his mouth while coldly smiling in his heart. Does this old man think he was a child? Ugh, I will put it this way. This amethyst lion birth essence of yours can be considered a rare item, but you should be clear that this thing is only useful to those who practice fire-type Qi methods. This restricts its value. Gu Tei glanced at Xiao Yan and said. Xiao Yan smiled faintly, but he extended his hand slowly and grabbed the small jade bottle in front of Gu Tei. He then carefully capped it and raised his eyes to look at Gu Tei, who was giving him a dry smile. With a grin, he said, "Grandmaster Gu Tei, please don't treat me like a fool and deceive me. Both of us know what kind of huge effect that amethyst lion birth essence has on those practicing fire-type Qi method. In order to obtain it, many alchemists are willing to lose their entire fortune. Ha, you don't need to rush to rebuke me. As someone who has collected treasures for decades, you should be clear of its true value. By trying to belittle the amethyst lion birth essence that I have taken out, you are undoubtedly trying to raise the price. But I will also say this first, I only have a bottle of the amethyst essence. You can choose to exchange for it or not. Among the things that I am able to take out, it is the most valuable. If you still think that this is insufficient, then I will have to choose to give up, even though I really need the ice spirit cold fountain." Xiao Yan shook his head and sighed regretfully. Looking at how decisive Xiao Yan had become, Gu Tei opened his mouth slightly. He did not expect that after playing a bully for an entire life, he had actually met someone of a younger generation who was also not paying any respect in front of him. The muddy old eyes did not blink as he stared at Xiao Yan's smiling face. A long while later, Gu Tei shook his head and also helplessly said, "Since it's like this, I must regretfully inform you that this exchange may have to fail." Hearing this, Xiao Yan's face did not change. He waved his hand while smiling and shook his head regretfully. With a flip of his hand, he stored the jade bottle into his storage ring. After which, he stood up, patted his backside and said to Gu Tei with a smile, "I'm sorry to disturb you, Grandmaster. This is my last day staying in Black Rock City. Tomorrow, I may leave the Jiama Empire. Hopefully, we will have the chance to do business together in the future." After saying those words, Xiao Yan turned around and acted in a natural and unrestrained manner as he strided out of the room. Upon hearing that Xiao Yan was about to leave the Jiama Empire, Gu Tei's palm on his long legs obviously trembled. However, he did not immediately open his mouth. His pair of eyes stared intently on Xiao Yan's back as his lips shivered. The room was totally quiet. Only the muffled sound of Xiao Yan's heavy footsteps could be heard. With his back facing Gu Tei, Xiao Yan watched the room's door becoming increasingly near. Cold sweat had also appeared on the smile that he had maintained on his face. He really needed the ice spirit cold fountain. However, if he backed down in this situation, that cunning wolf like Gu Tei would definitely not give up the opportunity to make him pay heavily for it. When that time comes, his limited 5 bottles of amethyst lion birth essence may have to shrink once again. This result was undoubtedly an extremely painful one for Xiao Yan. Thus, in order to limit the condition for the exchange, he could only show such resolution. Damn it, isn't this old man's mental strength too strong? Don't tell me that he isn't attracted to the amethyst lion birth essence? Xiao Yan could not help but scold anxiously in his heart. The room door was already in close proximity, but everything behind him was still quiet. 4 steps, 3 steps, 2 steps. His heart quietly counted the number of steps he had to the door. When he reached his final step, Xiao Yan slowly sighed. His palm trembled slightly as he touched the door handle. Xiao Yan was quiet for a moment as he held the door handle. After that, he clenched his teeth violently, steeled his heart and opened the door, preparing to leave. However, at this moment, an old voice that took the weight off Xiao Yan's heart appeared from behind him. "Ugh, boy. Come back. You win. In all my life, I have not seen that amethyst lion birth essence. So, you are very lucky. If it was something else, you would really have left empty-handed today." The old voice was like angry thunder, smashing the weight that had tightly pressed on Xiao Yan's heart. While Xiao Yan was letting out a relaxed sigh, he was stunned to realize that his back had become drenched in a cold sweat unknowingly. If it were not for the good workmanship of the alchemist robe, it was likely that Gu Tei behind him would have discovered something fishy. Without anyone noticing, Xiao Yan wiped off the cold sweat on his face before slowly turning around. Using a more relaxed gait, Xiao Yan once again returned to the table under Gu Tei's helpless gaze and sat down. After taking a few ragged breaths while seated, Xiao Yan lifted his head and smiled at Gu Tei. His body weakly took out a small jade bottle from his storage ring and gently placed it on the table. He said with a smile, "Grandmaster Goutte, thank you for your consent." Ugh, helplessly shaking his head, Goutte grabbed the small jade bottle. With a face filled with infatuation, he held it in his palm and took a deep breath of its scent. His entire face became intoxicated. Back then, I heard some bastard tell me about this amethyst lion birth essence, but I had never seen it with my own eyes. I can be considered to be lucky today. Seeing Goutte's infatuated manner, Xiao Yan felt a little chilled. This old man did not have any interest in anything, but he had an abnormal love for these unique items. His love was like that of a tyrannical and lustful king toward beautiful women. Grandmaster Goutte, can you please take out the ice spirit cold fountain for me to see? Xiao Yan let out a gentle cough as he helplessly reminded. Having his intoxicating feeling broken, Goutte impatiently glanced at Xiao Yan and snorted, "Wait for me here. Don't touch anything." After seeing Xiao Yan nod his head, he took the amethyst essence, turned around and randomly knocked on a wall for a period of time. Following a muffled sound, a small hole appeared behind the wall. "Sit there and don't move." Once again, Goutte fiercely ordered again before bending his body and entering the hole. Seated on the chair, Xiao Yan did not make any additional movements. With Yao Lao's spiritual perception, that old man would not be able to try any tricks. After waiting quietly for some time, Goutte carried something in his hand and exited the hole. He completely blocked the hole before turning around as he placed a white jade box that was the size of a wash basin on the table. The white jade box was very well sealed. Other than the hole to open it at the top, there was not the slightest gap. Although it was covered by a layer of white jade, Xiao Yan could still feel an iciness that was faintly seeping out from it. Tapping the jade box in a manner that suggested he was unwilling to part with it, Goutte carefully undid the tight seal of the cover. As the cover was removed, a cold fog immediately rose and shrouded the place. In an instant, the temperature within the room fell. Ignoring the falling temperature, Xiao Yan's gaze hurriedly shifted to the interior of the jade box. He found that a thick layer of ice was neatly formed within the jade box. In the middle of the ice, there was a small jade bottle that was normally used to store makeup. The surroundings of the jade bottle was shrouded by cold air that appeared to be able to freeze people's hearts. Watching the cold air seep out of the small jade bottle, Goutte sighed. He pushed it toward Xiao Yan and said in a faint voice, "Take it. This is the ice spirit cold fountain that you wanted. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 172, The Alchemist Grand Meeting. Chapter 172, The Alchemist Grand Meeting. Staring intently at the white jade box in front of him, excitement surfaced on Xiao Yan's face. His hand trembled slightly as he reached forward, intending to hold that small jade bottle in his hand. Looking at Xiao Yan's action, a mocking glint flashed across the muddy eyes of Goutte, who was seated opposite him. Just as Xiao Yan touched the small jade bottle, his heart abruptly tightened. He found that the spot on his hand that came into contact with felt a coldness that pierced his bone. In the blink of an eye, his palm was covered with a layer of thin ice. In addition, the ice swiftly spread up Xiao Yan's arm. The unexpected change caused Xiao Yan's expression to change slightly. An idea struck him, and threads of purple-colored Dou Qi in his body quickly passed through a few QI paths and finally flowed to his arm. Instantly, a faint purple-colored flame rose from Xiao Yan's arm and came to a brief stalemate with the icy air before gradually melting it. His arm shook slightly and threw off the water stains on it. Xiao Yan's hand was covered in a pale purple-colored flame as he once again grabbed the small jade bottle. This time round, he lifted it up without any change in his expression. Beside him, Goutte watched the purple flame that burnt and soared on Xiao Yan's hand. A surprised expression flashed across his face as he cried out involuntarily, "Heavenly flame?" No. After feeling the strength of the purple flame, Goutte shook his head slightly. He looked intently at the young man in front of him and softly said in his heart, "What a guy. I was actually mistaken. This guy is not someone simple." Ignoring Goutte's gaze, Xiao Yan focused on carefully studying the small jade bottle in his hand that was continuously releasing icy cold air. He carefully opened the bottle cap and revealed half a bottle of cream white liquid. On top of the liquid, one could faintly see some ice-like things. Xiao Yan gently inhaled a breath of cold air from the bottle. Instantly, his body violently shivered. The purple flame Dou Qi in his body circulated for a moment before it forced the thread of icy air out from his head. Xiao Yan extended his hand and touched the top of his head. He was stunned to find that a thin layer of ice crystals had formed on it. He immediately smacked his lips together. This ice spirit cold fountain was indeed a rare unique treasure. No wonder one must have its help when swallowing a heavenly flame. From the trend of his thoughts, Xiao Yan could also vaguely feel just how frightening the strength of a heavenly flame was. It actually required a few different types of unique things to work together in order to raise the success rate by a little. Xiao Yan cautiously studied the ice spirit cold fountain for a long while. Only when Yao Lao confirmed it in his heart did Xiao Yan hurriedly place it back into the white jade box. You have already obtained what you want. Leave if you having nothing else. Painfully watching the ice spirit cold fountain being stored by Xiao Yan in his storage ring, Dou Qi's face twitched as he waved his hand in an attempt to chase him out. Having obtained what he needed most, Xiao Yan sighed with relief in his heart. He cupped his hands together and shook it at Dou Qi. With a smile, he said, Grandmaster, thank you for your help. If I have any opportunity in the future, I will definitely come here to exchange with you. Come find me when you are able to take out some ingredients. Otherwise, the old me will not see anyone. Smacking his mouth, Dou Qi rudely said. Of course. If I am not able to take something out, I will not dare to come and disturb you. Xiao Yan smiled and nodded before glancing all around the room. He randomly asked, Grandmaster Dou Qi, do you happen to have a rank 3 monster core with you? If you have. Rank 3 monster core? Rolling his eyes, Dou Qi purposefully said with disdain, do you think that I would keep something of that grade? Seeing the unhappy Dou Qi, Xiao Yan was speechless. Boy, you need a monster core? I don't have a rank 3 one, but I have one rank 5 monster core in my collection. Do you want it? Hee, all you need is to take out another bottle, no, half a bottle of the amethyst lion birth essence, and I will exchange it with you. Dou Qi rubbed his hands together. His face suddenly became less hostile and the smile of his was like a cunning wolf. Ha ha. Grandmaster Dou Qi really likes to joke. That bottle of amethyst essence is really all that I have. I won't be able to take out any more of it. Xiao Yan smiled dryly and shook his head. Although a rank 5 monster core was valuable, that was something that could be obtained if one had the strength. However, that amethyst lion birth essence was a rare item that relied on one's luck and could not be easily obtained. Moreover, even if Xiao Yan obtained a rank 5 monster core, he had no use for it and would only attract envy if he kept it with him. Since Grandmaster Dou Qi doesn't have a rank 3 monster core, then I will stop by at the auction house. Goodbye. Smiling at Dou Qi, Xiao Yan gradually turned his body, opened the door and walked out under Dou Qi's unhappy gaze. Little bastard, I don't believe you. Dou Qi sat down on the chair and was at a slight loss as he frowned. Xiao Yan? I seem to have heard this name somewhere. Where? In the middle of the room, the old man in drab scratched his hair as he thought deeply. The sound of footsteps caused Ao to turn around as he saw Xiao Yan, whose face was full of smiles. He could not help but ask in a stunned voice, have you gotten it? Yes. Nodding his head with a smile, Xiao Yan cupped his hands together and expressed his thanks. If it were not for Grandmaster Ao help today, I'm afraid that I would really have to run all around the world in search of this ice spirit cold fountain, but it wasn't much. These things will only be decorations if placed with that old man. With his ability, he would be unable to use them. By giving them the chance to end up in the hands of someone who needs them, it can be considered that I have done a good deed. Ao smiled and shook his head. His gaze swept across the young man in front of him and could not help but be amazed in his heart. After having known Dou Qi for so many years, he naturally knew that the old man would not give in without some incentive. Originally, he did not hold much hope when he led Xiao Yan over. After all, what kind of rare and unique items can an alchemist who had just reached Tier 2 take out? However, the smiling young man in front of him had personally informed him that the item had been secured. This was something that made Ao very curious. He was curious as to what kind of thing would be able to move that stingy monster. Although the curiosity was a little intense, Ao did not ask the question. He was not a novice who had just left his home. After muddling along for so many years, he naturally knew some of the rules of an exchange. Hence, even if his heart was as curious as a cat's paw, he wisely chose to avoid this question. Since Ao did not ask, Xiao Yan naturally would not reply. In this way, both of them understood each other as they chatted with smiles while they walked out of this messy and strange building. You still need a rank 3 monster core? After leaving the room, Ao heard the information that Xiao Yan unintentionally revealed. He tilted his head and posed the question. Yes. Xiao Yan smiled and nodded before saying softly, I will be leaving Blackrock City today and head to the Empire's eastern border. Thus I need to prepare everything I will need, here. Head to the border of the Empire? Hearing this, Ao momentarily stilled. He quickly smiled and nodded as he voiced his thoughts. Why don't we do this? You will first accompany me to the Alchemist Association to wait. As for that rank 3 monster core, I will send someone to help you obtain one from the steward of the auction house. This way, you can save the time you would have needed to go to the auction house. Hearing these words, Xiao Yan felt a desire to accept it. He did not pretend otherwise as he nodded with a smile. Then I'll trouble Grandmaster Ao2Wa. Heh, since you have registered at our Blackrock City's Alchemist Association, you can be considered one of us. This little bit of trouble is nothing, Ao2 shook his head and carelessly replied. Ao2's words clearly had faint signs of trying to butter up to Xiao Yan. Regarding this, Xiao Yan only hesitated a little before nodding his head. In the Gemma Empire, the Alchemist Association was undoubtedly a huge organization that would not lose to the Misty Cloud sect. Becoming one with them would not be detrimental to him in any way. Moreover, if he needed to refine medicine in the future, he would need some rare and strange things. When that time comes, the exchange system of the Alchemist Association was extremely accessible. Thus, Xiao Yan was not too resistant to this matter. Of course, the main reason for Xiao Yan to agree without too much hesitation was that there was not too many restrictions in the Alchemist Association. During ordinary days, everyone worked on their own things and did not bother one another. On occasion when the Alchemist Association needed help, they may distribute invitations to get some alchemists to help. The help given was naturally not free. Once it was properly completed, the association would give a good amount of compensation. Soon after the two of them returned to the Alchemist Association, Ao2 gave the order for someone to help Xiao Yan purchase a rank 3 monster core before inviting Xiao Yan into the living room to wait there quietly. In the spacious living room, Ao2 carried a cup of tea and placed it in front of Xiao Yan. He thought quietly for a while before suddenly asking, Xiao Yan, how long are you planning to spend in your trip to the Empire's border? Maybe around half a year. Half a year, tapping his finger gently on the table, Ao2 smiled and said, half a year later, will you go to the capital of Gemma Empire? Capital? Hearing this, Xiao Yan momentarily stilled. He pressed his lips tightly together and nodded. In his heart, he coldly said, of course I will go. The Misty Cloud sect is just outside the capital. How can I not go? Ha! Hearing Xiao Yan's words, the smile on Ao2's face became a little more obvious. The gaze he gave Xiao Yan was also gentler. Grandmaster Ao2, is something the matter? Seeing Ao2's manner, Xiao Yan felt unnatural as he asked. There is indeed something, . Nodding his head with a smile, Ao2 gently said, half a year later, the upcoming Alchemist Grand Meeting will occur in the capital. I think that if you have the spare time then, you can take part in it. It would be very beneficial to you. The Alchemist Grand Meeting? Hearing this, Xiao Yan's face was clearly at a loss. During the Alchemist Grand Meeting, not only will there be many alchemists from the Jiama Empire participating, there will also be some alchemists from other empires in the Dou Qi continent who will come and join. This is a great event in the Jiama Empire alchemist scene. It would be a pity to miss it. Oh? If you wish to join when that time comes, you can come to the capital's Alchemist Association headquarters to find Frank or me. By then, we will all be there. Seeing some interest from Xiao Yan's face, Ao2 said with a smile. Ha, alright. If I'm free then, I will definitely go and take a look. Xiao Yan smiled and nodded. It could be considered that he accepted Ao2's invitation. Seeing that Xiao Yan had nodded his head in agreement, Ao2 smiled and nodded too. Then he told Xiao Yan some important things regarding the Alchemist Grand Meeting that the latter needed to take note. During the time the two of them were talking, the person who had went to the auction house to purchase the rank 3 monster core had also rushed back. He respectfully handed it to Xiao Yan. The value of a rank 3 monster core would not be lower than 200,000. However, this money was rejected by a smiling Ao2. With the wealth from the Alchemist Association, spending this bit of money was really like a drop in the ocean. When faced with this rank 3 monster core that he obtained for free, Xiao Yan could only helplessly accept it. The two of them chatted for a while longer before Xiao Yan finally got up and bid his farewell. Today, he would leave Blackrock City. With a smile, Ao2 saw Xiao Yan out of the Alchemist Association. He watched Xiao Yan's back as it slowly disappeared to nothing before he smiled and whispered, Xiao Yan, I will be waiting at the Alchemist Grand Meeting for you. I hope you can display your talent at that scene. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 173, During the Flight. Chapter 173, During the Flight. After walking out from the Alchemist Association, Xiao Yan glanced around before striding toward the middle of the city where the flying transportation company was located. After passing a few unfamiliar streets and asking for directions along the way, Xiao Yan finally found the flying transportation company situated in the middle of a wide open space after 10 minutes. There were over 10 large bird monsters parked in the vast plaza. This kind of bird monster was known as the thick-winged bird. They did not belong to the magic beast classification and were instead just birds. They had very gentle tempers and were easily trained by humans. However, due to their small numbers, it would usually require the strength of an empire in order to create this kind of flying transportation fleet. This kind of thick-winged bird may not be comparable to a flying-type magic beast in terms of speed, they still had extremely great endurance. As long as one of them had a full meal, it could fly at a steady speed for up to 4 or 5 days. Its ability to carry a load was also outstanding. A fully grown thick-winged bird could easily carry loads up to 5 or 6 times its weight and still fly for a long period of time. These thick-winged birds would be forcefully taken back by the Empire's military during times of war. It would only be returned to the public when the war was over. Thus, among the creatures, there were many who had experienced battle. As Xiao Yan entered the plaza, the cries released were filled with power as they forcefully poured into his ear, causing Xiao Yan's ears to ring when he could not react in time. Xiao Yan shook his head violently before lifting it and looked around the crowded plaza. Beside each thick-winged bird, there was a long queue. On the wooden stairs beside the thick-winged bird, Xiao Yan could even see a person in uniform collecting the boarding tickets. After being stunned for a while upon seeing the sight, Xiao Yan laughed bitterly and shook his head. He stopped a passerby and inquired about where he could purchase the tickets before heading for the southeastern part of the plaza where the ticket counter was. Currently, there was a very long queue in front of the ticket counter and Xiao Yan could only helplessly queue quietly as he waited for his turn. During his wait, the noisiness by his ear never ceased. Xiao Yan rubbed his temple as he was suddenly envious of the fairy doctor. Now he finally knew that owning a flying steed was far too important. With just a bamboo whistle, the vast Dou Qi continent was hers to roam. Damn it, I will get a flying pet in the future. Clenching his teeth, Xiao Yan viciously said in his heart. Mister, where do you wish to travel to? While Xiao Yan was thinking by himself, a lady's voice sounded from his front. Xiao Yan's mind had momentarily blanked. He lifted his head and realized that the queue had already cleared in front of him. Behind the counter, there was a gorgeous lady in a uniform who was using her occupational smile as she asked him. However, Xiao Yan could see that there seemed to be an impatientness behind the smile. The eastern border of the empire. The city closest to Tager Desert. Xiao Yan glanced at the fairly beautiful lady in front of him as he said blandly. Hearing this, the lady skimmed her lips together and muttered softly to herself. After which, she pulled out a ticket that was made of the special fur of a magic beast. However, when she was about to hand the ticket over to Xiao Yan, her impatient gaze that was roaming around suddenly paused on the alchemist badge in front of Xiao Yan's chest. Instantly, her extended hand suddenly stiffened. With a careful voice and smile, she inquired, "Sir, are you an alchemist?" "Yes, is there a problem?" Xiao Yan frowned as he asked. "Not at all, not at all. It is just that according to the Empire's regulations, an alchemist can enjoy the service of the flying transportation company for free. Therefore, please follow me. We have a flying steed that is specially prepared for alchemists." Seeing Xiao Yan nod his head, the lady hurriedly shook her head and respectfully said with a smile. Hearing this, Xiao Yan once again stilled. A moment later, he could not help but sigh emotionally. The identity as an alchemist was really grand to the point where one would be astounded. Even when it came to these small things, the Empire had given orders to benefit alchemists. No wonder many people would adopt a respectful face when they saw an alchemist. The rarity and nobility of this occupation far outstripped Xiao Yan's previous expectations. Under the envious and respectful gazes that surrounded him, Xiao Yan gently patted the heavy Xian ruler on his back before following the lady who had exited the counter. On the way, the slightly beautiful lady who was walking in front of him had intentionally or unintentionally repeatedly shook her full and narrow waist, forming a sexy and fiery curve. Although her face was not superb, it was still sufficient to prompt some heat in a person's lower abdomen when combined with her tight uniform dress. Walking behind, Xiao Yan faintly took a glance before withdrawing it. He was not ruled by his spunk, so he was not interested in getting involved with this lady who was acting in a slightly debauched manner. After walking through a walkway, an extremely huge bird beast that was as large as a thick-winged bird appeared in Xiao Yan's sight. Sweeping his gaze at this somewhat fierce-looking huge bird beast, Xiao Yan was a little shocked to realize that this was actually a flying magic beast. From its aura, the beast appeared to have been at rank 1, but Xiao Yan could feel a flowing wind-type energy surrounding its body. Clearly, this was a wind-type flying magic beast. The flying speed of this kind of magic beast was extremely fast. On the back of the flying magic beast, there was a small house that was firmly built on it using a special wood. This type of wood was extremely agile yet firm. There was, however, very little of it available. The interior of the house was further divided into a few small rooms. Xiao Yan glanced at the house and found that 2 of the rooms were already occupied. From the robes on their bodies, they were obviously all alchemists. Sir, this is the flying beast that will head to the eastern border city, desert city, of the Jama Empire. That city is the closest to the Tager Desert. Stopping in front of the flying magic beast, that lady in uniform respectfully said. Yes. Nodding his head slightly, Xiao Yan gently stepped on the ground, prompting his body to drift up onto the spacious back of the huge bird. Under the resentful gaze from behind him, he entered one of the empty rooms. Taking this kind of flying beast for the first time, Xiao Yan naturally did not know that as a grand alchemist, he was qualified to enjoy high-standard personal service. As for what it meant by personal service, any man would understand. The reason for the action of the lady along the way was because she hoped Xiao Yan would choose her to be the female servant accompanying him during the journey. Unfortunately, Xiao Yan was not interested in such things, so her affection was naturally ignored. Not long after Xiao Yan boarded the flying beast, another alchemist also boarded it. After waiting for a little longer, Xiao Yan finally felt the huge flying beast slowly flapped its wings. Threads of wind-type energy also began to shroud the underside of the beast and lifted its huge body into the sky. Following a sharp cry, the flying beast, under the control of a beast trainer, suddenly shot to the sky and began swiftly flying toward the eastern regions of the Jama Empire. Seated by the window in the room, Xiao Yan watched the faint fog of clouds fly past him. From the deep recess of his memory, a somewhat distant word of airplane suddenly appeared in his mind. He smiled bitterly and shook his head, throwing the thought out of his mind. Xiao Yan sat cross-legged on the chair and gradually entered training mode. There was quite a distance from Black Rock City to the edge of the Empire's body. Even with the speed of this flying magic beast, it would at least require 3 days of flight before they could reach the border. Thus, Xiao Yan was unwilling to waste so much time. The bright sky slowly became dark when Xiao Yan, who was training, was suddenly woken by numerous strange sounds. Slowly opening his eyes, Xiao Yan saw that the moonlight rock within his room was already beginning to release a faint light, expelling the darkness of the night from the room. Xiao Yan gently released a feculent air from his mouth and helplessly watched the room to his left. From within it, the panting sound of a man and the seductive groan of a woman was unceasingly pouring into his mind like a devil's sound. Damn it, Xiao Yan softly scolded. He suddenly understood why the lady today had repeatedly swayed in front of him. There was actually such a service. Shaking his head helplessly, Xiao Yan did not dare continue training in such a situation. He let out a sigh and took out the blood lotus essence, ice spirit blazing grass and the rank 3 monster core from his storage ring. He carefully and gently placed them on the table before tapping the pitch black ring. Instantly, Yao Lao unsteadily floated out from it. Why? Do you want to refine the blood lotus pill now? Yao Lao said with a smile as he glanced at the 3 types of ingredients on the table. Yes, let's prepare it earlier. After all, didn't teacher say back then that if my luck was good, I may suddenly find a heavenly flame at any time? Xiao Yan nodded his head while smiling. Hearing this, Yao Lao also smiled, but he did not refuse. He floated to the front of the table and nodded his head. With a smile, he said, it's just as well. This blood lotus pill is a high-tier medicinal pill that can be considered to have entered tier 5. The time needed to refine it would be around 2 days. Since we are free now, let's make the most of this time. Tier 5 medicinal pill? Hearing this, Xiao Yan was slightly shocked. He did not expect that this blood lotus pill had actually reached this tier. Tier 5 medicine. In the entirety of the Jama Empire, it was likely that only Piquing Gu he could refine it. Observe it carefully. Seeing how a high-tier medicinal pill is being refined will be of much benefit to you. After reminding Xiao Yan, Yao Lao slowly extended his hand. Instantly, a thick white flame curled upwards from his palm. Seeing that cluster of thick white flame, Xiao Yan could not help but lick his lips. This one of the heavenly flames that he had spent days and nights coveting. Yao Lao stared blankly at the thick white flame on his hand. He waited for it to gradually rise before releasing a mouthful of air. After which, he threw the ranked 3 monster core into it. The refining process of the blood lotus pill officially began high up in the sky. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 174, The Murder Caused by the Tier 5 Medicinal Pill. Chapter 174, The Murder Caused by the Tier 5 Medicinal Pill. Xiao Yan spent the 3-day flying journey on the flying bird in his own ROM. Although there were 2 stops during the journey to rest, he did not step out. Instead, he continued to remain in his room, meticulously absorbing all the steps Yao Lao took when refining the medicinal pill into his mind. This time around, Yao Lao took 2.5 days in order to refine the medicine. This result was only achieved under the precondition of Yao Lao having the help of a heavenly flame. From this, it can be seen that if an ordinary alchemist intended to successfully refine this blood lotus pill, it would be impossible without a time period of over 10 days. After observing the entire process of Yao Lao refining the Tier 5 medicinal pill, Xiao Yan felt that he had gained quite a lot. At the same time, he had also realized that his ability to control the flames and other alchemy-related things that he was proud of were nothing in front of a true alchemist grandmaster. Take for example the process of refining a blood lotus pill. Although there were only 3 ingredients, the complex process involved caused Xiao Yan to suck his tongue in shock. Xiao Yan had thought about it in his heart. If it was him, he might have turned the medicinal ingredient into a pile of ashes when refining the first ingredient. From within the small room, the clouds outside flew past with great speed. After 2 long days of being calcined by the heavenly flame, a blood-red colored round medicinal pill the size of a dragon's eye was rolling around as it rotated quickly a couple of inches above Yao Lao's palm. From the luster of its surface, it had clearly reached the final stage of congregating and solidifying into a pill. Licking his lips, Xiao Yan massaged his numb legs. His gaze randomly drifted out of the window and felt that the air had suddenly become much warmer. Are we arriving? Xiao Yan rubbed his black panda eyes as he mumbled to himself. He rubbed his neck before shifting his gaze once more toward Yao Lao, who was on the table. Although he had spent 2 days without any rest, Yao Lao's expression still remained as calm as before. It was as though this long time of squandering his energy did not wear him down. The medicinal pill is about to be formed, just as Xiao Yan was admiring in his heart, Yao Lao suddenly said in a faint voice. Hearing this, Xiao Yan hurriedly took out a high-grade rouge jade bottle. After which, he carefully placed it on the table and took a few steps back. Glancing at the jade bottle on the table, Yao Lao nodded his head. His palm trembled slightly and a dense thick white flame rose, completely surrounding the blood-colored medicinal pill. The thick white flame hurriedly writhed a couple of times as in ferocious energy fluctuation suddenly undulated from within the flame. An instant later, it scattered out from the small house like a ripple. When this energy ripple spread, the flying-type magic beast which was in the midst of flying was shocked by it. Instantly, its huge body trembled and shook a few times as its terrified eagle cry sounded in midair. Feeling this sudden energy ripple and the change in the flying-type magic beast, Xiao Yan's face changed slightly. At the same time, the blood-colored medical pill that was being formed abruptly released an extremely dense medicinal scent. The medicinal scent also carried a faint red color as it exited the room and finally shrouded the small house. This is the phenomenon that will occur when a medicinal pill tier 4 and above is formed. Guard the door. Give me a few minutes to quietly complete the pill. Yao Lao gravely said as he stared at the flame in his palm without changing expression. Be careful of the alchemists traveling with us. Yes. Xiao Yan nodded his head seriously. At the moment when the strange scent was emitted, he had already discovered that there was some commotion in the few other rooms on this huge bird beast. A medicinal pill that was tier 4 and above possessed a fatal attraction to many people. Some were even willing to risk their lives in order to obtain it. With his palm tightly holding the heavy Xian ruler on his back, Xiao Yan turned around and opened the door. He then went out with an expressionless face. At the same time, he violently pulled the door closed with one hand. Not long after he stood at the door, 4 human figures from the 4 other rooms rushed out without being properly dressed. Their gazes swept across the corridor and finally landed on Xiao Yan, who was wearing an indifferent-looking face. The 4 gazes first swept across the Tier 2 alchemist badge on Xiao Yan's chest before shock flashed in their eyes. They exchanged glances hidden with meaning. As the 4 men were weighing Xiao Yan also roughly glanced at all 4 of them. Among the 4, there was an old man and 3 middle-aged men who were in their 30s. On the chest of the old man was a Tier 3 alchemist badge. 2 others were Tier 2 alchemists, the same tier as Xiao Yan. The last one was a Tier 1 alchemist. Kuko, young friend, I am Ha Lang. The old man stared at the threads of pink scent that were flowing out of the room behind Xiao Yan. His eyes narrowed and greed surfaced. After he coughed twice, he slowly approached Xiao Yan and said in a friendly voice. Glancing at this old man called Ha Lang with an emotionless gaze, Xiao Yan did not reply, but the palm holding onto the heavy Xian ruler tightened further. Kuku, young friend. Did the energy ripple that has suddenly appeared just now originate from here? We don't have any other intention. All we want to do is inquire. Kuko, after all of us are 1,000 meters in the sky. If anything were to happen, all of us would be killed. Ignoring Xiao Yan's cold attitude, the old man continued to smile as he said. That's right. Little brother, all of us can be said to be on the same boat. Please do not create something a little dangerous. Otherwise, it does not benefit all of us here. A Tier 2 alchemist also gave a superficial smile as he came over. His gaze obscurely swept over the small room as his Adam's apple noticeably trembled a little. Seeing that these 2 had said such words, the other 2 middle-aged men also moved forward, unwilling to be left out. Their collective voices echoed each other. As they repeated what had been said, they even made a suggestion of entering the room to conduct a check. My teacher is inside refining a medicinal pill. All of you are sensible people, so there is no need to pretend to be foolish in front of me. We will not affect the flight of the flying bird. Please give me some face and return to your rooms. Don't randomly disturb. Otherwise, Xiao Yan said in a thick voice as he glanced at the four in front of him who clearly had ill intentions. Coco, young friend really knows how to joke. We do not have such intention. As you know, all of us cannot afford the consequences if something were to happen 1,000 meters up in the air. Moreover, since you and your teacher have chosen to take the flying bird beast, it is natural that you have not achieved the stage where your Dou Qi can transform into wings. If anything were to happen, that old man called Ha Lang said with a face full of smiles. His smile might have been calm, but it could not hide his greed and ruthlessness. Although he clearly understood that the mysterious alchemist in there would not be a lower tier than him, the other party was obviously in the process of refining medicine. During this time, diverting one's attention was taboo. If one was not at his best, ruining the medicinal pill was a small and easy matter. In the case of a backlash, it might result in the refiner becoming a cripple. This was the reason why Ha Lang had such courage. Little brother, we only want to go in and confirm for ourselves. We will not create any trouble. Please move aside. The Tier 2 middle-aged man also knew that now was the best opportunity, so he did not dare to drag the matter. He took a step forward, hit his Dou Qi in his palm and pushed at Xiao Yan. Get lost. Seeing this person's bold action, Xiao Yan's expression became cold. His palm suddenly tightened and a purple-colored flame instantly soared. Carrying a fierce force, his hand punched at the middle-aged man before the latter could defend. Bang! A muffled noise sounded. Xiao Yan hurriedly stepped back until he tightly glued himself on the room's door before he steadied his body. Xiao Yan's current strength was merely an ordinary dosher, while the large man had long entered the level of a 3-star dosher. Although Xiao Yan managed to gain the upper hand by relying on his purple flame Dou Qi, obtaining a victory was not easy. After receiving Xiao Yan's attack, that Tier 2 alchemist also took a few quick steps back. However, he suddenly grabbed his fist and let out a painful cry. The other three glanced over and were surprised to discover that the person's fist had actually become totally red. There was also the faint sign of blood seeping out. It was extremely terrifying. Heavenly flame? No. This brat's a little strange. Attack! Ta Gu. The medicinal pill inside is about to be completely refined. Seeing the ascending purple flame on Xiao Yan's fist, that old man's expression changed. He then turned around and ordered the other Tier 2 alchemist. From the looks of it, the old man seemed to be acquainted with that Tier 2 alchemist. Hearing the old man shout, that middle-aged man whose strength was clearly greater than the Tier 2 alchemist earlier nodded his head. He took a step forward and threw a flying kick at Xiao Yan with his right leg. On his feet, there was a dense dark yellow-colored Dou Qi and the accompanying oppressing sound of the wind. Xiao Yan's face became grave. Damn it! Scolding angrily in his heart, Xiao Yan suddenly drew the heavy Xian ruler from his back. He rotated his palm and stored it into the storage ring. At the same time, his feet violently stepped on the ground as he bent his body. Finally, he abruptly shot toward the middle-aged man. Octane blast! Xiao Yan suddenly shouted coldly in his heart. His right fist tightened and was thrown heavily forward. The frightening strength actually created numerous sound waves. Bang! The fist and foot heavily knocked against one another. Under Xiao Yan's full attack strength, the middle-aged man, who was not looking down on Xiao Yan despite his low level, was ruthlessly sent flying by the frightening force contained in Xiao Yan's fist. Bang! The middle-aged man violently smashed into one of the rooms. Immediately, sawdust was scattered and the small room wrecked. At the back of the room, the blue sky and pale clouds outside were revealed. Seeing the ashen face of the middle-aged man who had stopped at the corner of the back of the flying bird, a ghastly glint flashed across Xiao Yan's eyes. He was about to launch another swift attack to throw the guy off the back of the bird when a triumphant, cold laughter sounded from behind him, causing his heart to be alarmed. He abruptly turned his head around and found that chilly-faced old man had already appeared in front of the door. The latter tilted his head and grinned at Xiao Yan gloatingly as he said in a ghastly manner, "Brat. Once I finish off the one inside, I will throw you down." After he said those words, the old man threw a punch at the wooden door. Instantly, fragments of wood shot out in all directions while the room's door burst under the old man's laughter. The old man's face was filled with smiles as he carelessly pushed aside some of the wood fragments that shot at him. He had just stepped into the room when a specter-like shadow strangely appeared in his front like a ghost. A very old arm extended out like lightning and grabbed the old man's neck. "You wish to finish me off?" A faint voice sounded by the side of the old man's ear, causing the eyes of the old man who was at a loss to suddenly shrink. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 175, Arrival. Chapter 175, Arrival. Hearing the old voice sounding from within the room, Xiao Yan let out a sigh of relief. The old man who had just rushed into the room slowly retreated out. At the moment, one could see a somewhat old-looking palm on his neck. Like an eagle claw, it was tightly locked onto his throat. Ha Lang's expression was somewhat aghast as he stared at the indifferent old man in front of him. Part of the reason for him being caught was because he was unprepared. However, when the palm of the man locked onto his throat, Ha Lang came to a terrifying realization that the originally quick-flowing Dou Qi in his body appeared to have been bound and had changed to a flow with a tortoise-like speed. Regardless of how much effort he put in order to hasten it, the Dou Qi remained mild, without any strength. At this point in time, regardless of how stupid Ha Lang was, he was also able to understand that the old man in front of him was not someone who was only slightly stronger than him as he had thought. From the terrifying hand of the other party, this strength at the very least exceeded Ha Lang by over 2 classes. God, this old man's strength has obviously reached the stage where his Dou Qi can transform into wings. Why did he still take this kind of flying beast whose speed was much slower? Ha Lang sadly wailed in his heart. With great difficulty, he tried to move his throat and said with a hoarse voice, "Sir, we did not mean to offend you. It is just that we wish to ensure our safety." Yao Lao glanced at him indifferently. His right hand waved and a rouge jade bottle appeared in his hand. From within that translucent bottle, one could see a blood-red medicinal pill the size of a dragon eye rolling around. "You want it, right?" Waving the jade bottle in his hand, Yao Lao smiled and said blandly. Looking at Ha Lang, who was easily subdued by Yao Lao without any ability to retaliate, the other 3 middle-aged men's expressions were filled with fear. They took a few terrified steps back and their hearts began to feel uneasy. After greed had slowly retreated from their minds, they finally realized just how foolish their actions were. Sir, you must be joking. We would not dare take things from you. Had we not been afraid that the energy ripple from before would impede our flight, we would definitely not bother you." Ha Lang laughed dryly as his eyes rotated and he swallowed his saliva. "This was not what you said just now." Xiao Yan came to the side of the room's door and leaned against the wooden wall. He thickly glanced at He Lang as he mocked. Before I was just joking." He Lang laughed dryly. He lowered his head slightly and a pernicious glint flashed in his eyes. He lowered his sleeves a little and a small bag of black-colored powder rolled from his sleeves into his palm. "Originally, I did not wish to kill. But since you seek death, then I'll forget about it." Just as the powder in He Lang's hand was about to be scattered, Yao Lao sighed and shook his head. The corner of his mouth curled up in a cold smile. A thick white flame suddenly appeared on the palm that was grabbing He Lang's neck. Just as the dense white flame touched He Lang's skin, a terrible pain caused him to suddenly widen his eyes. His body tightened like it was a spring. Following a blood-curdling shrill, his entire body was completely swallowed up by the thick white flame in a matter of seconds. Hiss. Seeing that He Lang was turned into a pile of black ashes in the blink of an eye, everyone present, including Xiao Yan, could not help but inhale a breath of cold air. Is this the strength of a heavenly flame? Feeling a little shock as he watched the scene, Xiao Yan's heart was in a terrible turmoil. Yao Lao had used the heavenly flame to kill a person back in Wutan City, but the strength of Lu Shi at that time was only that of a doja. Thus, Xiao Yan could not feel its extreme profoundness. However, the one in front of him who had withstood that heavenly flame for a few seconds was a true dosher. Heavenly flame, no wonder so many people were willing to risk their lives to obtain it. This kind of strength, TSK, it is indeed attractive. Xiao Yan sighed and shook his head. He had to admit that after experiencing the strength of a heavenly flame, his hope to obtain it grew far denser. After glancing at the ashes on the ground, Yao Lao waved his sleeve. A gentle wind blew past and scraped the floor clean. He threw the jade bottle to Xiao Yan before gently patting his hands. Xiao Yan carefully received the jade bottle which contained the blood lotus pill and stored it into his storage ring. He sighed in relief and lifted his head. Glancing at the 3 pale-faced middle-aged men with ill intentions, he smiled and asked, "Teacher, how do we deal with them? Since they have the determination to rob medicine and kill people, it is only natural that they know what kind of price they have to pay should they fail." Yao Lao blandly said. He lifted his eyes and glanced at the 3 of them. Flipping his hand, a thick white flame once again rose. "Do you want to jump down yourself?" Hearing Yao Lao's indifferent words, the 3 men stilled their bodies. Their faces were filled with fear as they lowered their hands and glanced at the ground which was over 1,000 meters away. Their heels did not stop shivering. Xiao Yan folded his arms and coldly watched the three men who had descended into terror and hopelessness. His heart did not hold any pity. He knew that if their roles were reversed, these people would definitely not show any mercy and kill the both of them. Since the other side did not intend to show any mercy, Xiao Yan could also temporarily silence these feelings of his and face them. Without raising his head to see the fearful expressions of the three of them, Yao Lao's finger slowly flicked. Numerous threads of pale white flame continued to rise from his palm and scattered. The depressing atmosphere continued for a moment. That middle-aged man who was only a Tier 1 alchemist finally could not withstand the pressure of this atmosphere. Following an oppressive roar, his Dou Qi covered his body. Then he revealed his fierceness as he charged at Xiao Yan, intending to kill. It appeared that he had not completely lost his reasoning as he still knew how to choose the softer target to strike. After this middle-aged man retaliated by attacking, one of the other Tier 2 alchemists also suddenly took out a long sword from his storage ring. After which, he let out a cry that was filled with strength as he too charged at Xiao Yan ferociously. In his heart he knew that as long as he could catch Xiao Yan alive and take him as a hostage, he would be able to keep his life today. Ignoring the two men who were pouncing forth, Yao Lao was momentarily quiet before he flicked his finger. A thread of white-colored flame shot from his palm and like an arrow, shot through that Tier 1 alchemist body in a lightning-like manner. Instantly, it incinerated the latter into ashes. After killing a Tier 1 alchemist like killing a chicken, Yao Lao's finger once again flicked at that Tier 2 alchemist who was pouncing forward. However, a soft muffled sound caused his finger to suddenly pause. His old eyebrow twitched as he raised his head with interest. Puff! At the moment, the body of the Tier 2 alchemist who was rushing towards Xiao Yan suddenly froze on the spot. He violently vomited a mouthful of bright red fresh blood. Slowly lowering his head, he saw a cold blade that was contaminated by the glaring fresh blood had penetrated his chest. Turning around with difficulty, that Tier 2 alchemist stared intently at his companion who had suddenly attacked him. He cursed in a hoarse voice, "You will also die here. Definitely cannot escape. He will not let you off." Hearing this, that Tier 2 alchemist whose expression was a little mad, once again thrust the longsword in his hand deeper. After which, he suddenly pulled it out. Fresh blood spluttered out and covered his entire body. Seeing his companion whose body was gradually falling, the Tier 2 alchemist fiercely took in a deep breath. He suddenly turned around and shouted to Yao Lao, "Sir, I am willing to follow you. All I ask is for you to let me live." Xiao Yan quietly watched the somewhat brutal scene of killing of one's companion that occurred in front of him. A long while later, he let out a gentle breath. This is the extremity of human personality. Should you face a hopeless situation in the future, don't show your back to those that you cannot trust. Because you never know if a sword that you did not expect would stab into your chest. Ignoring that fawning face of the Tier 2 alchemist who was trying to get into his good books, Yao Lao tilted his head, stared at Xiao Yan and said blandly. Tightening his fist, Xiao Yan nodded his head. The scene that had played live in front of him had caused him to be a lot more cautious. This person, you can do what you want. I don't need this kind of follower. Slowly turning around, Yao Lao walked into the room. All that he left Xiao Yan were vague words. Nodding his head, Xiao Yan inhaled a breath. A somewhat icy smile surfaced on his face. A short while after entering the room, Yao Lao heard a deep muffled sound from outside. He nodded his head and flicked his finger. The rising pale white flame on the tip of his finger gradually disappeared. Creak! Xiao Yan pushed open the door and entered. At that moment, his body had a little scent of blood. Seeing Yao Lao looking over, Xiao Yan shrugged his shoulders and smiled. If I left that kind of person by my side, it would be difficult to say when he would change colors. So, I kicked him down. Ah. Randomly nodding his head, Yao Lao's sight passed through the window and observed the distant land where it was covered with a gold-yellow color. He smiled and said, "We are reaching the Tager Desert. Let's go, we will fly ourselves for the remaining distance. Otherwise, there might be some unnecessary disturbance due to the 4 missing alchemists when this flying bird descends, delaying our arrival." After saying those words, Yao Lao's body swayed, transforming into a cluster of light and poured into the ring on Xiao Yan's finger. At the same time, the purple cloud wings that were tightly stuck to Xiao Yan's back also extended out with a swish sound. Slightly flapping the purple cloud wings on his back, Xiao Yan opened the window and leapt down. An intense sound of wind swept past his ears as Xiao Yan's pair of wings flapped and a purple-colored Dou Qi gradually covered his body. Lifting his head, he watched the flying bird magic beast that was flapping its huge feathered wings a short distance away. He smiled faintly. After being stationary for a moment, his flying speed suddenly increased as he transformed into a purple-colored light and speedily overtook that flying bird magic beast. In the distant sky, a purple-colored stream of light instantly slid across the horizon as though it was chasing the stars and the moon. He faced the yellow-soiled city that stood in the golden yellow desert and flew quickly towards it. The rigid city grew increasingly near. Numerous whiffs of heat waves came toward him. He narrowed his eyes and stared at the golden yellow region where the borders could not be seen. Xiao Yan let out a gentle sigh. The final training place, Tiger Desert. I've finally arrived. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 176, The Mysterious Map Fragment? Chapter 176, The Mysterious Map Fragment? Upon reaching a place around a few hundred meters from the city, Xiao Yan's flying speed gradually decreased. His body trembled slightly and the purple cloud wings on his back released waves of pale purple-colored light before gradually shrinking. After which, they transformed into a tattoo and stuck to Xiao Yan's back. Xiao Yan rolled his body in midair before his feet steadily landed on the ground. After gently patting off some of the dust from his clothes, he lifted his head and looked at the huge yellow-colored city that was in the distance. He let out a relieved sigh as he smiled. Perhaps because the place was located close to the desert, but the air was extremely dry and hot. Blazing sunlight shined down from the sky and grilled the vast ground, causing it to emit hot air that cooked people. That wave of hot air slowly rose, causing some distortions in the surrounding areas. According to common sense, this could not be considered to be a good environment and there should not be people who could have a carefree feeling in this environment. However, Xiao Yan was a little stunned to discover that ever since his feet stepped on this plot of land, the flowing purple flame Dou Qi in his body actually became a lot more joyous. After being slightly amazed for a moment, Xiao Yan extended his hand and caught some air from the space in front of him. He pursed his lips together. A long while later, he suddenly whispered, "No wonder. Around 80% of the air here belongs to the ground and fire-type Dou Qi energy. Ah. Due to this reason, the Tiger Desert is most suited for those practicing fire and ground-type Qi methods. Additionally, the purple flame in your body belongs to a special flame that has a close relationship to the sun. Naturally, you are a little more sensitive compared to others." Yao Lao's faint laughter emitted from within the ring. "And this is also the reason for me to ask you to come to this desert to train. The conditions here are very tough. If one wanted to train, there would be no better place." Xiao Yan nodded his head and let out a breath of air. He patted the exquisite alchemist long robe that was almost like a piece of art before opening his stride and slowly headed toward Yellow Soil City. As he gradually walked closer to the city, the number of surrounding pedestrians also increased. Among these pedestrians, the men largely revealed their upper body to show that their skin was dark and strong. When one looked at it, they appeared forthright. As for the occasional women that passed by, their skin was also slightly dark, but it was more of a bronze color. The women here were not as shy and reserved as those in the interior of the empire. The tight skin blouse they wore only covered their chest area and some areas a little lower. Their narrow waists were boldly exposed. A short skirt or shorts covered their long and tight thighs. When they walked, their snake-like waist shook, showing unique, seductive charm and loveliness. During his walk, Xiao Yan feasted with his eyes. He smacked his lips together and lifted his head to see the specific size of the yellow-colored city. At the area where the city gate was, two huge pale red words were carved onto the city wall. Looking from a distance, it had a faint bloody feeling. Desert City, Xiao Yan read softly as he smiled and slowly walked toward the city's entrance. At the city's entrance, over 10 soldiers wearing armor were carrying long spears as they shouted to those people entering the city to pay the entrance tax. Seeing that these soldiers ignored the heat and wore full armor, Xiao Yan felt a little shocked in his heart. Why was the defense here even tighter than that of big cities like the Black Rock City? Perhaps it was because the weather was very hot, but the soldiers who were standing guard at this place had become a little irritated. Numerous rude, loud abuses continued to hasten the pedestrians entering the city. Walking toward the city's entrance and hearing the loud abuses that escaped the soldier's mouth, Xiao Yan frowned slightly. He shook his head and walked directly into the city. Within the Jiama Empire, an alchemist was an occupation that enjoyed a treatment that was almost like royalty. These entrance taxes collected at the city's entrances were also waived by the empire. Although an alchemist would not be bothered about this little bit of money, this status that they were given was something that all the alchemists enjoyed. "Hey, brat. Didn't you see what's written here?" Seeing Xiao Yan directly walked into the city as though there was no one, a soldier's eyes stared at him for a moment. Before his abuses could be completely said, his gaze drifted to the exquisite alchemist long robe on Xiao Yan's body. Instantly, the scolding from his lips was swallowed. The angry face had also transformed into a fawning smile. "Sir, are you planning to enter the city?" "Yes." Without pausing his footsteps, Xiao Yan slowly walked towards the soldier. He glanced indifferently at the soldier. After which, his heels trembled a little as his shoulder brushed past the guard and headed into the interior of the city as he pleased. Cluck, seeing that Xiao Yan had ignored the offense from earlier, joy surfaced on the soldier's face. He swallowed his saliva and hurriedly turned around and called out respectfully, "Sir, recently there have been some snake people in the Tager Desert who are finding trouble. If you intend to leave the city, you need to be more careful." Slowing his footsteps, Xiao Yan nodded his head as he obtained this unexpected news. Then his back figure slowly disappeared into the darkness of the city wall's tunnel. Damn it, I was almost done for. If my supervisor were to learn that I had offended a Tier 2 alchemist, it would be strange if he didn't serve me to the dogs. Watching Xiao Yan's figure disappear, the soldier finally and completely let out a sigh of relief. He wiped away his cold sweat and once again returned to his station. It might have been because of the scare from earlier, but the current him had reeled in on his temper, not daring to randomly scold those entering the city. After slowly exiting the somewhat dark city wall's tunnel, Xiao Yan's vision brightened. Buildings that had the desert characteristics appeared in his sight. These numerous strange-looking houses and buildings were an eye-opener for Xiao Yan. Walking on the street, Xiao Yan's gaze swept across the people walking on the street. A moment later, a dazed Xiao Yan asked in his heart, "Teacher, where do we go now? Do we go directly into the Tager Desert? If you randomly bash about in the desert like you intend to, even if you don't get lost in the desert, you would sooner or later die from a lack of water source." Yao Lao's helpless voice was emitted from the ring. Giving an embarrassed smile, Xiao Yan dryly laughed, "This is my first time encountering a desert, then what should we do next? Go and purchase the most detailed map of the Tager Desert. In this city, there should be shops that specialize in selling maps. This is very important. Additionally, prepare sufficient water. And one more thing. Go to the medicinal shop here and buy some medicine to repel snakes. The snake people in the Tager Desert are most proficient in ordering poisonous snakes to attack. It is correct to be a little more careful." Yao Lao mused out loud. After preparing all these things, we should not have any time left today to enter the Tager Desert. Therefore, we will rest the night in the city. Oh, right, your energy recovery pills have been exhausted. This is something that is essential to prepare for training. Luckily, you have gathered sufficient medicinal ingredients from the small valley in the Magic Beast mountain range. Tonight, I will find the time to help you refine a batch. Once we have completed all of these tasks, we will enter the Tager Desert tomorrow morning." Hearing the numerous instructions from Yao Lao's mouth, Xiao Yan could only helplessly nod his head. He sighed and offhandedly stopped a passerby to inquire about the shops that sold maps of the Tager Desert. The passerby that Xiao Yan had stopped had an impatient expression initially. However, when he noticed the alchemist badge on Xiao Yan's chest, he hurriedly withdrew his expression and was extremely polite in pointing the direction of the shop. Even after Xiao Yan voiced his thanks, this person still passionately told him about the approximate prices of the maps. After saying his thanks to the passerby, Xiao Yan rubbed the alchemist badge on his chest with his palm. He sighed and shook his head. It must be said that this identity was just too convenient to use. Sighing again in his heart, Xiao Yan swiftly passed through the corner of the street and headed in the direction of the best map shop in the desert city that the passerby had pointed out. Walking for a while at a neither fast nor slow pace, the map shop that was named Ancient Map appeared in Xiao Yan's sight. His gaze swept across this shop and was slightly surprised. This shop was not as magnificent or publicized as the others. Looking at it, there was a faint rustic atmosphere. With some surprise in his heart, Xiao Yan gradually walked into the shop. The interior of the shop was not very spacious. 2 moonlight stones were emitting a faint light that lit the entire shop so much that it was quite bright. Xiao Yan's gaze swept across the interior of the shop. There were not many people here buying maps. The desolated manner caused Xiao Yan to suspect if he had come to the right place. Slowly walking into the shop, Xiao Yan's gaze drifted and finally stopped on an old man behind a counter who had lowered his head and was creating a map. The old man was obviously quite old. Despite his head being filled with white hair, the dry hand that he used to hold the black pen used for drawing the map was still strong. Without making any noise to disturb the old man, Xiao Yan's gaze swept across the large number of maps on the counter. He curiously lifted it in his hand and flipped it over and over to take a look. The clear routes on the map caused him to nod his head in satisfaction. After observing the map for a while, Xiao Yan saw that the old man still had no intention of stopping. He pressed his lips closely together and with slow footsteps, arrived at a corner of the shop beside an ancient-looking wooden shelf. This shelf was obviously very old and was filled with rotten holes. Some yellowing maps were carelessly piled on top of it. From the looks of the broken traces on the map's surfaces, it appeared that they were failed products when producing maps. Xiao Yan's hand randomly flipped through the yellowing maps and a whiff of musty smell came at him. Frowning slightly, Xiao Yan lifted one pile of failed product. His hand trembled slightly and a fragment map piece the size of a palm suddenly fell from this pile of failed product. Without being too concerned about the fallen fragmented map piece, Xiao Yan flipped through the failed products in his hand. He then boringly placed it back. When he did, his gaze drifted toward that small fragment map piece. He blinked his eyes first, then the hand which was moving suddenly froze. Xiao Yan's palm trembled slightly as he carefully picked up the fragmented map piece with 2 fingers. He could feel that his heart was violently beating. Forcefully swallowing his saliva, he placed the fragmented ancient map piece on his hand. His gaze was filled with uncontrolled joy as he meticulously scanned the somewhat familiar mysterious lines on the map. A long while later, Xiao Yan slowly squinted. He took in a deep breath and quivered as he mumbled, "It really is that. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 177, Mysterious Old Man. Chapter 177, Mysterious Old Man. Xiao Yan's hand trembled a little as he held the fragmented map piece that appeared as though it would turn to dust with just a touch. There was an unrestrained joy that could not be hidden within his eyes. He did not expect that he would find one of the mysterious fragmented pieces under such coincidental circumstances. Xiao Yan could not understand the meaning behind the routes as he viewed the mysterious routes on this yellowing map piece. However, the outline of these routes were faintly familiar. This was because he had seen this type of mysterious map piece when he and the fairy doctor were searching for treasure in a cave within the Magic Beast mountain range. This fragment of a mysterious map could lead one to find the legendary purifying demonic lotus flame that was ranked 3rd on the heavenly flame ranking. Even Yao Lao also gave a very high evaluation to this kind of heavenly flame. When Yao Lao talked about the purifying demonic lotus flame, Xiao Yan did not have difficulty in sensing the amazement in his voice. By being able to be repeatedly praised by Yao Lao, who once stood at the top of the Dou Qi continent, it could be seen just how strong the purifying demonic lotus flame was. Using the phrase destroyer of everything to describe it was no exaggeration. TSK, what a lucky guy. To actually be able to find a map piece randomly in such a place like this. Looks like you and the purifying demonic lotus flame are fated to meet. Yao Lao said with shock and disbelief evident from Xiao Yan's heart. Clearly, he did not expect that Xiao Yan would be able to find 2 fragment map pieces within 1 short year. Xiao Yan smiled. His smile was a little agitated. Carefully holding the mysterious fragment map piece, he forcefully suppressed the impulse to take out the other map piece in his storage ring to compare. Taking in a deep breath, he calmed the fluctuations in his heart caused by this extremely unexpected gain. At this moment, the old man within the shop finally completed the work that had occupied his hand. However, he still did not raise his head. An old voice evenly reverberated throughout the room. "You are here to buy a map for the Tager Desert, aren't you?" Hearing the old man's question, Xiao Yan turned around and slowly walked to the front of the counter. He smiled and nodded as he asked with a polite voice, "Old sir, can you give me the most accurate and detailed map of the desert?" "The maps are on the counter. Pick them yourself." The old man didn't have any intention of standing up or introducing himself. He answered without any interest, making him seem not like a businessman. Seeing the unique attitude of the old man, Xiao Yan was a little stunned. However, he currently needed the old man's help, so he could only nod his head helplessly. He carelessly chose a piece of map that seemed quite detailed from the counter. After which, he carefully pulled open the old map piece in his hand and questioned softly, "Old sir, I wonder if you have any more such map pieces here?" Hearing Xiao Yan's question, the hand of the old man who was originally focused on creating a map paused unnoticeably. The meticulously created line appeared slightly crooked. The old man frowned and then lifted his head. After sweeping his gaze over Xiao Yan's hand, an inexplicable feeling flashed in his muddy eyes. Seeing the old face which was lifted, Xiao Yan could not help but still slightly. From the left cheek to the corner of his eye was a frightening scar. Although the gaze of the old man was calm, this scar added a little fierceness to him. Have you seen these kinds of fragment map piece in the past?" The old man's gaze swept across the badge representing his identity as an alchemist on Xiao Yan's chest. His old voice carried some astonishment. Hearing this, Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes. He smiled, shook his head and said, "I think that I have seen this kind of fragment map piece once at an auction house. That time, I randomly bid for it but eventually gave up due to the high price the other party offered. Today, I suddenly found this map piece fragment in this place. This is somewhat similar to what I saw, so I want to inquire about it." The purifying demonic lotus flame was not an ordinary thing. This kind of heavenly flame that was ranked 3rd in the heavenly flame ranking would cause even a hermit who held himself aloof from the world to become greedy. Thus, Xiao Yan would not be foolish enough to say that he had one of the fragment map pieces. Oh. Sweeping his gaze on Xiao Yan's face, the old man appeared to have believed Xiao Yan's words. He said faintly, "There isn't any other. This was something that I found by coincidence. With all my years of experience making maps, this appears to be a fragment of a map. Can old sir tell me where you got a hold of it?" Xiao Yan frowned as he continued to ask. "I dug it out from the desert." The old man's calm voice did not have the slightest ripple. When faced with this irresponsible answer, Xiao Yan could only bitterly smile. He held the fragment map piece and asked, "Old sir, can you sell this map piece to me? I'm willing to pay a high price." "I'm not selling." The old man lowered his head slowly as he once again returned his attention to the unfinished map. His tone might have been dull, but it had an irrevocable solemnity to it. Seeing that he was rejected immediately, Xiao Yan stilled for a moment. His eyes gradually narrowed. No matter what happened, he had to get the fragment. Even if the other party wasn't an old man who appeared physically weak, and was a really strong person, he still would think of ways to obtain it. After all, the attraction of the purifying demonic lotus flame to Xiao Yan was far too great. If he wanted to evolve the flame mantra chi method to the Tian rank, this purifying demonic lotus flame, which was ranked third on the heavenly flame ranking, would play an important role. Just as thoughts were being rolled around in Xiao Yan's heart, Yao Lao's faint voice suddenly sounded, "Be careful. This old man is not an ordinary person." Hearing this, Xiao Yan's heart suddenly turned cold as he hurriedly said in his heart, "Teacher, is there something strange with this old man?" "Yes, from my observation, this old man's true strength should be at the Dou Huang level. However, he seemed to have some strange energies suppressing his power. His body's current strength is merely around that of a Dou Ling. But even if it is like this, it would be easy for him to kill you," Yao Lao said with some interest. "Dou Huang?" Xiao Yan's heart trembled as he cried out involuntarily in his heart, "How can it be? Among the 10 strongest in the Jiama Empire, there are only 3 Dou Huangs. Where did this person with a Dou Huang's strength come from? How would I know? But the strong people whom you mentioned are all those on the surface. The Jiama Empire can be considered a big empire. There would definitely be quite a number of strong people who do not like revealing themselves. Some of these strong people have strange personalities, and running to this desert border to sell maps isn't an extremely strange habit," Yao Lao randomly said. Xiao Yan was speechless. A long while later, he smiled bitterly. "Why does it have to be someone like him? Maybe you are lucky." Yao Lao bloated laughingly. "Kid, stop having any intention on the map. I am not interested in money. Take your things and leave, and you shouldn't have any intention of forcefully stealing it. That won't do you any good." The old man waved his hand and blandly said. He did not appear to be afraid that Xiao Yan would take the map piece and run. Gradually letting out a sigh, Xiao Yan shook his head and said, "Indeed, in front of someone who was once a Dou Huang, I really cannot forcefully take it." Crack! The ink pen in the old man's hand that was slowly moving suddenly stilled and was broken following a clear sound. The gaze of the old man stared intently at the large black ink patch that was dripping on the map. A long while later, he raised his head. He watched Xiao Yan with turbid eyes. A faint coldness gradually hovered in them. "Who exactly are you?" The old man's palm gently tapped at a spot on the table, and the large open door suddenly banged shut. His sharp gaze stared at Xiao Yan as an icy strong force began to spread from his body. Just as the icy oppression headed toward Xiao Yan, Yao Lao's spiritual perception surrounded Xiao Yan, allowing him to eliminate the oppressive force from the other party. "Old sir, please do not misunderstand. I do not know you. It is just that my innate spiritual perception is a little odd. It is very sensitive and can feel the surrounding energies. Just now, I had incidentally sensed the majestic energy in old sir's body. Thus, seeing the intense reaction of the old man, Xiao Yan waved his hand, took 2 steps back and said with a smile, "Old sir, I have no other intention. It's just that I really wanted to obtain that fragment map piece. It is very important to me. Can you please accommodate me? Naturally, you can ask for the things you want in exchange. As long as I can take it out, I will not reject you. Boy, I did not expect you to be so special." Seeing that Xiao Yan was unaffected under his imposing force, the old man could not help but speak in a surprised voice. "Ha ha." Xiao Yan laughed. Naturally, he was not foolish enough to reveal Yao Lao. He merely nodded without agreeing or disagreeing. He smiled as he waved the fragment map piece in his hand. He said, "Old sir, what do you think? I have already told you, I will not sell it to anyone. If you really intend to forcefully steal it, don't blame the old me for bullying the weak." After saying in a bland voice, a gush of white wind began to activate behind the old man's back. An icy Dou Qi surrounded his body. Being directly rejected by the old man, Xiao Yan pressed his eyebrows together. He did not expect this old man to be so stubborn. From his attitude and manner, it was obvious that the old man did not know the map was leading to the purifying demonic lotus flame. Yet, he still refused to sell it. This caused Xiao Yan to feel a little frustrated in his heart. "Old sir, I must get hold of this thing today. Even if you refuse, I will forcefully take it away." The smile on Xiao Yan's face gradually disappeared as he helplessly said, "You? The old me may have lived in isolation for the last few decades due to some reasons, but this is not your place as a Tier 2 alchemist to speak to me in such a manner." Hearing Xiao Yan's words, a mocking smile appeared on the old face of the old man as he coldly said. Skimming his lips together, Xiao Yan did not continue to exchange nonsensical words with the old man. The tip of his toe stepped out and his body swiftly retreated to the door of the room. "You are seeking death." Seeing Xiao Yan's action, the old man's face was filled with anger, making the sinister-looking scar look much fiercer. His feet stepped off the ground and his body shot toward Xiao Yan like lightning. As the old man flashed past, icy air quickly spread throughout the interior of the shop. A faint fog completely blocked Xiao Yan's sight. With his gaze being covered by the surrounding icy fog, Xiao Yan's expression changed. He knew that this time around he was in some real trouble. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 178, Fight. Chapter 178, Fight. With the Dou Qi cloak covering his body, Xiao Yan could clearly feel that his body's condition had improved a lot. He immediately grabbed the heavy Xian ruler on his back tightly and pulled at it forcefully. Following a soft sound, the heavy Xian ruler pierced the ground and created a deep imprint. With his hand tightly holding the heavy ruler, Xiao Yan's gaze cautiously swept across the surrounding fog that had pervaded the room. When the purple-colored Dou Qi cloak that emitted the purple flame appeared on Xiao Yan's body, a soft shocked gasp was clearly emitted from the surrounding white-colored fog. Evidently, that mysterious old man had not expected Xiao Yan to be able to summon a Dou Qi cloak that was accompanied by a Dou Qi flame. "Old sir, I have no ill intentions nor do I want to disturb old sir's isolation. It is just that this map fragment is extremely important to me. I implore old sir to accommodate me." As his gaze swept across the surroundings, Xiao Yan shouted. "Oof. Back then I spent a lot of effort in order to obtain this thing. Although I still do not exactly know what it is, for despite studying it for over a decade, I do at least know that the secret it holds is not something small. You want me to hand it over to you for no reason? In your dreams." From within the penetrating icy fog, the old man coldly laughed. Xiao Yan frowned. He was about to open his mouth again when his heart abruptly trembled. The heavy ruler in his hand was swiftly placed at his front before his body hurriedly hid behind it. Puff, following the gentle sound of breaking wind, a few white-colored icicles shot out from the fog. They finally emitted a clanging sound as they knocked against the heavy Xian ruler in front of Xiao Yan. After the icicles hit the heavy Xian ruler, they suddenly turned into a pool of icy water and layered over the body of the ruler. At the same time, the hand which Xiao Yan used to hold the heavy Xian ruler felt an icy cold feeling that continued to flow toward his body. Xiao Yan's expression changed slightly. He gently flicked his finger and a purple-colored flame rose from his palm. After which, it swiftly swept across the surface of the ruler and melted away all the icy frost and cold air on it. What? Purple-colored flame? How unexpected that you actually possess so many different unique things at such a young age. No wonder you are so bold. Seeing Xiao Yan's action, the old man hiding in the fog once again said with surprise. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes and did not reply. His gaze was locked tightly on the surrounding fog. His footsteps followed the route he had remembered in his mind and retreated. Although my strength cannot be compared to the past after being harmed by that thing which deserves to die, it is not difficult to handle a small fly like you. Perceiving Xiao Yan's stealthy actions, the old man laughed coldly from within the fog. A white figure suddenly shot out from the fog and closed the gap between it and Xiao Yan at lightning-like speed. The old man's sudden charge caused a shocked expression to appear on Xiao Yan's face. His palm tightly held the heavy ruler and smashed violently toward the human figure in front of him. Seeing the huge ruler that was nearing with the sound of oppressive wind, the old man's hand swiftly formed a seal as he softly called out, "Congeal ice mirror." Following the seal being formed by the old man's hand, the white-colored Dou Qi in front of him suddenly began to change. An instant later, an ice mirror around half a meter in both width and height suddenly coagulated and was formed in front of him. Bang! The heavy ruler ferociously hacked downwards and finally smashed heavily on the ice mirror. Instantly, Xiao Yan's expression changed. He realized through his senses that at the moment when the heavy ruler hacked on the ice mirror, a strong reverse force strangely shot upwards. Finally, It threw the unprepared Xiao Yan backwards. Watching the pale-faced Xiao Yan being thrown backwards, the old man once again laughed coldly. He waved his hand and tens of spiral-shaped icicles quickly formed in front of him. When the old man waved his hand again, they howled as they explosively shot toward Xiao Yan from all directions. After dragging his feet on the ground for some distance, Xiao Yan lifted his head and watched the large number of ice pricks that were coming at him and the icy energy mixed between them. He knitted his eyebrows together and his feet suddenly stepped on the ground. Following an explosion, he body shot violently upwards. Having dodged the icicle attacks while his body was in mid-air, Xiao Yan suddenly rotated his body. The heavy Xian ruler in his hand used the spinning force as it left Xiao Yan's hand and violently and angrily shot toward the old man. The heavy ruler shot out and under its own great weight, it flew forward as if it had broken the air. There was a faint purple arc that appeared on its surface and left an after-image line behind it. Seeing the heavy Xian ruler explosively shooting at him, the old man's eyebrows twitched with surprise. The young man in front of him was giving him too many surprises. However, surprises remained only surprises. The old man did not show any mercy when he attacked. With an open and close of his palms, he created numerous tiny ice threads. He tossed his hands and the ice threads shot upwards before they headed for the heavy ruler from all direction and harassed it. In only a moment, it binded the heavy ruler in a thick layer of white-colored ice threads. Under the harassment caused by the ice threads from all directions, the ferocious force that the heavy ruler carried was swiftly removed. When it was around half a meter from the old man's head, it finally came to a stop. Carelessly glancing at the heavy ruler that was tightly covered by ice threads above his head, the old man laughed coldly. He swung his palm and the ruler hissed as it spun around in midair, and under the influence of the ice threads, the ruler violently shot angrily at Xiao Yan, who was in midair and had no support to borrow force from. Under the control of the old man, the force carried by the heavy ruler was not much weaker than the attack previously done by Xiao Yan with all his strength. If the ruler smashed unrestrained, Xiao Yan would be unable to escape the fate of being seriously injured. Watching the approaching heavy ruler, Xiao Yan helplessly shook his head. His back shook slightly and his pair of purple cloud wings extended out. The wings flapped, prompting his figure to quickly climb higher. Finally, he dodged the heavy ruler that was shot at him. What? Dou Qi wings? Seeing the pair of wings that shot out from Xiao Yan's back, the old man's eyes shrunk as he said with astonishment. A moment later, he shook his head. With a frown, he said, "It doesn't look like Dou Qi wings." "Don't tell me, it is a flying Dou technique?" "Great. Why is it that this kid is filled with treasures?" The old man slowly shook his head as he said in a stunned voice. Ignoring how much shock the appearance of the purple cloud wings gave the old man, Xiao Yan took advantage of him being distracted and pounced forward ferociously. The purple-colored flame on his hand writhed as he flicked his finger so that a strand of purple flame shot out. The strand quickly found the main ice thread connected to the heavy ruler and burned it. Losing the drive from the ice thread, the heavy Xian ruler quickly fell. Xiao Yan flapped his pair of wings and swiftly charged forward. When his 10 fingers flicked, the purple flame on his hand formed numerous tiny flames that completely burned away all the ice threads on the heavy Xian ruler. After completely removing the ice threads, Xiao Yan finally dared to once again hold the heavy Xian ruler in his hand. Holding the heavy Xian ruler, his wings quickly flapped once more and Xiao Yan's body suddenly shot into the air. Standing on the ground, the old man watched Xiao Yan, who intended to break through the roof to escape. His face could not help but form a ridiculing and joking expression. The speed of Xiao Yan's rising grew increasingly faster. However, after the purple cloud wings flapped twice, he felt that there was a dense cold air being emitted a short distance from the top of his head. Feeling this icy air, Xiao Yan felt his heart tighten. The heavy Xian ruler suddenly stabbed angrily above his head. Clang! The heavy ruler that stabbed upwards seemed to have clashed against something, emitting a clear sound. At the same time, a few tiny pieces of ice slowly fell and dropped on Xiao Yan's face. The icy feeling caused his heart to sink. He did not expect that the old man would be able to turn the room into a hard igloo in such a short period of time. Giving up his intention on forcefully breaking a hole, Xiao Yan gradually flapped his wings. His body descended as he coldly stared at the old man standing in the fog. TSK, a rare flying Dou technique, unique purple-colored flame, strange agility Dou techniques, you have far surpassed the strength of an average Doucher. Boy, are you the disciple of the leader of the Misty Cloud sect? Or are you the young master of some extremely big clan? Maybe you are a member of the royalty? Raising his head, the old man asked with great interest as he watched Xiao Yan, who was flapping his purplish-black-colored wing in mid-air. Xiao Yan licked his lips as he stared cautiously at the old man and did not reply. Even if you possess the identities that I have stated, however, you will not be able to take the fragment map piece and leave here today. Touching the scar on his old face with his hand, the old man said with a voice that was gradually turning colder. Although you possess many different techniques, you are but a Dou Qi. My current strength may have been greatly reduced, but it is not difficult for me to finish you off. The old voice said blandly, hand over the fragment and I will let you leave. I also don't want others to ruin the years of my secluded lifestyle, but... Eyeing this stubborn old man, Xiao Yan helplessly sighed. He laughed bitterly in his heart, teacher, it seems that you have to act. I am indeed no match for him. Even though his strength is incomparable to the past, it is as he had said, finishing me off is nothing difficult. Cuckoo, it is indeed not difficult. After all, the difference in your strength is over 2 entire classes. Moreover, the Dou techniques that Guy possesses are not weaker than yours. The exchange earlier was only meant to test your strength. If he really became serious, you would not be able to hold out for more than 5 exchanges. Yao Lao's voice sounded in Xiao Yan's heart. Xiao Yan smiled bitterly and nodded. After having a brief exchange with that old man, he naturally knew the other's strength. If it was not for the fact that the old man could not transform his Dou Qi into wings, Xiao Yan might have been captured long ago. Ah, leave it to me, I will temporarily control your body. Regarding this, Yao Lao did not refuse. He knew that even if he wanted to use real battles to train Xiao Yan, there was also a limit. With Xiao Yan's strength, which was had just achieved the level of a Dou Qi, it would undoubtedly be a joke if he went to challenge someone whose fighting ability was once that of a Dou Huang's. Old sir, I have told you that this piece of map fragment is something I must obtain. Xiao Yan first nodded his head before he shrugged his shoulders at the old man. In an abrupt manner, he gradually closed his eyes. Seeing Xiao Yan's strange action, the old man felt a little stunned. He frowned and a moment later, his expression suddenly changed. He noticed a ferocious force that was not inferior to his own suddenly explode from the young man's body in midair. How is this possible? Feeling the steady climb of the strength of Xiao Yan's pressure, the old man's insipid face finally revealed a shocked expression. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 179, Yao Lao taking action. Chapter 179, Yao Lao taking action. Within the environment of the permeating icy fog, it was as though one had walked into a space filled with cold air. The surrounding white fog was widespread and one could not see an end to it. In the midst of the white fog, the old man raised his head as he watched the young man in midair with an astonished face. A moment later, his expression gradually turned grave as he growled in a low voice, "Boy, what is this secret technique?" It was not at all strange that the old man would feel so shocked. Although on this Dou Qi continent, there was no shortage of some secret techniques that could swiftly raise one's strength, the rank of these secret techniques were at least of the D rank. On this Dou Qi continent, the people or forces that could take out such a secret technique were only a few ultimate forces or extremely strong people that could be counted with one's fingers. In the eyes of these ultimately strong forces or people, the strong people in the Jiama Empire were undoubtedly just like fireflies who were competing with the bright moon on their brightness. Don't tell me this brat originates from one of those forces? A shocking thought flashed across the old man's heart. Under the shock of the frightening and aloof strength of those forces, he found it difficult to keep his heart calm. No way. Although this brat has many different unique treasures on him, the Qi method that he trained with seemed to be weaker than Xian class. This definitely doesn't look like the style of those forces. The old man was a little shocked in his heart, but a moment later, he began to slowly suppress this feeling as he comforted himself. The old man gradually recovered his calm. His expression was grave as his dry pair of hands grasped each other. The surrounding icy, cold fog swiftly tzongulated and finally formed a snow-white ice lance in between his hands. Despite having used his Dou Qi to solidify into an ice lance, the old man still felt insecure. He used one hand to quickly form a seal before softly calling out, "Ice Spirit Armor." Following his call, the surrounding permeating icy fog immediately formed into a thick ice vest with a twinkling ice-cold luster. The weapon on the old man's hand and the ice armor on his body were entirely formed from the coagulation of his Dou Qi. At the very least, it required the strength of a Dou Ling in order to barely accomplish this. On the Dou Qi continent, most people, upon reaching Dou Qi, would be able to emit Dou Qi out of their body. For example, they could use their Dou Qi to cover their weapons and greatly increase their offensive strength. When they reached the Dou Ling level, they would be able to condense and form weapons and armors made completely of Dou Qi, just like the old man just did. These kinds of weapons and protections were naturally something that an ordinary weapon or armor could not compare to. By being able to cause the old man to use his full strength and be serious, it could be seen just what kind of level Xiao Yan's improved strength had risen to within the old man's heart. Xiao Yan ignored the completely armed appearance of the old man below. In midair, the pressure that was emitted from within Xiao Yan's body grew increasingly rich. At some point, he suddenly gave a long howl toward the sky. The long howl contained a turbulent Dou Qi that blew the permeating fog under him and scattered nearly half of it. Seeing that Xiao Yan merely used a long howl to break the thick fog, the old man's expression once again changed. He did not dare slight Xiao Yan. Waving the ice lance in his hand, an uncountable number of extremely sharp icicles swiftly formed in the air above his head. After which, they carried the sound of piercing wind as they shot toward Xiao Yan. In midair, the howling gradually stopped. Xiao Yan flapped his pair of wings and his body was like a large rock as it quickly swooped down. He indifferently eyed the icicles that were headed for him from all directions before facing his palms at each other and gently clapping them together. Following the clap, a shapeless energy was scattered from his hands in a lightning-like manner. After which, the icicles that were coming at him from all directions emitted a cracking sound, presenting a spectacular sight as they turned into cold white powder in midair. This is spiritual strength? Seeing his fast-spinning icicles being turned into powder without the slightest foreboding, the white-haired old man stilled slightly before crying out involuntarily. Ignoring the shock of the old man, Xiao Yan flapped his wings and directly flashed toward the space above the old man. His hands tightly gripped the heavy Xian ruler and suddenly hacked downwards. The waving of the heavy Xian sword this time around almost completely sheared the air into two. The space where the heavy ruler passed was actually left with a faint black scar. Although the attack this time around did not have the forceful sound it had before, the old man's face became much more serious when the heavy ruler was swung. His heart clearly knew that despite this attack being quiet, the damaging ability that it possessed was something that the earlier attack could not compare to. Carefully taking a step back, the old man tightened his fist. Instantly, the ice lance shot out while carrying a bone-chilling cold force. Seeing that the old man actually chose to take the attack head-on, a faint mocking glint flashed across Xiao Yan's eyes. The heavy ruler suddenly sped up before finally clashing with the ice lance attack. As the heavy ruler and the ice lance knocked against each other, a ferocious energy ripple was immediately scattered from the point of contact and shook the ground of the room until numerous spiderweb-like crack lines appeared. Break! Just as the contact occurred, the ice lance was compressed into a bow-like shape. When Xiao Yan coldly shouted, the ice lance suddenly broke with a cracking sound and ice shavings shot out in all directions. For the old man's weapon to be easily broken by the opponent in just one round, the old man's expression quickly turned ugly. He did not expect that the young man would change into an entirely different person in just a few short minutes. The strength he displayed currently was entirely incomparable to what he displayed before. If Xiao Yan was just a Dou Qi before, the current him had at least reached the Dou Wan level. This horrifying gap caused the old man to be a little aghast in his heart. TL, Dou Qi-Dou Qi-Dou Ling-Dou Wang. What exactly did this guy do? A thought swiftly flashed through his heart. The old man tipped his toe and his figure hurriedly retreated. As he retreated, his hands swiftly moved about. Following which, 7 flickering cold ice mirrors were quickly coagulated and formed, completely blocking the path that Xiao Yan had to use while chasing him. Before the old man could relax after fixing up the 7 ice mirrors, he heard repeated clear sounds. Raising his eyes, he was shocked to discover that Xiao Yan, who was carrying the heavy ruler in his hand, swerved about recklessly as he charged forward. The ice mirrors along the way were burnt into nothingness by the purple-colored flame on his body before they could even make contact. Damn brat, I don't believe that after having lived in isolation for over 20 years, I would actually have no strength to retaliate against a young brat like you. Being repeatedly and swiftly attacked by Xiao Yan, the old man was gradually becoming angry. His eyebrows shot up as his feet slammed on the ground. The ice Dou Qi chilled the surrounding few meters of ground so much that a thick layer of ice was formed. Xian ice-killing vortex. The old man's hands swiftly formed seals in front of him before his throat suddenly let out a low roar. Instantly, numerous crescent-shaped blades appeared and rotated beside him. The ice blades continued to increase in numbers. At the end, they totally covered the old man's body within them. Then, the ice blades connected with one another, forming a small spiral storm that was completely formed from the integration of ice blades. Go! From within the storm, a low shout was emitted. The ice blade storm suddenly spun toward Xiao Yan with the intention to kill. Along the way, the ground of the room was devastated with many ditches appearing. Some of the water crystal counters even exploded when the ice blades slashed past. The fragments of crystals that appeared were as smooth as mirrors. With cold eyes, Xiao Yan watched the old man who was charging at him using that ferocious attack. His footsteps unexpectedly came to a sudden stop while the purple-colored flame and the ferocious force that was shrouding his body were completely withdrawn into his body. The current Xiao Yan did not have any defenses on his body. Even the heavy Xian ruler was abandoned and stuck at his side. Brat, you are seeking death. Seeing Xiao Yan's action, the somewhat angry cry of the old man was emitted from within the ice blade vortex. Clearly, the old man was extremely angry at this action of Xiao Yan's, which implied that he was looking down on his opponent. Originally, with the old man's position, it was somewhat inappropriate for him to strike someone of a younger generation. He had now used all of his strength, but under these circumstances, his opponent actually chose to give up on defense. This undoubtedly gave a blow to the old man's pride as someone strong. Ignoring the anger of the old man, Xiao Yan felt the oppressive feeling that was emitted from the space in front of him. He gently sighed as he slowly extended his hand. After which, it gently shook and a thick white flame suddenly soared. After the thick white flame appeared, Xiao Yan's feet suddenly stomped on the ground. Following the sound of an explosion, his body became like an arrow released from a bow, turning into a trail of light as he shot toward that small-scale ice blade storm that was spinning toward him in a lightning-like manner. Since you seek death, don't blame me. Seeing Xiao Yan, who actually decided to meet his attack head-on, the old man within the storm coldly yelled. Although his current strength was much weaker than before, there were not many people who would choose to meet his attack directly when he displayed this high Shen-level, mysterious ice-killing vortex. Xiao Yan's current actions had undoubtedly made the old man feel that the former was seeking death. Ignoring the angry cry, Xiao Yan directly rushed into the storm. His arm was almost entirely covered by the thick white flame as his arm was suddenly inserted into the storm. When his arm was inserted into the storm, a terrifying energy ripple suddenly scattered within the interior of the room and lifted the floor up to a height of nearly half a meter. Ka-cha! Xiao Yan maintained his posture with his hand being inserted into the storm. A momentary standstill occurred before the ice windstorm, which was originally swiftly rotating, suddenly began to slow. Under the cracking sound, the ice windstorm was actually completely frozen into a huge snow-white ice pillar. Indifferently eyeing the ice pillar in front of him, Xiao Yan slowly pulled his hand out from within and gently tapped on the ice pillar with his finger. Bang! With a muffled sound, the ice pillar suddenly burst forcefully and turned into icy cold white powder that was sprinkled from midair onto the ground. The bursting of the ice pillar revealed the old man inside, who was covered by a faint layer of thin ice. Xiao Yan's eyes squinted as he watched that old man. A moment later, he once again opened them. At the moment, the indifference and life experience within those dark black eyes had completely disappeared. Replacing it was the vigor that a young man ought to have. Old sir, you have lost. I'm sorry, but this thing belongs to me. Clapping his hand, Xiao Yan smiled at the old man as he spoke. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 180, The One Who Was Once Among the Top 10. Ice Emperor. Chapter 180, The One Who Was Once Among the Top 10. Ice Emperor. Eyeing the old man in front of him, who was covered in a layer of demonic and mysterious white ice, Xiao Yan heaved a sigh of relief. He waved his hand apologetically at the old man before turning around and leaving. Boy, I really underestimated you. Just as Xiao Yan was turning his body, the tired voice of the old man was released from the layer of ice. Pausing his footsteps, Xiao Yan tilted his head and watched the old man in the layer of ice slowly open his eyes. However, Xiao Yan didn't feel any panic in his heart. This was because he knew that with the strength the old man currently had, it was impossible for him to break out of the barrier that Yao Lao had placed. Sighing, Xiao Yan bitterly smiled. Old sir, I have already said that I do not have any intention of becoming enemies with you. It is just that this thing is really important to me, therefore. It is really unexpected that after living in isolation here for over 20 years, I would actually be thrown into such a dire state by a kid today. It really is somewhat sad. The old man's voice was a little desolated. A moment later, however, his tone suddenly changed. His gaze passed through the demonic and mysterious layer of ice and stared at Xiao Yan outside. He said blandly, Boy, is this map fragment very important to you? Xiao Yan was briefly silent before nodding his head. Ha ha. Seeing his action, the old man let out a laugh. His smile was somewhat strange. Frowning, Xiao Yan ignored him as he turned around and walked toward the exit. Back then, after I spent all my effort in the desert to obtain this map fragment, I used all my years of experience in making maps to perfectly split it into two. One of them has just been taken by you, the other piece, hee. The old man coldly laughed. Xiao Yan's footsteps paused. With his back facing the old man, his finger tapped on the storage ring. The fragment map piece from before quickly appeared in his palm. After Xiao Yan placed it in front of his eyes to take a look, he realized that the size of this fragment map piece was approximately half the size of the one he found in the cave on the Magic Beast mountain range. Holding the map fragment in his hand, Xiao Yan's expression became a little ugly. He was a little frustrated that after putting in so much effort, he had only obtained half of a map fragment. Letting out his breath, Xiao Yan carefully stored the map fragment into the storage ring and slowly turned around. He coldly eyed the old man and said, you could have chosen to not reveal this secret and that I would not take your life. But now, you've said it, are you forcing me to kill you? He. Boy, don't use death to threaten me. Having lived most of my life, what kind of difficulties have I not faced? When I was dominating within the Jama Empire, you had yet to be born. Do you think that I would be afraid of this little threat? Moreover, if I die, even if you have some great ability, you would not be able to find the other small map fragment. When that time comes, with one small map fragment missing, you would not be able to find the treasure the map leads to even if you can complete the map. The old man said with disdain as he faced Xiao Yan's cold voice that was filled with killing intent. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes as a cold glint flashed across it. He gently took in a breath, tightened his fist and blandly said, "Say. What do you want to do? Since you are willing to reveal this secret, you cannot be so foolish as to merely use it to anger me, can you? You really have quite a good mind. I'm really curious just which abnormal old guy is your teacher. I dare not say anything now, but I am certain that you will be standing at the peak of the Jama Empire 10 years later." Seeing Xiao Yan's calm manner, the old man could not help but praise. Without accepting or denying this high praise by the old man, Xiao Yan glanced at him and said with a frown, "Say it. What do you want before you are willing to hand over that other small map fragment? Can you release me from this layer of ice? Of course, that is if you aren't afraid that I will retaliate," the old man said with a smile. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes as he stared at the old man. A moment later, he gradually closed his eyes before opening it. Slowly walking forward, his palm gently touched the layer of ice and shook slightly. A thread of thick white flames was inserted into the ice, swiftly melting away the demonic and mysterious layer of ice. "If I can lock you up once, I will be able to do it a second time. So, don't try any tricks. Otherwise, it will be your blood that will become ice the next time around." With the wave of his hand, Xiao Yan broke away this demonic and mysterious layer of ice that even a Douling could do nothing about. His pair of dark black eyes suddenly became profound and experienced once again. After breaking the ice layer, Xiao Yan's head moved slightly back. The profoundness swiftly disappeared from his eyes. Gradually lowering his head and watching the old man who was repeatedly shivering after breaking out of the ice, he said, "Say it. What a frightening icy cold flame. If I guess correctly, the flame that you had just used should be one of the magical heavenly flames, right?" the old man said in a horrified voice as his pale face continued to shiver. Xiao Yan lifted his eyes but did not comment. Seeing Xiao Yan's manner, an obvious joy appeared in the old man's eyes. However, a moment later, the joy was swiftly suppressed. Voicing his thought, he said, "You already know that my original strength was that of a Dou Huang, right?" "Yes." Xiao Yan nodded his head. "Then do you know my identity?" the old man once again asked. "I don't." Seeing Xiao Yan shake his head, the old man also helplessly did the same. However, his face swarmed with pride as he said, "My name is Haibuodong. You may not have heard of this name, but I think you should have heard of my other name. Ice Emperor." When he heard the two words Ice Emperor, Xiao Yan first stilled. Quickly following that, his face clearly changed. His gaze carried a bizarre expression as he observed the old man who had been continuously suppressed by him. Although Xiao Yan had always been staying at Wutan City in the past, he was not unfamiliar with this strong person who was once extremely well known within the Jama Empire. Ice Emperor, a member of the previous generation of the top 10 in the Jama Empire. He was both prideful and introverted while being extremely good at using ice-type Dou Qi. Once, in anger, he had sealed an entire city in ice. Back then, he was one of the few Dou Huangs among the 10 strong. Later on, he had a huge fight at the peak of the Misty Cloud Mountain with the previous leader of the Misty Cloud sect. Although he was finally defeated, his opponent had a very difficult victory. During the last time Jama Empire and Chuyan Empire held a convention for the strong, he single-handedly fought a Dou Huang and a Dou Wang from the other side and was not defeated, shocking all present. After the last convention for the strong, Ice Emperor gradually disappeared from the sight of many people. Now, the name Ice Emperor only existed personally in the memories of the older generation. The current generation of the top 10 had already replaced their fame and glory. Xiao Yan had never expected that this old man, who did not have a very pleasing appearance, would actually be the Ice Emperor who had once caused the upper echelons of the doges in the Chuyan Empire to have a headache. This kind of drama-like result made him feel a little stunned. Luckily my old name has not vanished with time. You actually have heard of it." Seeing Xiao Yan's stunned expression, Haibuodong laughed in a somewhat pleased manner. Gradually inhaling a breath, Xiao Yan sighed, "Indeed it is an answer that shocked me. I did not expect that the Dou Huang whose name had reverberated throughout the Jama Empire would actually be living in isolation in the desert area as a shop owner selling maps. Why did you end up like that?" The strength that you displayed earlier seemed to be only that of a douling, right? Xiao Yan curiously asked. Hearing this, Haibuodong bitterly nodded his head inside. Back then, after attending the convention between the empires, I came to the Tager Desert. By accident, I obtained the map fragment, but I attracted the emperor of the snake people, Queen Medusa, who chased me with the intention to kill. You should know that the strength of Queen Medusa can be ranked among the peak among the Dou Huangs. Was it not for the snake people having only this one strong person, they might have long ago tried to attack the human empires. In that battle, I was defeated by her hands without question. Although I found a chance to escape in the end, I was struck by her curse of the snake seal. Not only did my body quickly become old, even my strength was sealed to the level of a douling. Haibuodong sighed. In all these years, I have been hiding here, studying the secret of the map fragment and hoping to obtain something that could undo my seal. However, this map fragment is merely a small part of the map. No matter how experienced I am, I cannot crack it. You aren't thinking of getting me to break the seal for you, are you? Xiao Yan said as he narrowed his eyes and twitched his eyebrow. Yes. You really think too highly of me. I don't have that ability. Shaking his head, Xiao Yan laughed dryly. He did not dare bear such a heavy responsibility. Over the last few decades, I have obtained a medicinal formula that can break the seal. As long as you refine the medicinal pill on it, I will be able to regain my strength. Haibuodong said gravely. I think you should go and find piquing Dou Qi. In the entire Jiama Empire there should not be many people who can beat him in refining medicine. I am merely a tier 2 alchemist. Xiao Yan shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly. He won't do. Haibuodong shook his head and said with a bitter smile, the key requirement for refining this kind of medicinal pill is that the alchemist must possess a heavenly flame. Piquing Dou Qi doesn't appear to have that. Oh? Hearing this, Xiao Yan felt a little shocked in his heart. What kind of medicinal pill would have such a stringent requirement? Originally, I would not tell you about the news on the other small map fragment, however, the thick white flame that you displayed in the end led me to change my mind. As long as you can refine the medicinal pill that I need, I will hand over that small map fragment to you. At the same time, Ice Emperor Haibuodong, would also owe you a favor. You ought to know how much a favor from a Dou Huang is worth, Haibuodong said seriously. Hearing this, Xiao Yan's heart was slightly interested. He softly inquired, what is the tier of the medicinal pill you need? Tier 6. Haibuodong licked his lips and said with a smile. Rolling his eyes, Xiao Yan helplessly waved his hand. Tier 6, even if I possess a heavenly flame, I am but a tier 2 alchemist. How could I possibly refine a medicinal pill of that grade? I believe that your strength is not the little bit that you display on the surface. When faced with Xiao Yan's helplessness, Haibuodong cunningly smiled as he said. Xiao Yan sighed and became quiet. In his heart, he softly asked, Teacher, what do you think? Regardless of what happens, that map fragment that is related to the purifying demonic lotus flame is something we must obtain. It will play an extremely crucial role in evolving your Qi method in the future. Yao Lao mused and said. You mean, we say yes? Yes, promise him first. In any case, a favor from a Dou Huang is worth this price. But I am worried that once this old man regains his strength, then, Xiao Yan rotated his eyes and cautiously said. Kiki, relax. With me around, even if he recovered his strength, he would not be able to snatch the map fragment back. Moreover, when refining the medicinal pill, can we not make some preparations for the unexpected? Yao Lao smiled faintly and said. Hearing this, Xiao Yan heaved a sigh of relief. He raised his head to watch Haibuodong, whose face was filled with anticipation. Nodding his head, he smiled and said, All right, I'll agree. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 181, Journey Through the Desert. Chapter 181, Journey Through the Desert. Seeing Xiao Yan nod his head, Haibuodong finally sighed in relief. The smile on his old face grew a little wider. Give me the medicinal formula. Oh, yes, you know the rule when hiring an alchemist to refine medicine, don't you? Xiao Yan smiled at Haibuodong. Prepare the ingredients yourself. Haibuodong nodded with a bitter smile. He naturally knew the rule, but all the same his dry palm grabbed threads of hair that could be counted as a beard as he said with some embarrassment, I have gathered most of the medicinal ingredients required by the medicinal formula. However, I am still missing one of them. This medicinal ingredient's name is Sans Datura, can only be found in the Tager Desert and is easiest to find in places where the temperature is higher. You should know that I train using an ice-type Qi technique. Additionally, my body also has the seal Queen Medusa left behind. If I step into the inner regions of the Tager Desert, she will discover my presence, so. Seeing Hai Buodong's embarrassed expression, Xiao Yan rolled his eyes and curled his lips as he said, "You aren't asking me to search for it, are you? I am already losing out just by helping you refine the medicine, now you want me to help you look for medicinal ingredients in the vast desert. Isn't your small map fragment a little too valuable?" Hearing this, Hai Buodong gave an awkward smile. He hesitated for a while before he helplessly said, "Alright, I might be able to give you information on something you might be interested in." "What information?" Xiao Yan asked in surprise. "It is related to a heavenly flame." Hai Buodong waved his hand and asked with a smile, "Is this information enough to motivate you to help me look for the Sans Datura?" Once he heard the two words heavenly flame, Xiao Yan's heart beat violently. His throat rolled slightly as his heated gaze stared at Hai Buodong in front of him. "You might have heard some news about a heavenly flame in the Tager Desert?" Seeing Xiao Yan's expression, Hai Buodong let out a relieved sigh in his heart as he said with a smile, "Yes." Nodding his head slightly, Xiao Yan anxiously asked, "Do you know exactly where the heavenly flame is located within the Tager Desert?" As a mapmaker, I had once roamed around the Tager Desert. By luck, I obtained some information about a heavenly flame. I surveyed some of the locations and routes from this information. Although I still cannot be certain where exactly the heavenly flame is located, I can roughly guess which areas have the highest chance of possessing the heavenly flame. Hai Buodong said with an extremely pleased smile. "If you do not have my guidance, even if you spent an entire year roaming the Tager Desert, it would be near impossible for you to find the heavenly flame. What do you think? As long as you agree to help me obtain the Sans Datura, I will give you all the information from my research on the location of the heavenly flame. Hai Buodong said with a smile. "Deal." Xiao Yan immediately agreed without the slightest hesitation. The attraction a heavenly flame posed to him was far too great. In order to obtain it, Xiao Yan was willing to pay a huge price. Seeing that Xiao Yan had agreed, Hai Buodong nodded his head with a smile. His palm gently searched his breast pocket before finally taking out a thin goatskin parchment and handing it to Xiao Yan. He said, after surveying a couple places, "I have concluded that there are 3 places which are most likely to possess a heavenly flame within the Tager Desert." Receiving the goatskin parchment, Xiao Yan carefully opened it and realized that it was an extremely detailed map of the vast Tager Desert. This map was not something that the other maps on the counter could compare with. On it, not only were there clear indications of the water sources present in the desert, it even marked in great detail the locations of the snake people tribes that were scattered in the desert. "Can you see the 3 flame symbols on the map?" Hai Buodong smiled and reminded. Hearing this, Xiao Yan's gaze swept across the map and found that in 3 directions, east, west, and north, there were very eye-catching flame symbols. In the Tager Desert, these 3 places have the highest possibility of a heavenly flame being present. Pointing his finger at the 3 flame symbols, Hai Buodong smiled and said, "Of course these are places that I have reasoned out after surveying much of the desert. The accuracy cannot be 100%, but it is much better than you randomly searching for it." Xiao Yan nodded his head. Even though he had Yao Lao's help, it would be extremely difficult to search for the location of the heavenly flame in the Tager Desert due to it being far too vast. This detailed map of Hai Buodong's would undoubtedly help him save a lot of time and effort. You should remember that it would be best to head for the eastern and northern places with the flame symbol first. As for the western one, it would be best to avoid going there if possible. Hai Buodong gravely reminded as his finger stopped at the flame symbol on the western side. Why? Because that area is close to the inner regions of the Tager Desert. Queen Medusa can feel any human's breath after they enter her territory. Although you possess many different unique treasures, I don't think you have much of a chance of escaping alive if you meet that terrifying Queen Medusa. Hai Buodong sighed with lingering fear in his heart. Okay. I will try my best. Xiao Yan nodded his head. However, he knew in his heart that if he could not find any trace of a heavenly flame in the other 2 places, there was a good chance that he would head for the western flame symbol. Even if that place was filled with danger, he would not hesitate entering it. This was because a heavenly flame possessed just too much of an attraction to him. This is all the help that I can give you. I hope that you will be able to successfully obtain the heavenly flame and return with the Sans Datura. Seeing Xiao Yan carefully put away the map, Hai Buodong said with a smile, "As for the medicinal formula and the map fragment, please allow me to keep it safe for this period of time. When you return, I will hand everything back over to you." Okay. Nodding his head, Xiao Yan faced Hai Buodong, cupped his hands together and said, "Since it is like that, then I bid you farewell. I am really sorry for creating a mess in old Sir's place." Sweeping his gaze over the messy room, Hai Buodong shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Forget it. I have used up all my patience living here in isolation. Even if you didn't smash this place, I don't think I would have continued for much longer anyway. With a smile, Xiao Yan once again apologized. After which, he waved his hand at Hai Bodong as he turned around and walked out of the door. Seeing Xiao Yan opening the door and slowly disappear, Hai Bodong narrowed his eyes and was quiet for a moment. After which, he began to clean up the messy place. Outside the ancient-looking shop's door, Xiao Yan raised his head and allowed the hot sunlight to spill onto his face like boiling water. A long while later, he gently sighed. The experience in these 2 short hours had given him a dream-like feeling. He had only just arrived at Desert City and randomly entered a shop. Yet, he had already met a strong person living in isolation. This kind of plot that existed only in stories had actually occurred in reality in front of him. He could not help but sigh emotionally. Ugh, I am able to meet someone who was once a Dou Huang by just randomly entering somewhere. Am I lucky or unlucky? Letting out a short, bitter laugh, Xiao Yan released a breath of air and strode down the street. Gently touching the ring, he suddenly asked casually in his heart, "Teacher, do you think that he can be trusted?" It is indeed true that he had received a seal. But you are asking whether there is a problem with the map he gave us, right? Kiki, we have to follow the route on it, and if he had any ill intentions, we might really get into some trouble. Yao Lao laughed before he voiced his thoughts, but this map will indeed provide us quite a lot of help. The 3 areas with the flame symbol are places that I did not visit back then. Therefore, I cannot say for certain if it is real or fake, but although we cannot determine if he has any ill intentions, we should always take some precautions. Once we enter the Tager Desert, try to be a little more careful. We do not need to walk completely as the map dictates. Back then, I had roamed around this place for some time, so I do have some knowledge and will help you to not lose your way. Yao Lao said a little cautiously. Ah, nodding his head, Xiao Yan said with a smile, since it's like this, then I will go and prepare the rest of the items first before resting in the city for the night. We will enter the Tager Desert tomorrow morning. Yes. Yao Lao nodded his head and then became silent. Gently patting his clothes with his hand, Xiao Yan smiled, lifted his legs and headed for the medicinal shop a short distance away. The gains that he had obtained today had far exceeded his expectations. Not only had he found a fragmented map piece, he even managed to obtain some information on a heavenly flame. This could not help but cause Xiao Yan's heart to be excited. Walking along the street for a distance, Xiao Yan turned into a medicinal shop. Within it, he bought some medicinal plants that repel snakes. When he was purchasing the medicinal plants, he took care to observe the old man selling the medicine in great detail to the point of making the old man feel a little uneasy. Only then did Xiao Yan embarrassingly pick up his things and leave the medicinal shop. It appeared that after the event just now, Xiao Yan's mind was a little oversensitive. He really thought that strong people who lived in isolation like Hai Bodong were all over the streets. After preparing the medicinal ingredients needed to repel snakes, Xiao Yan subsequently bought enough water to fill his storage ring at a shop selling clean water before he was satisfied with his preparations and decided to head for a high class inn that a passerby had pointed to, a place where he would stay the night. As the dark night slowly passed by, the hot sun once again covered the desert in a great heat. Walking out of the inn, Xiao Yan stretched his lazy waist. He then gently tapped on the storage ring on his finger. In there were 50 energy recovery pills that Yao Lao had spent the night rushing to refine. These things were essential for him to train in the desert. Standing on the street near the city's entrance, Xiao Yan once again checked to see if he had all the things he needed. Only after that did he place the black Shen ruler on his back, which was almost as tall him, took a deep breath and began his journey through the desert. This time around, I must find a heavenly flame. Under the gazes of the foot soldiers guarding the city that were filled with reverence, Xiao Yan walked out of the city. He eyed the endless golden-colored desert that appeared in his sight while silently steeling his heart. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 182, Tough Training in the Desert. Chapter 182, Tough Training in the Desert. In the vast desert, a sandstorm raged. A young man wearing the long robes of an alchemist was slowly advancing through the sandstorm. The deep footprints left in the yellow sand behind him were covered by the sandstorm in a moment, burying all traces of his passage. The environment within the Tager Desert was more harsh than what Xiao Yan had expected. Under the exposure of the hot sun, the yellow sand under his feet was like scalding, small metal pieces, causing Xiao Yan to involuntarily twitch his mouth each time his feet stepped on it. As Xiao Yan slowly walked, the wind blowing toward his face carried fine grains of sand that smashed against his face, causing Xiao Yan to feel a slight stinging sensation. The pain caused Xiao Yan to circulate his Dou Qi all the time, forming a faint Dou Qi mask over his face in order to prevent the possibility of the sandstorm disfiguring him. Despite the desert environment being extremely harsh, the fire-type energy that it contained made Xiao Yan a lot more pleased. It was perhaps due to the exposure of the sun that resulted in this place having a much richer fire-type energy than the Magic Beast mountain range. Moreover, the fire-type energy was also much more potent and pure, which was extremely suitable for Xiao Yan to use to train his purple flame Dou Qi. After entering the vast desert for only half a day, Xiao Yan could clearly feel that the purple flame Dou Qi flowing in his body was obviously much more active and joyous compared to before. Xiao Yan slowly walked another few hundred meters. He wiped away the perspiration on his forehead and licked his somewhat dry lips. Retrieving a bottle of water from his storage ring, he viciously took a few gulps before sighing. Xiao Yan then took out the goatskin map and bitterly smiled. "Teacher, during this half a day, we did not follow the route on the map. Since we did that, it could be considered that we have avoided the main road on here. Where do we go next?" Then we will first head towards the eastern flame symbol," Yao Lao randomly said. Hearing this, Xiao Yan held the map and studied it for a while. He pressed his eyebrows together and sighed. "Looking at the map scale indicator, it looks like we will need to journey for at least 10 more days if we want to get to the region indicated by the eastern flame symbol. Then let's go. In this desert, even walking can be considered a form of training." Seeing Xiao Yan's bitter face, Yao Lao laughed in a gloating manner. Sighing once again, Xiao Yan stared at the huge sun in the desert sky. He opened and closed his mouth before returning the map to his storage ring. Touching the heavy Xian ruler on his back with his hand, he could not help but smile with joy. It was strange. Although this heavy Xian ruler was extremely big, it still remained cool even under the extensive exposure to the hot sun. It was as though the sun in the sky did not have much impact on it. In this way, Xiao Yan did not need to think too much. After all, if someone told him to carry a red-hot searing piece of metal and walk about, he would definitely not do such a foolish thing. Once again Xiao Yan wiped his perspiration off. He was just about to turn his body toward the eastern side of the desert when his face changed. His palm grabbed the heavy ruler, drew it, and viciously stabbed it into the yellow sand under him. Hiss! A loud shrill immediately rang out from where his heavy ruler was inserted into the ground. Xiao Yan was expressionless as he pulled out the heavy ruler. A pool of bright red blood began to seep up to the surface of the yellow sand, staining it red. As Xiao Yan waved his sleeve gently, a force lifted a small-sized magic beast from under the yellow sand. Xiao Yan glanced indifferently at this magic beast which had lost its life force. This kind of magic beast was known as the yellow sand magic scorpion and could only be encountered in the desert. These things frequently hid themselves within the yellow sand, awaiting someone to voluntarily step on them, and then they would release a poison liquid that would numb or even kill the target. The magic scorpions were also extremely good at hiding. Even some humans who spent most of their time in the desert would occasionally fall into their traps. Thus, this magic beast, which was not even rank 1, was frequently regarded by people as one of the hardest living creatures to deal with in the desert. Regardless of how good the magic scorpions were at hiding, they shone as bright as fireflies in the dark night under Xiao Yan's exceptional spiritual perception. If one wanted to launch a sneak attack, it was basically impossible. Xiao Yan's gaze swept across the magic scorpion. He then took 2 steps forward and cut off its poison stinger, which he then stored in his storage ring. After which, he stood up and took somewhat heavy footsteps as he began to slowly walk toward the eastern side of the desert. The dullness and the harshness of training in the desert once again exceeded Xiao Yan's expectations. Back when he was training in the Magic Beast mountain range, he did not feel overtly lonely. However, in this vast desert, all that was in his sight were a few sandstorms raging. Forget about people, even the shadow of a magic beast was something that was hard to find. This kind of desolate and lonely feeling was a little difficult to bear. The second day after Xiao Yan stepped into the Tager Desert was also the official start of his training. Under Yao Lao's instruction, Xiao Yan only wore knee-length shorts on his body while his upper body was simply naked. Regarding this image of his, Xiao Yan had thought of protesting, but this was directly rejected by Yao Lao. The latter's reasoning was that only by letting the naked skin be exposed to the sun could his body effectively absorb the fire-type energy contained within the air. On the endless gold-colored desert, a figure wearing shorts with a naked back was clenching his teeth as he laid on the hot yellow sand. Beside him, a somewhat blurry old man was smiling while holding a small jade bottle that was filled with a red-colored liquid. The mouth of the bottle was slowly tilted as a few drops of red-colored liquid were poured on the back of the young man, whose skin had turned a little brown from the sun. Hiss! As the red liquid dropped onto Xiao Yan's back, he tightly clenched his teeth as he released a thread of cool air. His pair of hands tightly grabbed some yellow sand, not caring if the sand was hot. Applying this burning blood in the desert has a much greater effect compared to being in the Magic Beast mountain range. Although this thing's a little hard to prepare, its effect is indeed quite good. In the desert, it can cause the skin to be even more sensitive to the fire-type energy in the air outside. When you train, it has the ability to get a more benefits for less effort. Gently scraping the red-colored liquid with a piece of jade, Yao Lao watched the young man who was tightly clenching his teeth and enduring it. An apologetic smile flashed in his eyes as he softly explained. Xiao Yan opened his mouth and grinned, but his smile was extremely ugly. He muttered with a smile, "It's all right. Just do it. Anyway, I am becoming used to it these days. I don't have many good points, but I am extremely adaptable. Hee, my life is even tougher than a cockroach's life. But these few days of training has had quite a good effect. I can already feel that the Dou Qi in my body is advancing toward the peak of a 1-star Dou Qi." Wiping his palm on the yellow sand, Xiao Yan said excitedly. "Ha ha." Nodding his head with a smile, Yao Lao said in a soft and even voice, "All right. Enter your training mode. Now is the most appropriate time to train. Don't waste these conditions." Hearing this, Xiao Yan hurriedly nodded his head. He stopped talking nonsense as he continued to lay with his back to the sun and his front stuck to the searing hot yellow sand. A Dou Qi mask covered his face, and like an ostrich, he buried his head into a hot pile of sand. Xiao Yan's current strange training position was something Yao Lao had specially instructed. The reason for it was because despite the rich fire-type energy being present everywhere, the fire-type energy in the yellow sand, which had saturated after being exposed to the sun for an entire day, was much purer. This was how Xiao Yan ended up with this strange ostrich training position. After burying his head into the yellow sand, Xiao Yan's senses gradually became still. The surrounding sound of the raging sandstorms were also annihilated. His mind gradually entered into his body. Under the observation from his mind's eye, Xiao Yan could see that under exposure to the hot sun, the burning blood liquid which was applied on his back was swiftly invading his body. Although the searing pain during this time caused his skin to involuntarily convulse, the pure fire-type energy continued to give Xiao Yan a pleased feeling as he looked for joy in his sorrow. With the stimulation of the burning blood on Xiao Yan's skin, the already rich fire-type energy in his surroundings seemed to have found a container as it continued to pour into Xiao Yan's body. After being promoted to a Dou Qi, Xiao Yan could already appropriately arrange these energies pouring into his body without spending too much effort. Xiao Yan controlled this fire-type energy through a few chi paths and then poured it into the purple-colored vortex in his lower abdomen after being refined. The training was slowly conducted under this harsh and lonely manner. When the burning blood on Xiao Yan's back was finally dispersed, a small drop of purple-colored liquid finally congratulated within the vortex. The small purple-colored liquid flowed happily within the vortex, much like a small fish in a lake, agile and active. Xiao Yan's mind observed the newest small drop of purple-colored liquid as he smiled. After this period of observation, he had faintly calculated that when the vortex had reached 15 small drops of liquid, he would achieve the strength needed to be promoted to be a 2-star Dou Qi. Currently, there were already 13 small drops of purple-colored liquid within the vortex. In other words, once 2 other small drops of purple-colored liquid were congregated, Xiao Yan should be able to be promoted into a 2-star Dou Qi. Soon, Xiao Yan silently whispered in his heart. His head looked up abruptly as he ruthlessly shook the yellow sand from his head. After which, he jumped from the sand's surface, faced the sky and shouted, "Soon! 2-star Dou Qi!" Standing on one side, Yao Lao watched Xiao Yan loudly shouting, venting the feelings in his heart. He smiled slightly and muttered softly, "Boy, although your training talent is quite good, your effort is most crucial to success. I really await the 3-year agreement in a few months' time. Back then, she gave you a humiliation that was difficult to erase. Now, you are already qualified to recover it." Slowly raising his head, Yao Lao watched the enormous sun. After which he tilted his head and watched the young man's back, which was as thin as a stick. He suddenly smiled faintly. "Although this training is very tough, you have not given up. All of these successes were exchanged with your effort and sweat. I believe that in the future you will be able to stand at the peak of the Dou Qi continent. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 183, Coincidental Meeting. Chapter 183, Coincidental Meeting. The golden-colored sand was the main tune within this vast desert. Violent winds carried the sand, engulfing the space between the land and the sky while howling unceasingly. On a sand dune, Xiao Yan, who was naked above the waist, frowned tightly as he looked at the map in his hand. It had been over 10 days since he had entered the Tager Desert. After over 10 days of walking, Xiao Yan had finally approached the region marked by the flame symbol on the map. However, since he had entered this region yesterday, Xiao Yan was unable to find any traces of a heavenly flame despite having searched for an entire day. Why is there nothing? Don't tell me that we were misled by that old man? Xiao Yan frowned and said as he waved the goatskin map in his hand and lifted his head to face Yao Lao, who was floating in midair. I'm not sure. The surrounding landscape is not much different from other places. I am also unable to feel any spot with unusual movement. Yao Lao slowly descended and helplessly said. If there isn't anything wrong with the map, it is very likely that this place does not have any traces of a heavenly flame. Xiao Yan shook his head and sighed. Maybe. Ugh, damn it. I've wasted the 10 days walking. Violently waving the goatskin map, Xiao Yan scolded dispiritedly. Coco, it cannot be considered wasting time. At the very least, you have gradually reached the peak of a 1-star dosher during these 10+ days of training. As long as you persevere and train for a period of time, breaking through to a 2-star dosher should be something that will naturally occur. Yao Lao comforted. Hearing this, Xiao Yan still rubbed his lips together while feeling dissatisfied. His finger pointed at the flame symbol on the map and moaned deeply, let's search for a little more. After all, this symbol is so big. The region it envelopes is not small. We are also unfamiliar with the surroundings. Naturally, we will need to spend more time searching. Otherwise, if we miss it, we'll regret it until death. Yes, this region is indeed not small. That old guy is really lazy. Ugh. Then we'll search for 2 more days. After 2 days, we will change our destination and head north. Walking between these 2 areas would at least require a month's time before reaching it. Yao Lao glanced at the flame symbol, frowned slightly and nodded. Xiao Yan smiled bitterly and sighed once again. His palm habitually touched the huge heavy Xian ruler on his back before lifting his leg and headed toward the sea of sand that enveloped his sight. Enduring the hot sun, Xiao Yan once again walked for nearly half an hour while perspiring profusely. Just when he intended to stop for a rest, his eyebrows suddenly rose. Tilting his head to the side, he stared at the sand dune a short distance away. There, a human figure was fleeing in a terrible state. As the figure was descending from the sand dune, a moment of carelessness caused him or her to roll down the sand dune. Xiao Yan pressed his eyebrows slightly together as he watched the human figure roll all the way down until he reached a spot a short distance from Xiao Yan. Helplessly shaking his head, Xiao Yan walked forward, took out a pouch of water and poured it on the face of the man. Under the stimulation from the water source, the man who had fell unconscious gradually opened his eyes. He stared at Xiao Yan who had appeared in front of him and was initially alarmed. When he noticed that Xiao Yan did not have any ill intentions, he sighed in relief. Indifferently glancing at the man, Xiao Yan randomly took out 2 to 3 bottles of clean water from his storage ring. He then threw them beside the man, turned around and left. At the bottom of Xiao Yan's heart, he had never thought himself as a good person who had a heart of gold. Giving some water to an injured stranger in the desert was his greatest bottom line. If someone wanted him to protect and escort them out of the desert, then he could only say sorry. Brother, seeing that Xiao Yan had turned around and walked away decisively, the man was a little startled. Immediately, he hurriedly said in a hoarse voice, little brother, please wait. Our mercenary company was attacked by snake people. Now they are in a life-threatening situation. Can you go to the rock desert city to help call for reinforcements? Sorry. I don't have the time. Without turning around, Xiao Yan waved his hand and said indifferently. He could not be blamed for being indifferent. There were countless people dying in the world every day. Can all of them ask him to help them bring reinforcements? Since they were working as mercenaries in the Tager Desert, it was only natural for them to be prepared to face such a fate. Little brother, ... Seeing that Xiao Yan was gradually walking further away, the man clenched his teeth and wiggled his body, using all his strength to shout, little brother, please help. If the team can be saved, we, the Desert Metal Mercenary Company, will definitely reward you heftily. After the man shouted, the young man in the distance who was about to disappear into a sandstorm suddenly paused. An instant later, he turned around and walked back, arriving by the man's side under the latter's gaze which was filled with unrestrained joy. Desert Metal Mercenary Troop? The Rock Desert City's Desert Metal Mercenary Troop? Xiao Yan blinked his dark black eyes as some surprise appeared in them. So coincidental? Yes, has little brother heard of our mercenary company? Seeing the situation, the man could not tell whether Xiao Yan had ill or good intentions to the Desert Metal Mercenary Troop. However, under such circumstances, he could only brace himself and reply. The name of your company leader? Xiao Ding. Xiaoli, the man licked his dry lips and carefully answered. Oh, nodding his head slightly, the smile on Xiao Yan's face grew much gentler. He squatted down and moved the man's leg with his finger to take a look at the wound. After which, Xiao Yan handed him a medicinal pill. Eat this will remove the snake's poison. Thank you, little brother. The man gratefully said as he hurriedly took the medicinal pill and swallowed it. This is a healing medicine. Apply some by yourself and there should not be too much of an issue. Once you apply the medicine, bring me to where your small mercenary team is. Xiao Yan took out a small bottle of healing medicine from his storage ring and threw it to the man. After which, he stood up, patted his hands and smiled. Go where? Hearing Xiao Yan's words, the man was startled. He hurriedly said, "Little brother, that won't do. There are 8 snake people attacking our small team. Among them, there are 3 9-star dojas. Little brother, you should just hurry to Rock Desert City to help us pass a message to the mercenary company. The company leader and the others will hurry over. The distance isn't that far." The man bitterly persuaded. "Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and apply the medicine and lead the way. I naturally have the confidence if I am doing this. Otherwise by the time reinforcements come, those people of yours would all have been killed." Kicking gently on the man's thigh, Xiao Yan rolled his eyes and hurried him. Hearing Xiao Yan's words, the man half-believingly observed the young man in front of him with a naked upper body, shorts and a strange ruler. All of these put together caused the man to be unable to tell just what kind of strength the young man possessed. Letting out a bitter laugh, the man applied the healing medicine on his thigh before he stood up while trembling. His finger pointed toward the sand dune and said, "It's that way, a short distance away." Glancing at the sand dune, Xiao Yan nodded his head slight. He grabbed the man's arm and abruptly stepped on the sand's surface. Following a muffled sound of explosion, a huge sand pit on the sand's surface was formed from the shock. Borrowing the reverse push force, Xiao Yan and that man's figure were suddenly shot up the sand dune. On the sand dune, Xiao Yan swept past a great distance in a lightning-like manner with each step. Finally, he stopped on a towering sand surface. He threw the shocked man in his hand onto the ground and took a step forward, looking at the huge group of people that had appeared at the lower part of the desert. On the lower part of the desert, 10 mercenaries carrying weapons in their hands had their backs facing each other. Around them were 8 creatures with strange appearances surrounding them. These creatures had a human head and body, but at the area where the legs were supposed to be, they had a huge snake tail. As the snake tail swung about, it released a chi-chi sound that caused people to feel a chill. Are these the snake people of the Tager Desert? Xiao Yan sighed as his gaze swept across these 8 male snake people, feeling that it was an eye-opener. This was the first time he had seen this kind of living creature. "Little brother, sir, they are a small team from our Desert Metal Mercenary Company. Originally, we had intended to hunt for magic beasts, but we did not expect to be ambushed by these guys." The man's gaze respectfully swept across Xiao Yan's back. The speed Xiao Yan had just displayed had already let this man know that the young man in front of him, who appeared fairly young, was a strong person who hid his strength. Nodding his head, Xiao Yan's gaze once again swept across the 10 mercenaries. There were 8 men and 2 women in the group of 10. His gaze drifted among them and finally landed on a gentle and beautiful lady's figure. This lady was around 20 years old. Her pretty face was exquisite, but the somewhat raised faint eyebrows of hers faintly carried an untamed feeling like a small female leopard in the desert. Looking at her disposition, it could be pictured that this flower in the desert may be beautiful, but its body was covered in long thorns. The clothes the lady wore were bold and sexy. She wore a shirt that merely covered her chest area and some skin under it, leaving her sexy and pretty narrow waist exposed to everyone's sight. Below her short skin skirt, her sexy long legs were revealed. Xiao Yan, who was standing above, could see that there were a number of obscene gazes among the snake people, which repeatedly swept across the pretty narrow waist and the tightly wrapped thighs. "Kill them, leave the women." The triangle pupils of the leader of the group of snake people swept over the lady's body. His voice was both cold and husky and carried a little obscenity. The nature of a snake was licentious, and they naturally yearned for women. Hearing the order from their leader, the faces of the surrounding few snake people were immediately swarmed with bloodthirstiness. They opened their mouths and let out their scarlet-red snake tongue. "Everyone, be careful. Dan Z had already returned to get help. As long as we can endure for a while, we will be saved." Seeing the snake people's action, that sexy lady pressed her sleek red lips together and called out in a cool voice. Hearing this, the surrounding mercenaries were slightly inspired. However, the hands which were tightly gripping their weapons were still filled with perspiration. The highest level among them was merely around a 7-star doja, while the other party had a few 9-star doja. With this kind of difference, they did not know if they could endure until the reinforcements arrived. "Kill." The leader of the snake people coldly laughed and waved his hand. The surrounding snake people, who had been eyeing the group menacingly, immediately charged at the mercenaries with sinister faces, intending to kill. "Xiao." Just as the snake people were beginning to attack, a sharp sound of wind breaking suddenly sounded in the air. A black shadow abruptly flew across the skyline. Finally, like a black-colored lightning bolt, it heavily landed in the space between the mercenaries and the snake people with a loud bang. The yellow sand gradually dispersed and the thin back of a person carrying a huge black ruler slowly appeared in everyone's sight. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 184, First Meeting with the Snake People, Initial Show of a Dou Shi's Power. Chapter 184, First Meeting with the Snake People, Initial Show of a Dou Shi's Power. The sudden appearance of a young man with a naked upper body caused both sides to be a little stunned. A moment later, however, the side with the mercenaries gradually became calm. Since the one who arrived was a human, they believed that he would at the very least not help the snake people. The group of snake people, upon seeing Xiao Yan, this uninvited guest, became furious. The triangle-shaped pupils of the snake people's leader coldly swept toward Xiao Yan. Without saying anything, he waved his hand and 2 5-star doja snake people swung their tails and charged at Xiao Yan with fierce expressions. Lifting his eyes, Xiao Yan gently sniffed the faint fishy wind that was blowing toward him. He frowned slightly, then slowly grabbed the hilt of the heavy Xian ruler. After raising his leg gently, he abruptly stomped down and his body suddenly went from being static to moving rapidly. Under everyone's gazes, a human figure swiftly interlocked with and then passed by the 2 snake people like lightning. Bang, bang. Just after the figures crossed each other, Xiao Yan's body suddenly paused. The 2 snake people with fierce expressions were dragged along the sand's surface as they shot backwards, seemingly having received a heavy blow. As they were thrown backwards, a mouthful of fresh blood was violently vomited out from each of them. The palm of Xiao Yan tightly holding the hilt of the heavy Xian ruler relaxed slightly as Xiao Yan licked his lips and moved his gaze to the 2 snake people, who were sent flying for dozens of meters by the heavy ruler. Having received such a heavy blow, even if they did not die, they would end up seriously injured. Hiss, dot. From the time Xiao Yan and the snake people crossed each other till the time the snake people vomited blood and retreated, only a short 10 seconds had passed. However, in these 10 seconds, the victor was determined. Watching Xiao Yan with his thunderbolt-like attack, the 10 mercenaries had their mouths wide open. Their faces were filled with astonishment as they stared at the young man's back with stunned eyes. It was difficult for them to imagine how this thin frame managed to hide this kind of terrifying strength within it. This guy, how violent. Opening her red mouth as she stared at Xiao Yan, who had sent the 2 snake people flying as though he was wrecking houseflies, that sexy lady involuntarily muttered. Xuelan, are you alright? On the sand dune, the man's face was filled with excitement as he dragged his wounded leg and carefully walked around the few snake people before coming to the mercenary troop and smiling at the lady. Dan Z, didn't you return to Rock Desert City to get us reinforcements? Why are you still here? Seeing the man, the sexy lady called Xuelan straightened her eyebrows and scolded. Being scolded by the lady, Dan Z could only let out a bitter laugh. He pointed to Xiao Yan's back and said, yes, isn't this reinforcement? Him? Hearing this, Xuelan momentarily stilled. Her gaze returned to Xiao Yan, frowned and cautiously said, he doesn't appear to be a member of our Desert Metal Mercenary Company. How did you manage to get him to help? What condition did he ask for? I don't know him either. I met him just now when I fell. Originally, I wanted to ask him to go to Rock Desert City to send a message. Having said to this point, Dan Z's face appeared a little embarrassed. At first, he ignored me. But when I said that I am a member of the Desert Metal Mercenary Company, he suddenly became warm. He even gave me an antidote and healing medicine. Does he have some relationship with our Desert Metal Mercenary Company? Xuelan's narrow hand gently swept the black hair on her forehead that had been contaminated by her sweat. Her unintentional loveliness caused the obscene glint in the eyes of one of the snake people close by to rise. But I have never heard our company leader mentioning that they knew such a strong person of such a young age. Looking at the strength of his earlier attack, he should at least be an 8-star Dou Qi or stronger. Xuelan knitted her eyebrows together and said suspiciously. I don't know either. Dan Z smiled bitterly, shook his head and said, but I don't think he has any ill intentions. Otherwise, why would he take the risk to come and save us? Ugh, but whether he can save us remains a question. Among this group of snake people, there are 3 9-star Dou Qis. At the end, he might fail to save us and end up losing his life too. Xuelan shook her head and said in a worried voice. Hearing this, Dan Z stilled for a moment before laughing awkwardly. I think he should be able to handle it. After all, I had told him of the strength of the snake people. If he did not have the confidence, why would he come? Do you want to tell me that he is a Dou Qi? Xuelan shook her slightly curled black hair and helplessly said. This, Dan Z opened and closed his mouth but said nothing. Although he looked highly upon Xiao Yan's strength but a Dou Qi. Xiao Yan's age was his sore spot. Becoming a Dou Qi before a person was 20? How was this possible? Ugh. Hopefully he has some hidden cards. Dan Z bitterly smiled and shook his head. He could only comfort himself in this manner. Xuelan frowned as she mused for a while. She could only listlessly shake her head. With the current situation, she could only pray that the young man in front of her could display an unexpected performance. Seeing that Xiao Yan had easily wounded two of his subordinates, the triangle eyes of the snake leader shrank slightly. His scarlet snake tongue gently extended and shrunk before he said in a thick voice, "Human, offending us snake people in the Tager Desert is not a wise choice." Xiao Yan smiled faintly, tilted his heavy ruler and did not respond. "If you know what's good for you, I advise you to leave now. I can forget about the wrong you did by harming my subordinates." The eyes of the leader of the group of snake people were filled with coldness. His words, however, carried fear and a faint malice. Clearly, Xiao Yan's attack a moment ago caused him to not dare to underestimate Xiao Yan. "Sorry," Xiao Yan smiled and shook his head. The simple word held a tone that bore no room for negotiation. "You seek death." Being rejected by Xiao Yan, bloodlust surfaced on the extremely small snake scale on the snake people leader's face. He waved his hand and coldly said, "Attack together. Kill him. Catch the women and bring them back to enjoy." Hiss. Hearing their leader's order, the surrounding snake people hesitated briefly before extending their snake tongues. They held their sharp snake spears and charged at Xiao Yan together. The wounded, stay and wait for orders. The others, follow me and attack. Seeing that the snake people intended to attack together, Xuelan, who was behind, straightened her eyebrows vertically, waved her delicate hand and coldly ordered. "There's no need. All of you wait there or you might get in the way." Hearing the commotion from behind, Xiao Yan frowned. He helplessly tilted his head and blandly said, "You." Hearing this, Xuelan, who had just drew her weapon and charged forward, immediately paused. Her eyebrows were vertical. This was the first time she was looked down upon to such an extent. She was just about to scold when she suddenly remembered the person in front was their only reinforcement. Instantly, she could only stomp her feet angrily. After which, she angrily stared at Xiao Yan, hugged her hands on her full chest and took a step back. She coldly eyed Xiao Yan and mumbled in her heart, acting strong at such a young age. However, the cold stare Xuelan gave did not last for very long before it was slowly overcome by shock. Of course, the other mercenaries behind her also expressed shock for the same reason. A short distance away from them, the young man stood still while carrying a heavy ruler. He mused for a moment before a faint purple-colored Dou Qi cloak gradually covered his entire body. On the outside of this Dou Qi cloak were purple-colored flames lingering and occasionally soared upwards, appearing very mysterious. Hiss. Seeing the purple-colored energy cloak on the young man's body, everyone present took in a quick cool breath. This Dou Qi cloak? He really is a Dou-sher? Widening her pretty eyes, Xuelan stared at the back of the figure in front of her that was wrapped within a purple-colored Dou Qi. Her face was filled with disbelief. Everyone was speechless as they faced one another. What an abnormal person, to actually be promoted to a Dou-sher at such a young age. It should be known that the two company leaders are only 5-star Dou-shers. Danzi opened his mouth wide as he muttered dully with an expression as though he had seen a ghost. No wonder he dared to rush over by himself, he was actually a Dou-sher. One of the mercenaries let out a sigh and bitterly laughed. His voice carried envy to Xiao Yan and joy from having escaped a close encounter with death. Where did this guy appear from? I have never heard of such an abnormal young man appearing in any of the cities nearby. Xuelan frowned as she whispered. No idea. Regarding this question, the surrounding people similarly shook their heads. Seeing the situation, Xuelan also helplessly smiled. With a bitter smile, she said, "Forget it. Regardless of where he came from, we appear to be lucky to be saved." When Xiao Yan summoned the Dou Qi cloak, the snake people who were charging over were clearly thrown into a mess. It appeared that they also understood very well what being able to summon a Dou Qi cloak represented. Dou-sher. That was an entirely different class from a doja. If one did not possess some ridiculously powerful Dou technique as one's trump card, it was basically impossible to win a challenge across the classes. As for abnormally strong Dou techniques and Qi methods, would one expect these snake people who did not appear to live very well to have them? Thus, this would be a completely one-sided battle. After summoning the Dou Qi cloak, Xiao Yan gently let out his breath. He tightly gripped the heavy Xian ruler and faced the snake people who had begun to panic. The corner of his mouth curled into a cold smile as his feet stomped onto the ground. Following an explosive sound, Xiao Yan's body was stuck to the sand's surface as he shot out. Bang! Xiao Yan appeared in front of a 9-star doja snake person. With cold eyes, he raised the heavy ruler that carried a ferocious force as he violently smashed it on the other party's chest. Instantly, a soft muffled noise sounded. The snake person's eyes shrunk as he violently threw out a mouthful of fresh blood from his damaged internal organs. At the same time, his body shot backwards like a cannonball and crashed into a sand dune. In an instant, a 9-star Dou Qi received a fatal blow from Xiao Yan without even having the time to use his Dou techniques. From this, it could be seen just how much simpler it was for Xiao Yan now to handle a Dou Qi. Having killed a 9-star Dou Qi in the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan's body abruptly turned and once again appeared in the middle of a few snake people whose strength were around 4 to 5-star Dou Qis. The heavy ruler that he carried had become like a racket, beating the few snake people who were attempting to flee till they were sent flying as they vomited blood. Seeing that the Xiao Yan solo, Xuelan and the mercenaries could only stare with stunned faces. Even if Xiao Yan was a Dou Qi, it should not have been possible for him to kill the other party so easily. Regardless of how you put it, the other side had 3 9-star Dou Qi. However, in this short encounter, they had already lost 1 9-star Dou Qi and a few other ordinary snake people. Exchanging glances with totally stunned faces, everyone could only sigh and shake their head. The strength of this guy appeared to be much stronger than an ordinary Dou Qi. Seeing that in just a few short exchanges, his side had suffered serious losses, a bloodthirsty sinisterness surfaced in the eyes of the leader of the snake people. He exchanged a glance with the other 9-star Dou Qi snake person. Fierce expressions appeared on their faces as they tightly held the sharp snake spear, swung their snake tail on the sand's surface and formed and crisscrossed as they charged angrily at Xiao Yan. Seeing the pair's familiar coordination, it was obvious that this had been obtained from a long period of training. The 2 snake spears extended and withdrew strangely, and at the tip of the snake spears, a faint crimson color appeared and disappeared. It was clear that poison was applied to the spear. After sending the last snake person flying with the heavy ruler, Xiao Yan felt the dense cold forces rushing at him from his back. He shifted his heavy ruler to his back and blocked the 2 tricky stabs from the snake spears with a clang sound. Puff! Seeing that their attacks were blocked, the 2 snake people abruptly opened their mouths in unison without prior agreement. 2 smelly quiet green vapors swiftly shot toward Xiao Yan. Be careful of the snake poison. Seeing the actions of the 2 snake people, Xuelan's pretty face changed slightly as she hurriedly shouted. As Xuelan's voice died down, the Dou Qi cloak outside Xiao Yan's body surged quickly and covered all of Xiao Yan's body within it. Any green-colored poison gas that came into contact with the purple flame cloak was burnt into nothingness and gradually disappeared in the air. Resisting the poison gas attack with an indifferent expression, Xiao Yan's feet suddenly stomped and in an instant, his body appeared in front of the leader of the snake people present. His heavy ruler was swiftly raised and then violently hacked onto the leader's head. The snake people leader's expression changed drastically when Xiao Yan passed through the poison attack and came close to him. At the point of crisis, his snake tail suddenly swerved about strangely. Following a strange sho-sho sound, his body slithered like a snake as he retreated for tens of meters, narrowly dodging Xiao Yan's fatal blow. After evading Xiao Yan's attack, the leader of the group of snake people still felt insecure. His snake's tail swiftly swung around and his body quickly retreated. However, he had only maintained this for a few seconds when an unusual ferocious suction force surged out of Xiao Yan's palm a short distance away. Instantly, the unprepared leader of the group of snake people was sucked and flew toward Xiao Yan. Lifting his head to watch the snake people leader flying at him with a horrified face, Xiao Yan let out a cold smile. He once again violently stepped on the ground. Like a huge fabulous bird, his body swiftly climbed above the snake person's head. Then, the heavy ruler in his hand suddenly smashed downwards. Bang! Fresh blood accompanied by brains rained down from the sky to the ground. A body swiftly descended, finally smashing into the yellow sand. A moment later, the pit formed in the yellow sand slowly disappeared under the flow of the sand. Seeing that the leader had died, fear appeared on the face of last 9-star Dou Qi snake person. He let out a few sharp neighing cries, swung his snake tail and swiftly fled toward the inner regions of the desert. After having finished off the snake people leader, Xiao Yan's body rotated in midair. Borrowing the force from the rotation, the heavy Xian ruler abruptly left his hand and shot toward the snake person fleeing. Dou Qi, the heavy rule sped through the air like lightning and swiftly chased after the snake person. Finally, it shot through his neck and was accompanied by bright red blood as flew into the yellow sand, leaving only the hilt outside. Xiao Yan's feet landed heavily on the sand's surface and sunk half a foot deep into the sand as he let out a breath gently. After which, he slowly walked toward the heavy Xian ruler, grabbed the ruler's hilt with his palm and pulled it out. After wiping off the fresh blood on the ruler with gauze, Xiao Yan carelessly replaced it into the sheath on his back before slowly walking toward the 10+ mercenaries who were frozen in shock. Hey, are you alright? When he had walked closer, Xiao Yan stood in front of the sexy lady and asked with a smile. We are alright. Sweeping her gaze across the naked upper body of Xiao Yan, Xuelan did not reveal any shy expressions due to this. In this desert, the women were much more open-minded. Moreover, she also frequently mingled within the mercenaries, so she did not have the shyness and reservations of those gentler ladies. Seeing the naked upper body of a man did not cause her pretty face to blush. You, Xuelan blinked her eyes before saying with a smile to Xiao Yan, regardless of your intention in helping us, I will have to say thank you. Otherwise, our fate. I'm Xuelan, the leader of this small group. At the same time, we are a team of the Desert Metal Mercenary Company. Xiao Yan said as he smiled and nodded. Xiao Yan? This name seems familiar. Where have I heard it? Hearing the name, Xuelan frowned slightly. She thought for a while in her heart but did not manage to get anywhere. After helplessly shaking her head, she raised it and smiled toward Xiao Yan. Where do you plan to go next? If you have the time, I would like to invite you to Rock Desert City. Our Desert Metal Mercenary Company clearly differentiates between those that help us and those who are our enemies. You have helped us. We will definitely return this favor. The Rock Desert City isn't far from here. It is only around half an hour journey away and will not delay too much of your time. Seemingly afraid that Xiao Yan would reject, Xuelan hurriedly added. Hearing this, Xiao Yan smiled and nodded. Since he had arrived at Tager Desert, he would naturally have to visit the two brothers of his that he had not seen for a long time. Although they had been busy with their careers in the last few years and had seldom gone home, the many years of brotherly relationship still caused Xiao Yan to have deep feelings for them. Within Xiao Yan, other than his father and Xun Er, the two brothers of his were the ones who gave him most care when he was young. I wonder how Xun Er that girl is doing. It's been 1 year. In his memory, an elegant young lady in green suddenly surfaced in Xiao Yan's heart without any warning. Her gentle frown and smile all caused Xiao Yan to quiver. During the 1 year, the tough training took up most of Xiao Yan's time. Only now did his thoughts suddenly awaken and he got a taste of missing someone. He slowly let out a breath and raised his head. In the slightly distorted air, he saw a young lady's small hand on her back while her agile body caused Xiao Yan to have the sudden urge in his heart to immediately end his training and head to Jianan Academy. Xiao Yan trembled as soon as he realized what he was thinking. Violently shaking his head, he suppressed it deep into his heart. That girl had far too many secrets. If he did not work hard to strengthen himself, he would likely die of feeling inferior in front of her. After coming out and gaining experience for such a long time, Xiao Yan also understood just how precious a Xian Class G method was. It should be known that back then, Xun Er could carelessly take out a high Xian Class G method. From this, Xiao Yan gained a better feel of how great and mysterious her identity and background was. Moreover, Xiao Yan had personally experienced Xun Er's training speed. In this 1 year, he did not know to what level that girl might have leapt to. It was possible that her level would be higher than his current level. Ugh, I wonder how her life is like at the Jianan Academy. But with that girl's looks and demeanor, it was likely she would have many admirers. With Xun Er's indifferent character, there should not have been any man who would interest her, no? Rubbing his nose, Xiao Yan opened his mouth and gave a narcissistic smile. Each time he thought of this question, he would rejoice. He rejoiced that back then, he had accidentally and ridiculously caught the heart of this girl. But, it was a pity to see. Back when I was young, I was still trying to see if Dou Qi was really inside my body. At that age, how would I know anything about warming the Qi paths, but why did I try for so many years? Don't tell me that back then I already had ulterior motives towards Xun Er? How can it be? Some extremely ridiculous questions suddenly appeared in his heart, causing Xiao Yan to be a little frustrated as he mumbled. Xuelan tilted her head and eyed Xiao Yan, who had suddenly become silent beside her. At the same time, his face continued to change, causing her to feel a little stunned. A long while later, she finally took the chance and asked, "Hey? Are you all right? Have you been poisoned?" "Ah. Oh, cool. Sorry, I was distracted. I'm fine." Waking up from his memories, Xiao Yan first stilled. He watched the surrounding people who were staring at him and could not help but shake his head apologetically. "If you are all right, why don't we set off for Rock Desert City now? What do you say?" Xuelan tilted her head and asked Xiao Yan. All right." Xiao Yan smiled and nodded his head. "Fei Gao, go pull out the camel carriage." Seeing Xiao Yan nod his head, Xuelan turned around, waved at one of the mercenaries and ordered, "Okay." One of the mercenaries smiled and nodded. After which, he swiftly went into a sand dune not far away and pulled out a camel carriage and brought it over. Xiao Yan realized that on the box at the back of the carriage, there were 2 Tier 1 magic beast corpse. Seeing the fresh blood that had yet to thicken on the corpse, this should be the quarry of Xuelan and her small group. The size of this kind of desert carriage was not very big, and thus the magic beast corpses left no room for people to ride in the carriage. "You will first bring the thing back to Rock Desert City. Report what happened here to the company leaders." Waving her hand to the mercenary driving the carriage, Xuelan gave an order in a well-practiced manner. All right. I believe that the troop leaders will be very happy to meet a new friend. The mercenary gave Xiao Yan a friendly smile before kicking his feet on the camel's backside. He swiftly headed to Rock Desert City with the quarry. Seeing the carriage that was swiftly disappearing from sight, Xiao Yan gave a smile. He carelessly took out a garment from the storage ring, put it on his body and led the way toward the direction the carriage headed in. Noticing that Xiao Yan had moved, Xuelan hurriedly hastened her subordinates. Group leader, do you have the feeling that Xiao Yan and the two company leaders appear somewhat similar? Staring at Xiao Yan's back, Dan Zi suddenly said after packing their things. Hearing this, Xuelan stilled. Her gaze shifted to Xiao Yan's back. A moment later, her heart suddenly moved violently. In a soft voice, she said, I seem to recall the company leaders saying that they had a younger brother, right? I also remember. It was that one whose strength had strangely continued to hover below that of a doja, he. The company leader's younger brother seems to also be called Xiao Yan? Xuelan blinked her long eyelashes as her fragrant tongue licked her red lips. She recalled her memories of this company leader brother, and a moment later, astonishment gradually covered her pretty face. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 185, Brothers. Chapter 185, Brothers. During the journey to Rock Desert City, Xuelan had made some subtle inquiries in order to confirm Xiao Yan's identity, but each time, she would be vaguely handled by Xiao Yan. Regarding this, she could only helplessly glare at him. Although Xiao Yan did not admit it himself, after Xuelan's careful and detailed observation of his appearance, a certainty appeared in her heart. The young male dosher in front of her was definitely the strange younger brother Xiao Ding and Xiaoli AHD talked about, Xiao Yan. After becoming certain of Xiao Yan's identity, the gay Xuelan gave Xiao Yan had a little less caution and more smiles and gentleness. While they chatted along the way, the outline of the huge city that sat outside the eastern region of the Tager Desert also faintly appeared within the group's sight. Seeing the Rock Desert City close by, Xuelan and the others heaved a long sigh. Even the smile on Xiao Yan's face widened. Having spent over 10 days walking and enduring tough training in the desert, his spirit was also a little tired. Now that he had a place to rest, it was natural that he was a little excited. Under the happy cheers of everyone, Xiao Yan and the rest of the group slowly arrived at the city's entrance and swarmed into it. Compared to the cities in the inner regions of the empire, the cities in the desert were simpler and dignified. Perhaps it was because it was near the Tager Desert that the defenses here were much tighter than the cities in the inner regions of the empire. Within the city one could see fully armed soldiers patrolling all around. After entering the city, Xiao Yan followed Xuelan and her group as they headed toward the south. They passed through a few streets until a compound that was similar in size to the huge compound the Xiao clan occupied in Wutan City appeared in their sight. On the top of the compound, there was a flag that was swaying with the wind where the words Desert Metal Mercenary Company were written in a big font. The drawing on the flag also faintly emitted the firm atmosphere of blood and guts. At the entrance, a few fierce large men were carrying weapons in their hands and stood as still and straight as a pen. Their sharp gazes swept back and forth on the people walking past the compound. From the faint scent of blood that they emitted, it appeared that they were men of iron will that had really survived at the edge of a blade. Those novices who simply carried a weapon by their waist and thought they were mercenaries could not be compared to them. In this Rock Desert City, our Desert Metal Mercenary Company's strength could be ranked among the top 3. Only the Sand Mercenary Company can surpass us. Their company leader is a dosher, thus the position of the Sand Mercenary Company cannot be shaken. Other than the Sand Mercenary Company, only the Storm Mercenary Company can barely compare with us in the entire Rock Desert City. Walking toward the huge compound, Xuelan smiled and explained to Xiao Yan by her side. Her smile contained a little pride. Xiao Yan smiled and nodded his head. He was a little surprised in his heart. In just a few short years, his eldest brother and second brother had built quite a strong power in this foreign place. This was something he could not help but admire. At the very least, he knew in his heart that if it was up to him, he would not be able to achieve this kind of success. Big brother has always been smarter than others. Even father had always praised him. Second brother is careful and vicious. He is always sly when doing things while his methods are ruthless. With them working together and adding their outstanding training talent, they are really a perfect pair. No wonder they would achieve such success. Xiao Yan's mind recalled the praise his father had showered on his two older brothers and could not help but laugh in his heart. Xuelan, are you all right? The one who came back earlier said that you were ambushed by snake people? When they arrived at the compound, one of the large men at the entrance came forward and asked Xuelan with a smile. We're fine. Carelessly waving her hand, Xuelan smiled and inquired, are the two company leaders in? Yes, they are both in. The large man smiled and nodded. His gaze swept across Xiao Yan by the side and finally paused on his face. He could not help but laugh. Ever since they knew about this little brother's name, the two company leaders became so excited that they could not sit still. Ha, it is very rare to see the usually cool and steady company leaders be so happy that they forget themselves. Xiao Yan smiled slightly while a warmth flowed in his heart. He gave the large man a friendly nod before following Xuelan, who was covering her mouth and laughing to herself as she entered the courtyard. Following behind Xuelan, Xiao Yan passed through a few small paths. During the walk, they met quite a number of Desert Metal Mercenary Company members. When they met Xiao Yan, a shocked expression would surface on their faces and they would begin whispering among themselves. Ha ha. The two company leaders frequently talk about you. It looks like the person who came back earlier has already publicized you. Seeing the surrounding mercenaries' expressions, Xuelan tilted her head and sweetly said. Xiao Yan smiled bitterly and nodded. It appeared that she had guessed his relationship with his two brothers. After following Xuelan and passing through another small path, a spacious hall appeared in front of them. Standing outside the hall, Xiao Yan could hear two familiar men's voices being emitted from within. His face suddenly felt a little sour. They were different from Xiao Ning and the others in the clan. In this world, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li were his true brothers who were related to him by blood. Regardless of how calm Xiao Yan's character was, blood was thicker than water. He could not help but become agitated and forget himself. Taking in a deep breath, Xiao Yan smiled apologetically to Xuelan by his side. After which, he slowly walked to the door. He was about to push it open and enter when the door was pulled open with a crunching sound. When the door was pulled open, a face of a young man who appeared similar to Xiao Yan suddenly appeared. The young man was wearing a mercenary uniform, his tall figure was straight and strong. Those dark black eyes of his contained laziness and cold sternness. On his face, his smile was overflowing. However, under it hid a faint fierceness and viciousness. Clearly, this young man might appear good-natured, but he was the type of person who did not offend others when others did not offend him. If someone offended him, he was the fierce type who would strike back even if he was dying. The young man who opened the door stared at the youth outside. He was surprised for a moment as his body hardened. The smile on his face that hid a viciousness suddenly disappeared. A brilliant and warm smile, that was rarely seen surfaced on the young man's face, appeared there now. Watching the warm smile of the young man, the tip of Xiao Yan's nose turned a little red. His eyes could not help but become a little moist. Back when they were at the clan, even when he had turned into a cripple, the young man in front of Xiao Yan had continued to carefully protect Xiao Yan's remaining pride. He was like a vicious wolf who bit any clan members who dared mock Xiao Yan until they were badly injured. After doing so, he did not forget to smile and comfort Xiao Yan's desolated self while wearing the scars from being punished by the clan. Second brother, wiping the tears from his eyes, Xiao Yan stared at the young man in front of him and shouted in a trembling voice. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Yanzi, you have really come. Ha ha. Seeing the youthful manner, the young man opened his mouth and laughed foolishly. After which, he took a step forwards and gave Xiao Yan a fierce hug. He heavily patted Xiao Yan's shoulders while his voice was filled with joy and agitation. TL, please note that Xiao Yanzi is a nickname for Xiao Yan, but the Xiao here means small while Xiao Yan's Xiao is like a name. Xiao Yanzi, the intimate form of address from when he was young, caused Xiao Yan to smile slightly. Without anyone noticing, he wiped the tears from his eyes and bitterly laughed. Second brother, do you want to pat me to death? Little guy, not bad, has the strange problem in your body been solved? Xiao Li smiled and released Xiao Yan. He patted the latter's shoulders and swept his gaze around Xiao Yan as he happily asked. Yes. Xiao Yan nodded his head. Go, let's go, and take a look at Big Brother first. He has been waiting for quite a while. As he spoke, he grabbed Xiao Yan, turned around and rushed into the hall without having the time to greet Xuelan who was by Xiao Yan's side. Entering the hall, Xiao Yan's gaze shifted to the young man seated on the leader's seat. He was wearing a white robe and was smiling as he watched Xiao Yan enter the room. His eyes, which were brighter than ordinary people's, carried a wisdom and slyness that was difficult to detect. Xiao Yanzi, I haven't seen you in a few years. You have really grown up. The white-dressed young man gradually stood up and stared at the youth whose height was comparable to Xiao Li. There was a doting and gentle feeling in his eyes as he smiled. Big brother. Xiao Yan took in a deep breath. He suppressed the waves in his heart. The expression on his face was gradually becoming as calm as the white-dressed young man. He smiled and said, Big brother is also becoming more and more handsome, but... Seeing that Xiao Yan could easily suppress the emotion in his heart, a look of surprise flashed across the face of the white-dressed young man. He nodded and praised, little boy, looks like you have experienced a lot after we left. This kind of mental strength is something that even your second brother may not be able to compare with. That kind of atmosphere may be very uncomfortable, but without that environment, I may really have had difficulty reaching this stage today. Xiao Yan waved his hand and smiled. Cuckoo, it is naturally good that you are able to arrive at where you are today. Your second brother had been blaming me for not taking you with us back then. But after traveling through the Jiama Empire for that period of time, both of us nearly lost our lives. Had we brought you along, wouldn't we have ended up harming you? By staying in the clan, at the very least, father would be able to take care of you. Xiao Ding smiled and said. All right. It's so difficult for us to see each other, so let's stop talking about the disheartening things of the past. Luckily nothing happened to Xiao Yanzi, otherwise when I return in the future, I would definitely teach those little bastards a good lesson. Xiao Li waved his hand and said. Alright, let's not talk about those disheartening things. Xiao Ding smiled, shifted his gaze to Xiao Yan and laughed. Little boy, based on the report I heard from the mercenary who returned, your strength seems to have reached the Dou Qi level? Hearing this, Xiao Li beside Xiao Yan stared at Xiao Yan with a surprised face. He recalled that when he left back then, Xiao Yan had been alternating between the third and fourth stage Dou Qi Li. Within this short 3 to 4 years, he was actually about to catch up to the both of them? Yes, while training not long ago, I was promoted to a Dou Qi. TSK, how outstanding. This kind of training speed is something that even your peak when you were young couldn't compare to. Seeing Xiao Yan nod his head, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li could not help but exclaim. I have no choice but to train hard. After all, the 3-year deadline is drawing near. Xiao Yan shrugged his shoulders and laughed. 3-year deadline? Xiao Ding and Xiao Li stilled momentarily. A short while later, Xiao Li gradually withdrew the smile on his face. His voice was sinister and vicious as he said, I heard that Nailin Yan ran from the Nailin clan had gone to the Xiao clan to force father to end the engagement? They have really gone too far. Xiao Ding smiled blandly. In his smile, there was a little coldness. With the current strength of the Desert Metal Mercenary Company, it was really not possible to fight with the Misty Cloud sect. But he was a person who had always knew how to endure. After coming out and polishing himself for so many years, his endurance had already reached perfection. In the Rock Desert City, the names of the cunning fox Xiao Ding and the vicious wolf Xiao Li would leave their opponents extremely worried. I will take care of these things. Big brother, second brother, you can be at ease and concentrate on developing your strength. In the future, I might end up offending someone important and would need to rely on the both of you to protect my life. Xiao Yan shook his head and teased with a smile playing across his lips. Xiao Ding and Xiao Li exchanged glances with one another. Smiles surfaced on their faces as they said softly, regardless of what happens in the future, you only need to remember that we are brothers. Back then, when your second brother and I created this Desert Metal Mercenary Company, both of us were thinking of building a safe place for you to stay in the future, but looking at the situation now, it appears that you no longer need our protection. Xiao Yan smiled involuntarily, his smile was filled with feelings of warmth. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 186, Lin. Chapter 186, Lin. On the night after Xiao Yan had arrived in Rock Desert City, Xiao Yan, who had never touched liquor, made an exception and went happily to a liquor stall with Xiao Ding and Xiao Li. The next day when Xiao Yan woke up from his sleep, his mind felt clouded and his open eyes were blurry. He realized that the sky was already bright. Rubbing his somewhat painful head, he tilted his head and eyed the thin quilt on his body before he gradually sat up. After violently swinging his head, he smiled bitterly, crossed his legs together and formed the training seal on his hand. He entered the training mode and began to expel the remaining liquor in his body. After training for a while, Xiao Yan gently flicked his finger and a thread of dense liquor vapor shot out from it. Once he had expelled the alcohol from his body, Xiao Yan comfortably smoothed out his breath. He then opened his eyes gradually and once again recovered the calmness he had. Gag. Not long after Xiao Yan opened his eyes, the room's door was suddenly gently pushed open. A lovely and pretty figure quietly entered. However, when she saw Xiao Yan sitting on the bed, she was slightly surprised and hurriedly bowed. In a timid voice, she asked, Young Master Xiao Yan, have you woken up? The girl that entered the room did not appear very old. From her appearance, it seemed that she was slightly younger than Xiao Yan. She wore a pale green elegant dress. Her body may be small, but it was strangely quite mature, appearing only slightly unripe. Her oval face was cute and delicate, much like a pretty porcelain doll. Her timid manner was like a rabbit in a state of anxiety, causing people to be unable to help but pity her. Seeing this green-dressed girl for the first time, Xiao Yan was also at a loss. He then quickly gave her a friendly nod. Young Master Xiao Yan, I shall help you wash? Putting the water basin gently on a wooden rack just by the bed, the cute girl said in a soft voice as she anxiously stood by the bed. It's not necessary. I will do it myself. Shaking his head with a smile, Xiao Yan came down from the bed and came to the side of the wooden rack. He randomly washed himself. Tilting his head to watch the girl's anxious manner, he could not help but smile. What is your name? TL, wash means wash one's face/teeth. Ah. Hearing this, the girl became a little blank. She immediately said hesitatingly, I am called Qinglin. Oh. Nodding his head, Xiao Yan took a face towel and wiped his face. After which, he threw the towel into the basin, faced the sky and inhaled the fresh and cool air. Seeing that Xiao Yan had completed his wash, Qinglin held the water basin tightly and briskly headed toward the outside. Tilting his head and watching the girl's pretty and small figure, Xiao Yan's gaze suddenly drifted to the waist that one would desire to hug. He did not know why, but he felt that when the girl's narrow waist twisted, there was an unusual temptation. It was like a beautiful female snake enchantingly swaying her waist. Damn it! What random thoughts am I having? The ridiculous thought caused Xiao Yan to bitterly laugh as he scolded himself. He returned to the bedside, gripped the hilt of the huge heavy Xian ruler and lifted it with his strength. With a soft cry, he placed it on his shoulders. Xiao Yan lightly bounced his body and smiled. After a year of tough training, the current him had already completely gotten used to the heaviness of the heavy Xian ruler. However, each time he removed the heavy Xian ruler, his speed and strength would ferociously rise. Xiao Yan believed that when fighting with an opponent, this sudden increase in speed and strength would catch the opponent off guard. His palm grabbed the hilt of the heavy Xian ruler again and pulled it out. Following an intense pressuring sound, the wooden rack by his side abruptly cracked apart with the attack. Seeing the broken wooden rack, Xiao Yan opened his mouth and grinned before replacing the heavy Xian ruler onto his back. At the entrance, Qinglin, who had just returned after clearing the water, could not help but let out a soft surprised gasp. After which, she hurriedly ran over, squatted down, and picked up the clothes on the ground. Eyeing the busy little girl, Xiao Yan gave an embarrassed smile. He apologetically squatted down, extended his hand and was about to help pick up the fallen clothes when his shifting gaze suddenly stopped on Qinglin's snow-white wrist that had appeared from under her sleeve. The snow-white wrist actually grew some green-colored snake scale? His gaze stared at Qinglin with surprise. Then, Xiao Yan's gaze involuntarily swept toward where her legs were, but he did not see a snake tail. He could only see 2 3-inch long small feet. Qinglin, who was tidying up the clothes, suddenly raised her small face. When she saw Xiao Yan's shocked expression, she followed his gaze and slowly shifted downwards and finally stopped at the arm she had accidentally revealed. Her cute face immediately turned white as she pulled down her sleeves and carefully took 2 steps back. After which, she hugged her small legs with her hands, leaned against the corner of the wall and squatted down. Her small body also started trembling. I'm sorry. I did not intend to scare you. The little girl shivered as she hugged her small legs. Her timid voice had a little anxiety and tears began to fall down her face. Feeling at a loss from the little girl's sensitive mood, Xiao Yan sighed gently in his heart while staring at the timid manner of Qinglin. He had heard others mention that in areas near the Tager Desert, there would occasionally be human women who would have relations with snake people. According to logic, when a snake person and a human are involved, it would usually not result in pregnancy. However, there could always be an exception to everything. A slight chance existed that women with relations to a snake person could become pregnant and eventually give birth. Although a child would be born, this kind of baby with both human and snake people's blood usually had difficulty living past 2 years of age. However, the Qinglin in front of Xiao Yan seemed to have already reached 13 or 14. What actually happened? Xiao Yan gazed at the little girl with pity and bitterly smiled. Even if she could live until she was old, what was the use? People like Qinglin would be viewed as a curse by both the humans and the snake people. To live so many years, other than receiving more disdainful looks and ridicule, there did not seem to be anything else in her life. Slowly moving to Qinglin's side, Xiao Yan lowered his body and rubbed his hand gently on the little girl's head. After which, he held her hand under her frightened expression and carefully pulled open her sleeves. He watched the green-colored snake scales and abruptly said in a gentle and soft voice, "What a beautiful scale, but..." Hearing this, the little girl's frightened expression turned blank. Since she had been born, Xiao Yan was the first person who said that the scales, which even she herself was afraid of, was beautiful. Within the trauma-filled weak little spirit a strange feeling stealthily surfaced. Opening her eyes, which were faintly releasing an unusual and bewitching feeling, she timidly said, "Is young master not afraid?" Staring at the pair of moist eyes belonging to Qinglin, Xiao Yan realized that they were slightly green in color. Moreover, at the deep regions of the pupils, there appeared to be 3 extremely small dark green spots that were hidden. Staring intently at that somewhat demonic dark green pupils, Xiao Yan suddenly felt somewhat absent-minded. A moment later, his heart suddenly trembled and he swiftly regained consciousness. A startled expression faintly surfaced on his face. What kind of demonic eyes were these? Even with his spiritual strength, he actually became somewhat absent-minded? With his shock still remaining, Xiao Yan once again stared at the little girl's pupils. However, he was stunned to realize that the 3 tiny dark green spots had actually disappeared. Don't tell me that I was seeing things? Xiao Yan mumbled in a stunned voice. He shook his head violently and once again stared at the little girl for a moment. Other than her eyes being slightly green, there did not seem to be any tiny spots present. Ugh, it was most likely the result of me drinking last night. Helplessly shaking his head, Xiao Yan pulled down Qing Lin's sleeves. After which, he helped her to her feet and smiled as he watched this timid girl who was at his shoulder's height. With a smile, he apologized, "I'm sorry. I frightened you." Qing Lin hurriedly shook her head. Her small hand was so anxious that she wrinkled the clothes in her hand. Since her birth, Xiao Yan was also the first to apologize to her in all these years. "Young master, during this period of time, I will be your personal maid. If there is anything, you can instruct Qing Lin." Qing Lin bowed and said softly. Xiao Yan smiled and nodded. He rubbed the little girl's head and asked with a smile, "Where are my brothers?" Company leaders Xiao Ding and Xiao Li had already gone to manage the things in the company. They told me that if young master wants to find them, I can bring you to the meeting room at the forecourt. Qing Lin said in a gentle voice. "Oh, since they are busy, then forget it." Shaking his head with a smile, Xiao Yan carried the heavy Xian ruler and walked out. He smiled and said, "Let's go, show me around this desert metal mercenary company." "Yes." After responding gently, Qing Lin carefully followed. Walking out of the room, the sunlight outside splashed downwards, causing one's body to feel extremely warm. Although the desert was very hot, it was still currently morning time, where the temperature of the sunlight had not reached the extent of causing one to feel the heat. While walking with Qing Lin within the inner regions of the mercenary company, the mercenaries whom they met would stop and greet Xiao Yan in a friendly manner. It appeared that all of them knew Xiao Yan's identity. However, when their gaze swept toward Qing Lin by the side, their smiles gradually turned cold. In some of their eyes, there was even a faint bit of disgust. When faced with such an expression from them, Xiao Yan could only helplessly sigh. It looked like Qing Lin's identity was something these people also knew about. Back when Xiao Yan had become a useless cripple, he had also received such treatment. This was the reason for him to express pity to the helpless and pitiful like Qing Lin. However, the mercenary company by the border of the desert all had a blood feud with the snake people that was hard to erase. Each time these mercenaries remembered that the little girl in front of them had the dirty snake people's blood flowing in her, they would involuntarily display a disgusted expression. This kind of sentiment was something that almost nothing could suppress. This was the disgust that had formed from the long conflicts and the enmity between the humans and the snake people. Having both the humans and snake people's blood at the same time, Qing Lin had to bear the discrimination as an abomination from both sides. Thinking about it, she was the most innocent girl. While she was following by Xiao Yan's side along the way, Qing Lin's small pretty body would shiver slightly each time the disgusted gazes were shot from the surroundings. The cute small face that should have caused numerous people to glance at admiringly was filled with gloominess. Walking past a corner, Xiao Yan could not help but sigh. He slowly came to a stop, tilted his head toward Qing Lin whose face had suddenly become uneasy because of his sigh. After musing for a while, he gently said, "Qing Lin, don't be too conscious of other people's gazes. All you need to remember is that you do not live for those other people. You live because of yourself." Having said those words, Xiao Yan rubbed Qing Lin's head and continued to walk into the distance. Bearing Xiao Yan's words, Qing Lin stood on the spot, at a loss. A long time later, a strange splendor appeared on the cute and exquisite face. Her pretty face gently sniffed. Raising her small face, the 3 tiny green-colored spots in her dark green-colored eyes suddenly surfaced silently. "Thank you, young master Xiao Yan." After she softly muttered the sentence, Qing Lin's small face suddenly displayed a smile that was filled with enticement. After which, she broke into a joyful walk and caught up to the back figure of the young man in front of her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 187, Competition. Chapter 187, Competition. "Young master, wake up." Early in the morning, Qing Lin softly shouted. Her hands were placed on her narrow waist while her exquisite small face helplessly watched Xiao Yan on the bed, hugging his quilt and sleeping. Under Qing Lin's shout, Xiao Yan semi-consciously opened his eyes. With heavy eyelids, he lazily sat up and did not know if he wanted to laugh or cry as he looked at Qing Lin pouting her lips beside him. With a sigh, he gave up the thought of lying lazily in bed. With the support of Qing Lin's gentle and tender small hands, he quickly put on his clothes. Young master, you cannot blame Chang Lin for disturbing your sleep. Today is the day of Desert Metal Mercenary Company's competition that occurs once every 3 months and is also the most lively time of the company in the 3 months. Last night you had even reminded me to wake you up, or else, having said until this point, a bright redness faintly appeared on Qing Lin's exquisite small face as she said in a voice that could not be heard, else you said that Qing Lin's bottom will suffer. Asterisk cough asterisk, during early morning, when a man just woke up, it was the time when he was most potent. Although Qing Lin in front of him was only 13 or 14, her body, perhaps as a result of having both the blood of a human and a snake, protruded and sunk in the correct places. She was full where it should be and narrow at the right places. All of these were lethal temptations to those who had strange likings. Although Xiao Yan did not have those kind of interests, an excitement would still appear in his heart during such a time. Luckily, he managed to swiftly suppress such an excitement. Otherwise, he would be embarrassed to death. Qing Lin's delicate small hands massaged Xiao Yan until he was extremely satisfied. Xiao Yan stretched his lazy waist and teasingly laughed. This kind of lifestyle is really that of a young master. In the future, when I don't have such a thoughtful person by my side, won't I have to return to the life I lead before? Hearing this, Qing Lin felt a sweetness in her heart. After these few days of living together, she and Xiao Yan's relationship had grown increasingly familiar. The gentle treatment that Xiao Yan gave her also caused Qing Lin to be extremely willing to continue serving him. If young master is willing, Qing Lin can continue to follow by your side as a female servant. Qing Lin whispered as her small hand flattened the creases on Xiao Yan's sleeves. I also wish to, but I will spend at most 10 days here. After 10 days, I will still have to continue through the desert and proceed with my training. In that kind of environment, if a young girl like you followed by my side, you would be seeking hardship. Relax, before I leave, I will tell Big Brother to take good care of you. Xiao Yan rubbed Qing Lin's head and smiled. Hearing Xiao Yan's words, a hint of disappointment flashed across Qing Lin's downcast eyes. A moment later, however, she hurriedly gave a forceful smile and said, "All right, young master. We should be leaving. The competition may have already begun." Nodding his head with a smile, Xiao Yan carried the heavy Xian ruler on his back and strode out of the room. The alert Qing Lin quickly stepped forward to open the door, turned around and gave Xiao Yan a tender and lovely grin. Competition was a strength examination that the Desert Metal Mercenary Company held once every 3 months. The aim of such a competition was to encourage the members of the troupe to put in effort to train. This was because the winner of these competitions would usually earn the right to form their own small group and become team leader. In order to obtain this right, the general culture within the Desert Metal Mercenary Company was for the mercenaries to be diligent and climb upwards. The rate of growth of the Desert Metal members' strengths far exceeded other mercenaries because of this kind of competition. Thus, the Desert Metal Mercenary Company was near the top among the mercenary companies Rock Desert City. Xiao Yan was also in agreement of having this kind of competition that had a positive influence. As Xiao Yan expected, the one who suggested such a competition was his big brother, whose mind had always been nimble. In addition, the original flaws of this competition had already gradually become solved. Thus, the effect the competition obtained was also increasingly notable. After making a few turns in the compound of the mercenary company, Xiao Yan met a few people in the same boat as him who were rushing about since they just got up. When they met, they smiled and greeted each other before they began madly running toward the training ground in the backyard. Maybe it was because of Xiao Yan. Now, when the Desert Metal Mercenary Company members met Qing Lin, the disgust on their faces was much more suppressed. Although their treatment of her remained cold, they no longer used vile words on her like they did in the past. Xiao Yan had no intention of taking part in the competition and, thus he need not rush as much as the others. He and Qing Lin chatted happily as they slowly walked toward the backyard. By the time the two of them arrived at the training ground, many extremely heated fights had already begun. The battleground had nearly 100 people in a messy fight while the audience below was yelling with agitated expressions. At some places, there were even people gambling on who would be the 5 people remaining. Standing on a huge rock outside the battleground, Xiao Yan pulled Qing Lin up. The two of them stood side by side as they watched the foul battle going on in the training ground. Occasionally, when they saw some underhanded actions, they could not help but laugh in spite of themselves. "Young master, company leader Xiao Ding and the others are up there." When Xiao Yan was watching attentively, Qing Lin beside him suddenly pointed toward a high platform on the opposite side of the training ground and smiled at Xiao Yan. "Oh?" Xiao Yan was still for a moment before he lifted his eyes and looked over. He saw Xiao Ding and Xiao Li seated on the tall platform. Beside them were some people who were wearing the Desert Metal Mercenary Company uniform. It appeared that they were the upper echelons of the company. During the last few days, he had met all of them, so he could vaguely recognize them. As Xiao Yan was watching them, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li also shifted their gazes over. The three of them looked at each other, smiled involuntarily and waved their hands. Just as Xiao Yan was about to withdraw his gaze, he suddenly noticed Xiao Li's gesture and briefly stilled. Afterwards, Xiao Yan pointed at the battleground and then at himself. Seeing this, Xiao Li smiled and nodded. He lowered his head and said something to Xiao Ding beside him. Under the helpless expression of the latter, he leapt from the tall platform and landed in the middle of the battleground. Xiao Yan helplessly rolled his eyes as he watched Xiao Li's action. He said something to Qing Lin beside him and stomped his feet suddenly on the huge rock. Following an explosive sound, his figure shot into the battleground, flipped in the air and stepped onto the battleground with both legs. Ha, Xiao Yanzi, let me see how strong you, as the little genius of the clan, have become in these few years. Xiao Li's voice, which was carried along by Dou Qi, suppressed the noise around the training ground. Second company leader. Second company leader. Hearing Xiao Li's loud shout, the surrounding people were briefly stunned before their gazes became excited as they loudly cheered. Instantly, waves of fanatic cries around the training ground turned into a sound tide that shot to the clouds. Second brother, your younger brother naturally dares not refuse. The surrounding heated atmosphere gave Xiao Yan a hot-blooded feeling in his heart. His hand held the hilt of the heavy Xian ruler and drew it abruptly. With a chang sound, he held the heavy ruler with an inclined grip and laughed boldly. Ha, good. Seeing this, Xiao Li laughed loudly. He flipped his hand and a tungsten steel long spear appeared in his palm. Suddenly, a silver-colored Dou Qi suddenly soared from his body and formed a silver-colored Dou Qi cloak over his skin. In these few years that we have not met, second brother's lightning-type Dou Qi has become increasingly polished. Xiao Yan's gaze swept across the silver-colored Dou Qi cloak on Xiao Li's body and could not resist shaking his head. Xiao Li's lightning-type Dou Qi was extremely rare. Besides having a very strong offensive strength, this kind of Dou Qi also possessed a paralyzing effect. In battle, it really caused people to have a headache. Gradually releasing a mouthful of air, the purple flame Dou Qi in Xiao Yan's body swiftly flowed. A moment later, a Dou Qi cloak with purple flames soaring from it similarly wrapped Xiao Yan within it. Oh man, seeing the purple flame Dou Qi cloak that Xiao Yan had summoned, Xiao Li could not help but praise. He immediately held his long lance tightly and shouted, "Let's start." Just as Xiao Li's voice fell, his and Xiao Yan's body moved at almost the same time. Their legs stepped on the ground and their bodies shot out. Seeing that the two of people had managed to open a pathway in the messy battleground, the surrounding mercenaries once again grew excited. It was rare for them to witness a fight between two douchers. Today, these people who were treated to this battle became extremely excited. Young master, go for it. Standing on the huge rock, Qing Lin's small face was bright red as she shouted in a tender voice. Ha, company leader. Do you think the second company leader or brother Xiao Yan has a better chance of winning? On the tall platform, Xuelan's gaze drifted to the battleground and asked with a lovely laugh. Hearing Xuelan's question, the few others who formed the upper echelons turned their gazes over and watched Xiao Ding, who made the daily decisions on all matters in the company. Being the center of attention, Xiao Ding lifted his teacup as though nothing had happened. He took a sip, swept his gaze across the battleground and said with a smile, "Second brother is currently a 4-star doucher. At the rate he is practicing at, he will soon reach the 5-star level. Xiao Yanzi's current strength is just that of someone who has entered the doucher class. Moreover, second brother uses a lightning-type Dou Qi, which everyone here should have experienced before. Although I don't have a clue about Xiao Yanzi's purple flame Dou Qi, but, you tell me, whose chances of winning is higher?" A cunningness flashed across Xiao Ding's eyes as he answered. "From the looks of it, won't second company leader win for certain? After all, their strength differs by a few stars." Hearing this, Xuelan could not help but twitch her mouth and said in a somewhat disappointed voice. She really wanted to see Xiao Li made a fool of. Hee, Xiao Ding laughed as he gently knocked on the table with his fingers. His gaze stared at the young man covered in purple flame Dou Qi standing on the battleground. In a soft voice, he said, "If it was someone else, he may indeed not have any chance of winning. But, regarding my youngest brother, you cannot use common sense to judge. That little guy liked to hide his true self since he was young. I don't believe that his real strength is just the bit on the surface. In this fight, Xiao Yanzi is the one who has a higher chance of winning. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 188, A Competition Between Brothers. Chapter 188, A Competition Between Brothers. On the huge empty yard, a silver and a purple human figure appeared to have torn out two pathways in the messy battleground. A long, empty space was left where the both of them passed. Bang! Following the clear sound of metals coming into contact with each other, a ferocious energy wave violently flowed out from the center of the battleground. Instantly, the messy fighting that was going on within a 10-meter radius of them both was cleared into an empty circle was formed. Tightly holding the heavy Xian ruler, Xiao Yan lifted his eyes and stared at the long spear that was trickily stabbing at him like a poisonous snake. At the top of the spear was a silver electric arc that jumped repeatedly. Taking in a light breath, Xiao Yan violently swung the heavy ruler in his hand. Clang! The tip of the spear struck against the huge body of the ruler. Under the pressure of the strength the heavy ruler carried, the narrow and weak-long spear was crushed into an alarming arc with the tip closing in on the spear handle where Xiaoli was holding. Hee, boy, you are quite strong. Seeing that he was at a slight disadvantage after the first exchange, Xiaoli could not help but smile. On his palm, Dou Qi began to agglomerate and knocked violently into the spear handle. A wave of electric energy flowed through the spear and swiftly entered the heavy ruler. As the electrical flow entered the heavy ruler, Xiao Yan's palm, which was tightly holding the heavy Xian ruler, immediately trembled slightly. The purple flame Dou Qi in his body continued to flow, quickly expelling the paralyzing energy from his body. Xiao Yanzi, when your second brother fights with people, there will be no warm-ups. Since we are going to fight, then I will put in all my effort. You better be careful. In the instant Xiao Yan's palm trembled, Xiaoli let out a hee-hee laughter. The long spear strangely turned and scratched across the heavy ruler, leaving a burst of sparks. After which, it stabbed out explosively. Triple lightning arc dance, ... When the long spear began moving, Xiaoli called out softly. Instantly, 3 snake-shaped lightning arcs abruptly appeared on the spear. The lightning arcs flickered as they crossed each other. Amidst a chi-chi sound, they each carried a very strong energy that no one dared to underestimate. Triple lightning arc dance? Ugh. It hasn't been that long but the second company leader has already used the triple lightning arc dance? Seeing Xiao Li's attack, numerous surprised voices sounded below the battleground. This triple lightning arc dance was a killer move of Xiao Li. It was unexpected that he had actually displayed it after only exchanging blows for a short while. Was he trying to end the fight quickly? Coco, looks like brother Xiao Yan is going to suffer. This triple lightning arc dance of the second company leader is a low Xian class Dou technique. With the paralyzing effect of the lightning-type Dou Qi, even a 4-star dousher would not easily dare to take it head-on. TSK, they had only just started exchanging blows, but the second company leader has already used it. Looks like brother Xiao Yan is fairly strong. One of the members of the Desert Metal Mercenary Company upper echelon on the tall platform could not help but laugh. This guy really knows how to bully people. It's fine that his level is slightly higher than Xiao Yan's, but he actually used a Xian class Dou techniques. Shuelan rubbed her lips together and defended Xiao Yan from the injustice as she said. The lightning type Dou Qi of second brother belongs to the type that rushes out in one go. If the fight were to drag out, it would be to his disadvantage. Thus, no matter who he fights with, he must choose the fastest method to determine the victor. Otherwise, once his strength weakens, he would find himself in a bad situation. Xiao Ding smiled, shook his head and mused. Hearing this, everyone smiled helplessly. They could only pray in their hearts that Xiao Yan could withstand this attack. In the battleground, Xiao Yan was also a little shocked when Xiao Li displayed his Dou technique. However, this 1 year of tough training had caused his mental strength to reach a level that his past self could not compare with. In an instant, he calmed down. A purple flame Dou Qi flowed out from the vortex in his body and covered the ruler's body, preventing Xiao Li's lightning-type Dou Qi from using the ruler to enter his body and paralyze him. After being entirely wrapped by the purple flame, the black heavy Xian ruler, spurred on by Xiao Yan's full strength, carried a pressuring wind as it viciously smashed at the long spear that was swiftly piercing toward him. Under the anxious observation of everyone, the heavy ruler and the long spear clashed violently. An instant later, an explosion sounded and tiny cracks appeared on the rock flooring where their legs stood. Ding! The tip of the spear quickly stabbed at the heavy ruler. A strip of electric arc threateningly and ferociously crashed against the ruler. The strong and violent force that it carried abruptly lifted the heavy ruler. In addition, the contact from the lightning arc also reduced the purple flame Dou Qi on the heavy Xian ruler by half. Hee. Seeing that Xiao Yan was forced to take a step back while carrying the heavy Xian ruler in his hand, Xiao Li laughed. However, he did not hold anything back. As Xiao Yan was being pushed back, the long spear violently pierced at the heavy Xian ruler, which did not have the time to react as it was being pushed back. Ding! Another clear sound echoed. The purple flame Dou Qi on the heavy ruler had totally vanished. Ding! After banishing the purple flame, Xiao Li's long spear continued its lightning-like piercing. At the same time, the last electric energy also violently sprang from the spear and knocked heavily on the heavy Xian ruler. Following a loud sound, the heavy Xian ruler left Xiao Yan's hand and flipped over 10 times before it fell on the ground. Little boy, the battle is over. Holding the long spear in his hand, Xiaoli smiled at Xiao Yan. Hiss, seeing Xiao Yan's weapon leaving his hand, waves of hissing sounded around the battleground. In this kind of fight, losing one's weapon was basically taking a step into the side of defeat. Under normal circumstances, that was logically the case. However, for Xiao Yan, this situation was totally the opposite. The heavy Xian ruler in his hand could indeed raise some of his offensive strength. However, it was more of a restraint on Xiao Yan. With the heavy Xian ruler on his body, not only was Xiao Yan's speed terribly suppressed, but the Dou Qi in his body must be stimulated with all his strength in order to handle a battle of this level. However, with the heavy Xian ruler leaving his hand, the last bond that suppressed Xiao Yan's strength was totally removed. The Xiao Yan, after losing the burden of the heavy Xian ruler, was at his peak form. This isn't even my final form. Thus, when he heard Xiao Li's words, Xiao Yan non-committally shrugged his shoulders. That may not be true. Seeing that Xiao Yan's face was still calmly smiling, Xiao Li was a little stunned. Immediately, the long spear in his hand lightly shot toward Xiao Yan's shoulders. Explosive steps. Raising his face, Xiao Yan gave a brilliant smile. As his voice called out, his feet violently stomped on the ground. With the sound of an energy explosion, his body shot out and appeared beside Xiao Li in an instant. Within the battleground, everyone who saw Xiao Yan's speed could not help but let out a surprised cry. Clearly, they could not understand how, in such a situation, Xiao Yan's speed could rise so explosively as though he had eaten some medicine. The sudden appearance of Xiao Yan beside Xiao Li caused a look of shock to flash across Xiao Li's face. His palm, which was tightly holding the long spear, suddenly pulled backwards. The spear moved along his waist and spun quickly like a windmill. While spinning, threads of electric light leaped and flickered. Lightly stepping onto the tip of the spear, Xiao Yan's figure once again exceeded everyone's expectations and explosively retreated. When Xiao Yan was shooting backwards, his palm suddenly extended out and immediately clenched tightly. Immediately, a vicious suction force flowed out from his palm. A short distance away, Xiao Li did not have the time to block it. His body was unsteady and the windmill-like long spear was pulled in all directions. The attack could no longer be completed. With the suction force from his palm, Xiao Yan's body, which was flying backwards, had strangely came to a stop. He lifted his head, watched Xiao Li, who was being sucked over, and smiled. His feet once again stepped violently on the ground. Following an explosive sound, his body appeared in front of Xiao Li like lightning. Second brother, that ruler isn't my weapon. What I specialize in is still close combat. Xiao Yan suddenly laughed softly as the two pairs of eyes came into close distance contact. Under Xiao Li's tightly shrunken eyes, Xiao Yan's hand immediately tightened into a fist. Then, swinging his hand so that his body could borrow the strength and rotate halfway, Xiao Yan strangely fell backwards into Xiao Li's chest. With his back facing Xiao Li, Xiao Yan's elbow paused for a moment before it carried a sharp air sound that seemed to have broken the wind resistance as it violently smashed toward Xiao Li's chest. Feeling the frightening force that Xiao Yan's elbow possessed, Xiao Li's expression abruptly changed. A serious glint swiftly flashed across his eyes. The right fist that was by his chest suddenly fell heavily. As Xiao Li's fist fell, a piercing silver light was emitted from his chest and finally formed a small silver shield the size of a washbasin around half an inch from his chest. TSK. Second brother must have been pushed to the extreme. He even used this life-protecting silver lightning shield. Seeing the small silver-colored shield on Xiao Li's chest, Shouting shook his head and whispered. I knew it. Xiao Zhenzi would always have his own hidden card. Judging his strength from the surface is an extremely foolish move. Shouting's gaze swept across that huge heavy Xian ruler in the battleground and smiled. Everyone, have you all not noticed that since the ruler left him, Xiao Yanzi's speed and strength had rose by about 30 to 40%? Hearing this, surprise and amazement surfaced on the faces of Xuelan and the others by the side. Within the battleground, Xiao Yan felt the energy fluctuations behind him. However, the force on his elbow was not reduced. An instant later, it heavily smashed onto the small silver-colored shield. Bang! Following a loud sound, everyone could see with their eyes that a cluster of shapeless energy ripples suddenly spread out from between both bodies. It extended over a radius of 10 meters before it gradually dissipated. In the battleground, Xiao Yan and Xiao Li's bodies both came to a sudden stop. Everyone could see that at the point the elbow and the silver shield came into contact, the silver shield was violently releasing one ripple after another. The ripples swiftly spread. A moment later, they gradually ceased. The two bodies also shot backwards as if they had received an electric shock. Boy, I did not expect that you still knew this kind of high-level physical do technique. But the difference in our strength is too great. It isn't sufficient to break my silver lightning shield, Xiao suddenly said as his body was swiftly retreating. Cuckoo, that may not be certain. With a faint smile, Xiao Yan's fist suddenly tightened and he softly cried, explode. Bang! As Xiao Yan's voice fell, a soft muffled sound was suddenly emitted from within Xiao, who was falling backwards. Instantly, Xiao appeared to have been struck by lightning as his body quivered intensely for a few moments. His face had suddenly become much paler. Xiao's body also started to shoot backwards even more. Each time his feet stepped on the ground, it would leave a deep footprint. After retreating for around 20 steps, Xiao finally stabilized his body. At this moment, however, a human figure flashed in front of him and the sharp tip of a spear was held at his throat. Second brother, you have underestimated your opponent, Xiao Yan smiled and said softly as he pointed the sharp tip of the spear at Xiao. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 189, Xing Lin's Discovery. Chapter 189, Xing Lin's Discovery. Seeing that within a few minutes, the fight within the battleground had suddenly changed, everybody around the battleground widened their eyes, clearly stunned. It was difficult to imagine that Xiao, someone who almost no one could match in the company, would actually be mysteriously defeated by Xiao Yan, who was younger than him by 7 or 8 years. Within the battleground, Xiao stared at the tip of the spear and was stunned for a long while before he finally recovered. His gaze swept across the smiling Xiao Yan in front of him and clicked his tongue as he shook his head. He sighed, little boy, how unexpected. You have hid so well. The strength that you had displayed does not appear to be merely that of a normal 1-star dosher. Cuckoo, I was merely lucky. Shaking his head while laughing, Xiao Yan inserted the spear into the ground and then headed to where the heavy Xian ruler was a short distance away. He was about to lift it up when Xiao beside him stopped him with a smile. Let me try. This ruler seems a little strange. Xiao curiously stared at the huge ruler on the ground and laughed as he said, Hearing this, Xiao Yan was slightly at a loss, but he quickly smiled and nodded his head. He took a step back while his gaze somewhat mocking. Xiao rubbed his hands and gradually stood by the heavy Xian ruler's side. His hand gripped the ruler, then tightly grabbed it. After letting out a breath, he carelessly pulled with his hand. When his hand pulled, Xiao's expression changed and he let out a shocked cry. He realized that ever since the heavy Xian ruler entered his hand, the swift surging lightning Dou Qi in his body had suddenly been reduced to the speed of a turtle's jog. Wow, there really is something strange, mumbling in a stunned voice, Xiao tightened his arm. Numerous veins began pulsing on the crook of his arm. Tightly holding the heavy Xian ruler, Xiao's face gradually turned red as he let out a soft cry, up. As the cry fell, Xiao's arm trembled as it slowly lifted up. After which, his two hands firmly grasped the ruler in front of him and waved it left and right with all his strength. Afterwards, the gaze Xiao used to look at Xiao Yan had some faint shock. You were actually carrying this just now to fight with me? Seeing the smile on the delicate and handsome face of Xiao Yan, Xiao's mouth was dry as he said, God, it was already very amazing that one can even carry this and move around smoothly. Yet, Xiao Yan actually carried this and exchanged quite a number of blows with Xiao during their fight. How could this not cause Xiao to be astonished and stunned? Eyeing Xiao's astonished manner, Xiao Yan smiled and nodded. His palm received the heavy Xian ruler and easily placed it onto his back. With his eyes staring intently at Xiao Yan's action, Xiao realized that when Xiao Yan received the heavy Xian ruler, his hand had merely sunk a little. The instant after it sunk, the small DOP was once again perfectly adjusted. Seeing the relaxed manner of Xiao Yan, Xiao's mouth opened. It was a long while later before he sighed in shock and shook his head. Little boy, how outstanding, have those eyes of Nalan Yanran been blinded? How many in the Jiama Empire can be considered as outstanding as my brother? She actually thinks you aren't good enough? Xiao Yan smiled, waved his hand and said, at the very least, Xun Er will not be weaker than me. Xun Er? Ha ha. That girl. I haven't been back for so many years, but that girl must have become very charming, no? It should be known that when she was small, those young masters in Wutan City came to the walls of the Xiao clan to take a look at her. But she seemed to stick to you. He. Hearing the elegant name, Xiao stilled momentarily before he smiled and said yearningly. Recalling the young lady's beautiful face and moving figure, Xiao Yan also gently smiled emotionally. His hand lightly patted the heavy Xian ruler and smiled, if there is a chance in the future, I will bring her to visit you. But now, I have some important matters that need both big brother's and second brother's help. Oh? There's something? No problem. Just tell us. Even if it is beyond our ability, big brother and second brother will do our best to help. When Xiaoli heard Xiao Yan, he immediately waved his hand and smiled. Yes. With a smile, Xiao Yan nodded his head. The three of them sat within a spacious room while Qingli carefully carried 3 cups of tea to distribute to each of them before obediently standing behind Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan Z, you have some problem? Just say it out and let Big Brother analyze it for you. Xiao Ding smiled and said to Xiao Yan as he lifted his teacup to take a sip. Xiao Yan nodded with a smile before musing for a while. In a soft voice, he said, the reason for me coming to the Tager Desert is to search for something. Something? What thing? Hearing this, Xiaoli asked curiously with a smile. Heavenly flame, Xiao Yan whispered as his finger lightly tapped on the table. When the words heavenly flame were said, the room immediately became much quieter. Xiao Ding and Xiaoli exchanged gazes before asking in a puzzled voice, heavenly flame? That kind of thing seems to be something only an alchemist would need. What do you need it for? Xiao Yan shrugged his shoulders and smiled indifferently, because I am an alchemist. Hearing this, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li's faces stiffened. A moment later, an unrestrained joy surfaced. You are an alchemist? I was lucky to possess the talent for becoming an alchemist, and when I was at Wutan City, I also met a teacher, so, Xiao Yan said with a smile. TSK Tisk, incredible. I never expected that our Xiao clan would also produce an alchemist. Seeing that Xiao Yan nodded his head in admitting, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li immediately laughed out loud. Their laughter contained both envy and satisfaction. The heavenly flame's rarity is so great that it is a little frightening. Although we have muddled along in the Rock Desert City for a long time, we have really not heard anyone mentioning anything about where there are traces of the heavenly flame. After rejoicing, Xiao Ding frowned and helplessly said. Shaking his head with a smile, Xiao Yan tapped his finger on the storage ring, withdrew a piece of an old goatskin scroll and placed it on the table. His finger pointed at a flame symbol on it and said softly, this is a map that I managed to obtain. At this region marked by the flame symbol, there should be a higher chance of finding traces of the heavenly flame. However, I am unfamiliar with the surrounding terrain of the Rock Desert City, thus I cannot find the exact place marked by the flame symbol. Big Brother, the two of you been around here for quite some time. Do you know of any strange places around the Rock Desert City? Hearing this, Xiao Ding pulled over the map. His gaze roughly swept over the map before he said with surprise, what a detailed map. This is the first time I've ever seen such a map. Yes, it's so detailed it is a little overboard. Xiao Li nodded his head. He frowned and studied the map in detail before saying softly, the place marked by the flame symbol seems to be to the east of Rock Desert City. Yes. More accurately speaking, it should be a little southeast of Rock Desert City. Xiao Ding nodded his head. He voiced his thoughts, but the east side of the Rock Desert City does not seem to have any strange places. There's indeed nothing. I have once brought people to search that place for a few days during one of our missions, but I did not find any strange places. Xiao Li also shook his head and said helplessly. Seeing the two of them shake their head, disappointment rose on Xiao Yan's face. It appeared that there was no trace of the heavenly flame there. However, just as Xiao Yan was filled with disappointment, a gentle voice suddenly sounded within the room. That, young master, the east side of the Rock Desert City, seems to have something strange. Hearing this, Xiao Yan stilled. He quickly turned around and stared at Qing Lin, who was twisting her small hands under his searing gaze. He hurriedly said, do you know something? To the side, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li also shifted their stunned gaze toward Qing Lin. Clearly, they were not informed. Being the center of attention of the three gazes in the room, the timidness on Qing Lin's small face grew. She said haltingly, I am also unsure if my senses are accurate, but half a year ago, I really sensed that there was some unusual movement at a region to the east of the Rock Desert City. How do you know about it? You don't seem to possess such a strength. Xiao Ding's palm rubbed his teacup as he said with suspicion. I don't know. Half a year ago, I sensed a very strong qi that appeared outside Rock Desert City. That qi, and the blood in my body, seem to be a little similar. Even the company leader of the Sand Mercenary Company is very weak compared to that qi. Qing Lin carefully stuck herself tightly to Xiao Yan as she whispered. Oh. Hearing this, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li were a little uneasy. The company leader of the Sand Mercenary Company was a Dou Qi. If even he was much weaker than the mysterious person. Did that mean that the other party was at least at the Dou Huang level? A qi that is similar to your bloodline? Don't tell me it is Queen Medusa? After musing for a while, Xiao Li suddenly said in a shocked voice. With Queen Medusa's strength, it should not be too hard for her to turn the Rock Desert City into ashes. This kind of extremely terrifying person had actually roamed the area surrounding Rock Desert City without anyone knowing? When the name Queen Medusa entered his ears, Xiao Ding's expression also changed slightly. Around the Tager Desert, this name was as renowned as Pilkingu he was within the Jiama Empire. I don't know, Xinglin shook her head. She whispered, I could only vaguely sense it. Half a year ago, she had suddenly arrived somewhere to the east of Rock Desert City. There, she seemed to have stayed for a night. During the night, the Qi to the east was extremely irritable. I also know that when she left, she seemed to have been injured. Hearing Qinglin narrating the tale, Xiao Yan sighed lightly. His eyes narrowed as he said softly, Can you be certain of the exact location where she stayed? I should be. Although half a year has passed, the Qi that she had left behind is pretty dense. I can rely on the bloodline in me. I should be able to find that place. When she mentioned her bloodline, Qinglin's face clearly became a little dejected. However, she maintained a forceful smile as she said. If young master wants to go, Qinglin will try her best to bring you there. Thank you very much, Qinglin. Let's go and take a look tomorrow. I hope the results won't disappoint me. Xiao Yan smiled and nodded as he said softly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 190, Surveying the Terrain. Chapter 190, Surveying the Terrain. In the vast desert, the yellow sand raged. Qinglin, are you certain that it's here? Xiao Yan's face was filled with surprise as he watched the flat desert in front of him. The terrain here was extremely ordinary with nothing special that would attract one's attention, and there were countless similar places within the desert. It was difficult for Xiao Yan to imagine that there were traces of a heavenly flame in such a humble place. Behind Xiao Yan were Xiao Ding and Xiao Li. At the same time, there were tens of elite members of the Desert Metal Mercenary Company. At the moment, however, they were all throwing suspicious gazes at Qinglin in front of them, who was leading the way. For these people who had lived in Rock Desert City for a few years or even more than a decade, this place was so extremely ordinary. Moreover, some of these people had even come here a couple of times to perform their assignment. They had never felt anything unusual here compared to other places. Despite being the focus of everyone's attention, Qinglin, who was a little timid, summoned up her courage, stared at Xiao Yan and said, Young master, based on my senses, the unusual occurrence that happened half a year ago originated from here. Hearing this, Xiao Yan pressed his eyebrows together. He stood at a small sand dune, raised his head and took a look at the surrounding. His face was gloomy. There doesn't seem to be any special building or strange cave. But if Qinglin is correct, since there isn't anything on the surface or in the sky, then it might be here. Xiao Ding glanced at the surrounds before suddenly squatting down. His hand grabbed some sand and slowly let it fall as he said softly. Big brother, you mean, it's underground? Hearing this, Xiao Yan momentarily stilled as he said with a stunned voice. Yes, although there are many strong people who can use the twist in the air in the desert to create mirages that can fool people's eyes, the degree of distortion in the air surrounding the Rock Desert City is insufficient to create such wonders. Thus, after eliminating this possibility, since there is no mirage concealment and since our eyes cannot see it, then the highest possibility would be that it is underground, Xiao Ding analyzed with a smile. Nodding his head, Xiao Yan stepped gently on the ground. He immediately smiled bitterly. Even if the secret is underground, it is impossible for us to randomly dig around. We naturally cannot. If we randomly dig holes in the desert, we might end up burying ourselves alive. However, Queen Medusa was able to go down, so I guess there should be some hidden passageway. Shaking his head with another smile, Xiao Ding said, There happens to be some experts in terrain surveillance in our company. As long as we get them to survey the area, it should not be difficult to find the passageway to go underground. Hearing this, Xiao Yan let out a sigh. He said with a smile, Since it is like this, then I'll have to trouble them. Finding the passageway is a small matter. However, this place isn't far from the Rock Desert City. If we create such a huge commotion by surveying here, I am afraid that other strengths in Rock Desert City will become aware of it. The night in the Tager Desert is very short. If we only work at night, not only does it waste a large amount of time, but we might miss some important places due to the darkness. In the Rock Desert City, with our Desert Metal Mercenary Company's strength, other small strengths would not dare to offend us. But the Sand Mercenary Company may well come out and do something. Xiao Ding shook his head, frowned and said helplessly. Sand Mercenary Company? Xiao Yan frowned. The Sand Mercenary Company is the most powerful strength in Rock Desert City other than the city's military power. Although in terms of overall strength, our Desert Metal Mercenary Company would not lose to them, their company leader, Lubu, is a Dou Qi. You should clearly know of the difference between a Dou Qi and a Dou Qi. Thus, if there is nothing important, we would normally not offend the Sand Mercenary Company. However, if we create a huge commotion by searching around here, it would arouse their curiosity. Under such a situation, they would naturally not play the role of an observer. Xiao Li, who was on one side, said helplessly. Hearing this, Xiao Yan pursed his lips. He quietly thought for a while, then raised his head to watch Xiao Ding and Xiao Li. With a smile, he said, "It's all right. Big brother, second brother, the both of you only need to worry about the search. However, please do not spread the news of the heavenly flame. As for the Sand Mercenary Company, if they intend to interfere, then I will handle it. Hee, all the people here have the backbone of the Desert Metal Mercenary Company. They are brothers who have followed us as we fought little by little to create this strength. The issue of keeping it a secret is no issue at all." Xiao Li patted his chest. However, he immediately said in a worried voice, "You can handle Luo Bu from the Sand Mercenary Company? Your strength. Second brother, relax. Since I have said this, I naturally have my confidence. You just need to send people to find the passageway." Xiao Yan smiled mysteriously. Looking at the mysterious Xiao Yan, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li helplessly nodded their head. However, they did somewhat believe him. They knew that with Xiao Yan's character, he would never joke around about such a situation. It is really getting harder to see through this little boy. After mumbling in their hearts, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li exchanged gazes and saw the same feeling in each other's eyes. All right. Since it's like this, Xuelan, immediately hurry back to the Desert Metal Mercenary Company. Call all those members who specialize in surveying terrains over. We will try to find where the passageway is within a day. Xiao Ding turned around and ordered Xuelan. Ah, yes. Leave this matter to me. Nodding her head with a smile, Xuelan swiftly turned around and blew a whistle from her mouth. A camel that was a short distance away came galloping over. Her pretty figure leaped beautifully onto its back before Xuelan drove off, galloping it towards the distant rock desert city and leaving a trail of yellow dust along the way. Seeing Xuelan gradually disappear from his sight, Xiao Yan let out a gentle sigh. He slowly squatted down and extended his hand into the searing hot sand. He muttered softly, "Heavenly flame, does it really exist below?" Not long after Xuelan left, she brought back all the members of the Desert Metal Mercenary Company that were skilled in surveying the terrain. Soon, all of the members arrived at Xiao Yan's and the others' location. Under Xiao Ding's order, 40 terrain surveying members divided their work and began to conduct the surveillance with precision. Being a huge strength in the rock desert city, there were naturally numerous gazes watching Desert Metal Mercenary Company's every move. Not long after Xuelan brought a large number of people out, there were a couple of wandering team who appeared close to where Xiao Yan and the others were and watched Desert Metal Mercenary Company's actions with faces that were filled with curiosity. The area outside Rock Desert City, which had the possibility of a heavenly flame hiding there, was a secret already tightly sealed by the people that Xiao Ding had assembled. Thus, those mercenaries and other people who came over to observe were all mercilessly stopped outside. Following the progress of the surveillance, the surrounding people watching also increased. Although Xiao Ding had announced that the Desert Metal Mercenary Company's large maneuver was because it wanted to hunt for a rank 3 magic beast, the surrounding crowd continued to gradually grow larger. Standing on a sand dune, Xiao Ding and the others watched the human crowd. They could not resist shaking their head helplessly and bitterly smiling, looking at the way things progress. Within half an hour, the Sand Mercenary Company will send someone over. Xiao Li knitted his eyebrows together. His face faintly contained a cold and ruthless aura. His hand shook as a tungsten steel long spear appeared in his palm, which he violently inserted into the sand dune. With a cold voice, he said, "If they really provoke us too much, that Sand Mercenary Company can forget about living peacefully. Other than Luobu, all the others in the Sand Mercenary Company are softies." Xiao Ding smiled faintly. His lowered eyes also flashed a similar cold glint. On one side, Xiao Yan, who was seated on the sand dune, also let out a soft laugh. He lifted his delicate and handsome face and used his squinted eyes to stare at the hot sun in the sky. A cold arc appeared and disappeared from the corner of his mouth. Sweeping her cautious gaze over the three brothers, Qinglin suddenly realized that these three people were indeed worthy of being real brothers. Regardless of how different their characters were, there was a ruthlessness in their bones that would chill people. These kinds of people were fine if you did not provoke them. Once you did, they would be like a wounded hungry wolf in the desert who would stare intently at you, waiting for the moment when you became relaxed. Back then, just because of the humiliation from Nanlan Yenran cancelling the engagement, Xiao Yan could abandon the comfortable life in his clan, clench his teeth tightly and fight with magic beasts in the mountain range, bear the loneliness and isolation in the desert and endure tough training for 3 years. If he could be so ruthless to himself, just think about how he's like to his enemies. When the blazing sun in the sky began to descend, a disturbance suddenly occurred among the surrounding audience. A group of around 40 mercenaries slowly split the crowd and walked over in a manner that stood out. It's the Sand Mercenary Company. Looks like there will be a good show. Hee, the Sand Mercenary Company has finally become impatient. Seeing the mercenary company that had walked over, numerous whispers broke out among the surrounding people who were watching. It seems I still overestimated that guy's patience. Seeing the company heading over, Xiao Ding shook his head and ridiculed. Let's go and take a look. Before the situation clears, Luobu will not appear. The one leading the company now seemed to be the one second only to Luobu within the Sand Mercenary Company. Mo Xing Hehe, someone who was once defeated by me still dares to find trouble with us. Xiao Li coldly laughed as he gazed from a distance. Yes. Xiao Ding nodded his head. He waved his hand. Around him, 20 members of the Desert Metal Mercenary Company were gathered. Thick cold weapons were held in their hands as they walked out of the blockade region and indifferently watched the small group of mercenaries walking over. The two groups slowly met and the atmosphere between them was a little tense. Being two powerful strengths in Rock Desert City, they had quite a number of conflicts in the past. Halt! The Desert Metal Mercenary Company is conducting a mission here, please do not interfere. Lifting his eyes, Xing Ding said in a calm voice as though he was conducting an official business. Hey, company leader Xiao Ding. I have never heard of the Mercenary Association announcing such a mission. Moreover, the surrounding tens of kilometers of Rock Desert City are public places. There isn't anything wrong with me bringing people over, is there? A man with a somewhat feminine face walked out from within the group of the Sand Mercenary Company. His gaze swept across the people inside the blocked-off region as he laughed. Mo Xing, if it were not for Luobu interfering, you should have become a cripple now, no? Xiao Li threw a glance at this man who appeared to need a beating as he smiled with ill intentions. With his face twitching slightly, the man called Mo Xing swept his gaze at Xiao Li with some fear and enmity. He took a step back and coldly said, "A forthright person does not hide anything. Our company leader is also interested in this place, so you can get lost." Indifferent words suddenly spat out from the smiling Xiao Yan who was watching icily by the side. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 191, Settling the Trouble. Chapter 191, Settling the Trouble. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me in this manner? Hearing Xiao Yan's words, Mo Xing first stilled. Soon after, he saw Xiao Yan's young face and immediately became furious. Xiao Li and Xiao Ding were the company leaders of the Desert Metal Mercenary Company, so it was nothing strange for them to be rude when talking to him. However, this little boy who appeared to be only a youth actually dared to rudely scold him. How could this not cause Mo Xing to be infuriated from shame? Just after Mo Xing's reprimand left his mouth, Xiao Li's expression suddenly became cold. An electric arc leapt from the tungsten steel spear that he held in his hand. He took a step forward and shot his long spear, which carried a sharp force, viciously toward Mo Xing's throat. Xiao Li's sudden lethal attack caused Mo Xing's expression to drastically change. He had not expected that the other side would be so bold. However, Xiao Li's strength was above his own, so he could only hurriedly step back in an embarrassed manner. When he was stepping back, he suddenly sprained his ankle and fell on his butt in front of the large crowd. Xiao Li, you dare to attack me? Our mercenary company will not let you off. Seeing the increasingly large silver-colored tip of the spear in his eyes, a terror appeared on Mo Xing's face as he sharply cried. When the long spear was around half an inch from Mo Xing's throat, it suddenly stopped. The sharp force it contained passed through the obstruction of the air and scratched a small bloody scar on Mo Xing's throat. Instantly, fresh blood began flooding out. Who do you think you are? You dare speak to my brother in such a manner? Watching Mo Xing, who did not dare to move as he allowed the fresh blood on his throat to flow because the long spear was right next to him, Xiao Li laughed disdainfully. Swallowing his saliva as some cold sweat formed on his forehead, Mo Xing carefully used his hands to drag himself a few steps back. He then entered his team in a harassed manner before saying in an evil voice, Xiao Li, you have guts. I will return and report this to the company leader. Prepare for trouble to descend upon your Desert Metal Mercenary Company. Having finished saying that, Mo Xing became afraid that the ghost-like ear would once again be shot toward him. He let out a loud cry, hurriedly turned around and fled with his people. Seeing the Sand Mercenary Company running away like homeless strays, the surrounding audience could not resist jeering in an orderly manner. Trash, facing the direction where Mo Xing and his men were fleeing, Xiao Li skimmed his lips in disdain. He then turned around and waved to Xiao Yan, saying, now that we have chased that guy away in front of so many people, we have formed an enmity with the Sand Mercenary Company. Once that Mo Xing returns, he will exaggerate in his report to Luobu. I'm afraid that tomorrow, the Sand Mercenary Company will gather their members and head over to snatch this place. Xiao Yan smiled and nodded. He lifted his head, swept his gaze around him and said softly, "Big brother, second brother, the both of you only need to guard this plot of land. As for the Sand Mercenary Company, I will take care of it." Can you really do it? If you really cannot, Xiao Ding frowned and said in a worried voice. "Coco, it's just a dedocher." Xiao Yan smiled and nodded. He waved at the two men, pulled a camel from beside him and leaped onto it. While still smiling, he said, "Trust me. I will ensure that the Sand Mercenary Company will hide in Rock Desert City like a tortoise for this period of time." Having said that, Xiao Yan kicked his leg lightly. The camel kicked off a tread of yellow dust as it swiftly galloped toward the Rock Desert City. Watching Xiao Yan gradually go further into the distance, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li exchanged glances and involuntarily shook their heads while laughing bitterly. A long while later, they helplessly said, "Forget it. Just hope that this little boy really does possess a hidden card that we don't know about. If that really doesn't work, Xiao Luo would not dare to be too arrogant given the strength of our Desert Metal Mercenary Company. After all, if we were to really fight to the death, their Sand Mercenary Company would also lose over half their strength. That loss is something they cannot withstand." On one side, Xiao Li waved his head and said with a laugh, "I am really curious if Xiao Yanzi is able to cause Xiao Luo to obediently stay in Rock Desert City. Let's wait and see." "I believe him." With a light smile, Xiao Ding whispered. The moon in the desert hung high up in the sky like a huge silver plate. Its faint moonlight shone down, enveloping the dark night of Rock Desert City within it. Within the western region of the Rock Desert City was a huge courtyard that was brightly lit. From within it, there was much laughter and noises being emitted. Above the courtyard, a flag with the words Sand Mercenary Company was hung on top of a wooden pole. In the dark night, a gentle wind blew past, blowing the flag till it was twisted toward the west. In a room at the center of the courtyard, a faint light completely expelled the darkness. There were two people inside the room. One of them was unsurprisingly the one who had conflict with Xiao Yan and the others in the afternoon, Mo Xing. The middle-aged man who was seated above him was naturally the company leader of the Sand Mercenary Company, Luo Bu. Company leader, Xiao Ding and his group are becoming more and more arrogant. Everyone knows that our Sand Mercenary Company is an old strength within the Rock Desert City. These two young brats who had just arrived a few years ago actually dared to ignore us. If we continue to let them develop, we might have no end of trouble in the future. Mo Xing licked his lips and said in a cold and sinister voice. On the leader's seat, the middle-aged man lifted his eyes, glanced at Mo Xing below and said faintly, "Have you managed to find out what exactly are they doing there?" No. The people I brought with me did not have a chance to close in when we were chased out by Xiao Li and his group. With a slightly red face, Mo Xing said in an embarrassed manner. Hearing this, the middle-aged man frowned. He snorted, clearly displeased with Mo Xing's ability in handling problems. Cold sweat appeared on Mo Xing's forehead when he heard the snort. He hurriedly said, "Company leader, although I don't know what is their exact aim, it must definitely be something extraordinary in order for that cunning Xiao Ding to use all his effort to search. Moreover, the area where they are at is not far from the Rock Desert City. Thus, we have many excuses to step into that area." Luo Bu nodded his head. There was still some hesitation on his face. Before he knew exactly what that thing was, he was not willing to fight with the Desert Metal Mercenary Company. He might be a dedocher, but the others in his company, other than Mo Xing who was a docher, were all weaker than a docher. On the other hand, besides Xiao Ding and Xiao Li being docher, the Desert Metal Mercenary Company had another two more two-star doshers. Their overall strength was much stronger than the Sand Mercenary Company. Thus, Luo Bu was also a little afraid of the Desert Metal Mercenary Company. Company leader. We cannot lose this opportunity. There are far too many secrets in the desert. If Xiao Ding and the others dig up some high-class Dou technique or Qi method left by people of the past, then the Desert Metal Mercenary Company will really be able to leap past our Sand Mercenary Company in the future. Seeing Luo Bu's hesitation, Mo Xing scolded silently in his heart before beginning to instigate. Alright, being pressed by Mo Xing, Luo Bu also began to become indecisive. He mused for a little longer. Finally, he could not resist but nod his head. Gather the members tomorrow and snatch that piece of land from the Desert Metal Mercenary Company. Seeing that Luo Bu finally agreed, a joyful smile surfaced on Mo Xing's face. An evilness flashed across his tiny eyes. Ugh! Company leader Luo Bu, your decision is really disappointing. A faint voice suddenly sounded in the room without warning. The voice that suddenly sounded out caused the faces of the two in the room to change drastically. They turned their heads suddenly and were shocked to realize that a young man dressed in black had unknowingly appeared on a chair in the corner of the room. Who are you? Staring with shock at this young man who could enter the room without him noticing, Luo Bu shouted. However, his voice was bold on the outside but weak on the inside. Company leader, he is the brother of Xiao Ding and Xiao Li. Seeing Xiao Yan's face, Imo Xing took a step back and abruptly shouted. Hearing this, Luobu's eyes shrunk as he stared intently at Xiao Yan. He said in a grave voice, "Young friend, is there a reason for you to visit our Sand Mercenary Company, so late in the night?" Having seen with his own eyes the ghost-like manner in which Xiao Yan appeared, Luobu was not foolish enough to treat him as an ignorant youth. "Kuko, nothing much, it is just that I wish for company leader Luobu to control your Sand Mercenary Company members during these few days and stop them from coming out to disturb my big brother and second brother conducting their business." Xiao Yan's finger gently moved on the table as he said with a laugh. "Brat, you are too arrogant. What do you think you are?" Hearing Xiao Yan's words, Imo Xing immediately retorted angrily. "Noisy." Lifting his eyes, Xiao Yan eyed Imo Xing behind Luobu. A coldness flashed across the dark black eyes. He got up, then, suddenly turned into a black shadow and passed through the obstacles in the room in a lightning-like manner. An instant later, his palm gently landed on Imo Xing's back. His body leaned forward softly and whispered, "You dog advisor. The plan that you came up with was rather evil." TL, dog advisor means someone who gives bad/influenced ideas. Immediately after he said those words, a thick white flame suddenly soared from Xiao Yan's palm. It then swiftly went into the body of Imo Xing, whose face was filled with horror. With a muffled sound, the Imo Xing who was still alive, was turned into a pile of dark black ashes in the blink of an eye. Killing Imo Xing in an instant, Xiao Yan patted his hand and slowly moved his feet to the front of Luobu, whose stiffened back was facing him. He watched the perspiration-filled face and involuntarily smiled. Eyeing the smile on the young man's face, Luobu's throat rolled a little. The ghost-like speed that Xiao Yan had displayed earlier had caused him to shiver. The requirement to display this kind of frightening speed and strength was that one had to be at least a Dou Wang. Dou Wang, Luobu stared at the delicate and handsome face of the young man in front of him. He silently mumbled in his heart. A Dou Wang that was not even 20 years old? Yes, the thing that I mentioned before. Xiao Yan played with the thick white flame in his palm and asked with yet another smile. Goo. Swallowing his saliva, Luobu wiped off the tiny cold droplets of sweat on his forehead. An ugly smile surfaced on his face as he tactfully said in a dry voice, "I will do as you says. The Sand Mercenary Company will not take even half a step into that area. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 192, Passageway. Chapter 192, Passageway. Outside the rock desert city, the hot sun was shining from high above while the members of the Desert Metal Mercenary Company continued their detailed search. "Big brother, have you realized that there doesn't seem to be even a single Sand Mercenary Company member around here?" Standing on the top of one of the sand dunes, Xiao Li's gaze swept across his surroundings. A long while later, he frowned, tilted his head and told Xiao Ding beside him. Not only are they absent here, even in the rock desert city, the number of the Sand Mercenary Company members roaming around has strangely decreased by a lot. And according to my latest news, last night, Imo Xing seemed to have died. But Luobu did not become furious because of this. Instead, he was so quiet that it was as if he did not know about it. A hint of ridicule appeared in Xiao Ding's eyes as he smiled and said, "Xiao Yanzi is becoming harder and harder to see through. He gave such a treatment to the Sand Mercenary Company but was able to frighten Luobu until he dare not even fart. TSK, what kind of strength is needed to do this? I really don't know how he managed to do it. It really leaves one speechless. Ugh, in the few years we have not met, this guy has grown increasingly mysterious." Xiao Li nodded his head and laughed bitterly. Xiao Ding laughed softly. He tilted his head and his gaze swept toward a sand dune that was allocated for resting. There, Xiao Yan did not enter the tent to hide from the hot sun. Instead, he resisted the exposure to the hot sun, sat cross-legged on the searing hot sand and slowly absorbed the surrounding rich fire energy. He allowed his perspiration to fall from his forehead like flowing water, wetting his clothes. Back when he was young, his training talent may have been amazing but he ended up lacking toughness and perseverance because of it. I think that although the 3 years that he was deemed useless may have caused him to receive disdainful looks and ridicule, it may have restored the last missing requirement needed for him to take a step into becoming a truly strong person. At the very least, the Xiao Yanzi of the past would never come to the Tager Desert by himself or have the perseverance to endure such tough training. Watching Xiao Yan, who appeared unwilling to waste even a second, Xiao Ding let out praise before sighing emotionally. Yes. Hearing this, Xiao Li nodded his head, feeling the same. Talent was important in order to become a truly strong person, but if it was not supported by untiring tenacity, the final achievement would only be average. The Dou Qi continent was very large. Naturally, there were many talented people, but there were only the very few people who eventually managed to become the strong at the peak. Thus, the time Xiao Yan spent as a useless person back then would have the most prominent effect on Xiao Yan's future path in becoming strong. When the time came, he might suddenly come to realize that the 3 years as trash was not a setback, but was a type of trial that would affect the rest of his life. Company leader. Group 3 seemed to have found some traces of a passageway. Just as Xiao Ding and Xiao Li were sighing emotionally, a human figure suddenly ran over quickly from a distance while yelling excitedly. "You found it?" Hearing the voice, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li stilled momentarily. An unrestrained joy immediately surfaced on their faces. After exchanging a glance with one another, their gazes turned to another sand dune and saw that Xiao Yan had already opened his eyes. There was both shock and surprise on his face. Hearing the voice, Xiao Yan was briefly at a loss. He then hurriedly left his training mode, patted the yellow sand off his body and hurried over to the human figure who was still running over. He quickly asked, "Have you discovered a passageway?" It seems like a little trace was discovered. Based on our experience, there is a big possibility that it is a passageway that leads into the ground. The mercenary company opened his mouth and grinned as he said. "Good." Clapping his palms together with great force, Xiao Yan anxiously urged, "Go. Hurry, bring me over to take a look." "All right." The mercenary's gaze swept toward Xiao Ding and Xiao Li who were hurrying over, nodded his head with a smile and hurriedly turned around to lead the way. Following the mercenary, they broke into a short run toward the north for a few minutes. There was a huge crowd there that was surrounding a slightly depressed sand ground while they whispered among themselves. "Move aside. Move aside." The mercenary leading the way shouted, forcing open a route. Xiao Yan followed him in and was surprised to find that the concave ground here had half a meter wide hole that was dug out by the mercenaries at the center. His eyes glanced into the hole and found that it was pitch black. There was also a faint hot air that was rising from within. "Is this it?" Xiao Yan pointed toward the dark hole, asking everyone around him. "Ha ha. Yes. This hole was originally blocked by yellow sand. If Qinglin had not sensed that there was a strange qi remaining here, I'm afraid that it would have otherwise been difficult for us to discover." One of the mercenaries laughed as he replied. Hearing this, Xiao Yan gazed toward Qinglin opposite him. He realized that the little girl had yellow sand stuck to her hair. However, her exquisite small face contained happiness. Sensing that Xiao Yan's gaze had looked over, Qinglin's eyes met him. Her small face was shy as she blinked at Xiao Yan. "Ha, little girl, beautifully done." Xiao Yan raised his thumb at Qinglin. Seeing that a brilliant smile surfaced on the little girl's face as a result, Xiao Yan gave a gentle smile. He slowly came to the pitch-black entrance and flipped his hand. A moonlight rock appeared in his hand, which he threw into the hole. The faint light emitted from the moonlight rock rolled about in the pitch-black cave a couple of times before it gradually and completely disappeared. Seeing the swiftly disappearance of the moonlight rock, Xiao Yan frowned and said softly, "Looks like this tunnel isn't a straight line." "Yes. We did an initial survey earlier. There are at least more than 10 tunnels and each of them bend and turn all over, much like a huge serpent climbed through." The mercenary who had led the way smiled bitterly and replied. Xiao Yan frowned, feeling a little vexed. "Why don't I send people to search the tunnels one at a time?" Xiao Ding's laughing voice suddenly came from behind. Turning around, Xiao Yan eyed both Xiao Ding and Xiao Li before shaking his head as he said, "There may be some unknown danger below. The Desert Metal Mercenary Company has already mobilized so many people to help me locate the tunnel. I am already very satisfied. If I still let them enter, they may end up meeting something that injures or kills them. It would be a situation that I do not wish to see. Kuko, brother Xiao Yan, you need not worry. Our Desert Metal Mercenary Company does not have anyone who is afraid of death." The surrounding members of the Desert Metal Mercenary Company laughed out loud. "Why don't we do it this way? I will pick over 10 members who are quite strong and accompany you down to take a look. After all, I would be worried if I let you go down alone. If any accident were to happen, I'm afraid that our furious father would directly hurry over from Wutan City and slaughter us." Xiao Ding mused for a while before laughing softly. Hearing this, Xiao Yan hesitated for a moment. He could only helplessly nod his head. After thinking silently for a moment, he said gravely, "But if we meet any sudden situation below, I hope that Big Brother can lead everyone and retreat first. As for my safety, you don't need to worry." Seeing Xiao Yan's serious expression, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li exchanged a glance and nodded. After Xiao Yan had solved the problem with the Sand Mercenary Company last night, they no longer doubted the strength that he hid. "That, young master, in the tunnel below, there is still the qi from half a year ago still remaining. I think that I should be able to lead you to find the right tunnel. Just as Xiao Yan was prepared to move, Qinglin's timid voice suddenly caused his eyebrows to lift in surprise. Really? Swiftly tilting his head, Xiao Yan gazed at Qinglin, who was as cute as a porcelain doll, and said happily, "Yes." Seeing Xiao Yan's happiness, Qinglin covered her mouth and laughed as she nodded. "What a useful little girl." Ha ha. Leaping over the hole, Xiao Yan patted Qinglin's small head. He faced Xiao Ding and Xiao Li and asked with a smile, "Since it's like that, shall we start?" "Ha, all right." Xiao Ding smiled and nodded. His gaze swept around him before he swiftly said a few names. After which, he faced the rest and gravely ordered, "Once we enter the tunnel, increase the defense around it. You must definitely not allow anyone to come and create trouble. This kind of sand structure isn't very stable. If one isn't careful, a cave-in might occur and bury the people inside it alive." Company leader, you can be reassured that if anyone dares to enter this region during this period of time, we will be ruthless regardless of who they are. Hearing Xiao Ding's order, the surrounding members of the Desert Metal Mercenary Company had their faces covered with fierceness as they cried in unison. "As for you, second brother, you will need to direct the situation up here once we go down. If we don't put someone to take control of the situation above, I would feel a little uncertain." After issuing his orders, Xiao Ding still felt a little insecure, thus he once again tilted his head to Xiao Li and spoke. Hearing this, Xiao Li, who had originally intended to follow, could only helplessly nod his head. Once he had everything arranged appropriately, Xiao Ding took out a large bundle of rope from one side. He tested the degree of toughness and then tied it to a wooden pillar that had been already fixed properly. At the same time, he threw the rope into the hole. The tunnel is not too precipitous. This rope is meant as an insurance. If the people below were to shout, the people above can use the rope to quickly pull us up," Xiao Ding said as he patted his hand. Seeing that Xiao Ding had even carefully thought of this, Xiao Yan smiled bitterly. He took the lead to arrive at the entrance of the tunnel, tilted his head and waved to Qinglin by his side. Noticing Xiao Yan's action, Qinglin hurriedly ran over. A pair of strange dark green eyes stared intelligently at Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan swept his gaze roughly at the dark green eyes and sighed emotionally in his heart. He then extended his hand and pulled Qinglin into his chest under her stunned face. With a smile, he said, "Later on, you will point out the way." Being hugged by Xiao Yan, Qinglin's face gradually became crimson. She lowered her small face and gently nodded her head. "Everyone, let us move." With a soft laugh, Xiao Yan nodded toward Xiao Ding, grabbed the rope and jumped into the pitch-black hole. "Heavenly flame, does it really exist below? I hope it won't disappoint me," Xiao Yan muttered softly as his body quickly glided over the tunnel while tightly hugging Qinglin to his chest. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 193, Probing. Chapter 193, Probing. Within the pitch-black tunnel, Xiao Yan hugged Qinglin tightly as they used the incline of the tunnel to continue descending. In Qinglin's hand was a moonlight stone. It emitted a gentle and faint light, allowing Xiao Yan to see if the route in front had any obstructions. Not far behind the two of them, over 10 faint lights closely followed. Everyone had their backs leaning against the tunnel's wall, which created a chi-chi sound that reverberated within the tunnel. As his body was descending, Xiao Yan's gaze swept across the two tunnel walls by the side. A long while later, he was somewhat stunned to realize that the tunnel was extremely smooth. There were no rocks protruding from the wall. Looking at the tunnel, it would seem that it was created by some enormous pillar of energy that charged directly through the ground. After 2 to 3 minutes of descending at the same speed, Xiao Yan finally saw the bottom of the tunnel. His legs bent slightly and a moment later, his bent body reached the ground, releasing a soft muffled sound. As his body straightened, he completely nullified the reverse force from his descent. After landing on the ground, Xiao Yan released Qinglin from his embrace. He pulled her, took a few steps forward and swept his gaze over the tunnels in front of him. As expected, he found over 10 completely dark tunnels. Shaking his head helplessly, Xiao Yan smiled and said to Qinglin, "You should try and sense for the right tunnel. It would require at least a few days before we could complete the search if we were to walk down each tunnel." "Yes." Nodding her head, Qinglin's small hand pulled Xiao Yan. Her eyes blinked and the 3 tiny green-colored spots around her dark green pupils had quietly appeared. Due to the dim light in the tunnel, Xiao Yan was unable to sense the change in Qinglin's eyes. Qinglin slowly closed her eyes and sensed the qi in the tunnels. The surroundings once again became quiet. A moment later, waves of soft muffled noises came from behind, and Xiao Yan knew that Xiao Ding and the others had caught up. Tilting his head, Xiao Yan gestured to Xiao Ding and the others to keep quiet and then pointed to the closed-eyed Qinglin. Seeing Xiao Yan's action, Xiao Ding nodded his head. He made a hand signal and caused the people who had landed behind him to swallow their inquiry understandingly. Placing the rope in his hand properly, Xiao Ding and the other members of the Desert Metal Mercenary Company slowly drew their weapons. After which, they quietly stepped forward, surrounded and protected Xiao Yan and Qinglin in the middle. Their cautious gazes continued to sweep their surroundings. The silence lasted for a while before Qinglin finally opened her dark green eyes in a gradual manner. Her small hand pointed to a tunnel that was slightly to their left and said softly, "Young master, although the other tunnels also had some remnants of the qi, this tunnel has the densest one. Looks like whoever was here spent the longest time there half a year ago." Hearing this, Xiao Yan's gaze swept toward the completely dark tunnel. This tunnel was clearly extremely long. When his gaze looked over, there was only a profound darkness. Xiao Yan could not help but frown when he noticed this situation. Tilting his head, Xiao Yan and Xiao Ding exchanged glances. The former then let out a gentle breath and was about to take the lead when he was stopped by Xiao Ding. "Wait a moment," Xiao Ding shook his head towards Xiao Yan. After which, he turned around and softly said to a large man with a sturdy figure, "Han Mu, can you probe a little to see if this tunnel has anything unusual hidden within?" "Yes." Hearing this, the large man called Han Mu nodded his head. He walked toward the front of the pitch-black tunnel and bent over on the floor. The side of his face touched the floor while his pair of hands were violently inserted into the sand's surface. "This is?" Seeing Han Mu's strange action, Xiao Yan could not help but ask in surprise. Han Mu's affinity is a variation of the ground element, the sand element. Thus, he can use the help from the sand in the desert to feel some hidden qis that other people may have difficulty sensing. Mu Ding explained. "In this kind of unknown place, we must be extremely careful. Randomly charging around is not a wise move. There's really quite a number of unique people in the Desert Metal Mercenary Company. This kind of group cooperation is naturally much better than me randomly searching." Xiao Yan smiled before sighing. "It's only some small tricks to survive." Xiao Ding carelessly shook his head. He then raised it and looked at the large man who had finished his probing. "How is it?" "The probing isn't complete," Han Mu frowned and shook his head. He smiled bitterly. "I have probed around a distance of 500 meters but did not find any hidden qi. Just as I was planning to continue a little deeper, however, I found that the ground-type energy had completely disappeared. Replacing it was an extremely hot fire-type energy. In that kind of environment, my probing became useless." "The ground-type energy had disappeared?" Hearing this, Xiao Yan and Xiao Ding were shocked. The area deep under the desert should be where the ground-type energy was the richest. How could it completely disappear? "Looks like there is something strange inside," Xiao Yan softly muttered. A hot flame jumped into his dark black eyes. The stranger this place was, the greater the chances of it possessing a heavenly flame. For Xiao Yan, who had been having a hard time searching for the heavenly flame, this was undoubtedly an exciting and good piece of news. Seeing Xiao Yan's manner, Xiao Ding helplessly shook his head. He ended up swallowing some words of caution that he wanted to say. "Let's go in and take a look. If we see something wrong, I suggest that we retreat first and then do some proper planning. After all, we already know that the place is here. As long as we spend some time, we should be able to achieve our target," Xiao Ding said gravely. Xiao Yan smiled. He gently touched the heavy Xian ruler on his back and side. After placing Qinglin behind him, he took the lead and walked into this dark tunnel. Walking into the completely dark tunnel, Xiao Yan felt that his body was a little cold. He licked his lips and swept his squinted eyes across the sleek tunnel walls. His finger rubbed across his storage ring and an energy recovery pill was swiftly placed into his mouth. This kind of action had almost become a habit of Xiao Yan's before he did anything. After all, it was difficult to say when that little bit of Dou Qi would have the ability to determine if he lived or died. "Remember, place a moonlight stone on the tunnel wall at every 50-meter mark," Xiao Ding, who was behind Xiao Yan, softly ordered the members of the Desert Metal Mercenary Company. In front of him, Xiao Yan involuntarily clicked his tongue. His elder brother covered all aspects when he did things, making sure of any small details. More than 10 human figures, with the help of the light from the moonlight stones, slowly walked within the pitch-black tunnel. As they were unsure of what kind of dangers there were, everyone maintained an unusual silence. Throughout the journey, other than the faint rustling of their footsteps, everything was quiet. Within the tunnel, which was quite dark, no one had any sense of time. Everyone simply continued to progress in a somewhat stiff manner. As for the tunnel, it appeared as though it was never ending and no one could see the light at the end. This kind of scene was as though they were continuously walking toward the center of the world. As they began to go deeper into the tunnel, Xiao Yan suddenly felt the coldness that was covering his body abruptly disappear. Replacing it was a faint warmth. Feeling this change, Xiao Yan's footsteps gradually paused. He tilted his head to look at Xiao Ding and others. Seeing the shock on their faces, he gently licked his lips and said softly, "It's not that the ground-type energy has disappeared. Rather it is that the fire-type energy is too dense that it suppresses the ground-type energy to the point where it is very hard to sense. We had only just entered the region of the fire-type energy, yet it is already so dense. If we continue ahead, just how terrifying will it be? Don't tell me that under this place there really is the existence of a heavenly flame?" Xiao Ding said in an astonished voice. Xiao Yan pursed up his lips. A flame of desire rose within his eyes. Heavenly flame. This was a natural wondrous thing that he had dreamed about ever since he had began training flame mantra. Now, it was about to appear in front of him. This kind of sudden feeling of anticipation almost caused Xiao Yan to tremble in excitement. Let's go. Continue to descend. Everyone, if you cannot withstand the grilling from the surrounding fire-type energy, then please stop. Otherwise, if you were to continue going down, you might be burnt to ashes. Xiao Yan took in a deep breath, turned around and said seriously. Yes. Seeing the serious expression on Xiao Yan's face, no one dared take his words lightly. They immediately nodded their heads in response. Qinglin, if you feel that you cannot endure any longer, then do as I have said. Do you understand? Lowering his head, Xiao Yan told Qinglin gravely. Yes. Qinglin nodded her head obediently. Looking at the expression on Qinglin's small face, it appeared that the surrounding hot fire-type energy wasn't displeasing her. Once he had given the appropriate orders, Xiao Yan tightened his fist and strode toward the inner regions of the increasingly deep tunnel. On the remaining part of the journey, the surrounding fire-type energy grew increasingly dense as everyone went deeper. A few members who were a little weaker began to be unable to tolerate the high temperature and helplessly chose to withdraw. Although there were some who pulled back, the descent continued. At the very end, only Xiao Yan, Xiao Ding, and Shang Lin endured and pushed forward. The rest all pulled out when they could not withstand the increasingly irritable fire-type energy. As they went deeper, Xiao Yan's expression also grew increasingly serious. Besides being serious, there was a faint unrestrained joy. This was because he could feel that the circulating routes of the flame mantra in his body had automatically begun to quickly circulate with the purple flame Dou Qi without any control from him. This was the first time such a thing happened since he had begun training. We're almost there. After taking a turn around another corner, a red-colored light appeared at the end of the tunnel a short distance away. Seeing this, Xiao Yan's body shivered excitedly. He wiped off the perspiration on his face. His voice was hoarse as he said dryly. The three people increased their speed for the final stretch. They swiftly passed through this short route and finally arrived at the end of the tunnel. Standing at the end of the tunnel, the three of them watched the fiery, red world in front of them with their faces filled with shock. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 194, The Mysterious Creature in the Magma. Chapter 194, The Mysterious Creature in the Magma. Fiery red magma was slowly flowing within the enormous crypt. Occasionally, there would be huge bubbles of air floating out from within it. A moment later, there would be a soft bang as the bubbles burst apart. The hot magma would shoot out from within, appearing as beautiful as a fiery, red firework. Standing at the end of the small tunnel, Xiao Yan, Xiao Ding, and Shanglan stared at the never-ending magma world. Other than being shocked, they all involuntarily swallowed their saliva. I didn't expect that hidden under Rock Desert City, there would be such a terrifying place. With a layer of dark green-colored light on his body, Xiao Ding wiped the perspiration from his face and sighed with shock. Yes, what a majestic underground magma world. Xiao Yan's body was similarly covered by a layer of a Dou Qi cloak. Despite this, the surrounding temperature also caused his entire body to feel hot. Where do we go now? There isn't any path left. Moreover, I trained using a wood-type Qi method, which is subdued by the fire-type energy. If I did not possess the strength of a 5-star dosher, I think that I wouldn't have been able to reach here. However, this is my limit. Xiao Ding smiled bitterly at Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan nodded his head. If his affinity was not of the fire element, he would not have been able to endure being grilled by the high temperature and would have given up. Moreover, ever since they had arrived at the dead end, Xiao Yan clearly realized that the fire-type energy here was hotter and wilder than how it was in the tunnel. Exhaling gently, Xiao Yan lowered his head and watched Qinglin, who had been following behind him. He could not help but become stunned. Compared to the perspiration-filled faces of Xiao Yan and Xiao Ding, Qinglin appeared much more relaxed. It should be known that Qinglin did not possess much strength and was quite weak. After calming his heart, Xiao Yan, who was staring intently at Qing Lin, could feel that the latter's body was emitting a never-ending amount of chilling energy. It was largely due to this energy that Qing Lin could continue following them until the end of the tunnel. This girl really does have some strange points. Was this due to the snake people bloodline in her? But even if a true snake person were to arrive at such a place, they would also wail and choose to withdraw. Xiao Yan knitted his eyebrows together, feeling some suspicion in his heart. What do you want to do now? Xiao Ding stared at the rolling magma world before tilting his head and asking. I want to go in and take a look, Xiao Yan mused for a while before whispering. Go in? Entering that magma? There isn't any path left. Don't tell me you want to swim over? Hearing the words, Xiao Ding's expression changed as he reproved slightly. Ha ha. Naturally, it is not possible to swim over. With the temperature here, even steel would melt, much less me, Xiao Yan smiled and shook his head. He removed the heavy Xian ruler from his back and stored it in the storage ring. His body trembled slightly and the purple cloud wings shot out from his back. This is? Eyeing the pair of wings that had suddenly popped out of Xiao Yan's back, Xiao Ding's eyes narrowed. An instant later, he exclaimed in shock, Dou Qi transformation wings? Dou Wang? How is this possible? Even though Xiao Ding was extremely confident about Xiao Yan's training talent, he would never believe that Xiao Yan would be able to become a Dou Wang before he was even 20. It should be known that the total number of Dou Wangs in the Jiama Empire would not exceed 20. Those were also well-known strong people that had many stories. He had never heard of anyone who had achieved such an achievement before they were 20. Seeing Xiao Ding's shocked expression, Xiao Yan smiled and shook his head. His palm gently touched the purple cloud wings as he said with a smile, this is not a Dou Qi transformation wing. It is but a very rare flying type Dou techniques. The flying speed is far inferior to a true pair of wings agglomerated from Dou Qi. However, it can at least fly. Hearing Xiao Yan's explanation, Xiao Ding heaved a sigh of relief. Staring at Xiao Yan with a somewhat strange gaze, he said, You little boy. Just how many secrets are you hiding? Xiao Yan smiled, shook his head and changed the topic. Later, I will independently go in and take a look. Big brother, you should bring Qing Lin along and take the same path back. Wait. Even if you have the help of this pair of wings, the temperature in this crypt is also extremely terrifying. With your strength, how can you withstand it for a very long time? Xiao Ding cautiously said as he extended his hand to halt Xiao Yan. Ha ha. Believe me. Nothing will happen. Xiao Yan laughed softly and said. Xiao Ding frowned and stared intently at Xiao Yan. A long while later, he helplessly nodded and said, Be careful. If there are any changes, hurry out. Yes. Xiao Yan smiled and nodded. He was just about to turn his body around and take action when an icy cold small hand suddenly pulled at him. Young master, wait, there seems to be something in the magma. Qing Lin hurriedly said as she grabbed Xiao Yan tightly. Her dark green eyes stared at the never-ending fiery red magma. What? Hearing this, Xiao Yan and Xiao Ding beside him were startled. They immediately swept their eyes hurriedly over the magma but did not discover anything other than a few huge rocks. Qing Lin, what did you sense? In such a dangerous place, Xiao Yan did not dare to be careless even though he had Yao Lao to protect him. He immediately inquired seriously. Within the magma, there seems to be something existing. I can sense its small veiled qi, it is very strong. Qing Lin's gaze was totally focused as she stared deep into the repeatedly rolling magma. A glow surfaced in her deep green eyes. It was as though she had passed through the obstruction of the magma and was seeing the mysterious thing hidden under it. There's a living creature? Xiao Yan's face was shocked. There was actually a living creature under this magma which was so hot that it could melt steel? This was something that Xiao Yan had difficulty believing. Yes. Is this the qi that you sensed half a year ago? Xiao Ding asked in a deep voice while frowning as he watched the rolling bubbles in the flowing magma. No, the qi was even stronger than this one. Qing Lin shook her head and said. Its strength is slightly greater than Luobu from the Sand Mercenary Company. Qing Lin gestured with her small hand as she softly said. She had lived her entire life within the rock desert city. The strongest person she had seen was Luobu at the Didou level. Thus, she could only use him as a reference of comparison. Slightly stronger than Luobu, Xiao Yan mumbled. His voice was a little heavier on the word slightly. From this kind of comparison by Qing Lin, Xiao Yan could roughly guess the strength of the thing that was hiding in the magma. Back then, that mysterious qi was at least above that of a Dou Wang. Thus, Qing Lin described Luobu as being much, much weaker than it. According to this reasoning, the living creature in the magma should have the strength of a Dou Ling or more. Of course, this was Xiao Yan's guess. Whether he was right or not, even he was not too certain. If there really was a living creature that could live within the magma, then its strength in this environment would be on par with a Dou Wang. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes and exhaled his breath. He mused for a moment before he shook his head helplessly. With a grave voice, he said, regardless of whether there is something hiding underneath, I must go in and take a look. The thing I need should be in this magma. Big brother, leave with Qinglin. I will give it a try. Turning his head around, Xiao Yan gave his request to Xiao Ding. Without waiting for a response, his body leaped off the cliff toward the magma below. The pair of wings flapped and his body gradually floated over 10 meters above the magma. Seeing Xiao Yan flying in midair, Xiao Ding could only helplessly nod his head. However, he remained worried and did not immediately leave. Instead, he pulled Qinglin back into the tunnel while his gaze stared intently at Xiao Yan's body flying above the magma. Xiao Yan slowly flew above the magma. The purple flame Dou Qi encased the entire surface of his body within it. His spiritual perception also passed through his body and spread out as Xiao Yan cautiously scanned his surroundings. It appeared that the hidden living creature that Qinglin had mentioned gave Xiao Yan quite a bit of pressure. In this kind of harsh environment, he really had to focus his attention to handle the different kinds of dangers that could suddenly occur. Within the crypt, the temperature was extremely terrifying. Xiao Yan's body was of the fire affinity and he had support from the purple flame Dou Qi, but the faint fog that was emitted from the bubbles in the magma were both hot and accompanied by a type of fire poison. Thus, even though Xiao Yan had taken an antidote earlier, he still did not dare to carelessly breathe in the surrounding air. Only when he reached his limit did he carefully let some air into breath. Xiao Yan may have only breathed in a small amount of air each time, but the poison air that entered his body still caused his mind to feel giddy. If he had not taken an antidote earlier, he might not have been able to endure it and would have fallen into the hot magma. Due to the many obstacles present, Xiao Yan did not dare fly very quickly. He hovered above the magma and slowly swept his gaze across it. Naturally, he did not dare make even the slightest noise as he flew, fearing that he may end up attracting an attack from the mysterious living creature in the magma. As he flew through the air, Xiao Yan increasingly felt that the crypt was huge. The surrounding flow of magma had already aggregated here to form an enormous magma lake. Occasionally, with a hot wave of air surging upwards, a fiery red magma pillar would suddenly shoot up. Each time this happened, it would frighten Xiao Yan greatly, who was flying above. The lava world in the crypt was a world of death. Xiao Yan flew above the magma lake. Each time he flew for a short distance, he would feel his heart quiver. If his Dou Qi suddenly became exhausted here, he might not even have a corpse remaining to tell the tale. As Xiao Yan flew above the magma, his skin glowed faintly red. The clothes on his body also became particularly dry. If there were a spark now, his clothes would immediately combust. After flying forward for some distance, Xiao Yan turned his head back slightly. He realized that the already small exit had already become even smaller. At the exit of the crypt, two tiny figures were staring intently at him. Seeing the two figures, Xiao Yan helplessly shook his head. He was about to wave his hand to show that he was fine when Qinglin's sharp voice suddenly screamed, "Young master! It is following you! Hurry back here!" Hearing the sharp scream, Xiao Yan felt his head prickle. His body did not hesitate and changed directions in an instant. Flapping his pair of wings, he flew with all his might toward the tunnel exit. Just as Xiao Yan's body moved, the calm magma lake under him suddenly let out a muffled sound. Numerous beams of hot magma violently shot out in an instant. As the magma was flying in all directions, a mysterious living creature with a huge body suddenly burst fiercely out from the magma. In a lightning-like manner, it turned its body toward the fleeing Xiao Yan and bit at him. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 195, Attacked. Chapter 195, Attacked. The mysterious living creature broke out from the magma and let out a sharp neigh. It shot explosively toward Xiao Yan in mid-air, sending magma flying randomly around. The calm magma lake had suddenly become irritable. Numerous magma flame pillars shot up, giving off a very majestic scene. In the sky, Xiao Yan's wings swiftly flapped. The sudden surging magma lake had also caused the skin on his head to turn numb. He clenched his teeth tightly as he fled with all his might. With the help of the purple cloud wings, Xiao Yan's speed was very fast. However, the mysterious creature's speed did not lose to his. As the neighing sound disappeared, it took off at a speed faster than expected for its size. It gradually caught up with Xiao Yan, opened its huge mouth sinisterly and shot out three fork-like bright red tongue like sharp arrows. "Young master! Be careful! It is behind you!" At the tunnel's exit, Xinglin screamed with a sharp voice as she stared at the huge living creature which was gradually catching up with Xiao Yan. Her face was filled with shock. By her side, Xiao Ding's face was covered with anxiety. He wanted to go and help, but he was unable to go over. All he could do was pace up and down anxiously in the tunnel. Upon hearing Xinglin's sharp scream, the fast-flying Xiao Yan felt the skin on his body tighten. At the same time, a hot force was shot from behind him. Xiao Yan's throat rolled a little. He did not even have the time to turn around. As he flapped his purple cloud wings, his feet kicked heavily on a huge rock pillar beside him that was hanging from the ceiling and shouted, "Explosive step!" Following his voice, Xiao Yan's body folded into a bow shape. With a chila sound, Xiao Yan's clothes tightly stuck to his skin as his body tightened and instantly shot out like an arrow leaving a bow. His speed abruptly increased. Borrowing the force from the explosive step, Xiao Yan avoided the lethal blow from the mysterious living creature behind him by luck. At the same time, he extended the distance between them by a little. Hiss! Seeing that its prey, that was about to reach its mouth, had escaped, the mysterious living creature let out a furious hiss. Its huge tail violently swung outwards. Instantly, the tough rock pillars that had been struck by hot magma countless times before, exploded. When the rock pillar exploded, countless rocks rained down. The mysterious living creature's tail continued to violently swing around. Any rock fragment that came into contact with the tail became like a cannonball that had just been released, viciously and angrily shooting toward the fleeing Xiao Yan. The waves of exploding noise that sounded from behind him caused Xiao Yan, who had just become a little relaxed, to become anxious again. His spiritual perception left his body and surrounded the area a few meters around him. His body then began to twist and turn in a strange manner. Chi-chi, numerous rock fragments with sharp edges carried a sharp piercing sound as they continued to pass by Xiao Yan's skin. Xiao Yan continued to narrowly dodge the repeated attacks from these rock fragments. However, when they narrowly passed by his body, the sharp force with the rocks left numerous red-colored marks on Xiao Yan's body. Bang! Some of the rock fragments that missed continued to shoot forward for some distance before they smashed against other hard magma-hardened rocks. Instantly, the fragments exploded, leaving behind numerous cracked lines on the hard rocks, revealing just how frightening the force contained in them was. If Xiao Yan was struck by one because he was inattentive, he might lose his fighting ability on the spot and plunge into the magma, turning to ashes in moments. Seeing the numerous crack lines on the magma-enforced rocks, cold sweat involuntarily appeared on Xiao Yan's forehead. If he had not trained his dodging ability on the wooden pillars Yao Lao had specially set in place within the Magic Beast mountain range, he might really have had to stay here forever. This thing actually knows how to use other objects to attack. Clearly its intellect isn't low. Damn it, a thought flashed quickly in his heart. Just as Xiao Yan felt that things were becoming troublesome, his feet stomped violently on another rock pillar. His speed once again increased drastically. With the distance gained from his increased speed, Xiao Yan turned his head around with great difficulty. His gaze was focused intently on the mysterious creature not far behind him and could not help but take in a breath of cool air. This mysterious living creature that had suddenly come out of the magma was a magic beast with a serpent-like shape. Its body was extremely long. With a rough glance, it appeared to be at least 40 to 50 feet long and its entire body was fiery red. Looking from a distance, it seemed like a round fire jade. Its entire body was covered with palm-sized, red-colored scales. What shocked Xiao Yan most was that the beast had two heads, branching out from the long neck region. The two sinister heads had huge rhombus-shaped eyes which were filled with wildness and a bloodthirsty killing intent. What a strange thing. Just what kind of magic beast is this? A terrifying thought flashed in his heart. Xiao Yan noticed that the two-headed snake suddenly slowed down. Their neck area appeared to be gradually swelling, it seemed like they intended to spit something out. Seeing this strange scene, Xiao Yan felt uneasy in his heart. He immediately flapped his pair of wings and swiftly halted his forward motion and shot his body upwards. Just as Xiao Yan's body shot upwards, the two-headed snake behind him sinisterly opened their mouths. Two huge magma pillars that were formed from magma and flame were suddenly spat out like a volcanic eruption. Instantly two turbulent magma columns viciously shot toward Xiao Yan. Bang! One of the flame column attacks savagely swept past 2 meters under Xiao Yan. The high temperature that it contained burnt a section of Xiao Yan's pants. The burning sensation that was emitted from his skin caused him to take in a breath of cool air. One of the flame columns might have missed, but the other passed through midair in a lightning-like manner, leaving a crimson-colored flame trail while carrying a destructive force as it was about to violently knock into Xiao Yan. At the tunnel exit a distance away, Xiao Ding and Xinglin wore frightened expressions as they watched Xiao Yan, who was about to be swallowed by the flame column. The high temperature that suddenly appeared behind him immediately burnt the clothes on Xiao Yan's back into ashes. His originally slightly black skin had turned totally red. Damn it, the sudden hot temperature behind him grilled Xiao Yan's mind till he was giddy. He flapped his pair of wings with all his might as the corner of his eyes drifted behind him. He was appalled to find that the huge magma pillar had completely surrounded the area a few meters around him. In the short amount of time, it was impossible to escape from the region that the flame column covered. Teacher, if you don't do anything, I will really die. The destructive attack near him caused Xiao Yan's eyes to shrink into the size of a pinhole. After failing to escape despite using all his strength, he could only roar hastily in his heart. Ha, have you finally reached your limit? An old teasing laughter sounded from within Xiao Yan's heart. At the moment when the old laughter sounded, a strange energy suddenly poured into the purple cloud wings on Xiao Yan's back. Following a soft muffled sound, some purple-colored lines faintly surfaced on the purple cloud wings. The pair of wings flapped following a chila sound and Xiao Yan's body bypassed the resistance of the air. Like a small fish swimming in a lake, he shot out of the boundary covered by the flame column in a lightning-like manner. The huge magma flame column attack missed and shot heavily into the magma lake. Instantly, an explosion sounded and the entire place began to shake. When the huge magma flame column entered the magma lake, it performed a sort of catalytic function. An uncountable number of huge magma pillars repeatedly shot out from the calm lake surface as many banging muffled noises sounded. This extremely frightening scene was somewhat reminiscent of Hell's Inferno. Standing within the tunnel, Xiao Ding and Chang Lin watched the magma world which had suddenly turned extremely wild. In their shock, they involuntarily swallowed their saliva. In front of this enormous natural disaster, the strength of a human seemed to appear extremely small. No wonder the heavenly flame is so rare and difficult to obtain. Obtaining the heavenly flame from this place that can be called a place of absolute death is something that is as difficult as climbing to the heavens, Xiao Ding muttered. Bang! Just as the two people were staring with stunned expressions, a magma pillar suddenly shot into the sky from the magma lake and landed a short distance from the tunnel. The hot magma splashed and rained in all directions. Seeing the spraying magma, Xiao Ding hurriedly pulled Qing Lin and hurriedly retreated for some distance before they managed to avoid the hot droplets of magma. How is Xiao Yanzi? Where's he? Standing in the tunnel, Xiao Ding said in an extremely anxious voice the instant his sight was completely blocked by the exploding magma. Beside him, Qing Lin's small face was also pale. Her utterly helpless manner appeared extremely timid and anxious. Just as the two of them were anxious to the point of being mad, a human figure suddenly shot out from the magma lake and swerved about recklessly into magma pillars. Seeing the human figure directly knock a path through countless magma pillars, Xiao Ding felt a little shock in his heart as he rejoiced. His brother was actually able to ignore the high temperature of the magma? Was this not a little too terrifying? After rushing through the last magma pillar, the human figure, whose body was entirely covered in purple-colored Dou Qi, finally charged into the tunnel. His palm held the wall as he continued to pant out the coarse air. In a hoarse voice, he said, "Damn it. That thing is too frightening." At that moment, the clothes on Xiao Yan had already been burnt until they became stripes in dire condition. His skin was also entirely red. His black-colored hair had also become a little brown. TL, hair protected by Qi is op. Are you alright? Seeing Xiao Yan repeatedly panting out coarse air, Xiao Ding sighed in relief before hurriedly asking. Xiao Yan smiled bitterly as he nodded. Leaning his back onto the tunnel wall, he slowly sat down. His gaze focused onto the lake. Perhaps it was because it had lost its target, but the two-headed snake merely swam slowly on the magma's surface. Its four huge chestnut eyes continued to scan its surrounding. Due to the cover given by the magma-filled air, its search was futile. All it could do was hiss angrily. Its huge tail swung around wildly, causing the magma lake to repeatedly seethe and surge. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 196, Two-Headed Flame Spirit Serpent. Chapter 196, Two-Headed Flame Spirit Serpent. What do we do now? With this creature guarding, you don't have a chance to enter. Sitting beside Xiao Yan, Xiao Ding asked with a bitter smile. Xiao Yan sighed gently. He placed an energy recovery pill into his mouth. His throat rolled as he swallowed it. After musing for a while, he said softly, "Regardless of what happens, I must get my hands on this heavenly flame. I know how difficult it is to obtain a heavenly flame, so I'm already mentally prepared. The difficulty now does not exceed the level which I can bear." You still want to try? Seeing the attacking strength of that two-headed snake, its strength should be around that of a rank 4 magic beast, which is equivalent to the strength of a Douling. Moreover, this place is filled with hot magma. Even if a Dou Wang were to come here, he or she would have difficulty in killing it. Hearing Xiao Yan's words, Xiao Ding frowned and said gravely. Hee hee, if this beast wants to block me, then I'll have to kill it, Xiao Yan laughed softly. A thick icy expression surfaced on his face. His eyes stared intently at the huge two-headed snake in the magma lake. He tightened his fist, slowly closed his eyes and gradually recovered the large amount of Dou Qi he had exhausted while fleeing earlier. Seeing that Xiao Yan did not show any intentions of giving up, Xiao Ding could only shake his head helplessly. Although he knew that Xiao Yan had many hidden cards, the chances of successfully beating this two-headed snake, which was unaffected by the magma, in this environment was basically nothing in Xiao Ding's eyes. Seated in this tunnel, Xiao Ding stared blankly at the magma world outside. He started thinking of ways in which he could pull this bull-headed Xiao Yan out. On one side, Jinglin also carefully sat cross-legged by Xiao Yan's side. When her dark green eyes swept across Xiao Yan's skin, which was grilled red, sadness could not help but flash in her eyes. As the three of them gradually became quiet, the explosive movement of the magma lake also calmed down. When the exploding magma pillars calmed down, the two-headed snake, which had been scanning all around, finally focused its gaze onto the tunnel. When its gaze found the three people in the tunnel, an excited bloodthirsty screech suddenly sounded inside the hot crypt. This is bad. It has discovered us. Within the tunnel, Xiao Ding involuntarily cried out as he stared at the savage gaze the two-headed snake was giving them. As Xiao Ding said those words, the two-headed snake swung its two huge heads. An instant later, a hot magma column suddenly shot toward the tunnel. From the looks of it, if it shot into the tunnel, the three people within it would be devoured by the high-temperature magma in the blink of an eye. The hot magma column was like a savage fire dragon, and it shot directly towards the tunnel at a dangerous angle. Just as Xiao Ding planned to grab Xiao Yan, turn around and run, Xiao Yan, who had his eyes tightly closed, suddenly opened them. A profound and much more experienced look gradually surfaced within his dark black eyes. Xiao Yan watched the hot flame pillar indifferently as he gradually stood up. He swayed a little and then mysteriously appeared at the exit of the tunnel. Seeing the frightening speed that Xiao Yan suddenly displayed, Xiao Ding's expression changed. His gaze stared intently at the former's back, and a strange feeling surfaced in his heart without reason. This feeling was as though the Xiao Yan in front of him had suddenly become another person. The odd feeling in his heart caused Xiao Ding to frown deeply. His heart clearly felt that something was different, but he could not point out exactly what it was. As Xiao Ding behind him was deep in thought, Xiao Yan slowly lifted his palm. He suddenly clenched his fist. Following the clenching of his fist, a strange shapeless energy ripple was scattered from his palm and instantly formed a colorless energy cover over the tunnel entrance. The magma column shot over, and when it was approximately 10 meters from the tunnel's exit, it suddenly burst apart without warning. The magma spread in all directions and slowly flowed down. Finally, it turned the colorless cover into a fiery red color. A two-headed flame spirit serpent usually lives in places of extreme heat and relies on its consumption of magma to live. It has an extremely large potential for evolution. When it is just born, it is a rank 1 magic beast. If it was lucky enough, it may be able to evolve into a rank 6 magic beast, which is comparable to a Dou Huang. TSK. Quite the strange creature. Looks like this place does indeed have traces of a heavenly flame. Seeing the two-headed snake creating a huge stir in the magma lake, a faint laughter came out as a soft mumble from Xiao Yan's mouth. Hiss. Seeing that its attack was blocked, the flame spirit serpent's eyes clearly grew more agitated than before. It swung its huge tail, violently smashing toward Xiao Yan, who was standing at the tunnel exit. The purple cloud wings on Xiao Yan's back flapped as he abruptly shot out, easily dodging the attack from the flame spirit serpent. Bang! The huge tail, accompanied by an enormous shadow, violently smashed into the cliff wall. Instantly, an intense muffled noise sounded and numerous huge crack lines appeared on the rock wall and expanded like a spider web. They reached out for over 10 meters before they gradually came to a stop. Floating in midair, Xiao Yan's hand slowly gripped the hilt of the heavy Xian ruler on his back. He suddenly drew it and stepped on the air. Suddenly, his body appeared on top of the head of the flame spirit serpent. Being exposed to the magma flame at such a close distance, Xiao Yan would have immediately fainted from the high temperature being emitted had it not been for Yao Lao controlling his body. The heavy ruler in Xiao Yan's hand carried a ferocious explosive sound. On the body of the ruler, a turbulent purple-colored Dou Qi slashed across the air, forming a huge purple-colored arc that appeared extremely beautiful. Bang! The heavy ruler was like a thunderbolt that did not give the flame spirit serpent any chance to react as the heavy blade smashed ferociously onto the snake's head. Instantly, the hard fiery red scales were cracked open. Threads of bright red blood flowed out from the gap in the scales and dripped into the magma, turning into nothingness. Hiss, hiss. Receiving such a heavy blow to its head, the flame spirit serpent let out waves of sharp hissing. Its huge tail thrashed about wildly above its head. Xiao Yan's body was like a small boat in a storm amidst these violent actions. Although he appeared to be in a dangerous situation, he was still able to barely maintain the perfect equilibrium between life and death as he moved along with the snake. The flame spirit serpent thrashing about intensely within the magma suddenly lifted its two huge heads. Its rhombus shape, huge eyes carried a savage bloodthirstiness as it stared intently at Xiao Yan, who was repeatedly dodging everything in midair. It suddenly swung its head and a type of deep red flame soared slowly from its body. As the flame gradually rose, it began to permeate through the small space in an instant. The dark red flame slowly rotated in midair with Xiao Yan at its center. Staying in the same spot, Xiao Yan frowned as he watched the huge flame surrounding him. The temperature of this flame was not much lower than the purple flame from the amethyst-winged lion back then. Due to the support from the special environment around the dark red, somewhat blood-colored, flame, its temperature was faintly showing a trend of surpassing the purple flame's temperature. It's using its true strength. Feeling the increasingly hot flame around, Xiao Yan softly smiled and said, "Little boy, temporarily leave it to me. I'll handle it." Within the tunnel, which appeared to have a section destroyed, Xiao Ding and Qing Lin started with stunned expressions at the boundless blood-colored flame that had permeated throughout the entire crypt. They involuntarily inhaled a mouthful of cold air. A battle at this level was truly frightening. Bang! In an instant, the boundless dark, red flame suddenly began rotating swiftly. An intense fizzling sound echoed within the enormous crypt. Following the increased intensity of the rotation, the surrounding flames suddenly wiggled. Over 10 two-headed flame spirit serpents that were entirely agglomerated from flame energy suddenly surfaced from the flame. The 10 two-headed flame spirit serpents' sizes were not much smaller than the actual snake size. Dozens of enormous savage eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan, who was quietly staying in the middle. After they circled around Xiao Yan for a moment, they suddenly cried out in unison. The sharp sound wave reverberated within the crypt and was extremely ear-piercing. Following the sound wave, the 10 plus two-headed flame spirit serpents that were completely created from the hot flame suddenly formed a flame formation. After which, they carried a great amount of heat that was sufficient enough to cause the air to steam, as they charged at Xiao Yan from all directions. The 10 plus huge creatures, roughly tens of feet long, danced and attacked within the crypt. The scene they created was extremely spectacular. Naturally, behind this spectacular scene, there hid a danger that was easily enough to kill a person. Lifting his eyes to watch the two-headed flame spirit serpents that were charging from all directions, a faint smile appeared on Xiao Yan's face. He actually slowly closed his eyes. Bang! With the sound of an earth-shattering intense explosion, the 10 plus two-headed flame spirit serpents simultaneously came into contact with each other at the middle. At the moment they came into contact, they suddenly exploded. The ferocious energy explosion turned into an energy ripple and began spreading outwards, shaking the magma lake, which had just calmed slightly, until it wildly rose once again. Within the tunnel, Xiao Ding watched the scene of destruction of the magma world in front of him with a dull expression. A paleness involuntarily appeared on his face. Under this kind of frightening attack that could destroy half of Rock Desert City, it was difficult for him to imagine that Xiao Yan could withstand it. He had never seen how strong someone of the Dou Wan level was, but he did not think that even a Dou Wang would dare to foolishly meet the attack head-on either. This guy, what exactly is he doing? Leaning on the somewhat hot rock wall, Xiao Ding sat on the ground with a defeated face. Company leader. Young master is still alive. Just as Xiao Ding's head was foggy, a surprised cry from Qing Lin suddenly sounded by his ear. Hearing this, Xiao Ding abruptly lifted his head. His gaze shifted to the boundless flames and found a young man's figure appeared indistinctly at the spot where the energy was spreading. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 197, Yao Lao taking action. Chapter 197, Yao Lao taking action. In the enormous magma crypt world, a deep red flame was permeating in midair. The air carried a poisonous vapor. This world was one where an ordinary human would die the moment he came into the slightest contact with it. At the spot in midair where the dark red-colored flame was hovering, a young man's figure gradually appeared. As the human figure appeared, the surrounding permeating red-colored flame also suddenly swarmed toward his body. At that moment, the young man's figure had turned into something like a black hole. The surrounding red-colored flame wildly poured into his body, resulting in the formation of an enormous flame vortex in the air of the crypt. At the middle of the vortex was the young man's figure. Following this greedy consumption, the surrounding permeating red-colored flame grew increasingly faint. In the end, the flames were completely consumed into Xiao Yan's body. When the final thread of flame gradually disappeared, the human figure in the middle was finally revealed. Xiao Yan was standing indifferently in midair. There was a thin layer of dense white-colored flame pasted on the surface of his body, and the dark red flames were completely consumed by these white flames. Not bad, it has been a long time since I have tasted such a delicious treat. Xiao Yan stretched his lazy back as he smiled and said to the two-headed flame spirit serpent under him. TL, the Xiao Yan in this case refers to Yao Lao controlling Xiao Yan's body. Hiss, seeing that the flame it emitted was completely swallowed by the human in midair, there was an extremely human-like shock that flashed across the huge eyes of the flame spirit serpent. It's over, Xiao Yan smiled as he slowly extended his arm to the flame spirit serpent under him. He then slammed his palm down. Following Xiao Yan's palm, a shapeless terrifying force passed through the obstacles in the air and in a lightning-like manner, violently smashed onto the huge body of the flame spirit serpent. Instantly, the enormous force smashed open some of the fiery red scales on the flame spirit serpent, cracking them. Moreover, with the amount of force behind the attack, the flame spirit serpent's body was violently smashed into the magma lake. Hiss, 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 the sudden intense pain caused the flame spirit serpent to raise its head and emit a sharp hissing sound. Its enormous eyes had once again turned blood red as it opened and closed its huge mouth repeatedly. Numerous hot magma columns were shot toward Xiao Yan from all directions. Eyeing the countless magma columns that shot out from below, Xiao Yan twitched his eyebrows. The thick white flame on his body grew denser. The wings on his back flapped and he shot directly toward a magma column. Chi. Xiao Yan's body did not show the slightest sign of dodging. He chose the most reckless posture as he charged directly down. However, any part of his body that came into contact with the magma column would make the magma instantly turn into nothingness as thick white flame burned ever more brightly. Within the tunnel, Xiao Ding and Sheng Lin stared at the formidable Xiao Yan. They were shocked till they were numbed and could only stay and stare blankly at the solo performance. In a lightning-like manner, Xiao Yan broke through the magma columns and appeared on top of the flame spirit serpent. The heavy ruler that was covered by a thick white flame repeatedly smashed ferociously on its huge body. Each time the heavy ruler was swung downwards, the fiery red scales on the flame spirit serpent that could withstand the high temperature of the magma would break open. With all its attacks being ineffective, the flame spirit serpent could only twist and turn its huge body as it was randomly smashed by the heavy ruler Xiao Yan wielded. Waves of somewhat dreary screams sounded throughout the entire crypt. The heavy ruler swung and smashed repeatedly. Finally, the flame spirit serpent was unable to resist this kind of intense pain. It dove into the magma lake, bringing its body that was covered with wounded scales with it. Seeing that the flame spirit serpent chose to retreat, Xiao Yan also sighed in relief. Although he could indeed kill it, he would need to use a Dou technique with great power. By that time, some of the strong people in the surrounding desert might take notice. After all, the heavenly flame represented an extremely destructive force. In this world, there was no one who did not want to possess such a strength. Following the flame spirit serpent's withdrawal, the violent movements in the magma crypt also gradually became calm. However, as a precaution, Xiao Yan did not immediately make a move in search for traces of the heavenly flame. Instead, he waited patiently in midair for over 10 minutes. Once he had confirmed that the flame spirit serpent had really withdrawn, he finally let out a sigh of relief. He waved to the two people in the tunnel, flapped his wings and began to slowly search the magma crypt. Teacher, will there be traces of the heavenly flame here? After forcing the flame spirit serpent to withdraw, Xiao Yan also gradually regained control of his body. Immediately, he inquired softly. Looking at the environment, the extent of irritable energy, and the strange beast, the flame spirit serpent from before, there is a very high chance of a heavenly flame existing here, Yao Lao replied happily. Hearing this, Xiao Yan heaved a sigh of relief. He licked his lips excitedly as he swept his gaze inch by inch across the magma lake. Anything that was different would be carefully studied by him before he disappointingly continued the search. The time taken for the search lasted for half an hour. However, he was still unable to find anything that was related to the heavenly flame. At that moment, Xiao Yan's heart began to feel a little impatient. Teacher, we have searched over half of the crypt. Why have we not noticed the heavenly flame? Slowly stopping his circling body, Xiao Yan finally could not withstand it as he inquired aloud. I don't know either. Back then, I never came here before. Yao Lao could only helplessly shake his head at this question. Hearing this, Xiao Yan bitterly laughed and sighed. He was just about to continue the search when Xing Lin's sharp scream suddenly sounded within the crypt. Hearing this sharp scream, Xiao Yan was shocked. He hurriedly turned his head toward where the tunnel was and his eyes suddenly shrunk. At the tunnel area quite a distance away, the flame spirit serpent which had originally fled suddenly came out of the magma. Moreover, it continued to swim at a fast speed toward the tunnel where Xiao Ding and Xing Lin were. Damn it! Eyeing that flame spirit serpent that was swiftly swimming toward the tunnel, Xiao Yan's face suddenly became extremely ugly. He let out an angry curse and turned his body around abruptly. Flapping his wings, he used all his might and shot explosively over. Cunning beast! The flame spirit serpent springing up suddenly also caused Yao Lao to scold furiously. A wave of pure energy entered Xiao Yan's purple cloud wings. Instantly, his flight speed increased tremendously. Xiao Yan shot through the crypt in a rapid fashion. As his flying speed was too wild, a long scar caused by the pressure of the violent wind appeared on the magma below. Xiao Yan used all his might to hurry back, but his distance was too far from the tunnel. Thus, he could only see with his own eyes the distance between the flame spirit serpent and the tunnel exit grow increasingly near. The huge two-headed flame spirit serpent emitted a sound as it opened its menacing huge mouth and gradually appeared outside the tunnel. Its two pairs of eyes were filled with bloodthirstiness as it stared savagely at Qing Lin and Xiao Ding in the tunnel. "Go, Qing Lin!" Seeing the appearance of the flame spirit serpent, Xiao Ding was the first to regain his composure. He grabbed Qing Lin and immediately retreated quickly. A sneer that held ridicule flashed across the flame spirit serpent's huge eyes as it watched the two flee. With its huge mouth opened, it suddenly pulled back its head. A terrifying suction force suddenly appeared. Instantly, Xiao Ding and Qing Lin fell backwards and were slowly dragged by the suction force toward the flame spirit serpent. When the suction force reached its peak, the flame spirit serpent widened its mouth further. A terrifying pushing force explosively surged outwards, smashing Xiao Ding and Qing Lin heavily onto the wall. Dou Qi with his body slamming heavily onto the wall, shouting threw up a mouthful of blood. Qing Lin, on the other hand, did not receive much injury with Xiao Ding as a cushion. However, as she watched the savage serpent head closing in, her small face was frightened till it became completely white. Perhaps it was due to the snake people bloodline in Qing Lin's body, but the flame spirit serpent seemed to be somewhat interested in her. Its eyes swept across her. Opening its huge mouth, a violent suction force pulled her, causing her to flip in midair before rolling down to where the tunnel was. "Don't come over." Seeing the increasingly close enormous savage snake head, Qing Lin continued to move backwards with her pale exquisite face. Hiss, the flame spirit serpent extended its scarlet snake tongue and hovered over Qing Lin's small body. The stench from the snake tongue nearly caused Qing Lin to faint. In the interior of the tunnel, Xiao Ding watched Qing Lin, who was about to be swallowed by the flame spirit serpent. He wanted to rescue her, but the attack from the flame spirit serpent before had caused him to temporarily lose his ability to move. At that moment, he could only watch with his own eyes as the flame spirit serpent's tongue continued to move slowly over Qing Lin's body. Its snake tongue licked Qing Lin's small hand before one of the heads of the flame spirit serpent suddenly turned around and saw Xiao Yan swiftly rushing over. A savageness appeared in its eyes. The soft snake tongue instantly turned as hard as steel. Immediately, it pierced ruthlessly toward Qing Lin's chest. From a distance, Xiao Yan, who was flying swiftly, oversaw the flame spirit serpent's action. His eyes involuntarily shrunk. A fury and killing intent appeared on his face. Ah! In the dark green eyes of Qing Lin that appeared to be carved from a green jade crystal, the scarlet snake's tongue continued to expand. Due to the increasing terror in her heart, Qing Lin tore open her throat and unleashed a loud and sharp resounding screech. Following this resounding screech, 3 dark green-colored tiny spots beside the side of her pair of dark green eyes suddenly surfaced. The 3 green-colored spots that appeared this time around were much clearer than any other time. If one took a closer look, one would discover that these 3 green-colored tiny spots were like 3 flower buds. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 198, Triple Jade Green Snake Flower Pupils. Chapter 198, Triple Jade Green Snake Flower Pupils. The screech continued resounding through the air. As the screech grew louder and clearer, the 3 green-colored spots in Qing Lin's eyes suddenly let out a bright glow. The 3 spots transformed into 3 tiny green-colored flowers in an instant. Following the appearance of these strange green-colored flowers, an intense glow suddenly shot out from Qing Lin's eyes and struck the flame spirit serpent in front of her. Being exposed to this somewhat strange glow, the huge body of the flame spirit serpent suddenly stiffened. Its pair of huge eyes were filled with some fear as they stared at the little girl in front of it. The strange glow slowly moved on the flame spirit serpent's body and finally stopped at the middle of the 2 foreheads of the 2 snake heads. After the glow stopped moving, it began to gradually shrink. As the size of the glow became smaller, the light that it gave off grew increasingly rich. The area of the glow continued to become smaller. At the end, it was around the size of a palm. When the glow shrunk to this size, it ceased becoming smaller. A beam of light shot out and 2 small green-colored flowers were imprinted onto the 2 heads of the flame spirit serpent. After the flowers appeared, the glow began to gradually disappear. A moment later, the tiny flowers swiftly disappeared from Qing Lin's eyes and her eyes returned to their original dark green in an instant. After her eyes returned to normal, Qing Lin's body swayed. Her eyelids fell and she collapsed on the ground. That huge flame spirit serpent continued to foolishly stay on the spot after Qing Lin collapsed. However, every time it swept its gaze onto Qing Lin on the ground, the viciousness and savageness would involuntarily disappear. Replacing it was actually a meekness. Damn you! When the flame spirit serpent was in a daze, Xiao Yan finally broke through the air and appeared. The heavy Xian ruler viciously smashed onto its huge body. Instantly, fresh blood was splashed as it was beaten badly. Hiss, having received a heavy blow again, the flame spirit serpent finally regained consciousness. It turned its huge body and started furiously at Xiao Yan. However, when its gaze swept across the huge heavy Xian ruler, look of dread appeared in its eyes. Under Xiao Yan's furious expression, it once again dived into the magma lake. Damn it! Eyeing the flame spirit serpent which chose to flee, Xiao Yan could not help but curse. He then flapped his pair of wings and swiftly appeared by Qing Lin's side. In a hurried manner, he picked her up and placed his finger below her nose, heaving a sigh of relief when he felt a breath. Xiao Yan withdrew an injury-healing medicinal pill from his storage ring and forced it into Qing Lin's mouth. He then carried her and gradually walked into the tunnel. When he saw the wounded Xiao Ding, he gave a bitter smile and handed him an injury-healing medicine before saying, "How is it? Is there something wrong?" Cough asterisk, it's nothing serious. I will be alright after resting for a while. Xiao Ding took the medicinal pill and swallowed it. Xiao Ding exhaled and smiled bitterly. Xiao Yan leaned against the wall, slowly sat down and hugged Qing Lin into his chest. He rubbed his dust-covered face. Too bad. I haven't found the heavenly flame. Later, bring Qing Lin back with you. I will stay here and continue searching. Don't worry. That beast will only flee when it sees me now. There isn't anything here that can hurt me now. Xiao Yan mused for a moment before tilting his head as he told Xiao Ding. Oh, all right. If we continue to stay here, we will only be a burden to you. Hearing this, Xiao Ding helplessly nodded his head. However, the crypt here is so huge and there are flames all over. It won't be a simple thing for you to search for the heavenly flame. Yes. Moreover, I cannot stay too long here. Otherwise, if my movement is detected by some strong people, I'm afraid there will be real trouble. Xiao Yan nodded and laughed bitterly. Hearing this, Xiao Ding also nodded and laughed sorely. He was very clear about the attraction that heavenly flame posed to those other strong people. Just when Xiao Yan felt helpless, Qing Lin, who was on his chest, slowly woke up. She shook her dizzy small head and lifted it. When she saw Xiao Yan hugging her, her face reddened as her small fingers rubbed her temple. She suddenly said softly, "Young master, Qing Lin may be able to locate where the heavenly flame is." Oh? Hearing this, Xiao Yan and Xiao Ding were initially at a loss. Xiao Yan asked in a stunned voice, "How would you know?" Qing Lin pressed her lips together and smiled. She suddenly escaped Xiao Yan's embrace and ran toward the cave entrance. With her hands around her small mouth, she shouted, "Come out!" As her shout died off, the huge flame spirit serpent suddenly lifted its body from the calm magma lake. After which, it slowly swam toward the tunnel exit. Seeing the flame spirit serpent, Xiao Yan became shocked. He quickly stood up, grabbed his heavy ruler and intently watched the flame spirit serpent. "Young master, don't hit it. It will not attack us." Noticing Xiao Yan's action, Qing Lin hurriedly grabbed him and said, "What happened?" Xiao Yan's eyes stared intently at the flame spirit serpent. When he realized that it currently did not possess any intention to attack, he could not help but ask in surprise. "I'm not too sure." Qing Lin shook her head and took 2 steps forward. Her dark green eyes stared at the huge creature in front of her and said with an uncertain voice, "I don't know why, but I seem to have built a strange bond with it. I can sense its thoughts." Xiao Yan was at a loss. His gaze swept across the flame spirit serpent in front of him that had suddenly become docile. Finally, his gaze stopped at the green-colored flower on one of its foreheads. He frowned. That thing was something that was not present before. TSK, how incredible. Little boy, I don't know if you are unlucky or lucky. Why is it that the people you meet are all so unusual? The last time was someone with a woeful poison body, this time is not any worse. You actually met a little girl who possesses the triple jade green snake flower pupils. When Xiao Yan was confused, Yao Lao suddenly marveled with a laugh from his heart. Triple jade green snake flower pupils? What is that? Hearing the foreign term, Xiao Yan inquired in wonder. How do I put it, these are strange inborn pupils. It seems that they will only appear in the descendants of humans and snake people. Those individuals who possess these pupils can cause people to hallucinate if they are proficient in using them. Think about it, if you could suddenly cause your opponent to be in a daze mid-fight, or to a greater extent cause the other person to hack at his companion. How would you feel? Yao Lao grinned and said. That would definitely be very fun. Xiao Yan opened his mouth, wiped off his cold sweat and laughed dryly. Additionally, these kind of pupils can be said to be the nemesis of all snake-form magic beasts. This is because there is some probability of them forming a one-sided forceful connection with a snake-form magic beast. You can consider this kind of forceful relationship as a very rare mysterious contract. Yao Lao smilingly said, "It is clear that the flame spirit serpent in front of you has unluckily signed a contract with the unskilled triple jade green snake flower pupils of this little girl." Damn, opening his mouth, Xiao Yan cursed softly. He immediately lowered his head and watched the small timid-looking face of Qinglin beside him. In the future, this little girl would have an incredible bodyguard. A Douling-level magic beast bodyguard. TSK, he had not seen anyone who possessed a pet with this kind of combat level. "Young master, it knows where the heavenly flame is." Qinglin pointed at the flame spirit serpent in front of her, took credit, as she said with a smile. "It knows?" Hearing this, Xiao Yan was at a loss as he licked his lips. "Where, Qinglin closed her eyes and thought quietly for a moment. She then opened her eyes, swept her gaze in all directions and finally pointed awkwardly at the hot magma lake below. In a timid voice, she said, "It says, it is underneath." Hiss, the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth twitched as his gaze followed the direction of Qinglin's finger and shifted to the hot fiery red magma lake. Under the magma? It was unexpected that the heavenly flame was actually hidden under the magma. But, must he jump into it to search? Won't that kill him? Cuckoo, so that's why. No wonder I was unable to sense the heavenly flame. It was actually covered by the magma in this crypt. From within Xiao Yan's heart, Yao Lao abruptly laughed in a manner that suggested he had suddenly realized something. "Teacher, here, can I jump down?" Hearing this, Xiao Yan pulled at his mouth and dryly laughed as he pointed to the bubbling hot magma below. If you want to obtain the heavenly flame, it would naturally not be too easy. So how is it? Do you dare to jump? Yao Lao laughed blandly. Xiao Yan swallowed his saliva. The corner of his eyes glanced at the fiery red magma and his throat rolled a little. His expression flipped quite quickly. Standing by the side, Qinglin watched Xiao Yan with his swiftly changing expression and was also extremely uncertain. She did not dare vouch for the information that the flame spirit serpent passed to her. If something were to happen to Xiao Yan after he jumped down, it was likely she would be in blame. After being quiet for a long time, Xiao Yan finally exhaled softly. He tilted his head toward Qinglin and whispered, "Let it lead the way below." Hearing Xiao Yan's words, Qinglin's small body immediately trembled. She could only close her eyes and give the orders to the flame spirit serpent. Upon receiving the order, an unwillingness flashed in the flame spirit serpent's huge eyes. However, the forceful connection meant that it could only hiss toward Xiao Yan and dive into the magma. It then lifted its huge head and watched the unmoving Xiao Yan with both ridicule and provocation. Staring at the flame spirit serpent which had leaped in, Xiao Yan exhaled a few long breaths. His chest rose and fell. A moment later, he suddenly closed his eyes and under both Qinglin and Xiao Ding's shocked gaze, leaped headfirst into the hot magma. Seeing Xiao Yan leap into the magma, Xiao Ding's and Qinglin's hearts suddenly became extremely anxious. Their eyes stared intently at the swiftly falling figure. An intense and hot wind blew past Xiao Yan's ear. The heart in his chest repeatedly beat violently, releasing beat after beat of muffled sound, as though it was just by his ear's side. The temperature grew increasingly hot and at one instance, he felt that he was completely isolated from the racket of the outside world. Splash! Following this clear sound similar to plunging into water, the feelings of the three inside the crypt suddenly tensed up into a spring that would collapse with the slightest pull. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 199, Under the Crypt. Chapter 199, Under the Crypt. The instant before Xiao Yan was about to enter the fiery red magma lake, a thick white flame suddenly flowed out from his body and wrapped around him. Splash, his body shot into the magma, causing the fiery red magma to splash in all directions. Hearing this sound, Xiao Ding and Qinglin above hurriedly shifted their gaze toward the spot on the magma where there were some ripples. However, they did not see any human figure. Where is he? Watching the scene that suggested something had instantly vaporized, Xiao Ding involuntarily turned his head to Qinglin by his side and shouted. Qinglin took a small step back. Her face was pale as she eyed the calm magma lake. The person who had just jumped into it seemed to have instantly turned into ashes the moment he came into contact with the magma, without even letting out a scream. Hiss, a hissing sound from the flame spirit serpent was suddenly emitted from the magma. Hearing this hissing sound, a joyful expression surfaced on Qinglin's face. Her gaze hurriedly swept across the magma. A human figure covered with a thick white flame suddenly surfaced from the magma and smiled as he waved toward Xiao Ding and Qing Lin above. Thank goodness, luckily nothing happened. Seeing Xiao Yan, who appeared to disregard the surrounding hot magma, Xiao Ding finally and completely sighed in relief. His entire body sat on the ground with exhaustion as he wiped the cold sweat from his face. Xiao Yan watched the surrounding slow-flowing fiery red magma with a surprised face as his whole body floated in the hot magma. A huge air bubble surfaced by his side. With a bang, it burst open and some magma shot toward Xiao Yan's face. However, in the blink of an eye, it was consumed by the layer of thick white flame. With his body protected by the layer of thick white flame, the temperature outside appeared to have been partitioned aside. A somewhat icy feeling hovered around his body instead of the heat that should have been present. Xiao Yan lifted some fiery red magma in his hand and allowed it to flow down from the gap between his fingers. He smacked his lips together in surprise. Being in contact with the magma at such close proximity gave his heart the creeps. If the flame covering him suddenly disappeared, then his ending. Thinking of the image of a grasshopper jumping and shriveling in a pan, Xiao Yan felt a chill as he shivered violently. His face had also become slightly paler. TL, it's a Chinese dish where live grasshoppers are grilled. Little boy, hurry up. Although I can manipulate the bone-chilling flame and temporarily protect you, it consumes a large amount of my spiritual strength. Once I lose the spiritual strength needed to maintain it, you will instantly be burnt to ashes by the bone-chilling flame even before the magma swallows you. Thus, stop wasting time. Before my spiritual strength is exhausted, you must leave this magma lake. Otherwise, the image of a grasshopper in a pan that you have thought of earlier would become reality. When Xiao Yan was repeatedly sighing in shock, Yao Lao's laughter suddenly sounded in his heart. Yes. With his mouth twitching a couple of times, Xiao Yan hurriedly nodded seriously. He turned around, eyed the huge two-headed flame spirit serpent nearby and laughed, "Hey big head, lead the way." Hearing Xiao Yan's shout, the flame spirit serpent simply ignored him. It shifted its head to face the tunnel's exit and waited for Qing Lin to nod her head and issue an order before it unwillingly turned its body and dived into the magma. Seeing that the flame spirit serpent caused circle after circle of ripples to form on the magma lake's surface, Xiao Yan gently exhaled. After which, he dived into the magma and closely followed behind the flame spirit serpent. Everything was fiery red within the magma. However, with the protection from the bone-chilling flame, Xiao Yan could vaguely see the environment around him. His gaze swept once around before he quickly moved his body and closely followed the flame spirit serpent that was diving toward the deepest region of the magma. In the fiery red magma, the undercurrent surged. Occasionally, there would be a ferocious wave of magma undercurrent appearing from an unknown direction. These undercurrents contained an extremely large amount of energy. If one was hit, even a Dou would end up being seriously wounded. However, Xiao Yan was lucky that the flame spirit serpent was extremely familiar with the place. Before the undercurrents arrived, it would be able to find the most suitable route to sneak by. Xiao Yan, who was closely following behind it, also took the opportunity to successfully avoid these undercurrents from the magma. In this fiery red world, there did not appear to be any living creature other than the flame spirit serpent. This was not surprising. After all, the requirements to survive here were too harsh. Besides the two-headed flame spirit serpent, which was a strange beast that relied on consuming magma to live, other magic beasts, even the lord-like magic beast like the amethyst-winged lion, would not be able to freely move about in this kind of place without being affected by the environment. As Xiao Yan continued to head downwards in a never-ending manner toward the bottom of the magma, he could vaguely feel that the outside world's temperature was multiplying even with the protection of the bone-chilling flame. Sensing this phenomenon, Xiao Yan involuntarily swallowed his saliva. His lips shivered slightly, appearing a little blue. People who had never experienced this kind of environment would have difficulty imagining the notion of swimming within magma. It was only a little different from dancing on the blade of the Grim Reaper. As he went deeper and deeper toward the bottom of the crypt, any slight mistake would mean that even with Yao Lao's protection, Xiao Yan's exceedingly frail life would be extinguished. While Xiao Yan was fearful and trembled for his insignificant life, the flame spirit serpent still showed no sign of stopping. It did not turn its head around to see if Xiao Yan had caught up as it swam toward the deep regions of the crypt with vigor. In this kind of environment where he was deprived of his five senses, Xiao Yan had no idea of the actual flow of time. He only knew that after continuing in this machine-like manner, his feet were already feeling a little numb. "Little boy, in half an hour time, you must return." Just as Xiao Yan was feeling a little dazed as he closely followed behind the descending flame spirit serpent, Yao Lao's serious voice suddenly sounded. What? Hearing this, Xiao Yan was briefly stilled before he hurriedly asked, "What happened?" "But we have descended deeper and deeper. Look at the magma outside," Yao Lao said in a deep voice. Hearing Yao Lao's words, Xiao Yan hurriedly lifted his gaze. He was shocked to realize that the surrounding fiery red magma had unknowingly turned slightly greenish. What happened? Xiao Yan asked in an aghast manner as his swimming speed gradually slowed. This is a transformation caused by the temperature swiftly rising. The current temperature of the surrounding magma is fast reaching the limit which I can endure. Yao Lao's voice contained an unprecedented seriousness. Hearing this, the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth twitched. The perspiration on his forehead fell like dripping water as he muttered, "No way. Isn't the bone-chilling flame ranked 11th on the heavenly flame ranking? Don't tell me that the heavenly flame below is even more ferocious than teacher's bone-chilling flame? You cannot put it this way. I am now in a spirit state and cannot display much of the strength of the bone-chilling flame. Moreover, I must borrow your body to release it. In this way, its strength is dispersed further. Adding the pressure from the surrounding magma and the increasing temperature, a half hours is my limit." Yao Lao quickly explained. "Alright, make full use of the time." After urging Xiao Yan, Yao Lao once again became silent. It was likely that he did not dare to be distracted, lest any accident should occur from the protection from the bone-chilling flame. Nodding his head with a bitter smile, Xiao Yan once again looked at the surrounding magma that was turning slightly green. He involuntarily shouted to the front, "Hey, just how much further?" Xiao Yan knew that magic beasts at the Dou Ling level already possessed an intelligence that could not be underestimated. Thus, he was not worried that it could not understand him. Xiao Yan's voice was carried by Dou Qi as it passed through the magma barrier and entered the ear of the flame spirit serpent in front. The latter turned its huge head around, randomly hissed a few sounds and suddenly increased the speed of its descent. Damn it, seeing the flame spirit serpent's action, Xiao Yan could not resist cursing. After hesitating for a moment, he clenched his teeth tightly and kicked his feet violently. His body, which was covered by a thick white flame, turned into a white shadow and suddenly shot downwards. Xiao Yan's body passed through the magma which had almost turned completely green. Perspiration on his face continued to drip into his eyes. Although it felt a little painful, Xiao Yan did not even dare to blink his eyes, afraid that he would be left behind by the flame spirit serpent that had suddenly increased its speed. "Che, just how much more do you want to descend?" As he continued to descend, Xiao Yan could clearly feel that temperature was intruding into his body despite the protection from the bone-chilling flame. 10 minutes. Damn it. If I don't see the heavenly flame in 10 minutes, I will stop searching. The repeatedly shivering Xiao Yan tightened his trembling fist when he realized that even his voice had started to quaver at this instant. A few moments later. 8 minutes. The corner of his mouth twitched as Xiao Yan yelled in a low voice. The flame spirit serpent continued to ignore him as it descended with all its might. 4 minutes. Xiao Yan's voice was totally dry as he shouted. 2 minutes. Xiao Yan realized that his heart was pounding intensely in a manner that never happened before. Damn it. I'm going back. Not searching anymore. With crimson eyes, Xiao Yan's descending body suddenly stopped. Without any unnecessary words, he decisively turned around and began swimming upwards with an ashen expression. However, just as Xiao Yan turned around, the flame spirit beast swung its huge tail and twined around Xiao Yan's waist. Its tail was covered by a rich deep red flame. Although the flame was repeatedly turned into nothingness when it came into contact with the thick white flame, the enormous strength that it contained still violently pulled Xiao Yan back. The heck, have I been toyed with by this beast? The moment when he was pulled back by the flame spirit serpent, a shocking thought suddenly flashed in his mind. This thought had just surfaced when Xiao Yan was thrown toward the front of the flame spirit beast. As he was busy dancing around, he shifted his eyes around in search of a path up. However, he suddenly froze onto a green-colored glowing thing a short distance away. The green-colored glow covered the magma in this region. When Xiao Yan calmed down and looked over, he fatally saw a green-colored lotus within the green glow that was standing in a gentle and soft manner. Green lotus core flame? As Xiao Yan glanced at this green-colored lotus, Yao Lao's astonished and joyful laughter suddenly sounded in his heart. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 200, Green Lotus Core Flame. Chapter 200, Green Lotus Core Flame. Green Lotus Core Flame? Hearing Yao Lao's voice, Xiao Yan's mind recalled some of the information about the heavenly flames on the heavenly flame ranking that Yao Lao had once told him. Green Lotus Core Flame is 19th on the heavenly flame ranking. It is formed deep underground and has experienced the polishing, fusion, pressure, and carving from the planet's flame. It forms a spirit in 10 years, takes shape in 100 years and turns into a lotus in 1,000 years. When it is completely formed, its color would slant toward the greenish side and the lotus core would form a cluster of green flame, named as Green Lotus Flame or Green Lotus Core Flame. The strength of this flame is unpredictable. When it is near volcanoes, it can cause volcanoes to erupt, forming a Myera, destructive strength. This information swiftly flashed in Xiao Yan's mind. A wild joy instantly covered his face. Shaking his body, Xiao Yan pulled away from the flame spirit serpent as his eyes stared intently at the large rich green light a short distance away. Hiss, beside him, a sharp sound was emitted from the flame spirit serpent. Xiao Yan turned around and found that within this huge beast's eyes, there was a faint fear as it stared at the cluster of green light. Its huge body also shrank and trembled. Ignoring the flame spirit serpent's action, Xiao Yan licked his lips and said excitedly in his heart, "Teacher, have we found it? Cool, it looks like it. How unexpected, we really found a heavenly flame. Although the green lotus core flame is only ranked 19th on the heavenly flame ranking, it is the perfect flame for you now. After all, the few things that I have prepared for you can only increase the chances of success for absorbing heavenly flames that are ranked 16th and below. Thus, this green lotus core flame is suitable." Yao Lao's laughter held signs of being pleased. There was finally the first reward for these few years of hard work. Inhaling a few long excited breaths, Xiao Yan could not wait any longer as he said, "Shall we go over and take a look?" "Yes, let's go and take a look. I will increase the degree of protection." Xiao Yan nodded his head. His gaze glanced at the two-headed flame spirit serpent that was so afraid that it did not dare take another step forward. Xiao Yan curled his lips and kicked his feet within the magma. Like a small fish in a lake, his body swiftly swam toward the region that was covered by the green-colored light. As the distance between his body and the green-colored flame decreased, Xiao Yan could clearly feel that the temperature around him had suddenly increased. Closing his somewhat dry lips tightly, Xiao Yan clenched his teeth and took another step. His body finally charged into the region covered by the green-colored light. As his body entered the green-colored light, he realized that it was not as hot as he had imagined. Instead, the surrounding temperature had strangely decreased drastically. Regarding this somewhat strange phenomenon, Xiao Yan's face was completely stunned. A moment later, he finally recovered as his gaze hurriedly swept across his surroundings. Finally, he was looking at the green-colored lotus at the middle. The green-colored lotus had 8 leaves. These 8 green-colored leaves were like the most perfect green jade that was naturally formed. At a glance, it appeared crystal clear, giving people a desire to hold and not release it. Within the lotus, there seemed to be a small lotus platform that was around 2 to 3 feet. A small fluorescent light was emitted from some small holes on the lotus platform. This light appeared to be coming from lotus seeds that were formed from the purest fire-type energy agglomerating together. On the lower portion of the green-colored lotus, there was a very narrow and long stem and root. The stem and root were covered with extremely tiny tentacles. As these tentacles were swaying around, Xiao Yan could clearly feel their greed, unrestrainedly absorbing the surrounding wild fire-type energy. This green-colored lotus was simply suspended in this never-ending magma. It was like a duckweed on the vast ocean, wandering everywhere. If Xiao Yan did not have the flame spirit serpent to lead the way, he would not have been able to search for this comparatively small green-colored lotus in this enormous crypt with his ability, even if he were to search till death. Be careful. Don't get caught by those tentacles. Otherwise the Dou Qi in your body will be completely absorbed in the blink of an eye. Yao Lao warned, causing Xiao Yan to quickly abandon his thought of going closer to take a look. Let's go. Be careful as you go over. Looking at the shape of the lotus, it obviously had lived through many thousands of years. It should have already agglomerated and formed the green lotus core flame. Yao Lao said with a smile. Yes. At this moment, Xiao Yan's body was so excited that it trembled. He crossed his hands and bafflingly prayed. He then swallowed his saliva as his body gradually swam toward the green-colored lotus. As his distance from the green-colored lotus grew closer, Xiao Yan could feel its beauty. This kind of thing that was so close to perfection could only be created from being honed by nature for a long period of time. Carefully avoiding the swaying tentacles, Xiao Yan slowly arrived at a spot above the green lotus. His excited gaze swept through its interior and his body suddenly stiffened. In the middle of the small lotus platform within the lotus, there was a small hole around the size of a fist. However, at this moment, that hole was empty. Seeing that empty lotus core, Xiao Yan's head immediately became dim. He muttered, "How can this be? Why isn't it there? From the shape of this green lotus, it should have formed the green lotus core flame long ago. Why is it not here?" The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth twitched. He was briefly silent. Suddenly, he began yelling loudly at the lotus platform. His young and handsome face appeared a little hideous at the moment. "Quiet. Calm down now." Just as Xiao Yan lost his sense of reasoning in anger, Yao Lao's deep cry appeared like a clock chime in his head. "If there isn't, then we'll just have to continue to look for it." The Dou Qi continent is so big. It's not like the heavenly flame is only present here. At the space where Xiao Yan's shoulder was at, Yao Lao's head that was formed by the cohesion of the thick white flames reprimanded. But I spent so much effort, do I just end up going back empty-handed? Xiao Yan violently swung his head and said in an extremely dissatisfied manner. In this world, there are thousands and thousands of people persevering and searching for a heavenly flame. But after paying the ultimate price, they never even get to see what a heavenly flame looks like. Many people would envy you for being able to reach this place. Yao Lao softly comforted. He turned around, eyed the empty lotus core and sighed gently in his heart. It was a lie if he said that it was not disappointing. That heavenly flame that he thought he could easily obtain had suddenly bafflingly grown wings and escaped. If he did not have such a strong mental strength, he might have already lost his temper. Ha! What is this? As his gaze swept the lotus platform in detail, Yao Lao suddenly let out a surprised sound. He waved the hand that was covered in a thick white flame. Instantly, a seven-colored light shot out from the lotus platform and fell into Yao Lao's hand. What is this thing? Tilting his head in a listless manner, Xiao Yan eyed the thing in Yao Lao's hand. He stilled slightly and said in a stunned voice, "Scale?" The thing in Yao Lao's hand was about half a palm in size. Its entire body was covered in 7 colors. Glancing at it, the luster from the 7 colors was beautiful and colorful. This is a 7-colored snake scale? Yao Lao squinted his eyes as a cold smile was lifted from the corner of his mouth. 7-colored snake scale? I was wondering why there isn't any green lotus core flame in the lotus. It was actually taken by someone else. Yao Lao threw the 7-colored snake scale toward Xiao Yan and laughed coldly. Xiao Yan received the scale and felt the spot on his hand which came into contact with it turn cold. Waves of cold air continued to enter his body. If Xiao Yan did not have the protection from Yao Lao's bone-chilling flame, he would likely not even dare to touch this thing. Did the owner of this scale take the green lotus core flame away? Xiao Yan said with a frown as he tightly held the 7-colored scale. There is only one person in the entire Tiger Desert who possesses the 7-colored scale. That is the Queen Medusa from the Snake People race. Looks like the mysterious Qi Qing Lin sensed from half a year ago should be that of Queen Medusa's. Yao Lao voiced his thoughts. Ugh. So what if it is her? It has been half a year. The green lotus core flame must have been absorbed by her. Thinking of this possibility, Xiao Yan immediately said dispiritedly. You have really become muddle-headed. Queen Medusa has the snake people blood flowing in her body. She is naturally inclined toward the dark and cold. Absorbing the heavenly flame? Has she become tired of living? Hearing this, Yao Lao threw a look of disdain at Xiao Yan as he reprimanded. Since her attributes clash with the heavenly flame, then did she have nothing better to do than to come here and snatch the heavenly flame? Moreover, Cheng Lin had said that she was even injured when she took the heavenly flame away? Why would she spend so much effort if she did not have a reason? Xiao Yan laughed bitterly. That may be so. Yao Lao waved his hand and voiced his thoughts. Looks like we still have to make a trip to the inner regions of the Tiger Desert. I don't know what exactly she wants to do, but I can definitely tell you that she would not absorb the heavenly flame. Thus, we might have a chance to get the heavenly flame again. Go and find Queen Medusa to snatch the heavenly flame? She's of the Dou Huang class. Back then, even that Ice Wang, whose name shook the Jiama Empire, ended up in that miserable state because of her. For us to go and search, Xiao Yan rubbed his forehead and smiled bitterly. Having a target is better than us randomly running around to search. Moreover, the one who would fight at that time would be me, not you. Although the fierce name of Queen Medusa is renowned throughout the Dou Qi continent, I am not afraid of her. Yao Lao curled his lips and said. Xiao Yan bitterly smiled and could only sigh and nod his head. Immediately, his head turned with his body and prepared to leave. Hey, what are you doing? Seeing Xiao Yan's action, Yao Lao appeared somewhat stunned as he said. Going back. Should I stay here and eat magma? Xiao Yan impolitely replied. You fool. Hearing the words, Yao Lao was immediately angered and knocked Xiao Yan's head a few times. His finger pointed to the green-colored lotus and furiously said, This thing is a unique treasure that requires 1,000 years in order to take shape. You child want to abandon it here? What? Xiao Yan blinked his eyes in shock. He turned around and eyed the green-colored lotus and asked in a confused state, What use does this thing have? Rolling his eyes, Yao Lao had difficulty swallowing these words of Xiao Yan's. He drew his beard and said irritably, This green-colored lotus platform is formed from the agglomeration of the planet's flame for 1,000 years. As long as you remove it and sit on it to train in the future, your training speed may not be able to increase by 10 times, but an increase of 3 to 4 times should be possible. Moreover, you can activate it using your Dou Qi when you meet an enemy and release the core flame contained within it. If you meet a person at the Dou Ling level, you may not be able to defeat him, but you should meet no resistance when fleeing. And there's the lotus seeds in the lotus platform. This core-fire lotus seed that is known as the essence of flame spirits is something that requires 100 years to form. If you go out and shout that you have a core-fire lotus seed, I dare to guarantee that even a Dou Huan would use all his might to exchange with you. Of course, this is excluding those who prefer a more direct method like killing and robbing you. If you take any of these things out, you would turn the Jiama Empire into an upheaval. You child dare to refuse it? Having spoken until this point, Yao Lao spoke as if Xiao Yan was completely useless. Hearing the mouth-watering explanation of Yao Lao, Xiao Yan's eyes grew increasingly bright. By the time Yao Lao had finished, Xiao Yan's eyes were fiery red as he pounced onto the lotus platform. Damn it, consider all this all interest. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.